This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 646. Suyu had previously received information about the infinite universe from the Guangyu Emperor, but it was merely unfounded speculation, without any empirical evidence. Perhaps the Guangyu Emperor had concrete data to support this, but he didn't give it to Suyu. So, Suyu remained somewhat skeptical of the so-called infinite universe theory. But now, after using his causal singularity to recreate the causal nothingness outside the universe within the original universe, Suyu has found some evidence of an infinite universe. If, as Suyu speculates, the nothingness outside the universe is actually the infinite universe, it's simply inaccessible to Suyu due to causal barriers. It's like a person who is blind, deaf, and completely deaf, with no senses, and no means of perceiving the outside world. Then, for them, the entire world is nothingness, non-existent. The nothingness outside the universe works in this same way. However, Suyu has now assumed the causal singularity. If he ventures beyond the universe, perhaps he can break through the causal barrier and sense some information about the infinite universe. Even if he can't sense it, as long as he reaches the maximum level of the causal singularity class and unlocks the core specialization, then he will definitely be able to do so. The causal singularity class is unlocked through the panel after reawakening. It is extremely high level, and the starting requirement for employment is the extremely special status of source of causality. After taking on this role, one's ability to control causality reaches an extreme level. However, leveling up this profession is extremely difficult. Each level requires an immense amount of experience, and with each level, the experience required increases dramatically, eventually reaching astronomical figures. Thankfully, Suyu still holds the title of Glorious Emperor. Trillions of the Empire's citizens constantly pray to the Emperor, and this immense force of faith propels Suyu to continuously level up. It hasn't been long since he took office, and he's already reached a level. At this rate, it won't be long before he reaches the maximum level. Thinking of this, Suyu felt a little reluctant to give up his emperor status. He wondered if he should discuss with the glorious emperor later about taking turns on the throne. Thinking of this, Suyu chuckled inwardly, and with a thought, he arrived on the Azure planet, before the glorious emperor. At this moment, Suyu once again explained the cause and effect of himself and most things. Being isolated meant that nothing around him could affect him, and he, in turn, could not affect anything around him. This meant that no one could see him, no one could touch him. Not only people, but also air, light, various microscopic particles, and even star tower signals. This was complete invisibility. Only with the Emperor of Glory did Suyu maintain a certain degree of causal connection, allowing him to observe him. Suyu did this because he feared his arrival would alter the trajectory of the Azure Galaxy's development and thwart the Emperor of Glory's grand plans. After the causal isolation, Suyu and the Azure Galaxy existed in two separate worlds, neither interfering with the other, and naturally no impact. When Suyu stood before Emperor Guangyao, he seemed to pause for a moment, then immediately resumed his role as Suyu, not saying a single word to Suyu. In fact, he had already said that, just like before, that moment of Emperor Guangyao's pause held a wealth of information. It seems this matter is truly important to him. I've even run right before him, and yet he still won't stop acting. What's the point? Suyu felt somewhat frustrated. Originally, he had hoped to have a good conversation with Emperor Guangyao, ideally allowing him to return to his home planet, Shindan, to be his emperor, while Suyu returned to planet Azure, to be his Suyu, each returning to their respective roles. But now, it seemed, Emperor Guangyu was too deeply engrossed in his role to leave. It seemed that Prince Chumu, the regent, would have to endure this hardship for a while longer. Suyu shook his head inwardly and began to decipher the message contained in Emperor Guangyao's pause. Suyu's precise calculations revealed that the Emperor Guangyu paused for a fraction of a second, 0.00000000. 3452365209924321 seconds. Under the near-infinite time precision of a quantum system collapse, this number is also nearly infinite. After obtaining this string of numbers, Suyu decoded it and gained a wealth of information. This time, the Emperor Guangyao's message to Suyu began by informing him that he would be the emperor, as he had important matters to attend to and could not leave. He certainly didn't want to go back. Suyu felt like complaining. How could the dignified Emperor Guangyu be so absent from work? Of course, Suyu wouldn't say it out loud. After all, he still respected the Emperor Guangyao, and complaining to his face would be rude. Since the Empire has the Prince Regent to support it, Suyu doesn't need to handle government affairs, and he can absorb the power of faith to improve himself, so he might as well take on the role of Emperor. In addition, the Emperor Guangya told Su Yu more about the infinite universe. Upon seeing this information, Su Yu's expression suddenly grew solemn. After a long moment, Su Yu looked up, his gaze seemingly piercing the barriers of the universe, gazing upon the nothingness beyond. Sure enough, as I suspected before, the nothingness beyond the universe is not empty, nor is it nothing. Instead, it contains countless invisible objects, the things of the true infinite universe. According to the Emperor Guangyao, he had already possessed the ability to break out of the primordial universe and travel beyond it tens of thousands of years ago. Back then, he attempted to capture some cosmic undead and bring them back to the primordial universe. Sure enough, he received feedback from the primordial universe, bringing a large amount of pure spiritual energy to the human empire. With such benefits, the Emperor Guangyo immediately ordered the construction of a trans-universe warship to travel beyond the universe and hunt the cosmic undead. The cosmic undead are a crucial mineral resource for the human empire. One cosmic undead can be exchanged for trillions of energy coins. Much of the terrifying energy consumed by the human empire's initial Great Crusade came from this source. However, this hunting operation was later forced to cease. Some of the warships heading for the outer universe suddenly and inexplicably disappeared, vanishing into the void beyond the universe. Then, after a while, they reappeared. After these warships reappeared, the crews inside were either dead, horribly mutated, or driven insane. Among them, there was even a prince with galactic-level power. This disappearance was a tremendous loss to the Empire at the time. The glorious Emperor took it very seriously, and personally journeyed to the outer universe to investigate. It was during that investigation that the glorious Emperor discovered the astonishing truth hidden in the void beyond the universe. He discovered the true infinite universe. Chapter 647. The glorious Emperor discovered that the warships that had vanished had mistakenly entered the true infinite universe. There, they encountered horrific corrosion. The dangers inherent in the true infinite universe were incomparable to those of the original universe. Although some of the warship's crews were galactic-level warriors, they were powerless against the corrosion. After the warships returned, the pollution and corrosion they carried with them still carried terrifying power. It was not the glorious Emperor who initially responded to the distress signal and went to meet the returning warships and crew. It was some of the Empire's high-ranking officials, all of whom were incredibly powerful transcendents. After entering the returning warships, these transcendents mysteriously perished one after another. Before their deaths, they all seemed to have experienced severe mental disorder, engaged in a frenzy of infighting. When the last person died, they piled the flesh and blood of everyone else on an altar, then brutally killed themselves as the final sacrifice. The crew members, who had returned with the warship, watched coldly from the sidelines. Once the internecine slaughter had ended, and the altar of flesh and blood had been forged, they knelt before it, praying in strange tongues to a mysterious existence. Then, the returning warship fell silent again. After a while, it sent out another distress signal, attracting the Empire's assistance. But having suffered such a great loss, the Empire would certainly not easily send its men to die again. However, after careful observation and research, the glorious Emperor resolutely decided to personally embark on a journey beyond the universe. The Imperial High Command was naturally horrified and unwilling to see the Emperor Guangya take any risk, but they were helpless to stop him as he persisted. The Emperor Guangyi quickly completed a series of rituals and procedures. For a powerful being like the Emperor Guangyao, reaching the outer universe was a complex undertaking. If he left directly, he would carry away a vast amount of energy and information from the original universe, triggering a violent counterattack. But the Emperor Guangyo had repeatedly reactivated the original universe, seeking to alter his higher dimensional destiny, so he naturally had a solution. Through a series of rituals, he created a virtual Emperor Guangyao, who sat on the throne in his place. This virtual Emperor Guangyu appeared identical to the Emperor Guangyo himself, even possessing the same power, but all his energy and information were virtual and would dissipate over time. Using this virtual self, the Emperor Guangyu successfully deceived the original universe's instincts and finally reached the outer universe. Then he arrived aboard the returning warship and faced the altar of flesh and blood. At that moment, he sensed a terrifying encroachment. In a split second, the Emperor of Light and Glory was on the verge of madness, even contemplating returning to the primordial universe, bringing forth the entire Empire's billions of people to sacrifice before this altar, and ushering in the arrival of the great power. But the Emperor of Light and Glory remained unmoved by this power, instead carefully sensing and studying it. He even actively plunged himself into a semi-mad state, seeking to understand what this great power was. Using this corrosive force, the Emperor of Light and Glory in his semi-mad state, finally broke through the barrier of causality and sensed the vision of the truly infinite universe. It was a world beyond description. It contained infinite beauty, infinite evil, infinite happiness, infinite horror. A mere glimpse of it captivated the glorious emperor. He longed to immerse himself wholeheartedly in it, to become a part of this magnificent world. But at the crucial moment, the glorious emperor regained consciousness through his powerful will. After regaining consciousness, he discovered that in the instant, he had slaughtered every remaining survivor on the battleship, placing them all on the altar. At the same time, he was on his way back to the primordial universe. It looked as if he was truly going to bring the entire human empire here for a brutal sacrifice. Thankfully, the glorious emperor finally regained consciousness. He was secretly shocked, and instead of returning to the primordial universe, he resolutely killed himself and then resurrected through the virtual version of himself that had been left there. This was an attempt to purge any remaining contamination from himself through death. Although this resulted in a considerable loss of energy and information, the action was effective. After returning to the primordial universe, the glorious emperor no longer felt the contamination, nor did he fall into madness. But soon, he discovered something was amiss. The entire primordial universe seemed to be undergoing some strange changes. The original primordial universe's spacetime scale was actually explorable and finite. Although this finiteness was practically infinite, trillions of light-years were insufficient to measure it. But with his immense power, the glorious emperor could even explore the very edge of the universe. However, after this incident, Guanyu discovered that he could no longer sense boundaries. The entire universe seemed to be evolving, on the verge of becoming a truly infinite universe. It was then that Emperor Guanyu realized that he wasn't simply eliminating the pollution, but had set his sights on a greater goal: the entire primordial universe. The entire primordial universe had now been eroded and polluted. Because of this, the primordial universe had also achieved true infinity, its essence, never again changing. Then, various infinite qualities emerged. Infinite energy, infinite time and space, infinite light. Yes, infinite qualities also appeared at this time. Infinite qualities awakened so many in a short period of time. Already a powerful transcendent, he naturally became even more powerful after awakening these infinite qualities. Previously, he could easily have unified the entire universe, leaving humanity as the sole advanced civilization in the primordial universe. But at the same time, several great beings awakened in the depths of the warp: holy sin, evil fate, and corpse of desire. These beings had only just appeared at this moment. They transcend time. Though they had only just awakened, their power had been present since the dawn of the universe. They were far more powerful and terrifying than the glorious emperor. They had traveled through time, eroding countless civilizations, and wiping out countless lives throughout history. And now, they had set their sights on the human empire. To counter these terrifying beings, the glorious emperor once again launched research into the encroachment of the infinite universe. The Prince Project was thus born. Suyu was quite astonished when he saw this. Only then did he realize that the true infinity of the primordial universe, the awakening of the supreme evil god, and the birth of the princes were all connected to the glorious emperor's previous exploration beyond the universe. That event was the source of everything. Chapter 648. The dark and twisted environment of the primordial universe wasn't there from the beginning. Instead, it was the contamination from the infinite universe that gave it true infinity. This true infinity wasn't a good thing. With true infinity came the birth of the three supreme evil gods, the darkness and distortion of the warp, death, and terror. Although the three supreme evil gods and their various darkness and distortions existed long before the glorious emperor explored the outer reaches of the universe, the logical relationship between them didn't seem to add up. But for a power of this magnitude, time has long lost its meaning. Before or after, it makes no difference. Even the glorious emperor himself couldn't quite distinguish the causal relationship. The contamination from the infinite universe, the moment it came into contact with the primordial universe, contaminated all past and future timelines, rewriting every fact. The end result is that the primordial universe was dark and twisted from the very beginning, and the three supreme evil gods existed from the very beginning, even before the glorious emperor's birth. Their appearance seems to have nothing to do with the glorious emperor's exploration of outer space. In fact, no matter how one goes back in time or searches history, no connection can be found between the glorious emperor and the birth of those beings. It's likely that even those beings themselves are unaware of the role the glorious emperor played in their creation. The glorious emperor's message claims that all this was caused by his exploration, but there's no evidence to support this claim. He simply doesn't want to shirk responsibility. He believed all of this was his own fault, even though there was no evidence to prove it. When Suyu saw this, He thought to himself, isn't the Emperor Guangyao the source of all this? Is everything due to that one exploration? Su Yu also tried to sort out the logical connections and chronological order in his mind, trying to determine if it was truly the Emperor Guangyao's fault. After a moment, Su Yu gave up. It was simply impossible to sort it out. The primordial universe had undergone numerous reboots, and the Emperor Guangyao had also repeatedly rebooted it to escape his higher dimensional fate. The human empire grew stronger with each reboot, but it could never escape its fate. Even Su Yu himself had rebooted the primordial universe once, and it was likely that other beings had done the same. As a result, time and history in the primordial universe had long since been completely distorted. Since the Emperor Guangyao said he was responsible for all of this, Su Yu would assume that this was the truth for the time being. Then, Su Yu continued to read the messages. According to the glorious Emperor, the primordial universe has been contaminated by some evil from the infinite universe, becoming a vast sacrificial ground. No civilization in the primordial universe can escape the fate of being sacrificed. They will all eventually become offerings, sacrificed to some evil entity in the infinite universe. The human empire is naturally no exception. The previous warp tidal burst, which resulted in the demise of trillions of life forms and civilizations in the primordial universe, was a massive sacrificial ritual. Not only that, the glorious Emperor and the human empire also bear the higher dimensional destiny of the infinite universe. This fate inevitably led to the human empire experiencing events such as the Great Rebellion. The glorious Emperor had long studied his own higher dimensional destiny. He believed that the power behind this higher dimensional destiny was not the same as the evil forces attempting to sacrifice the entire primordial universe. These were two completely different kinds of contamination. The primordial universe possessed 3 supreme evil gods, as well as various weaker evil gods, such as Jingshan. Naturally, contamination from the infinite universe could not be just one type. The higher dimensional destiny within the glorious Emperor was another kind of contamination. This contamination was extremely stubborn and powerful. The glorious Emperor did not even know when or how this contamination had come to him. It could have been during that extraterrestrial exploration, or perhaps some other time. Regardless, the glorious Emperor discovered this contamination after the First Great Crusade. At that time, the human empire was still a weak civilization, less than a galactic level. The glorious Emperor led the human army in a 10,000-year war against the 3 alien civilizations in the Milky Way galaxy, never able to completely annihilate them and allow humanity to dominate the galaxy. At this time, the Great Rebellion broke out. The 10 princes of the glorious Emperor, bewitched by the evil gods of the warp, led a massive counterattack on the home planet of Zhendon. Following this incident, the glorious Emperor was severely injured and reduced to a mummy, sitting on the throne for 10,000 years. Yes, just like what Su Yu had experienced before. Throughout these 10,000 years, the glorious Emperor constantly endured the erosion of the dark side. That was the first time the glorious Emperor's dark side emerged. The Dark Emperor, wielding the power of all destruction, constantly sought to erode the glorious Emperor. According to him, once he completely corrupted the glorious Emperor and rose from his throne, the entire universe would be destroyed. This seemed a bit strange. After all, the glorious Emperor at that time wasn't particularly powerful, not even at the galactic level. The entire human empire was merely engaged in a battle with a few alien civilizations within the galaxy. Back then, the entire human empire and those several major alien civilizations combined weren't enough to be instantly defeated by the later Chumu Prince in a single blow. How could such a weak glorious Emperor give birth to the Dark Emperor, capable of destroying the universe? The glorious Emperor didn't believe it at the time, simply thinking his dark side was boasting. While he didn't believe it, he wouldn't allow the Dark Emperor to corrupt him. However, the Dark Emperor's power was truly immense. Furthermore, it was the first time the glorious Emperor had been corrupted by his own dark side, and he had no experience. And so, 10,000 years later, as the second warp tide was about to erupt, the glorious Emperor could not hold on. That's right, the glorious Emperor at that time could not hold on. He had been corrupted by the Dark Emperor. At that moment, the glorious Emperor had lost all sanity, completely possessed by the Dark Emperor's destructive power, and the golden light surrounding him turned to darkness. He stood from his throne, and darkness enveloped the entire universe. Countless civilizations and lives felt boundless despair in an instant. Then, destruction descended. There was no resistance, no struggle, only silent destruction. Life, civilizations, planets, spacetime, the warp, evil gods, everything. The entire primordial universe was destroyed the moment the Dark Emperor rose from his throne. After an unknown amount of time, the primordial universe restarted again. In this restarted universe, the glorious emperor remembered what had happened before. He was horrified. He had originally disbelieved that his dark side could destroy the universe, but this time, he was forced to believe it. Emperor Guangyu was also certain that it was definitely not his dark side, but some extremely powerful polluting force. Chapter 649. Though the Dark Emperor's power was immense, he did not completely destroy the universe. It merely rebooted. Because the original universe had been contaminated by another powerful force, becoming a vast sacrificial ground. How could it be destroyed if the sacrifice hadn't yet been completed? The two forces wrestled, and the final result was the destruction of the universe, but then it was rebooted. At that time, the glorious emperor understood what this meant. In this rebooted universe, he once again embarked on the Great Crusade, following the original historical trajectory. Within his previous experience, the glorious emperor's Great Crusade went smoothly this time. He quickly wiped out all civilizations in the entire galaxy, allowing the human empire to truly occupy the galaxy where their home planet lay, becoming a galactic-level civilization. But the glorious emperor's ambitions went far beyond this. He began to advance beyond the galaxy. Previously, during the destruction of the universe, the glorious emperor briefly witnessed the vastness of the universe and the diversity of civilizations through the perspective of the Dark Emperor. How could he possibly stop after conquering a mere small galaxy? The true Great Crusade had officially begun. This time, the glorious emperor had learned his lesson. When nurturing his princes, he meticulously designed numerous mechanisms to prevent betrayal, locking in loyalty at the most fundamental level of the soul. Even those princes who had betrayed him before the restart, the glorious emperor simply abandoned them without nurturing them. At the same time, in his psychic cultivation, he placed particular emphasis on spiritual training, striving to infuse his heart with courage, light, perseverance, and other noble qualities of human thought. This was to counter the insidious influence of the Dark Emperor. At this moment, the glorious emperor truly possessed the word glorious, possessing the true power of glory. Before, the glorious emperor was merely a name, but after the universe's reboot, he dedicated himself to cultivating his mind, truly living up to the name. The glorious emperor was the most powerful psychic genius in human history. Through dedicated research, he developed a power of glory powerful enough to counter the power of the Dark Emperor. He had envisioned that with such thorough preparations, there shouldn't be another major rebellion, a sign of the Dark Emperor's encroachment. However, it was to no avail. The princes betrayed once again. Although the glorious emperor had devised numerous mechanisms to prevent betrayal, placing shackles deep within their minds, preventing them from even harboring the slightest thought of rebellion, however, precisely because of these mechanisms, when the princes, with the help of the evil gods, broke free from their shackles, their resentment towards the emperor became particularly intense. They believed themselves to be mere tools created by the glorious emperor, tools with self-awareness, and naturally, they would no longer willingly be used. Furthermore, this time the human empire was even more powerful than before, and these princes also rose with it, becoming far more powerful. This time, the betrayal was even more violent. As expected, after suppressing the rebellion, the glorious emperor was once again severely injured, becoming a mummy, and sat alone on the throne for 10,000 years. At the same time, the Dark Emperor appeared as expected. Although the glorious emperor cultivated and researched the power of radiance, he was unable to prevent the Dark Emperor's appearance. This time, however, the glorious emperor believed he had gained the upper hand, and he intended to try to reverse the situation and erode the Dark Emperor, completely controlling this immense power. Everything went smoothly at first. Leveraging the power of radiance, the glorious emperor successfully suppressed the Dark Emperor within his mind. However, 10,000 years later, as the warp tide was about to erupt, the Dark Emperor's power suddenly surged. He launched a direct counterattack, completely eroding the glorious emperor and bringing all his plans to nothing. The Dark Emperor rose from his golden throne, and the primordial universe was once again destroyed and then restarted. After the restart, the glorious emperor changed his mind. Since he possessed the power to destroy and restart the universe, with each restart, he and the Imperium of Man would grow stronger and stronger. Sooner or later, they would conquer the entire universe and completely control the Dark Emperor. As for the betrayal of the princes, there was no need to worry. With the experience of repeated restarts, he would eventually develop the perfect technology to create princes. At this time, the glorious emperor was unaware of the high-dimensional fate he carried, nor of the contamination from the infinite universe. He had also believed that this ability to destroy and restart the universe was his own special ability, a hack. It's not surprising that the glorious emperor had such wild ideas. At that time, his power barely surpassed the galactic level, yet he could actually restart the universe. Such a thing would have baffled anyone. Thus, with each and every restart of the universe, the glorious emperor and the human empire he led grew ever more powerful. From initially occupying only a single galaxy, his territory grew ever larger, millions of light years, tens of millions of light years, 100 million light years, a billion light years, 100 billion light years. Had his power increased by more than 1 billion times, but even with each and every restart of the universe, the glorious emperor never changed his fate. A great rebellion was bound to occur, and he would inevitably become a mummy, sitting alone on his throne for 1,000 years, enduring the encroachment of darkness. After repeated reboots, the glorious emperor's power had long since dwindled, and he had noticed something was amiss. This cosmic destruction and reboot wasn't his special ability, but the result of the conflict between two powerful forces. And then, there was the strange fate he bore, a fate that could not be altered, no matter what. The glorious emperor began to worry. What if the universe couldn't be rebooted after that destruction? So, the emperor slowed the expansion of the human empire and began to delve into the root of all this. But even with his immense power now, practically invincible in the material universe, it wasn't enough, until a warship sent by the empire to hunt the cosmic undead inexplicably vanished, then reappeared, bringing back a strange contamination. The glorious emperor went out to explore the warship, becoming corrupted by the contamination and witnessing the true infinite universe. Then the glorious emperor returned, bringing the contamination back to the primordial universe. Under this pollution, the primordial universe attained true infinity, giving rise to the three supreme evil gods. Completely shrouded in darkness and distortion, it became a vast sacrificial field. At this moment, the glorious emperor understood that the root of everything stemmed from that one exploration, from the pollution he had brought back from the infinite universe. This pollution flowed back through time, contaminating all history and rewriting everything. This was why all the events that had occurred before had occurred. Although the glorious emperor had previously sensed various strange phenomena, he could not find the cause. That was because the source of all this was in the future. At this moment, the glorious emperor understood the terrible fate that befell him and the primordial universe. No matter how he restarted the universe, its destruction was inevitable. Just as the human empire was bound to rebel, he was bound to become a mummy, and ultimately, the Dark Emperor, rising from his throne to destroy the universe. This could never be changed. Chapter 650. Even if the glorious emperor, through repeated reboots, had increased his own power, and that of the human empire to immense proportions, it was all in vain. It seemed as if all his previous efforts had been meaningless. He had originally believed that the destruction and rebooting of the universe was his special ability, his good fortune. But now it seemed to be a vicious curse. After realizing everything, the glorious emperor could not help but think of a human hero from the myth of the planet Aurora. That hero, punished by the gods, had to push a stone up a mountain. But every time the stone neared the top, it would roll back, rendering all the hero's efforts in vain. The gods punished him by wasting his entire life in this meaningless, repetitive labor. The glorious emperor felt like this hero, burdened with this meaningless fate, unable to do anything but reboot the universe again and again, repeating the destruction. At this point, the glorious emperor even considered giving up. No matter how hard he tried, the universe would be destroyed by the Dark Emperor during the second warp tide. So why bother? Wouldn't it be nice to enjoy the time before destruction? So, during this cosmic reboot, the glorious emperor did not lead the Imperium of mankind on a great crusade. Instead, he spent the time safely within the Cat Haystack system. Using the strength and technology he had accumulated through numerous reboots, he easily transformed the entire Cat Haystack system into a paradise, where people lived in bliss. With the power of the glorious emperor, protecting a planet from the invasion of the evil gods of the warp was also a piece of cake. This time, the glorious emperor acted like an ordinary person, marrying and raising children, preparing to live out his ordinary life. He even gave up his immense power, enough to easily destroy millions of galaxies, and sealed it away, like a truly ordinary human. This sealed power surrounded the planet Aurora, defending against all malicious forces. In this paradise created by the glorious emperor, a leisurely and happy life passed day by day. The glorious emperor slowly grew from a young man to middle-aged, then to an elderly man, and finally to an aging father. This was the life the glorious emperor had always desired. No matter how he rebooted, how powerful he became, or how cruel he treated alien civilizations, deep down, he believed he was an ordinary human, destined to live an ordinary life. Just when he thought this peaceful and happy life would continue, until tens of thousands of years later, when the universe would be destroyed and rebooted, but as an ordinary person, raising children and grandchildren like an ordinary person, He was once again betrayed. Some of his children, fighting for the family inheritance, betrayed him, and eventually came to blows. Finally, during a fight, the glorious emperor, having given up his power, collapsed and became a vegetable, lying on his hospital bed, unable to recover. Even after becoming an ordinary human, the fate of betrayal had not spared him. When the glorious emperor awoke from his coma, he discovered that the entire planet of Jindan had ceased to exist. He drifted in the dark vacuum of the universe, emanating an immensely dark and destructive force. The Dark Emperor had appeared again. This time, he had appeared tens of thousands of years too early. The glorious emperor hadn't even had time to live out a mere 100 years of an ordinary human life before the Dark Emperor completely destroyed everything. The Dark Emperor destroyed the home planet of Jindan, annihilating the Radiant Emperor's family and everything they held dear. This filled him with boundless sorrow and negativity. The Dark Emperor used this opportunity to instantly possess the Radiant Emperor's entire mind, reclaiming all his power. And then, the universe was destroyed, this time, tens of thousands of years early. The universe restarted again, and the Radiant Emperor awoke, but his heart was still filled with the sorrow and darkness of the past. Deep within his mind, the Dark Emperor's power stirred, ready to reappear. The Radiant Emperor immediately regained his consciousness, summoning the power of radiance to suppress it. He understood that he could not give up. He had not given up on the opportunity to strive and enjoy life. If he gave up, darkness and destruction would take advantage of the opportunity, arriving prematurely and annihilating everything. If this happened several times, darkness would descend upon the very restart, destroying everything again. By then, it would be too late, with no chance of recovery. So the Radiant Emperor set out once more, embarking on the Great Crusade. Once again, he established a vast human empire, was betrayed again, and once again, he was reduced to a mummy and sat alone for 1,000 years. The Dark Emperor descended, and the universe was destroyed and restarted. Repeated again and again, destruction after destruction. No matter how hard the glorious emperor thought, researched, fought, and struggled, the outcome remained unchanged. The glorious emperor, like the hero who relentlessly pushed a stone up the mountain, could never change. No! Actually, he changed a little. Each time the Dark Emperor descended, the universe's destruction actually arrived a little sooner. The glorious emperor's abandonment that time ultimately had an impact. So, in the subsequent restarts, the glorious emperor dared not slack off. But it was useless. The ending could never be changed, until the last time the universe was rebooted, the Radiant Emperor discovered Suyu, this anomaly. The Radiant Emperor had long recognized Suyu's peculiarity. In previous destructive reboots, Suyu hadn't existed. He had appeared out of thin air. The Radiant Emperor secretly monitored Suyu, providing him with as much assistance as possible. This assistance wasn't necessarily genuine, but rather a deliberate attempt to find powerful enemies for Suyu, ensuring he never had time to rest and forcing him to constantly grow stronger. On that barren blue planet, Suyu's constant battles and constant struggles against powerful enemies were truly due to the Radiant Emperor's credit. This wasn't a deliberate attempt to trick Suyu. Rather, the Radiant Emperor knew that with the second warp tidal burst, the Dark Emperor would destroy the universe, leaving Suyu with little time to lose. Thus, under the Radiant Emperor's deliberate care, Suyu displayed astonishing potential. In a short period of time, he was able to escape the original universe and travel beyond it. But it wasn't enough. This limited power, under the destructive force of the Dark Emperor, could only lead to destruction. The Radiant Emperor suspected that once destroyed by the Dark Emperor, one would be completely burdened with a higher dimensional fate from which there would be no escape. The next reboot would simply be a repetition of the same fate. So Suyu only had one chance. But by then, Suyu had already left the primordial universe, beyond the Radiant Emperor's reach, and the next warp tide eruption was imminent. Thankfully, it wasn't just the Radiant Emperor who noticed Suyu's potential. Other powerful beings in the primordial universe also took notice of Suyu. After some planning, Suyu returned to the primordial universe, slew the final fragment of the Supreme Consciousness, and became a candidate for the fetish god. Finally, during the candidate ceremony, Suyu destroyed the universe and rebooted it. This was the first time the reboot was initiated, not by the Dark Emperor, but by Suyu. The situation had finally changed. Chapter 651. After the reboot, Emperor Guangyao and Suyu swapped identities. This time, it was Suyu who replaced Emperor Guangyao, becoming a mummy and sitting on the throne for 10,000 years. And for the first time, Emperor Guangyao had escaped his original fate. This was incredible, something that had never happened before. So Emperor Guangyao realized that Suyu was the key to a breakthrough. That's why Emperor Guangyao took on the role of Suyu. He was actually studying Suyu's fate, hoping to find a way out. The result of Emperor Guangyao's research was, Suyu was not actually a creature native to this universe, or a human. Suyu was a being descended from the infinite universe. And he carried with him the power and destiny of the infinite universe. Suyu's fate itself was a higher dimensional fate, like Emperor Guangyao's betrayal and the decline of the human empire, an unchangeable and irreversible fate. Because both possessed a higher dimensional fate, they were able to swap identities and perform roles. However, when Emperor Guangyao was impersonating Suyu's fate, he felt a powerful pressure, the oppression of the infinite universe. Unlike Suyu's free state, Suyu acted freely while impersonating Emperor Guangyao. However, when Emperor Guangyao was impersonating Suyu, he sensed that if he made even a single mistake, he would suffer an incredibly severe backlash. Therefore, he worked diligently, not daring to neglect even the slightest bit. Even when communicating with Suyu, he used brief pauses, conveying information within these moments, rather than speaking directly to Suyu. This was to avoid backlash. Although the Emperor Guangyao didn't know what the so-called backlash actually was, he wasn't willing to take the risk. The power originating from the infinite universe must not be underestimated. After reading this information, Suyu fell into a long period of contemplation. The information the Emperor Guangyao conveyed to him this time was too shocking, and he needed time to digest it. Only then did Suyu realize that he actually originated from the infinite universe and carried the power and destiny of the infinite universe within him. Could it be that the universe I lived in before crossing over was the so-called infinite universe? Suyu wondered in his heart. Although he had never witnessed any extraordinary powers or events before crossing over, that world didn't seem as magnificent as the Emperor Guangyao had described. However, that might simply be Suyu's limited vision and lack of strength at the time. Perhaps in other corners of the universe, extraordinary forces of devastating magnitude were at work. I was transported from the infinite universe to this primordial universe by some force. It seems my class panel is also a force from the infinite universe. Perhaps it's a manifestation of my higher dimensional destiny. When the universe rebooted, fate replayed itself, so my class panel also rebooted and awakened again. Suyu thought to himself. The question that had troubled him for years finally had an answer. This question was the origin of the class panel. He had used this magical panel since he was an ordinary person, and he still couldn't see its limits until the universe rebooted. Suyu had even suspected that the panel was some kind of artifact created by the glorious emperor, but after handling and observing it, he realized it wasn't. Only now did Suyu understand that the class panel might not have any limits at all, at least not in this universe. Because it was a product of the infinite universe, it possessed infinite possibilities. And Suyu, like it, came from the infinite universe, hence his various special qualities. The same was true of the transcendent trait previously discovered in Suyu. Suyu did not possess the extreme attributes of ordinary creatures and civilizations. Everything in this primitive universe had a limit, but Suyu did not, because he was not a native creature. So, if I could find a way to return to the infinite universe, I could go home. A thought suddenly occurred to Suyu. The word home was now very distant and unfamiliar to Suyu. He was a somewhat easygoing person. After traveling here for a while, he realized he couldn't return anytime soon, so he stopped thinking about it. Later, as his strength grew, he was strong enough to roam the universe, but he could not find any news of the world before his travels, and everything about that time faded from his mind. But now, it suddenly came back to him, because for the first time, he saw hope of returning. Compared to this twisted, dark universe, my original, safe and peaceful world was naturally more beautiful. Of course, if I were to return, I would definitely have to bring my own power with me. Going back as an ordinary person, only to die after a few decades, would be meaningless. However, whether the power of the original universe would still be useful in the infinite universe was a difficult question. As for how to return, Suyu already had an idea. That's what the Guangyao Emperor is currently doing. The Guangyao Emperor is impersonating Suyu to study the power of the infinite universe. Suyu's power and destiny originate from the infinite universe, and there are two key moments. One is the moment Suyu traveled through time. The other is the moment he awakened his class panel. In his previous message, the Guangyao Emperor mentioned the special nature of these two moments, but didn't elaborate. But Suyu could still guess why. That's because these two moments are the moment the power of the infinite universe descended. At these moments, the infinite universe connected to the original universe, and these two moments are repeatable, reappearing as long as the universe is restarted. In other words, Suyu's destiny contains two channels that connect to the infinite universe. Utilizing these two channels, it might be possible to find a way back to the infinite universe. By impersonating Suyu, the Guanyu Emperor is actually trying to find a way to utilize these two nodes. Also, he wants to find more nodes. In reality, the Radiant Emperor could have found such a node within himself if he so desired. For example, that time, when the Radiant Emperor explored beyond the universe, he brought contamination back to the original universe. Clearly, that node also connected to the infinite universe. But that node carried horrific contamination. Trying to use that node to reach the infinite universe would be tantamount to seeking death. Even if successful, one would run headfirst into the source of the contamination, and the outcome would be disastrous. Only Suyu's fate seemed free of any contamination. It was a naturally safe passage. However, the Radiant Emperor's research didn't seem to yield any significant results, and he didn't successfully reach the infinite universe. If I were to repeat my previous fate, would the outcome be different? Chapter 652. Suyu immediately considered exchanging identities with the Guanyu Emperor. Then, he would study his own destiny, hoping to find a way back to the infinite universe. Besides, he was Suyu, and now that he had returned, what was the point of the Guanyu Emperor still occupying his identity? When Suyu appeared, the Guanyu Emperor immediately understood Suyu's intention. He paused slightly, and conveyed another message to Suyu. This message was brief, telling Suyu that the exchange was not possible for the time being. The higher dimensional destinies of both of them were extremely powerful. A hasty exchange at this time could lead to unpredictable consequences. Perhaps, if they exchanged identities, their higher dimensional destinies would become intertwined. Then, they would become both Suyu and the Guanyu Emperor. Either they would merge into one, or they would clash, leaving only one remaining. Suyu pondered this for a moment, realizing that this was indeed possible. To switch back, he would have to wait until the next cosmic destruction and restart. The glorious Emperor only assumed Suyu's identity after the universe was destroyed and restarted. Looks like I have to wait a while, Suyu thought to himself. According to the glorious Emperor's previous statement, the second warp tide erupts when the universe is destroyed and restarted. At that time, the Dark Emperor will rise from his throne and destroy everything. When Suyu was in the Azure Galaxy, he had been preparing to survive the warp tide. Even after leaving the primordial universe, he continued to prepare for this warp tide. But now, he knew that all his preparations had been in vain. No wonder, no matter what prophecies of fate or the power of time, they couldn't foresee the future after the warp tidal burst. It turns out there's no future at all. The warp tidal burst was nothing. The Dark Emperor was the true calamity. The entire universe's timeline only reached the second warp tidal burst. And now, the second warp tidal burst isn't far off. Suyu sensed it briefly, and could tell that it was less than 90 years away. When Suyu was on Azure Star, the warp tidal burst was already very close. Now, after the universe's reboot, it's at this point again. This time, I can actually witness what the second warp tidal burst is like. Suyu had witnessed the first warp tidal burst while he was a mummy in the Jindan Palace, so it wasn't surprising. After all, the supreme evil gods like the Holy Sin and the evil fate had vanished. The first tidal burst wasn't as terrifying as imagined, and the damage to the entire human empire wasn't too severe. But this second time, it was a catastrophe of annihilation. I wondered if it would be any different. Suyu wanted to see it for himself. As for the first warp tide, the glorious Emperor even expressed his gratitude to Suyu in his message. Because this time, the human empire didn't suffer too much damage. Although the empire declined, civilization was still developing, and humanity's living standards didn't decline too severely. That was enough, and it filled the glorious Emperor with great satisfaction. Every time the universe restarted, at the time of the Great Heresy and the Warp Tide, humanity would suffer countless casualties. For those who luckily survived, the rest of their lives would be incredibly dark and cruel, with fear and death constantly at their side. The vast dark city that Chichen had dreamed up in Suyu's time in the Azure Galaxy wasn't just some random fantasy, but had a real-world prototype. Many of the colonies of the human empire at that time resembled the vast dark city. This dark and miserable existence lasted for a full 10,000 years, until the Dark Emperor destroyed everything. Though the universe would restart after destruction, then the restart would repeat the same dark fate. This had been the case countless times before. No matter how powerful the glorious Emperor became, no matter how powerful he built the human empire, this would not change. In fact, the more powerful the empire, the more severe its decline, and the more suffering humanity would suffer. This became the glorious Emperor's obsession, and he desperately wanted to change it all. After all, the vast empire he had painstakingly built was destined to endure 10,000 years of suffering. After 10,000 years, this suffering would not end, but would lead to total extinction. How could he possibly accept this? Thankfully, Suyu existed. With his special abilities, the human empire had finally been able to enjoy 10,000 years of prosperity. Even though these 10,000 years had their share of suffering, death, and fear, but compared to the repeated reincarnations that the glorious emperor had endured, it was far better. So he expressed his gratitude to Suyu. He even had a vague idea, once he had thoroughly studied the fate of higher dimensions, and was no longer troubled by these reincarnations, then he would truly hand over the empire to Suyu. It wouldn't be a swap of identities and destinies, but rather, Suyu, under his own name, would become the new emperor and officially rule the empire. Suyu didn't respond. Ruling such a vast empire is no small feat. Prince Chumu has done a good job, so let him continue. It's not like Suyu doesn't want to shoulder the responsibility. This empire was founded by the glorious emperor himself. What's the point of handing it over to Suyu? More than ruling the emperor, Suyu is more concerned with how exactly will the Dark Emperor destroy the universe? If the glorious emperor himself were sitting on the throne, this question wouldn't be a problem. But now, Suyu is the emperor. There's no Dark Emperor in him, only the will of 20 rebellious princes, now suppressed and sealed by Suyu. What will happen when the warp tide erupts 90 years from now? Could these 20 princes, influenced by higher dimensional destiny, also possess the power to destroy the universe? Suyu couldn't predict it, and perhaps even the glorious emperor himself couldn't. After all, this situation is a new one for him. Just over 90 years, it passed quickly. Just wait. Suyu fell silent, preparing to wait patiently. 90 years, for Suyu now, was but a fleeting moment. Suyu had previously spent billions of years researching the super creation machine, so these 90 years were naturally nothing. So Suyu sank into silence in the cosmic void, motionless, quietly waiting for the 90-plus years to pass. During these 90 years, Suyu had done virtually nothing. After all, knowing that the universe would be destroyed in 90 years, doing anything now seemed meaningless. And during these 90 years, thanks to the power of faith of the billions of people in the human empire, Suyu's causal singularity class had also rapidly advanced, soon nearing maximum level. Finally, after 92 years, Suyu suddenly stood up in the void. Time has come. Chapter 653. Suyu stood quietly in the vacuum of the universe, a sense of immense crisis welling up within him. He saw everything around him distorting and annihilating. The depths of the warp were churning and rising, and everything previously hidden within the warp was about to emerge into the material universe. The warp tide had erupted, but it was more than just a warp tide. According to Suyu's understanding, the warp tide was the accumulation of emotions, thoughts, concepts, psychic energy, and other forces within the warp, rising to the surface and flooding the material universe. At the same time, countless demons and evil gods within the warp would surge forth, wreaking havoc in the material universe and annihilating countless biological civilizations. Then, when the tide receded, they would carry some of the surviving biological civilizations back into the warp. In short, it was a cosmic-scale extinction catastrophe. Suyu had experienced this before, as a mummy in the Aurora Palace. But this time, Suyu felt something different. Suyu sensed that the warp wasn't rising at all, but rather gushing forth directly, like a fountain or a volcanic eruption, carrying the entire material universe upward with immense force. Although there was no top or bottom in the universe, Suyu felt a genuine sense of up at this moment. From a certain perspective, the warp was below, and the material universe was above. But what lay above the material universe? Now the warp was erupting, impacting the material universe, seemingly pulling it out of its current dimension and ascending to another. However, the material universe couldn't withstand this powerful impact, and the entire universe was collapsing and annihilating. Stars extinguished, galaxies shattered, and civilizations across the universe were extinguished. This naturally included the human empire. Suyu could hear countless citizens of the human empire, frantically praying to him, the glorious emperor, before the apocalypse, begging for his protection. At the same time, as the universe collapsed and ascended, Suyu sensed that the entire universe was drawing ever closer to a mighty being. That being, even a mere trace of its aura, was vaster than the entire primordial universe, seemingly able to encompass everything. But that containment was not a good thing. Suyu sensed boundless terror and distortion within that aura. In that aura, countless lives and civilizations from infinite universes seemed to wail in pain. These wails formed a vast prayer, endlessly praising this mighty being. Even within Suyu's consciousness, a strange prayer began to chant. This is a sacrifice. Suyu instantly understood. The glorious emperor had previously brought back infinite cosmic pollution from beyond the universe. This pollution is meant to sacrifice all living things in the universe to an incredibly powerful being. Previously, Whenever the universe restarted and the second subspace tidal eruption occurred, the Dark Emperor would destroy the universe, preventing the sacrifice from taking place. But this time, because Su Yu and the glorious Emperor exchanged fates and identities, the Dark Emperor was never born, and so the sacrifice finally occurred. So that's how it is. No matter what, the universe will be destroyed. The only difference is whether it's at the hands of the Dark Emperor or from the power of this sacrifice. Su Yu's previous doubts were finally resolved. He had previously wondered, without the Dark Emperor, would the universe still be destroyed? How? Could it be the 20 princes? Now it seemed that wasn't the case at all. Without the Dark Emperor, the contaminating force emanating from the infinite universe would sacrifice the entire universe, destroying everything. At this moment, deep within Su Yu's consciousness, the 20 sealed princes suddenly awakened. No! They roared wildly, their power surging, constantly mutating, trying to prevent the drastic changes outside. They sensed the true danger. But Su Yu held them down firmly. Let us go! Only we can save this universe now. The 20 princes roared. Su Yu paid them no heed. These guys' mutant powers were indeed quite impressive. If they were released, with their infinite mutations, they might actually be able to save the universe from the current mass destruction. However, with the strange power of these 20 princes, the universe they saved would undoubtedly be distorted beyond recognition, indistinguishable from destruction. That's why Su Yu wouldn't let them out. However, how to resolve the great sacrifice before him was indeed a problem. Previously, the universe, destroyed by the Dark Emperor, could be restarted. But now, if the entire universe was sacrificed to that being in the infinite universe, whether it could be restarted was hard to say. Even if it could be restarted, it might be within the tolerance of that great being, and Su Yu couldn't predict what the situation would be like then. So Su Yu needed to save himself, and couldn't allow the entire universe to be sacrificed like this. At this moment, the biological civilizations throughout the universe, having come close to the great being in the infinite universe, also heard the endless wails and prayers. They also understood the true nature of this sacrifice, and their panic intensified. If it were simple death and destruction, that would be fine. But being sacrificed to a terrifying being could be a billion times more horrific and painful than death. At this moment, the billions of people in the human empire prayed to Su Yu even more frantically. But it was no use. Su Yu himself was now locked in the power of the sacrifice, and he could barely protect himself, so how could he protect them? As the sound of the sacrifice grew louder, Su Yu began to lose control. His entire body and mind threatened to collapse, becoming part of the sacrifice. However, the prayers of those billions of people brought Su Yu a tremendous amount of career experience. In a matter of seconds, Su Yu's causal singularity career reached maximum level. You gain 1 trillion career experience, causal singularity level. Max. Source of causality increases simultaneously. Ding! Based on your maxed out core ability, source of causality, you have gained a core specialization, causal singularity. Core specialization, causal singularity. Description: raise the source of causality ability to its limit, transforming into a causal singularity. No longer affected by any external causal influence, you can absorb all causalities in the universe and return them to all things in the universe. Su Yu's causal singularity finally reached max level at that moment. At the same time, the core specialization was unlocked. Su Yu was overjoyed and quickly used the newly unlocked core specialization, his entire being transformed into a causal singularity. Instantly, everything in the outside world became irrelevant to him, no longer able to influence him. Even the power of that great being's sacrifice could hardly penetrate this causal singularity and affect Su Yu's existence. This way, Su Yu possessed the ability to resist sacrifice. At this moment, the class panel popped up again. Host currently possesses skills. Level 2 Cosmic Creation. Available class: Spacetime Transcendent. Level 2 Psychic Mastery. Available class: Spirit God. The causal singularity has reached maximum level, allowing him to take on a new class. Job: Spacetime Transcendent. Chapter 654. Faced with the two classes of Spacetime Transcendent and Spirit God, Su Yu chose the Spacetime Transcendent without hesitation. After all, the Spirit God class is clearly related to psychic powers, and if chosen, it would likely possess extremely powerful psychic abilities. But with the current universe on the verge of destruction and sacrifice, choosing this class wouldn't make much sense. Unless the Spirit God's psychic powers were powerful enough to directly destroy the great being that accepted the sacrifice. But Su Yu doubted that was possible. So, Su Yu directly chose the Spacetime Transcendent. This class is the successor to the Spacetime Mechanic, and it certainly possesses immense power over the spacetime realm. Currently, the original universe is being sacrificed by a power originating from a higher level of spacetime, and the power of the spacetime transcendent is precisely the right remedy. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully assumed your position. Current class: Spacetime Transcendent, LV1, 0/100000000. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully awakened your core ability, Transcendent Realm. As a spacetime transcendent, you can enter the Transcendent Realm, transcending the current rules of spacetime. Transcendent Domain, LV1. Using this ability, you can create a transcendent domain. Within this domain, you will be assessed for your current spacetime, forcing your height to rise one level higher than it currently is. Without a moment's delay, Suyu, in the instant he consciously chose it, had already completed his inauguration as a spacetime transcendent. In that instant, Suyu felt his consciousness soar infinitely, instantly transcending the current primordial universe, transcending the current timeline, and transcending all current rules of spacetime. From this transcendental perspective, the once vast and boundless primordial universe was suddenly visible to Suyu. Before, even with the Star Tower's powerful scanning capabilities, Suyu couldn't completely scan the entire primordial universe. This was because the primordial universe's internal spacetime was infinite, and no matter how strong the Star Tower's signal was, it had its limits. But the primordial universe didn't. However, now, Suyu could see the entirety of this infinite universe at a glance. This was because Suyu had transcended this universe's spacetime. He could see that the infinite primordial universe also had boundaries. Infinity has boundaries. It can only be said that the primordial universe's true infinity actually still had its limits. It wasn't truly infinite. But even if the primordial universe's infinity wasn't complete, and still had boundaries, it was still vast enough. From within the primordial universe, no means could reach its boundaries. Even if one were to reach the outer reaches of the universe, from an outside perspective, one could only see a portion of the boundary, not the entire primordial universe. Only with Suyu's transcendent perspective could one take in all boundaries, and see everything in the universe. Suyu even saw that the so-called outside the universe, that void of causal nothingness, was actually within its boundary, within the primordial universe. The boundary of the primordial universe is an extremely unique space-time structure, capable of encompassing everything, both inside and outside, boundless and infinite. The infinitely vast inner space of the universe, all its information, instantly flooded Suyu's vision. Even if Suyu only glanced at it briefly, such a vast amount of information was too much for any normal being to absorb. The previous Suyu would have been instantly overwhelmed, no matter how powerful he was. But now, Suyu was in the realm of transcendence. The primordial universe's spacetime rank was already one level lower than his own, and no amount of information could overwhelm him. This wasn't a difference in power, but rather a distinction between upper and lower. So, this is what the universe is. In that instant, Suyu took in the entire universe's information, and the cosmic rules, previously hidden deep within, became clearly visible. Only then did Suyu realize how flawed the small universe he had previously created was. He also realized that his previous ability to control spacetime was not complete, and that he could not truly and completely control spacetime. If Suyu were to use the spacetime mechanics abilities now, creating universes and controlling spacetime, his power would surely be 1,000,000,000 times greater than before, perhaps even far greater. Perhaps he could directly create an infinite spacetime universe, like the primordial universe, rather than the pitifully small one he had previously. This spacetime transcendor, worthy of being the spacetime mechanics higher level class unlocked after the second awakening of the class panel, was infinitely more powerful. However, Suyu didn't have much time to appreciate the power of this new profession. For he could see that all the energy and information of the entire primordial universe was being absorbed by an invisible vortex. In a moment, the entire primordial universe would completely disappear. That invisible vortex was above Suyu and the primordial universe. This above wasn't the up and down defined by gravity on a conventional planet. It was a distinction defined by some special rules or dimension. As a time-space transcendor, Suyu could clearly perceive this distinction between up and down. Even though Suyu was currently in the transcendent realm, which was already sufficiently high, it still couldn't compare to that invisible vortex. Clearly, the great being accepting the sacrifice resided in a spacetime even more transcendent than Suyu's transcendent realm. That must be the so-called truly infinite universe, the root of all things, and the place Suyu desired to return. However, Suyu didn't want to return through this kind of sacrifice. The terrifying aura emanating from the vortex above made Suyu, even in the transcendent realm, shudder with fear. The consequences of such a return were self-evident. Of course, Suyu was currently in the transcendent realm, having transformed into a causal singularity, so the sacrifice wouldn't affect him for the time being. But if the sacrifice were complete, the entire primordial universe, even the causal nothingness beyond it, would be sacrificed. At that point, all that would remain for Suyu would be a truly absolute nothingness. Nothing at all. Suyu didn't want to live in that state. The sacrifice cannot be completed. Suyu's eyes were solemn, and he glanced at the primordial universe again. This time, Suyu examined it with incredible care, meticulously examining every detail of the primordial universe. This was a massive undertaking, but Suyu had transcended time and space, seeing billions of years in an instant, so he completed it in an instant. For the universe, information is everything. Once Suyu had reviewed all this information, it had already been absorbed and extracted. All the information in the entire primordial universe resided within Suyu's consciousness, effectively swallowing the entire primordial universe. At this point, the sacrifice had reached its final stage. All the matter and energy in the primordial universe had been devoured by the vortex, leaving only nothingness and Suyu in the realm of transcendence. Chapter 655. The sacrifice is over, the original universe completely destroyed. All energy and matter are gone. However, the information remains, that infinite information, contained within Suyu's consciousness. This sacrifice, in essence, was only an empty shell. The true original universe has been swallowed by Suyu. At this moment, within Suyu's consciousness, an infinitely vast universe is slowly operating. Yes, the original universe is operating within Suyu's consciousness. Having absorbed all the information, the original universe has transformed from a material universe into a virtual universe on the information level, operating within Suyu's consciousness. Only Suyu, a transcendent of time and space, could accomplish such an incredible feat. This is not due to strength, but rather to Suyu's essence, which transcends the original universe. Even the vast universe seems somewhat small in the realm of transcendence, and can be swallowed up. This swallowing of the universe into consciousness is essentially a downgrading of time and space. Theoretically, Suyu's consciousness space can also be considered a kind of time and space. However, this conscious spacetime naturally lacks the height of normal spacetime, residing at a lower level. Being absorbed into the conscious spacetime, the original universe's spacetime height has significantly decreased. This decrease would naturally have caused a massive disaster. With the entire universe's spacetime height reduced, the creatures and civilizations living within it naturally declined as well. They were downgraded from independent beings to virtual beings residing within Suyu's consciousness. Such a drastic change would most likely cause them to lose their self-awareness. This would be equivalent to becoming a virtual personality of Suyu, no longer possessing a self, the equivalent of death. Fortunately, Suyu was currently in the transcendent realm. His height was already higher than the original universe. Although the height of Suyu's consciousness timespace might be lower than that of his original body, because it was already high enough, even with this decrease, Suyu's consciousness timespace still maintained a certain height. Simply put, Suyu's consciousness timespace was comparable to the original universe in terms of height. Thus, Suyu was able to maintain the virtual original universe within his consciousness. Those creatures and civilizations still existed, and they all retained normal consciousness. They were all still in shock. After all, the terrifying aura of the great sacrifice had just made them believe that the universe was about to be destroyed, and they would all die. Or they would fall into a state even more terrifying than death, eternally tormented by the terrifying being that had sacrificed the entire universe. But a moment later, it seemed as if nothing had happened, and the entire universe fell silent. Who knew what was happening? Only a few powerful beings could sense what had happened. For example, Jingshan Yi and Prince Chumu. These powerful beings could sense that the universe had been destroyed, leaving only information. This information had been devoured by a great being, absorbed into its consciousness, and was now operating within that being. Realizing this, these powerful beings panicked. They all believed the sacrifice was complete. The one who had absorbed them into his consciousness was naturally the great being who had accepted the sacrifice. This great being could actually operate a vast universe within its consciousness. Just how powerful was he? And judging by the terrifying aura he had sensed earlier, this great being was no pushover. According to the understanding of the primordial universe, this must be a powerful evil god, more powerful than any other. He had devoured all living creatures and civilizations in the entire universe into his consciousness. Who knew what kind of torture he planned? These beings were naturally terrified. Their strength was immense, and they knew enough to understand the horror of what was happening. Strangely, the Emperor of Glory was not panicking, because he had vanished. On the Azure Star, only a phantom remained, maintaining its functioning, devoid of any consciousness. Even within Su Yu's entire consciousness, within the virtual universe, the Emperor of Glory no longer existed. Not on the Azure Star, not in the human empire, not anywhere else. The Emperor of Glory had completely vanished from the primordial universe, and no one knew where he had gone. Su Yu also sensed this, and a wave of doubt washed over him. But he had no time to dwell on it. He was now in the realm of transcendence, simultaneously incarnating into a singularity of space and time, harnessing the full power of his two professions. He was exerting all his might, leaving no time for distraction. Because Su Yu felt watched. Watched from above. The great being above was sacrificing the entire primordial universe. In the end, all that was sacrificed was an empty shell of matter, and all the crucial information had been intercepted by Su Yu. That great being, no fool, naturally noticed something was amiss and immediately gazed at Su Yu with a sinister gaze. Of course, it's also possible that it wasn't watching Su Yu, but simply searching for the unknown being that had intercepted the primordial universe. Su Yu, transforming into a space-time singularity and activating the transcendental realm, was precisely trying to evade this search. He hoped that the power of the space-time singularity and the space-time transcendent could evade the great being's search. Otherwise, the consequences would be self-evident. The causal singularity could sever all external causality, and the space-time transcendent could transcend the current space-time. Both abilities could free one from the gaze of the unknown, preventing any being from discovering him. Now, Su Yu was using both abilities simultaneously, but it was unclear whether he could evade the search of the unknown being above him. For an indefinite amount of time, Su Yu could sense the gaze hovering overhead, as if searching. Of course, it's also possible that it had already noticed Su Yu, but for some reason hadn't taken direct action, instead gazing coldly at him. The second scenario was obviously far more terrifying. Su Yu didn't know if he'd been discovered, but even if he had, no power descended. Su Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed highly likely he hadn't been found. Or perhaps, even if he had been found, that great being wouldn't be able to do anything to Su Yu in his current state. Su Yu still had great faith in the power of the class panel. The classes it unlocked would surely be powerful enough. Even if that great being originated from the infinite universe above, Su Yu and the class panel shared the same origin. But staring at it like this isn't going to cut it. I need to break free as soon as possible, Su Yu thought to himself. Then, with a flick of his mind, his avatar appeared in the virtual universe within his consciousness. Now the entire universe was within his consciousness, naturally at his disposal. His avatar, billions of light years tall, hovered at the center of the universe, radiating infinite light. Then he spoke slowly, his voice echoing throughout the universe. I am the transcendent of time and space, Su Yu. Chapter 656. Su Yu informed countless civilizations of the current state of the primordial universe. His words, emanating from the transcendent realm, were no longer merely human language. They became a torrent of information that transcended the underlying laws of the universe. Any creature that heard this voice could instantly decipher its meaning. Furthermore, they could even comprehend the laws of the universe from it. Instantly, every civilization in the universe knew the name of Su Yu, the transcendent of space and time, and knew that it was Su Yu who had saved them from the clutches of that great being. Now, they all lived within the consciousness of this transcendent of space and time. This profoundly shocked all living civilizations throughout the universe. No civilization doubted the truth of Su Yu's words. After all, Su Yu's avatar, a projection of billions of years of light, still stood at the center of the universe, radiating infinite light, rendering any doubts futile. At this moment, even the most materialistic, atheistic, and technologically skeptical civilizations could not help but pray to Su Yu, the center of the universe. After all, if there were true gods in this world, then Su Yu, without a doubt, was the only true god. With such immense power, what else could he be but a god? At this moment, the universe had been destroyed, and all civilizations existed within the consciousness of Su Yu, the transcendent one of time and space. Only this great transcendent Su Yu could save them. At this moment, countless humans in the human empire also prayed to Su Yu. Not long ago, these people were followers of the glorious emperor, but now, a being greater than the glorious emperor, more worthy of worship, had appeared. Of course, a significant portion of humanity remained steadfast in their faith, continuing to pray to the glorious emperor. But it didn't matter. The glorious emperor they worshipped in their hearts was also Su Yu, no difference. Across the vast universe, countless civilizations simultaneously prayed to Su Yu, the transcendent of time and space, instantly granting him a massive surge of faith. In the entire primordial universe, the human empire was considered a colossal civilization, but there were actually several civilizations of comparable size. In addition, There were numerous small and medium-sized civilizations, and all added up to an astronomical number. The cumulative power of so many civilizations praying to Su Yu simultaneously was simply incredible. Su Yu, having just recently taken on the space-time transcendent profession, was rapidly gaining experience. It really works, Su Yu thought to himself. The reason he ran the information-based virtual primordial universe within his own consciousness was for this very moment. Simply storing the information of the primordial universe was not difficult for Su Yu. However, operating this information within his consciousness, operating it like a real universe, with countless biological civilizations living and developing normally within it, was an extremely difficult task for Su Yu. Were he not in the transcendental realm, it would have been impossible. Even in the quest to operate the primordial universe within his consciousness, Su Yu exerted all his might, almost risking discovery by the great being above. But such a risk was worth it. At this moment, Su Yu, incarnated as a causal singularity, hid within the transcendental realm, avoiding the search of the great being above. He was practically unable to do anything, not even meditation. If this continued, even if he could hide forever, what would be the point? Su Yu had to find a way out. At this moment, the power of faith generated by the prayers of countless biological civilizations was being converted into experience on the class panel, allowing Su Yu to quickly level up his space-time transcendent. By reaching the maximum level in this class, he would unlock core specializations, which should be able to change the current situation and break the deadlock. Furthermore, after reaching the maximum level, he could also take on the new class, Spirit God, which should also be helpful to Su Yu's current situation. Gained 100 million class experience. Looking at the experience indicators that kept popping up on the class panel, Su Yu felt reassured. It wouldn't be long before the space-time transcendent would reach the maximum level. The specific time frame was approximately 1,000 years. This 1,000 years was the 1,000 years in Su Yu's own consciousness, not the time in the outside world. After all, space and time didn't exist in the outside world, and naturally, there was no time either. All time was based on Su Yu's own consciousness. During this millennium, the primordial universe within Su Yu's consciousness would also pass through another millennium. Countless biological civilizations prayed for a millennium, and Su Yu's ability as a space-time transcendent would be fully realized. As Su Yu patiently waited for the millennium to pass, he also became curious about the immense power of faith. The power of faith could enhance professional experience, a fact Su Yu had long known. But before, Su Yu's strength was relatively weak, and this power of faith could only help him gain experience and advance rapidly, which was fine. But now, as a space-time transcendent, Su Yu had transcended the entire universe and time. Even the entire information of the primordial universe had been absorbed into his consciousness, operating within it. Yet, even so, the prayers and faith of countless biological civilizations in the universe could still bring Su Yu a wealth of professional experience. This was somewhat incredible. Where did this immense power come from? Su Yu carefully sensed this immense force of faith, slowly discerning a glimmer of truth. So that's how it is. The consciousness of biological civilizations naturally possesses an extremely high level of sophistication. Are intelligent creatures naturally transcendent? Su Yu discovered that when countless biological civilizations in the primordial universe prayed, their spiritual consciousness actually had a subtle tendency to transcend this virtual universe of consciousness. This transcendent tendency wasn't true transcendence, but even a slight hint of it was astonishing enough. It was only because Su Yu, a transcendent, could discover this astonishing characteristic. Su Yu then realized that the consciousness of every living being naturally transcends time and space. However, this transcendence was too weak to bring any additional power to them. But their prayers and faith could be utilized by Su Yu to elevate his own level, and thereby gain a wealth of professional experience. The convergence of the transcendental tendencies of all biological civilizations brought Su Yu true transcendence, allowing him to ascend at a rapid pace. No wonder, even with the power of the great being above, who could destroy the primordial universe with a single thought, yet still required the effort of a great sacrifice. In the primordial universe, these countless biological civilizations are the greatest treasure and wealth. Their thoughts and consciousness contain immense power. Even if they themselves cannot harness this power, they can bring immense benefits to those who believe in them. Just like Su Yu now, through endless prayers of faith, he gains a wealth of professional experience. And so, under the prayers of countless biological civilizations, 1,000 years quickly passed. Su Yu's recently appointed time and space transcender class has reached the maximum level. Chapter 657. You gain 1 trillion career experience points, Space-Time Transcendent LVL Max. Transcendence domain increases simultaneously. Ding! Based on your max level core ability, Transcendence Domain, you gain a Core Specialization Deep Dive Realm. Core Specialization Deep Dive Realm. Description: in contrast to the Transcendence Domain, the Transcendence Domain elevates one's position in spacetime, achieving transcendence. The Deep Dive Realm involves continuously descending, achieving transcendence from another perspective. The max-level spacetime Transcendent had indeed unlocked a new core specialization. However, to Suyu's surprise, this new core specialization did not, as he had imagined, further enhance his Transcendence Domain. Instead, it shifted the perspective, transforming Transcendence into Deep Dive. Deep Dive? The description of this core specialization was somewhat difficult to understand. But Suyu knew full well that the core specialization essence is undoubtedly more powerful than core abilities. So, without hesitation, he immediately used this newly acquired ability. The next moment, Suyu entered the Deep Dive. Originally, Suyu was in the Transcendent Realm, his altitude far higher than the primordial universe, second only to the Great Being in the infinite universe. But now, Suyu began to dive deeper, and his altitude quickly dropped rapidly. This drop in altitude is extremely damaging to any biological civilization. Even Suyu himself felt the pressure. He felt that as his altitude decreased, his thinking, wisdom, computing power, humanity, everything was crumbling and decaying. Thankfully, Suyu maintained his Transcendent Realm while diving deeper, effectively taking the Transcendent Realm with him. It's like an ordinary person creating a diving device to maintain a living space in the deep sea. Suyu's current Transcendental Realm was his diving device, allowing him to maintain his consciousness and life in the Deep Dive Realm. After an unknown amount of time, Suyu felt, hit bottom. I can actually hit bottom. This was Suyu's first encounter with the so-called Deep Dive Realm. He had never imagined that the bottom of space and time could actually hit bottom. What lay beneath? However, Suyu didn't immediately investigate this bottom. Instead, he tried to look up. At this point, Suyu could no longer sense the gaze from above. It seemed that his deep dive had caused that great being to lose its target. Suyu had now effectively broken free from its lock and escaped danger. As expected, reaching the maximum level of the space and time Transcendent would help Suyu break free. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief, then began to observe his surrounding environment. In reality, there was no environment to speak of. There was no normal space and time here, no cause and effect, no life, nothing at all. Only that invisible distinction between up and down allowed Suyu, a space-time Transcendent, to sense that his surroundings were completely different from before. This was the lowest point in all of space and time, and having already hit the bottom, Suyu found it difficult to descend any deeper. This place felt extremely oppressive to Suyu. Even with his current strength, he actually felt a sense of shortage of breath. This was still within the Transcendent Realm. If the realm were released, Suyu feared he would instantly be assimilated into the surrounding environment, transforming into an unknown state. It wouldn't be a good thing anyway. Suyu could sense that the surrounding environment was constantly eroding his Transcendental Domain. If it were completely eroded, and he lost his Transcendental Domain, the consequences would be self-evident. Thankfully, within Suyu's consciousness, countless biological civilizations were constantly praying devoutly, providing him with transcendental power, allowing him to maintain his Transcendental Domain from collapse. Suyu now had time to slowly observe his surroundings and analyze the situation. It seems impossible to survive here. While I can survive here, I can only rely on the Transcendental Domain and cannot leave. Do I have to stay here forever? Suyu thought to himself. Although he had now escaped the gaze of the being above, he estimated that once he ascended, he would be immediately targeted again. That great being was willing to sacrifice the entire primordial universe. How could he escape so easily? So, Suyu was now pondering how to truly escape its pursuit. Ideally, Suyu would transcend once more, continuing to increase his height, entering the infinite universe where that great being resided. Suyu named this plan Ascension. His original plan was to utilize the Transcendent Realm to ascend to the infinite universe. At that time, Suyu and the great being were in the same space-time on equal terms. Not only that, Suyu possessed the Transcendent Realm, allowing him to forcibly transcend the heights of his current space-time. Perhaps even surpass the great being. In that case, even if he couldn't kill the great being, he would likely be able to escape its tracking lock. However, the core specialization unlocked after reaching the maximum level didn't allow Suyu to further his Transcendent Realm. Instead, it reversed the direction and led to a dive. Not only did his altitude not increase, it actually decreased. This ruined Suyu's original plan. But Suyu didn't give up, because the description of the deep diving realm ability on his class panel included the phrase achieving transcendence from another perspective. In other words, Although Suyu was currently in a deep diving state, it was essentially also a transcendence from another perspective. But no matter how Suyu felt, he was descending, with no sign of transcendence. This was somewhat difficult to understand. It was like someone diving into the deep sea, and then claiming to be flying. How could anyone believe it? Suyu didn't rush, but instead carefully considered and felt it. After a long while, Suyu finally had some inspiration. How exactly is the distinction between ascending and descending, this distinction between up and down, defined? Who determines it? On a planet, gravity distinguishes between up and down, which is easy to understand. But in the vacuum of space, there is no up and down. And now, even the vacuum of space no longer exists. Time and space no longer exist. Yet, there still existed a vague distinction between up and down. Where did this so-called up and down come from? Perhaps, there's no such thing as up or down. At this thought, Suyu's mind was struck by enlightenment. He once again activated his deep dive realm and continued his descent. At this point, Suyu had reached the bottom and could no longer descend, but he ignored it, madly activating his abilities. After an unknown amount of time, Suyu felt his transcendental realm vibrate wildly, as if breaking through some barrier. The bottom that had previously prevented him from descending shattered, and Suyu continued his descent. But even though he was diving, Suyu could feel himself rapidly ascending. His spatial and temporal altitude continued to rise. In a short time, he had surpassed his original level, rising higher and higher, until Suyu's eyes suddenly lit up, and a vast new world appeared before him. Have I succeeded? Have I finally reached the true infinite universe? Chapter 658. At this moment, Suyu was like an ordinary person diving into the deep ocean, then diving endlessly, drilling into the crust beneath the seabed, reaching the Earth's core. He eventually penetrated the planet's crust in the opposite direction, breaking through the barrier, and ascending into the starry sky from the other side of the planet. Although it's called a deep dive, it's essentially a flight into space. This is the meaning of the deep diving realm. From another perspective, it achieves transcendence of time and space. Of course, the up and down of time and space and the depth of the ocean are completely different concepts, and cannot be directly compared, but there are similarities. The gravity of the planet determines up and down, and certain characteristics of time and space also determine up and down. This up and down aren't absolute. Through his relentless diving, Suyu finally broke this distinction. Just like if a human could drill into the Earth's core, they would reverse the force of gravity. What was originally up would become down, and what was originally diving would become ascending. Suyu's deep dive into time and space also shattered this distinction between above and below, ultimately achieving transcendence from another perspective. Suyu now, theoretically, has reached what the Radiant Emperor had previously called the infinite universe. Suyu's vision now expanded infinitely, a vast and boundless world unfolding before him. At first glance, it looked similar to the starry sky of the primordial universe. An ordinary person would find nothing surprising here. But Suyu, in the realm of transcendence, possessed an extremely high perspective, allowing him to see the entire infinite primordial universe at a glance. But now, at a glance, there was no end in sight. Infinite galaxies, infinite time and space, boundless universes, countless civilizations. With a single glance, an endless amount of information flooded into his consciousness. Not only that, but upon closer inspection, the scene before him magnified infinitely, revealing countless universes hidden within the dust particles. Within each of these dust-like universes, time and space were infinite, identical in size to the original universe. Suyu had previously seen countless dust particles within the subspace of the original universe, but that was only one layer. Now, within these dust-like universes, even smaller universes were hidden, and within these smaller universes, even smaller universes were hidden. Nested layer upon layer, hundreds of millions of layers in total. Even with Suyu's strength, he couldn't see the end. He had no idea how many layers there were, and perhaps there was no end at all. Raising his vision, Suyu discovered that the same nesting was happening in the macroscopic realm. Beyond the normal-sized universe, lay the immensely vast macrocosm. In that macrocosm, a single atom was larger than a galaxy in the normal universe. Thus, the so-called normal-sized universe was nothing more than a dust-like universe in the face of this macrocosm. It's conceivable that above the macrocosm, there are even vaster macrocosms, nested layer upon layer, endlessly. Also, these are only universes in three-dimensional space. Raising Suyu's vision to a higher spatial dimension, he could see that there are also various universes in four-dimensional space, various universes in five-dimensional space. And they are also infinite. These universes, whether macrocosmic or microcosmic, are full of vibrant life, with countless civilizations surviving and developing. They are not empty. At first glance, they appear bustling and full of energy. A myriad of novel civilizations unfolded, many of which Su Yu had never seen or heard of. Advanced technologies, techniques, incredibly powerful psychics, and professions. Su Yu was dazzled. The various microcosms and macrocosms were not isolated from each other. Through various technologies, they connected, communicated, and exchanged resources, instantly producing a myriad of changes. There were wars, integrations, exchanges, and conflicts, all sorts of strange and bizarre happenings. For any civilization within any universe, there were infinite worlds to explore, develop, and conquer. Some civilizations in the microcosms ascended to the macrocosm. Some civilizations in the macrocosms descended to live within the microcosms. There were powerful trans-universe civilizations that ruled over millions of universes and established vast empires. Such vast empires could be swallowed up and merged with another in an instant. There was also rich communication between the various dimensions. Seeing these scenes, Su Yu felt for a moment that the primordial universe he had lived in was truly primitive. Su Yu had originally thought that the primordial universe meant the source of all universes. Now it seemed that it wasn't the primitive in the sense of primitive man. Compared to what Su Yu saw now, the primordial universe was too primitive, too tiny. Even if the primordial universe had previously achieved infinity, it could still construct countless microcosms within the subspace. But it was nothing compared to what Su Yu saw now. What Su Yu saw now was truly infinite, with no boundaries at all. This is truly the infinite universe, Su Yu exclaimed inwardly. Using Su Yu's words before his time travel, he had ascended from the mortal realm to the immortal realm. Compared to the original universe, this infinite universe was truly like the legendary immortal realm and divine realm. The difference in level was enormous. However, Su Yu's amazement lasted only a moment before he felt a sense of alarm. Something was wrong. Although the macrocosm and microcosm before him seemed bustling, why was there no subspace? The psychic energy used by those civilizations seemed to be simply generated out of thin air, not drawn from the subspace. Not only that, Su Yu could not sense the existence of the subspace. While it could be explained that the environment of this infinite universe was different from that of the original universe, allowing psychic energy to exist without the subspace, Su Yu still felt something was amiss. Theoretically, the infinite universe possessed infinite possibilities. While there might be universes without the subspace, there would certainly be universes with the subspace. But right before his eyes, he saw none. What was going on? This contradicted the infinite possibilities of the infinite universe. Moreover, everything before him seemed a little too beautiful. Su Yu had seen countless universes and countless civilizations. Although there were conflicts and battles, they were all kept to a certain intensity and not brutal. Besides, without the existence of the subspace, these civilizations seemed quite rational. During the war, Su Yu even felt a certain courtesy, showing restraint and stopping at the right time. This made Su Yu a little unbelievable. This was too harmonious. How could it be possible? Furthermore, a being from the infinite universe had previously sacrificed the entire primordial universe. That power was extremely evil and cruel. It was completely different from what Su Yu was seeing now. So, is all this true or false? Chapter 659. Su Yu, alerted, focused his attention, trying to discern the truth from the scenes before him. But no matter how hard he tried, he could detect no falsehood. But Su Yu did not let his guard down, remaining in the state of causal singularity and transcendental realm. This state left Su Yu virtually incapable of interaction with the outside world. The infinite universe and its civilizations could neither discover nor contact him. At the same time, Su Yu was also unable to reach those civilizations. He could only observe them through the perspective of the transcendental realm, but could not touch them. Su Yu observed for a while longer, gradually catching a glimpse of the situation. In the infinite universe, there were many incredibly powerful beings and civilizations, capable of destroying and recreating multiple universes with a single thought. Such beings were naturally far more powerful than Su Yu. After all, Su Yu could only rely on the special power of the transcendental realm to devour a single primordial universe, and that was only the information portion. He could not devour the matter and energy portions at all. Yet, those beings were incredibly powerful. The universe was nothing more than a toy before them. They could even compress the universe and integrate it into their machinery, turning it into their energy core. Such technology would leave even Su Yu in awe. But such beings were unable to detect Su Yu, even while he was in the state of the causal singularity, or the transcendent realm. Even now, Su Yu watched helplessly as a powerful being piloted a trans-universe warship passed by, completely ignoring his presence and failing to see him. Are the powers of the causal singularity and the transcendent realm truly that powerful? Or are these powerful beings weaker than I imagined? Suyu thought to himself. But Suyu had no intention of exploring, remaining huddled within the realm of transcendence, refusing any interaction with the outside world. He suspected that everything before him was some kind of illusion and trap. Any interaction would lead to him falling into the trap. While maintaining the causal singularity and the realm of transcendence, the information-based primordial universe within Suyu's consciousness continued to operate. The countless civilizations within it continued to provide Suyu with the power of faith. With a flick of his mind, Suyu chose his final profession, Spirit God. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully assumed your position. Your current profession is Spirit God, LV1, 0/100000000. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully awakened your core ability, Psychic Transcendence. As a psychic god, you can achieve complete control over your psychic energy and transcend its limits, surpassing its original power. Psychic Overlimit, LV1, by overreaching psychic energy, any psychic ability can be unleashed to power far beyond its limits. The description of the spirit god's abilities was, as usual, concise. Its power was completely lost from the introduction. But Suyu knew this class must be extremely powerful. Otherwise, it wouldn't be on par with the causal singularity and the space-time transcendent. Sure enough, Suyu tried to use the power of psychic control and instantly felt the difference. So, this is what's called Psychic Overlimit. It's truly powerful. Suyu had previously held various classes. These classes possessed abilities in various fields, such as energy, data, machinery, dreams, and so on. However, these abilities were limited by their class level, and Suyu had long since lost them. For example, the Digimon Mechanic, a 4th-tier class, possesses 5th-tier power, making it quite formidable. But even if Suyu pushed it to its limit, it could only reach stellar power at best. Now, Suyu possesses the causal singularity and space-time transcendent classes, and his power has long since surpassed the galactic level, even reaching the cosmic level. He has even devoured the primordial universe into his consciousness. Thus, the Digimon Mechanic's abilities are essentially useless to Suyu. Similarly, other classes like the Colossus Mechanic, the Dream Mechanic, and the Void Walker are all useless, too weak. But now, through the power of the Spirit God, Suyu can instantly significantly enhance the abilities of these classes, bringing them to the same level as Suyu's current level. This is known as Psychic Overreach. For example, with the ability to materialize data, Suyu could only materialize at stellar power before, which was his limit. This was the upper limit for the Digimon Mechanic, unless he unlocked a more powerful data class. But now, Suyu felt that if he pushed himself to his limit, he could even materialize the entire primordial universe. The primordial universe had now lost all matter and energy, leaving only empty information stored within Suyu's consciousness. If Suyu relaxed even slightly, the primordial universe would cease functioning. But Suyu could, through the materialization of data, reinfuse the primordial universe with matter and energy, allowing it to reappear, even if this matter and energy were merely materialized illusions. With such powerful abilities, what difference did the so-called real and fake make? Originally, professional abilities were limited by their class level, but now there were no more. The only thing limited was Suyu's own energy reserves. In other words, the current divine mechanic was no longer a profession whose limit could only reach stellar level. With psychic power transcended, it was already a powerful profession at the cosmic level. Not just the divine mechanic, but all of Suyu's previous professions could transcend their limits and reach the cosmic level. This instantly expanded Suyu's available tools, no longer limited to the causal singularity and the transcendental realm. As expected of psychic power, he truly is the god of psychic power. Suyu marveled inwardly at the truly overwhelming power of the psychic god profession. With a single thought, he transcended the limits of several of his main professions, then attempted to use these abilities to observe the outside world. Divine Mechanic, Dream Mechanic, Void Walker, Painful Evil God. One after another, these abilities, after transcending their psychic limits, were superimposed upon Suyu. This dramatically altered Suyu's perspective. Originally, Suyu had only two perspectives from which to observe the infinite universe, the causal singularity, provided by the causal singularity. One is the perspective of transcending space and time, provided by the realm of transcendence. Now, however, there are many more perspectives. Just as mechanical manufacturing can utilize optical, radar, infrared, neutrino, gravitational wave, and other detection technologies, Suyu can also possess multiple perspectives. For example, the data perspective of the mathematician, the dream perspective of the dream mechanic, the Void Walkers. The overlapping perspectives are like the blind men and the elephant. Even if one person can only touch a portion of the elephant's limbs, with enough blind men, the full elephant can eventually be restored. At this moment, Su Yu, through various psychic perspectives, attempted to restore the truth of the infinite universe outside. However, this was difficult. Even though Su Yu constantly observed with his psychic power, the outside world remained unchanged. But he remained calm and composed. Leveraging the power of faith provided by countless civilizations in the primordial universe, he continuously upgraded his spirit god, and his psychic power also grew in tandem, becoming increasingly powerful. Finally, when the spirit god class reached over 80, it seemed to have broken through a limit. Su Yu finally saw the truth. This is the vibrant, infinite universe before Su Yu gradually faded, revealing a vast, dark, and twisted world. Chapter 660. Originally, the infinite universe Su Yu had seen lacked any trace of the warp, and countless civilizations flourished. But now, what he saw was a dark, twisted warp within every universe. The countless civilizations within each universe, their emotions, thoughts, desires, and so on, were deposited within the warp, transforming into dark, twisted psychic energy, giving birth to terrifying and bizarre evil gods. Just like the original universe before, only darker and more bizarre. Every living thing, every civilization, was constantly being eroded by the warp, becoming violent, twisted, and dark. In every universe, bloody and brutal slaughter and torture were constantly taking place. Not only that, the warps of these universes were also subject to disasters caused by warp tides. But unlike the original universe, there were countless universes here. A warp tide eruption in one universe would permeate other universes, causing similar surges in other universes. This spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100, easily expanding the warp tide of one universe into a vast tide spanning hundreds of thousands or millions of universes. Across universes, the warp tides relentlessly surged, wave after wave. Countless biological civilizations perished in this endless tide, becoming the fertile breeding ground for evil gods. And within these waves, all manner of terrifying beings emerged. With a single thought, these beings annihilated countless universes. They recklessly unleashed warp tides, eroding other universes. Ordinary biological civilizations, facing these mighty beings, were as fragile as ants. They could only survive by clinging to their minions and becoming their pawns. But the price they paid was the erosion of their spirits by their power, leading to a loss of self-awareness. Driven by the evil gods, these biological civilizations traversed the universe, waging one vast divine war after another, a war that would never end. If the vibrant world Su Yu had once witnessed was a paradise-like wonder, what he now saw was a veritable hell. Even though Su Yu had witnessed various cruel scenes before, they paled in comparison to what he saw now. The events of the primordial universe seemed like minor incidents, unworthy of mention. The three supreme evil gods of the primordial universe, Holy Sin, Evil Fate, and Desire Corpse, would be no match for even the strongest warp demons here. Living in such an environment, all biological civilizations were destined for tragedy. Su Yu witnessed some species where infants were corroded by the power of the warp before they were even born, undergoing horrific mutations. Not long after birth, they might transform into complete monsters, becoming minions of the evil gods, slaughtering their entire families as sacrifices. Strangely, even in this environment, a large number of normal creatures remained lucid, unaware of the evil god's power. But in this environment, being awake is torture, only exacerbating their suffering. In that instant, Su Yu witnessed boundless suffering, endless disasters, and endless tragedies, a truly endless process, unfolding across universe after universe. This shook Su Yu's mind. No matter how resolute his will, even if none of the countless civilizations he witnessed were human, witnessing countless tragedies would inevitably affect his mind. Not only that, witnessing the power of so many trans-universe evil gods would subtly affect his spiritual abilities, distorting them. Those terrifying beings, even the mere knowledge of them, would be corrupted and infected. Thankfully, Su Yu immediately ceased observation, no longer looking outward, but focusing on himself, adjusting his state and stabilizing his emotions. It took a long time for Su Yu to regain his composure, and regain his composure. He had deleted the data related to those trans-universe threatened evil gods from his own memories to avoid the erosion, then used the power of the causal singularity to sever all causal connections, thus preventing the erosion. After Su Yu calmed down, his expression darkened. Everything he had witnessed before was truly cruel and dark. The truth of the infinite universe could be this. No wonder a random entity had appeared before, capable of sacrificing the entire primordial universe. Perhaps that entity was merely a more powerful demon. It seems this infinite universe is simply uninhabitable. In such a world, there is no peaceful place. Suyu had originally thought that once he had collected enough data on the infinite universe and confirmed safety, he would attempt to release his state and contact the outside world. But now it seemed Suyu would never again have any contact with the outside world. It was too dangerous. But if that were the case, would he be confined to the realm of transcendence, maintaining the state of a causal singularity, unable to do anything? After finally reaching the infinite universe, Suyu felt a sense of resignation, feeling the urge to break free. Thinking of this, Suyu realized that his thoughts might have been influenced by those terrifying trans-universe evil gods. He quickly calmed himself, using the power of the void, his psychic energy exceeding its limit, to calm his emotions and impulses, thus preventing him from actually rushing out. Speaking of which, I don't necessarily have to stay like this. Suyu's mind raced, analyzing the current situation. Before, he had seen a vibrant scene, but after becoming a spirit god, he saw darkness and cruelty. The previous vitality was just an illusion. But could this current darkness and cruelty be the truth? Suyu felt that he still had to question it. This infinite universe is full of strange things. What you see may not be what you think. It could all be true, or it could all be false. Wait until I reach the maximum level of my spirit god and see if there are any new changes. Suyu thought to himself. Next, he patiently waited for his spirit god class to reach maximum level. After all, with the biological civilization of an entire primordial universe providing him with the power of faith, reaching the maximum level was inevitable, and he had plenty of time now. An unknown amount of time passed. You gain 1 trillion career experience points, spirit god level max. Spiritual power over limit increases simultaneously. Ding! Based on your maxed out core ability, spiritual power over limit, you gain a core specialization, spiritual absolute. Core specialization, spirit absolute. Description: this ability allows you to completely block your own psychic energy, eliminating any psychic power. Suyu's spirit god class also reached max level, unlocking a core specialization. However, this core specialization was a bit strange. It completely blocked one's own psychic energy, effectively nullifying one's own power. What kind of core specialization was this? And what kind of spirit god was this? Suyu pondered for a moment, then tried to use this power. Chapter 661. As psychic limit activated, Suyu felt all of his psychic abilities rapidly weakening. Luckily, the powers of the causal singularity and the space-time transcendent remained, otherwise, he would have been directly exposed to the outside world. As Suyu's psychic powers weakened, he could see everything outside returning to its former vibrant state, as if the previous cruel darkness had been only an illusion. Suyu ignored it and continued to activate psychic limit. Finally, he completely sealed off all of his psychic abilities. Aside from the powers of the causal singularity and the space-time transcendent, he no longer possessed any other extraordinary powers. Even the powers of the causal singularity and the space-time transcendent were severely suppressed, barely maintaining their power. At this moment, Suyu felt weaker than ever. It was like he had returned to being an ordinary person before his psychic powers awakened. Or rather, it was even more extreme than that. After all, even ordinary people possess some psychic powers. The essence of the soul is psychic. But at this moment, Suyu had no psychic power at all. It was like the cultivator civilization of the past, who, through technological transformation, transformed themselves into beings akin to fetishes, insulated from psychic energy. But now, Suyu, through the core expertise of a spiritual god, had achieved this state, and even more thoroughly. He was clearly a spiritual god, but his core expertise had rendered him insulated from psychic energy, more precisely, completely psychic-free. It had to be said that this was a very strange thing. What kind of spiritual god was this? But even in this state, he saw the outside world change again. Neither the vibrant energy nor the dark distortion existed. Suyu looked around, seeing only endless darkness and nothingness. Nothing existed. It was similar to the nothingness beyond the universe Suyu had previously experienced in the primordial universe, but even more extreme. The nothingness beyond the universe could still contain causal radiation. But the nothingness Suyu saw now was completely empty. He tried to radiate a little of his own causal energy, but it had no effect. It simply wouldn't radiate. Everything around him was true nothingness. Not even causal radiation could exist. The surrounding darkness and nothingness sent a shudder through his instincts. This nothingness was even more terrifying than the dark, distorted scene before, because Suyu vaguely suspected a terrifying truth. As Suyu pondered this, everything outside changed again. Faint shadows of the universe began to emerge. seemingly real yet illusory, utterly unreal. But as time passed, those shadows solidified, and soon the vibrant scene from before was restored. Then, the warp appeared, a tidal surge erupted, life withered, and darkness and distortion reigned. Then, the darkness and distortion grew ethereal and gradually vanished. Finally, the darkness and nothingness of the past returned. Suyu waited patiently for a moment longer, and the vibrant scene reappeared. Over and over, the cycle continued, endlessly. But Suyu was so perceptive that he could detect that with each cycle, the various scenes appeared a little fainter. It's like a vibration, an echo, an afterimage. So everything I saw before was just this kind of afterimage, Suyu thought to himself. At the same time, the terrifying speculation from before flooded his mind once again. Could it be that the truly infinite universe had already been destroyed? The truth of his speculation was that the infinite universe had indeed been destroyed. But due to some principle, after the destruction of the infinite universe, some kind of afterimage still existed, constantly echoing. Like an echo in a valley, the source of the sound has disappeared, but the sound continues to reverberate. But with each echo, the echo weakens until it disappears completely. The destroyed infinite universe reverberated endlessly in two states, afterimage and nothingness. And this afterimage could only be truly seen when one was at the limit of psychic power, free from interference. Is this the truth? The infinite universe has been destroyed? Suyu was momentarily confused. After all the effort to reach the infinite universe, only to find it was already destroyed, Suyu was confused and at the same time, unable to comprehend. The infinite universe, infinite time and space, infinite energy, infinite information, infinite and limitless. How could such a truly infinite universe be destroyed? What kind of power could destroy it? If the infinite universe has already been destroyed, then what then became of all his previous experiences? The primordial universe should also be considered a part of the infinite universe. So, the primordial universe was also destroyed long ago? Is it just a part of the afterimage? What about him? Is he, Suyu, also a afterimage? Suyu thought of this and quickly looked at himself. Sure enough, Suyu saw that his body, also fluctuating with the afterimages outside, constantly reverberated between solidity and illusion. With each reverberation, his body grew more ethereal. Though only slightly, Suyu could still sense it. So that's how it is. My essence is also an afterimage, though more solid than the afterimages outside. Although Suyu was also constantly reverberating, each time before completely fading into nothingness, he would solidify again. This showed that he was more real than anything outside. If the infinite universe outside had truly been destroyed, leaving only afterimages, then Suyu hadn't yet been completely destroyed. Or perhaps Suyu had just recently been destroyed, and the afterimage was still relatively clear. Similarly, the original universe before him should have been similar, a relatively clear afterimage. The cultivator civilization. Truly is truly cultivating. Suyu couldn't help but think of the cultivator civilization that had undergone psychic energy stripping and transformation. That civilization was essentially used as a tool by the Supreme Consciousness, and Suyu didn't take the so-called cultivation seriously. But now it seems that by completely limiting one's own spiritual energy, one can see the truth of the universe. This cultivator civilization does have some tricks up its sleeve. Perhaps, the original Supreme Consciousness was using this civilization as a sort of experiment. To see if, stripped of all spiritual energy, this civilization could discover the truth of the universe. But the material God's spiritual energy isolation transformation doesn't seem to be complete. Perhaps, the spiritual energy environment of the original universe made it impossible for living things to be completely isolated from spiritual energy. It's far inferior to Suyu's spiritual energy limit. Those cultivator civilizations couldn't see the truth of the world, but Suyu can now. Although I've seen the truth, I can't say that what I saw is the absolute truth, Suyu thought to himself. Having experienced various perspective shifts before, Suyu didn't believe that what he saw now was necessarily the truth. This infinite universe is truly too strange and bizarre. Suyu's attempt to fully understand it is truly difficult. Perhaps, I should look among those afterimages. Chapter 662. Previously, Suyu feared the infinite universe outside was too dangerous, so he remained within his transcendental realm, never leaving. He avoided any contact with the outside world. But now, Suyu discovered that this infinite universe was actually the echoes and afterimages of destruction. Although he was surprised, he felt a sense of peace. Regardless, although there were various horrors in the infinite universe, they were all destroyed, all dead. The threat was naturally greatly reduced. Even afterimages could possess terrifying power. After all, theoretically, Suyu himself was an afterimage of destruction. If he could possess such formidable power, then other beings could naturally possess power as well. But they were still afterimages, certainly much weaker than they were in life. Regardless, Suyu prepared to set out to explore the afterimages of this infinite universe. Otherwise, staying stuck in this transcendental realm would be a problem. Perhaps at any moment, a terrifying being would emerge from those afterimages, breaching Suyu's transcendental realm and posing a threat to him. While Suyu observed the outside world, the beings within the afterimages might also be observing him. Rather than sit and wait, Suyu preferred to take the initiative. But before exploring, Suyu had more important things to do. That was possible career options. Suyu pondered for a long time, looking at the prompts on the career panel. He had already maxed out all three classes: Space-Time Transcendent, Causal Singularity, and Spiritual God. He had originally hoped to unlock a powerful new class that would give him greater confidence in exploring the afterimages of the infinite universe. But the class panel remained silent. No more classes unlocked, it seemed. Stuck? Suyu had obtained the class panel for so long, but this was the first time he had encountered something like this. He waited patiently for a long time, but the class panel still didn't unlock anything. It seemed it was truly stuck. I guess it needs more information and intelligence before it can unlock. Suyu thought to himself. There have been cases before where the class panel upgraded its functionality after receiving a star tower signal, unlocking new classes. It seems the class panel is based on external conditions and information, and thus unlocks various classes tailored to each situation. Previously, the integration of the star tower signal directly unlocked powerful classes, like the space-time mechanic. Then, after the candidate ceremony and the universe reboot, the class panel upgraded again, or rather, rebooted. This unlocked three powerful classes: Causal Singularity, Spirit God, and Space-Time Transcendent. And now, Suyu had witnessed the afterimage of the infinite universe and arrived in a new environment. The class panel should have been upgraded again. However, Suyu was new to the scene, and his understanding of the environment was extremely limited. Thus, the class panel seemed to lack sufficient data and intelligence, and the process of unlocking new classes was stuck. If it could be unlocked, it would probably be a new class that could adapt to the current environment. Suyu thought to himself, feeling a pity. The three classes unlocked during the second awakening of the class panel were all revolutionary, completely disregarding the previous class system and allowing Suyu's power to leap directly from stellar level to cosmic level. It was truly incredible. However, even the three cosmic level classes seemed somewhat underwhelming in this infinite universe. It's estimated that the class panel needs another upgrade or awakening, but it's stuck. It seems that exploration is the only option. However, there are some tricks to this exploration. Suyu's previous research revealed that the afterimages of destruction in this infinite universe are clearly related to Suyu's psychic state. When his psychic power is normal, he sees a vibrant and harmonious scene. When he activates Psychic Overlimit, he sees a dark and distorted scene. When he activates Psychic Limit, completely suppressing and sealing his psychic power, he can see the truth hidden beneath everything. He sees afterimages of the universe that constantly oscillate between vibrant, dark, distorted, destructive, and nihilistic states. In other words, whatever state Suyu maintains determines the afterimage state he enters. Suyu pondered for a moment, then released his psychic limit. Instantly, the oscillating afterimage before his eyes stabilized, returning to its previous vibrant state. This state seemed the safest. Although it was also extremely dangerous, with various inter-universe forces engaged in an endless war, Suyu would likely be unable to defeat any of them. Try. Suyu's eyes flickered, gazing towards the nearest universe. Then he released his transcendental realm and fell towards it. The transcendental realm allowed Suyu to constantly above time and space, overlooking everything from a transcendent perspective. This transcendental state was extremely convenient for traveling. Originally, Suyu's distance from that universe was immeasurable. That was the cosmic barrier, a distance a normal being could never cross. But by descending through the transcendental realm, he arrived instantly. After descending, Suyu maintained his causal singularity state while cautiously observing his surroundings. At this moment, Suyu was in the vast starry sky, an interstellar battlefield where several major interstellar civilizations were engaged in a cosmic war. Stellar-class warships spewed death rays, while galaxy-class motherships hovered nearby, constantly absorbing energy from nearby stars. Even a galaxy with hundreds of billions of stars was quickly drained by the mothership's power, transformed into energy and production materials. At this moment, the afterimage of the infinite universe was vibrant and harmonious, but this so-called harmony was in contrast to the dark distortions. The war and bloodshed that were expected still existed here. It was not truly peaceful. The fighting and killing that were expected would still occur. Suyu was at the center of the battlefield, but the flames of war had no effect on him at all, as if he were a mere shadow. While in the state of causal singularity, nothing in the outside world could affect him, and no causal interaction could occur with him. Suyu carefully observed the warring civilizations, and found that their populations were all bizarre, none resembling humans. Suyu selected one that caught his eye and descended directly onto that civilization's mothership. Then, Suyu slightly released the causal singularity. Theoretically, Suyu could now communicate with this alien civilization calling itself Wangji. This civilization's population consisted of strange, plant-like creatures, their colorful appearance quite suiting Suyu's aesthetic taste. Furthermore, their various combat methods were quite gentle, unlike any other, so Suyu chose them. However, the moment Suyu released the causal singularity, he noticed something amiss. Chapter 663. The outside world was originally engulfed in a raging war. But now, with Suyu's appearance, everything stopped. The three warring civilizations, and all their creatures, simultaneously stopped, their gazes fixed in Suyu's direction. At this moment, within the Wangji civilization, where Suyu was stationed, aboard the Galaxy-class mothership, were trillions of Wuji creatures. They had been nervously maneuvering their warships, engaging in a massive battle. But now, they ceased all previous movements and stared intently at Suyu. Not only that, Suyu sensed countless gazes from outside the mothership. These gazes made Suyu shudder. They were a mingled mixture of greed, desire, hatred, surprise, all sorts of emotions. Suyu instantly felt something was amiss. And at this moment, everything outside began to change. The mothership, which had once seemed normal, suddenly became shattered, littered with cracks and corpses. The trillions of leopard-like creatures within the mothership now seemed extinct, leaving only their withered, decaying corpses. The next instant, the shattered mothership flickered, like a phantom, poised to vanish at any moment. The starry sky outside the mothership also grew utterly dark, devoid of a single ray of light. Only a variety of terrifying sights reached them. Aboard the mothership, the corpses suddenly opened their eyes, staring intently at Suyu. Suyu was naturally horrified. Clearly, the state of the cosmic afterimage had shifted from its previous vibrant state to a dark, distorted one. Suyu had deliberately chosen this vibrant state for his exploration, believing it would provide a safer environment for the cosmic afterimage. But he hadn't anticipated the existence of such a thing as safety. The original vibrant energy was merely an illusion. The current darkness and distortion seemed to be the truth. Under these dark gazes, Suyu's consciousness suddenly blurred. The primordial universe within his consciousness was shrouded in a shadow, as if something were being drained away. His body, his thoughts, his memories, everything were being drained away by these gazes. It wasn't power or information, but some deeper quality. Though he didn't know what was being drained, Suyu knew that this would lead to disaster. Suyu hurriedly activated the transcendental realm and causal singularity, re-entering his hidden state. As if sensing Suyu's escape, the dark gazes suddenly intensified. The very quality being drained from Suyu also faded faster. At that moment, Suyu finally understood what had been drained from him. Existence. My existence is disappearing. Suyu shuddered inwardly. As those gazes accelerated their withdrawal, Suyu could sense his existence fading. Existence is a very abstract, yet tangible concept. Everything in the world, whether matter or energy, time and space or information, rules or cause and effect, it all exists. Suyu had previously had a vague understanding of existence. He had even mastered a related power, the power of nothingness. The power of nothingness seemed to be the opposite of existence. It could reduce everything to nothingness, rendering it non-existent. However, the power of nothingness itself exists, and even the things it transforms merely change into another state, still existing. So the nothingness of the power of nothingness isn't actually complete. However, the dark gazes surrounding Suyu at this moment were intent on completely draining away his existence, a far more complete and nihilistic form than the so-called power of nothingness itself. That wasn't just nothingness, it was complete destruction, total disappearance. After sensing his own existence being drained away, Suyu suddenly realized, the infinite universe has been destroyed, its existence erased, but a fragment remains, the so-called afterimage. These biological civilizations, their existence has also been wiped out. Their previous vitality was merely an illusion, a mirage they created to maintain their remaining existence. Now that they've focused their attention on me, they can no longer maintain that illusion. They instinctively crave anything that possesses existence. My existence is superior to theirs, so the moment I appeared, they targeted me. Suyu finally understood. The so-called vibrant universe was essentially an illusion, a trap, even. It was designed to hunt beings like Suyu, who possessed a higher existence. Although Suyu himself was also an afterimage of destruction, it was clear that his remaining existence was greater. Even before this, he had never known he was merely a remnant, never doubted his own reality. It seemed that the original universe, though primitive, still possessed its own unique advantages. Because of this, Suyu, now in the eyes of those destructive remnants, was an invaluable resource. I must escape this state as quickly as possible. If my existence is completely drained, it will be all over. Suyu thought to himself, fully activating the causal singularity and the transcendental realm. Instantly, he escaped from this universe through the transcendental realm. However, the gazes of those draining existence extended beyond the transcendental realm, continuing to drain Suyu. But now that Suyu was within the causal singularity and the transcendental realm, the feeling of being drained of existence suddenly faded considerably. But it continued uninterrupted. In fact, those gazes were no longer confined to that universe. The surrounding universes also lost their previous vibrant state and became utterly dark. Covetous gazes turned toward Suyu. Suyu watched as the darkness of the once vibrant universe rapidly spread. Psychic limit. Suyu activated his last class ability again. In an instant, his powerful psychic energy was stripped of its seal. The universe before him, rapidly darkening, trembled and flickered. The afterimage of the infinite universe would change with Suyu's psychic state. When Suyu reached the limit of his psychic power, the infinite universe would reveal the truth of destruction. In this state, the existence of all things was infinitely weakened. But precisely because of this, those previously invisible sights became even more conspicuous. Suyu saw countless greedy eyes cast across the destructive darkness, seeking to drain Suyu of all his existence. Even if Suyu was in the realm of transcendence, it was useless. Thankfully, at this moment, the previously stuck career panel finally moved. Possible career path, Existence Hunter. Chapter 664. The newly unlocked professions are indeed related to Suyu's current environment. In other words, existence, and, just like before, there are no conditions. One can choose to take up a position directly. Before, professions below level 3 could be taken up directly, while those above level 3 required a ritual. But after Suyu's second awakening of his profession panel, any profession unlocked no longer required a ritual. They could be taken up with a single thought. Even the professions unlocked after the second awakening were extremely powerful. If we follow the level system in the first awakening panel, levels 6, 7, 8, and 9 wouldn't be enough to measure the power of the space-time transcendent, spirit god, and causal singularity. The power of these three professions is immense, capable of influencing the entire primordial universe, yet taking up a position is incredibly simple. Suyu speculated that either it was because any profession unlocked after the second awakening no longer required a ritual, or it was because these professions were all basic professions, just like the basic professions in the first awakening panel, such as the mechanic and the fighter. Suyu naturally hoped for the first option. No profession would require rituals in the future, which would be incredibly convenient. But the second option was also possible. Perhaps future awakenings would require rituals. Regardless, the fact that the Existence Hunter awakened at this moment didn't require rituals saved Suyu a lot of trouble. After all, in the current situation, with no normal space-time to be found, completing any rituals would be difficult. While Suyu pondered this, he didn't neglect his work. He immediately gave the order in his mind: take up the position of Existence Hunter. Congratulations to the host, you've successfully been appointed. Your current class is Existence Hunter, LV1, 0/10000000000. Congratulations to the host, you've successfully awakened your core ability, Hunting Instinct. As an Existence Hunter, you can search for and discover existence and initiate hunting. Hunting Instinct, LV1, all things are based on existence, whether matter, energy, information, data, psychic energy, rules, time and space. Everything is based on this. By hunting and devouring the existence of other things, you can enhance your own existence. As Suyu successfully assumed his position, a notification popped up on his class panel. At the same time, a flood of information flooded into Suyu's consciousness. He felt strange changes taking place within his consciousness. All his thoughts, memories, and senses were reshaped. He felt like he had been reborn. This is existence. Suyu felt that the essence of his life had undergone a complete transformation. At the same time, he also grasped a fundamental question that had long eluded him. That is, what is the essence of life? Suyu had pondered this question before, but he had no clear answer. Take Suyu himself, for example. When he was still an ordinary person, His essence was a mass of organic matter weighing over 60 kilograms. Composed of billions of cells, it sustained life's functioning and its ability to think. But beneath this mass of organic matter lay a deeper essence, the soul. The soul is a spiritually constructed thought vessel capable of maintaining a certain level of thinking ability without a physical body. However, at this stage, the primary carrier of his consciousness was still his brain, his flesh and blood. If he died, his so-called soul would only exist temporarily, and would soon vanish. At that time, Suyu saw his essence as a consciousness calling himself Suyu. His body and soul were merely the carriers of this consciousness, interchangeable, but their essence remained unchanged. Later, Suyu became a transcendent, breaking through to the third level and becoming a ghostly hidden blade. By then, Suyu's physical body was no longer crucial. His consciousness depended almost entirely on psychic energy. He could even abandon his body and enter the subspace, becoming a godlike being. Later, Suyu's strength continued to rise, becoming a space-time mechanic, the source of causation, and after a second awakening of his class panel, he became a space-time transcendent, a causal singularity, a spiritual god. At this stage, Suyu was somewhat confused about what exactly was the carrier of his consciousness. A physical body? Suyu no longer had a body in the conventional sense. His body was merely a temporary construct, disposable and adaptable at any time. Psychic energy? Through psychic limit, Suyu was able to completely seal away all of his psychic energy. Even without any psychic energy at all, he could still maintain consciousness. Or was it causality? Space-time? Suyu couldn't figure out what the carrier of his consciousness was. He had a feeling that even without causality and space-time, without psychic energy or matter, his consciousness seemed to exist. But why could it exist? What exactly is the carrier? Even before, Suyu couldn't figure it out. If he didn't even know what the carrier was, then what was the most essential consciousness? Suyu had even less of a clue. Even though Suyu had become incredibly powerful at this point, the entire information of the primordial universe had been absorbed into his consciousness, allowing it to operate stably. Suyu was now the carrier of the primordial universe, but he didn't know what his own carrier was. But now, after taking on the role of existence hunter, Suyu finally understood. It turns out that consciousness doesn't need a carrier at all. The very existence of consciousness itself is its carrier. Matter, psychic energy, cause and effect, time and space are not its essence. They are merely external manifestations. And where does the existence that allows consciousness to exist come from? It's very simple. Before his time travel, Suyu had heard a proverb. I think, therefore I am. The thinking and operation of the mind creates existence. And this existence, in turn, sustains the operation of the life-mind. This is the essence of life-mind, a self-sustaining existence. This is the instinctive knowledge that being an existence hunter brings to Suyu. It is precisely based on this essence. Suyu's consciousness, stripped of external elements like psychic energy, matter, causality, time and space, and information, could still maintain its ability to think. However, Suyu felt that without any external support, maintaining the existence of his mind solely through his I think, therefore I am would be extremely difficult. The mind must reach a certain level of intensity to recognize the true nature of its own I think, therefore I am. Ordinary life, separated from body and soul, is dead. Even Suyu, stripped of all external elements, would find it difficult to maintain his existence for long. Hence, the hunting instinct was needed, hunting existence from other lives, other beings. Chapter 665. Existence isn't something fixed. If you lack it, you can seize it from other beings. Just like ordinary creatures, to maintain their bodies, they hunt other creatures, devour their flesh and blood, digest and absorb it, and use it as their own nutrition. And existence is the most essential flesh and blood, the most fundamental nutrition. This is existential hunting. In a normal space-time universe, this kind of hunting is unnecessary. Relying on external matter and energy, life can maintain the existence of its own consciousness. Ordinary life is unable to recognize existence, this most fundamental power. But now, the infinite universe, which once contained infinite matter and energy, infinite existence, has been destroyed for some unknown reason. All matter, energy, space-time, have been annihilated, leaving only remnants. The existence of the entire infinite universe has almost disappeared. According to the knowledge bestowed upon Suyu by his hunting instinct, the infinite universe at this moment, with its constantly flickering and oscillating afterimages, could be called existential ruins. In this ruin, normal existence is practically untraceable. All existence has been destroyed. All the afterimages Suyu had previously witnessed were the product of the remnants of life consciousness, operating under the I think, therefore I am principle to maintain itself. The infinite universe has been destroyed, but the remaining life forms are attempting to restore it through this I think, therefore I am principle. The thinking of life consciousness can give rise to existence. In theory, with enough existence, the infinite universe could be restored to its original state. The subspace and psychic energy that Suyu was familiar with were essentially the power of existence, born from the thoughts and emotions of living beings. But this obviously didn't work. After all, without the support of external matter, energy, time and space. The I think, therefore I am consciousness of life struggles to maintain itself. Using it to restore the infinite universe is simply impossible. So, only residual images can be produced, unreal. And to maintain its own consciousness, living beings, besides maintaining I think, therefore I am, can also steal existence from other beings. In this ruin, normal life no longer exists. What remains are all existence hunters, like Suyu. That's why they targeted Suyu. Because Suyu's existence is strong and nutritious. Thinking of this, Suyu used his hunting instinct to briefly sense his own existence and confirmed that it was indeed strong. After all, he had previously devoured the information of the entire primordial universe, and now the entire universe operated within Suyu's consciousness. Countless lives believed in Suyu, a great being capable of devouring the universe, providing him with the power of faith. The so-called power of faith is essentially a variation of I think, therefore I am. It becomes I think, therefore you are. Believers use their own thoughts and consciousness to create existence, sustaining the existence of other lives. Through their devout prayers, those believers gave birth to the existence known as faith. This existence, known as faith, was not used to sustain the believer's own consciousness, but was entirely dedicated to the deity of faith. As long as believers remain, the gods will not disappear, forever maintaining their powerful existence. This is the principle of I think, therefore you are. Therefore, even now, when Suyu's power has surpassed that of the primordial universe, the power of faith can still provide him with support. Because the so-called power of faith is such a fundamental force, even an ordinary human, without any power, can provide Suyu with faith and help. And since Suyu possesses an entire universe and billions of lives, his existence is also immensely powerful. Even the existence of the entire primordial universe is immensely powerful. If the destroyed infinite universe is considered an existential ruin, then the former primordial universe can be considered a surviving island within this ruin. Somehow, the existence of the primordial universe has not been completely annihilated, retaining some of its true existence of matter, energy, information, time, and space. Although compared to the entire infinite universe, the primordial universe is merely a tiny speck of dust. Yet, even within this tiny speck of dust, a portion of existence so rare in the infinite universe persists. So, until now, Suyu, who had always lived in the primordial universe, had never doubted its reality. But after his class panel's second awakening, Suyu began to have some doubts. After all, the leap in power was enormous. From stellar to cosmic, the leap was countless billions, yet Suyu achieved it without much effort. Anyone would have felt a sense of unreality. Until now, Suyu had believed that the class panel after the second awakening was magical. Only then did he understand. In reality, only a tiny fraction of the infinite primordial universe truly exists. The vast majority are merely false afterimages. Suyu's leap from the stellar level to the cosmic level didn't actually extend far. Although much of the primordial universe is a residual image, the countless lives within it are real. Relying on this fraction of real matter and energy, coupled with the vast amount of life consciousness that I think, therefore I am, the primordial universe maintains its normal functioning. However, this normality is not stable. Furthermore, the primordial universe is targeted by existence hunters emanating from the infinite universe, constantly extracting its very existence. Thus, the primordial universe's environment becomes increasingly harsh, dark, and distorted. This darkness stimulates the thinking of all life in the universe, giving rise to even more existence. Until finally, the existence hunters from the infinite universe sacrifice all the matter and energy of the entire universe in an attempt to completely devour it. But at the last moment, the primordial universe's most crucial information is intercepted and devoured by Suyu. Most of the existence of the primordial universe now resided within Suyu. This was an invaluable treasure, like the water source in a desert oasis, the land in the boundless ocean, the sunlight in the endless darkness. Suyu, the existence hunter, didn't need to hunt anything extra. His very existence was sufficient. Even if he didn't hunt, his experience continued to increase thanks to the prayers of countless beings in the primordial universe. But that didn't mean Suyu's career was meaningless. The meaning was, Suyu cast his gaze outward. Those strange, greedy eyes, driven by their hunting instinct, revealed their true nature. Those, too, were hunters, all fixed on Suyu. Suyu met these ferocious gazes with a faint smile. The purpose of being a hunter was to deal with other hunters. Chapter 666. Suyu's appearance had immediately alarmed the hunters in the ruins, draining them of a significant amount of their existence. Suyu was barely able to resist the drain, and could only barely retreat into the realm of transcendence, the state of causal singularity, but its effectiveness was limited. Now, as an existential hunter, Suyu finally possessed the power to strike back. Suyu faced those greedy, terrifying gazes and activated his newly acquired core ability, hunting instinct. Instantly, a similar gaze radiated from his eyes, even more ferocious. Those gazes seemed startled, and they shrank suddenly. Using his hunting instinct, Suyu could clearly see the true nature of those gazes. So, they are the universe. The source of those gazes was not the various creatures and civilizations Suyu had previously observed, but rather, it was the consciousness of the infinite universe itself. In this existential ruins, no ordinary life could possibly survive. Only those cosmic consciousnesses could maintain their existence through their powerful essence, relying on the principle of I think, therefore I am. The countless creatures and remnants of civilization Suyu had seen earlier were merely the thoughts of these surviving cosmic consciousnesses. Those countless creatures and civilizations were merely false remnants, lacking even true self-awareness, and naturally, no I think, therefore I am, much less the ability to hunt other beings. Only these cosmic consciousnesses could become the hunters in this ruin. The universe can be considered a form of life, and naturally, it can also I think, therefore I am. Suyu had even previously encountered the supreme consciousness of the original universe. However, that supreme consciousness had somehow abandoned the original universe and fled, and Suyu still couldn't find its whereabouts. If the supreme consciousness were here, it might even be considered a hunter. However, Suyu saw that although there were infinite universes within this ruin, the microcosm, the macrocosm, the high-red universe, infinite and infinite, there were actually only 178 true hunters. The countless greedy gazes Suyu saw were the source of these 178 hunters. Perhaps, when the infinite universe was first destroyed, the hunters were also infinite. But after an unknown amount of time, they hunted and merged within this ruin. In the end, only these 178 remained. Each of them hunted and devoured countless of their own kind, on a scale that surpassed any life form Suyu had ever seen. Within this existential ruin, the number of universes was infinite. Even if the infinite universe was divided into 178 parts, each part was still infinite. Therefore, in Suyu's eyes, each of these 178 hunters was a super lifeform composed of the infinite universe. The universe was merely the most fundamental particle that comprised their body, a minuscule entity. As for the life and civilization within the universe, they were even less worthy of mention. Their bodies, composed of the infinite universe, stretched to such an extent that even Suyu couldn't discern the end. They were boundless, and countless times more powerful than Suyu could imagine. Perhaps they could be called cosmic hunters. Essentially, they were cosmic consciousness, and they constantly hunted cosmic consciousness. The term cosmic hunters truly lived up to its name. Their presence was so powerful, its might was enough to make any ordinary life despair. How could ordinary life, any civilization, compare to this magnificent being composed of the infinite universe, especially when there were a full 178 of them, all stalking Suyu? But Suyu felt no despair. Instead, like a ferocious wolf or tiger scenting blood, his entire being was filled with excitement. Is this my hunting instinct? Suyu knew that this excitement was brought on by his professional ability, the hunting instinct. This excitement told Suyu that it was time to hunt. Even though Suyu seemed incredibly weak compared to these hunters formed by cosmic consciousness, Suyu's instincts told him that it wasn't him who was weak, but the other party. Suyu naturally had complete faith in his hunting instinct, so without hesitation, he immediately released his transcendental realm and descended directly into the body of one of the hunters. These hunters were all composed of cosmic consciousness, their bodies immeasurably vast. However, when Suyu descended into its body, he wasn't descending into the universe that comprised it. For that body, composed of the infinite universe, was essentially a mere afterimage, generated by the principle of I think, therefore I am. It was unreal, and possessed a very low degree of existence. Suyu descended into the hunter's existence. Or perhaps it could be said, into the source of its life, the source of its consciousness. Existence is an extremely abstract yet real concept. It is not space-time, nor is it cause and effect, information, energy, or any of the other concepts familiar to normal life forms. Existence is the most fundamental component of everything in the world. If something exists, it must possess existence. This is logically self-evident. Normally, ordinary life cannot even touch this most fundamental power. Existence is invisible and intangible, let alone descend into it. But Su Yu, relying on his hunting instinct, forcibly descended into the hunter's existence in a way that ordinary life could never comprehend. After descending, Su Yu's hunting instinct suddenly intensified. This hunting instinct seemed to transform into an invisible maw, sucking in the air. The formless and intangible existence was sucked in. As his existence was drawn in, Su Yu felt his consciousness become more fulfilled than ever before, and his existence rapidly increased. Gained 1 million professional experience points. The experience of the newly appointed existence hunter was also rapidly increasing. This feeling filled Su Yu with a profound sense of relief, like a long-starved, finally satisfying meal. Su Yu's first hunt yielded a reward. His instincts proved correct. This cosmic hunter might appear powerful, but it was no match for Su Yu. Buzz. Suddenly, the cosmic consciousness being hunted by Su Yu emitted a strange wave of thoughts. It wasn't a single word, but Su Yu immediately recognized the emotion it represented. Shock. Clearly, the hunter hadn't anticipated such a turn of events. The 178 cosmic hunters, hunting a mere human like Su Yu, were being hunted by Su Yu in return. How could this be possible? The next instant, the cosmic hunter's shocked thoughts were also hunted by Su Yu. I think, therefore I am. The shocked thoughts of this cosmic consciousness transformed into a kind of existence, becoming Su Yu's target and being devoured. Chapter 667. Buzz. The next moment, the cosmic consciousness emitted another thought, this time one of rage. Su Yu continued to hunt and devour this thought's existence. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The cosmic consciousness emitted a series of thoughts, first shock, then anger, then murderous intent, attack, then fear, escape. Each thought, as soon as it appeared, was mercilessly hunted down by Su Yu. Su Yu's experience was rapidly increasing, and so was his own existence. But the cosmic consciousness, its thinking mind, grew increasingly terrified. Originally, it had intended to attack Su Yu, devouring his existence in reverse, just as it had previously devoured Su Yu's existence through its greedy gaze. But every time it generated such a thought, its existence was hunted down by Su Yu. And then nothing happened. In other words, none of its thoughts could be transformed into tangible actions, and it could only allow Su Yu to continuously devour its existence. It was unbelievable. Its essence was so powerful, yet it could only be slaughtered by a tiny being like Su Yu. Why? On what grounds? It couldn't understand. Even if it could, it couldn't, because any thought it had, as soon as it emerged, was hunted down by Su Yu. It couldn't even think normally. If this continued, it would be devoured by Su Yu sooner or later. As expected of a class unlocked by the class panel, it's simply powerful. Su Yu muttered to himself as he devoured existence with gusto. These cosmic hunters seemed powerful, but to Su Yu, they were frivolous. They hunted each other, relying primarily on instinct. But Su Yu was a professional. The class panel unlocked a true class, not instinct. Just like an ordinary person, relying on instinct to fight, they could certainly defeat others. But compared to the true combat class that Su Yu unlocked through the panel, they would be no match for it, and would be ruthlessly defeated. No matter how strong this person was, it would be useless. Relying on instinct, they were destined to be defeated by Su Yu. How could the instincts of an ordinary person compare to the classes unlocked through the class panel? Although these cosmic hunters were not ordinary people, their instincts were also very powerful. But to Su Yu, a professional hunter, they were still too ordinary. Buzz. The other cosmic hunters, upon seeing this scene, also erupted in shock. These cosmic hunters had no direct contact with Su Yu at this moment. Their shock, however, was not due to Su Yu's hunting, so they could still be expressed normally. A moment later, their greedy gazes intensified again. They locked eyes with Su Yu, attempting to extract his existence through the air, just as they had before. Su Yu seemed unable to hunt their thoughts remotely, so they attempted to take advantage of his inability to free his hands and attack him. These 177 cosmic hunters instantly launched a full-scale attack, their greedy gazes blazing. Their target wasn't just Su Yu, but also the unfortunate individual being hunted by Su Yu. They intended to divide this cosmic hunter, and Su Yu, devouring them, leaving only 177 hunters left in this ruin. But the next moment, their greedy gazes vanished. These gazes, capable of extracting existence from the air, were also hunted down by Su Yu. Su Yu even leveraged the connection of these gazes to reversely erode their original existence. In other words, Suyu was simultaneously hunting all 178 cosmic hunters. His appetite was simply unbelievably large. Suyu had just become an existence hunter, and his hunting instinct was only at level 1, somewhat limited. He required direct contact to activate the hunt and devour. Suyu could only engage one target at a time, and for the time being, he could only watch the other cosmic hunters. But now, those 177 cosmic hunters had proactively attacked Suyu, giving him an opportunity. Using the existence of these gazes, he could reversely erode the hunting power, single-handedly taking on them all. Once targeted by Suyu's hunting instinct, escaping would be difficult. Buzz! The remaining 177 cosmic hunters once again uttered a wave of shock. They hadn't imagined that their siege would become the medium for Suyu's attack. Then, their shock was also consumed by Suyu. They frantically attempted to flee, but even their desire to escape was consumed by Suyu. Like the previous cosmic hunter, they were unable to translate any of their thoughts into action, and could only allow Suyu to continuously devour their very being. At this moment, Suyu was like an existential black hole, impossible to escape from once touched. Gained 100 million professional experience. Professional level increased, hunting instinct increased simultaneously. Suyu's professional level rose rapidly, and his hunting instinct grew stronger with it. Buzz! The cosmic hunters immediately knew something was amiss. The 177 hunters Suyu had hunted remotely suddenly made a simultaneous decision. Their essences abruptly split, part of them abandoned, while the remaining parts instantly merged into the depths of the existential ruins, vanishing without a trace. They actually escaped. This was considered a desperate struggle. The abandoned parts were instantly devoured by Suyu, and when he tried to track them down, he couldn't find them. What a pity. Suyu thought to himself. If their hunting instincts were stronger, their desperate struggles wouldn't even be able to translate into action, and they would be devoured by Suyu right where they were. Thankfully, the cosmic hunter Suyu had descended upon was unable to escape, having been directly transported into the original existence. This cosmic hunter was also immense, enough to allow Suyu to advance many levels. After an unknown amount of time, the vast cosmic hunter had been completely devoured by Suyu. Even though this cosmic hunter had once devoured countless cosmic consciousnesses and possessed an immense size, but before Suyu's hunting instinct, its existence was limited and could be devoured completely. Such a vast and magnificent being, one that no life or civilization could even begin to gaze upon, was completely annihilated by Suyu's hunting. This was no longer just a snake swallowing an elephant, but an ant swallowing the universe. After completely devouring this cosmic hunter, Suyu's excited hunting instinct finally subsided somewhat. A sigh of satisfaction emanated from the depths of Suyu's mind. Suyu felt like an ordinary person, finally having a good meal during a holiday, feeling immensely satisfied. This was indeed the case. Existence is the most fundamental power. Devouring it is 1,000,000 times more satisfying than any so-called delicacy. But Suyu wasn't completely satisfied. Gazing deep into the ruins, he thought of the 177 space hunters who had escaped, and his heart was stirring. The hunt had only just begun. Chapter 668. Suyu activated his hunting instincts, sensed them, and pursued the fleeing cosmic hunters. As a hunter, tracking abilities were essential. Although they were at a great distance, due to previous encounters, Suyu could sense the cosmic hunter's presence. Suyu instinctively sped through the ruins. In these ruins, time and space were essentially afterimages, unreal. So, with a single thought, Suyu could span the distances of countless universes, reaching extreme speeds. But the ruins were boundless, and no matter how fast Suyu moved, he could never reach their edge. No matter how fast he moved, there was always more ruin ahead. At this rate, there was no way he could catch up with the fleeing hunters. After tracking for a while, Suyu felt that this would never end. He paused to reflect, and a realization dawned on him. The distances in time and space here are inherently illusory. My pursuit is pointless. We should try another method. Suyu pondered for a moment, then activated his hunting instincts once again. This time, as soon as he activated them, he vanished instantly. The next moment, he suddenly appeared in front of a cosmic hunter, blocking its path. The hunter, startled, turned and tried to flee, but Suyu instantly descended into its existence and launched a hunt. After a long moment, the hunter vanished without a trace, completely devoured by Suyu. Suyu's level had risen significantly again. It really works. Suyu had tracked the cosmic hunter not by relying on false speed, but by a theoretical application of existence. According to Suyu's theory, those space hunters had seen Suyu before, and his presence was already present in their consciousness. Suyu could leverage this presence to descend upon them from nowhere, and hunt them instantly, even across infinite distances. This theory, which Suyu had just devised, was purely theoretical, but after a few experiments, he found it incredibly useful, making it a breeze to track these space hunters. Those space hunters seemed to utilize presents simply as food and nutrition to sustain their existence. The way they extracted presents was similar to an instinct of feeding. However, Suyu, relying on his hunting instinct, was able to utilize presents as a special kind of energy, developing new abilities. The difference between the two was immediately apparent. Sure enough, I'm a professional. Suyu smiled inwardly, then disappeared again. When he reappeared, he was confronted by another space hunter. And so, Suyu devoured all 178 space hunters, one by one. After devouring all the space hunters, Suyu looked at the much thinner ruins before him, lost in thought. These 178 space hunters seemed a bit stupid. They lacked any intelligence, belying their powerful appearance. These space hunters, while seemingly powerful, seemed to rely solely on instinct, like exceptionally powerful beasts, or even plants. Encountering a ferocious hunter like Suyu, one could only be slaughtered. Suyu remained unfazed by the disappearance of these cosmic hunters. They were nothing more than a pack of wild beasts. Gained 100 million career experience points. Professional level increased, 999/1000. Hunting instinct increased simultaneously after devouring all 178 cosmic hunters. Suyu's newly appointed existence hunter class had reached level 999, not far from the maximum level of 1000. It had to be said that the existence hunter class was indeed quite high, reaching level 1000, and the experience required to advance to each level was immense. Suyu's ability to reach near maximum level in such a short period of time was entirely due to the contributions of those 178 cosmic hunters. After all, the existence of those cosmic hunters was simply too powerful. Suyu's devouring them was equivalent to devouring countless universes, even 178 countless universes. However, even with so much existence, Suyu still wasn't at the maximum level, missing just one level. In fact, by the time he devoured the last 10 cosmic hunters, Suyu's level had already reached 998. But even after devouring those last 10 cosmic hunters, countless existences, Suyu's level only increased by one level. This is because experience gains become slower as time goes on. If existence had units, then Suyu would initially gain 1 experience point for every unit of existence he devoured. Later, he would need to devour 10 million units of existence to gain 1 experience point, then even 100 million, 1 billion, and so on. Furthermore, the experience required for each level increases as you advance. The final level requires a whopping 10 billion experience points. With this double addition, it seems Suyu only needs one more level to reach the maximum level, but even if he devours another 178 cosmic hunters, he still won't be able to reach the final 10 billion experience points. This final level is an unreachable limit. This is a bit strange. Is this class leveling so difficult? Suyu was puzzled for a moment. Even after devouring countless universes, he still couldn't reach the maximum level. If he were to meditate and cultivate on his own, wouldn't that be even more difficult, completely hopeless? But then, Suyu faintly heard the sound of prayers. It was the beings in the primordial universe within his consciousness praying. Accompanying these prayers, Suyu could see the hunter class experience points slowly increasing. This speed was incomparable to the rapid leveling Suyu had previously achieved by devouring cosmic hunters, but it continued to increase bit by bit without slowing down. These were the countless beings in the primordial universe, providing Suyu with existence through prayer. Although these existences were diminishing, they didn't seem to diminish. Each unit represented a point of experience. If this continued, with steady progress, Suyu would eventually reach the maximum level. Why? Suyu fell into deep thought. He carefully sensed and discerned the difference between the existences brought by the prayers of countless beings in the primordial universe, and the existences he had previously hunted and devoured. Why was the experience gained so different? After a long while, Suyu's experience level had increased by 1 million, completing 1/10,000th of the final level. At this moment, he finally discerned the difference. These existences brought by the prayers of countless beings seemed to possess wisdom? So, existences also have different levels. Chapter 669. Suyu now understood that something as abstract as existence also has significant differences. Wisdom is a special kind of existence. The existence bestowed upon Suyu by the life forms of the primordial universe during their prayers contained wisdom. Anything, concept, information, or energy possesses existence as long as it exists. Wisdom, as such, clearly exists, and therefore naturally possesses existence. The 178 cosmic hunters Suyu had previously devoured, however, seemed to lack wisdom in their existence, and so the experience they provided diminished as he progressed. It seems that wisdom is a crucial existence. To reach the maximum level of Suyu's existence hunter, he must devour sufficient wisdom existence, otherwise he would be stuck at the last level, never reaching the maximum level. Thankfully, within Suyu's consciousness resided a primordial universe, filled with countless intelligent beings constantly praying to him, bringing him a vast amount of wisdom existence. At this rate, reaching the maximum level was inevitable, and Suyu was not in a rush. Anyway, those cosmic hunters had been completely destroyed, and there was nothing else in this ruin that could threaten him, so there was no need to rush. However, Suyu still had a doubt in his heart. Those cosmic hunters were the product of the devouring and fusion of countless cosmic consciousnesses. Those countless universes once contained countless intelligent life forms and vast civilizations. How could their existence lack intelligence? Even if those life forms and civilizations were extinct, some of their existence must have remained, consumed by the cosmic consciousness. Why was there no wisdom in it? Suyu pondered, trying to sense the existence he had previously devoured. The predecessors of those cosmic hunters were the consciousnesses of countless universes. Those consciousnesses contained all sorts of information from each universe. This information, stored in the most basic form of existence, was now completely devoured by Suyu, and the sheer amount of information contained within was simply unbelievable. If it had been before, Suyu would have burst from consuming so much information. But now, as an existence hunter, Suyu could allow this information to exist in the most basic form of existence. It seemed endless, but Suyu was able to encompass it within a very small concept. To put it simply, the human word universe encompasses countless galaxies, infinite time and space, countless civilizations, and so on. However, this is only a human linguistic summary of the universe, an inaccurate one, missing most of the information. The word universe alone certainly cannot fully capture the true universe. But now Suyu can. Suyu was now able to summarize the concept of infinite information in a more fundamental and profound way, using the concept of existence. For Suyu, the word universe meant the true universe, containing truly infinite information. So even if he devoured 178 cosmic hunters, formed from the fusion of countless universes, the information contained in these hunters, in Suyu's consciousness, was merely 178 summarized numbers. This was the essential ability of being an existence hunter. Otherwise, how could he achieve existence hunting? Suyu could easily summarize, store, and read this information. His mind swept through the vast amount of information, only to discover that it consisted primarily of information on the movements of various planets, and the evolution of celestial bodies. This information had few variables, and most importantly, no intelligence. There was very little information about civilizations or life. Suyu had previously seen countless remnants of life and civilization, but they were truly just remnants, devoid of life, consciousness, or intelligence. To Suyu, this information was like watching a grand movie. It was of little use. The technology, data, and culture of those civilizations were not present in this information. Theoretically, all the technologies and cultures developed by civilizations are recorded in the universe. Just like now, Suyu had swallowed the primordial universe into his consciousness. With a single thought, he could acquire all the technological data of countless civilizations within the primordial universe. Those technologies were naturally useless to Suyu now, but the wisdom they contained could help him gain experience. But Suyu had devoured the 178 cosmic hunters, and none of their technological data was available. Those inter-universe civilizations, the empires spanning countless universes, and their vast array of powerful technologies were nowhere to be found, only superficial glimpses. To Suyu, it was like watching a soft science fiction movie, all splendid special effects. But expecting to learn about real technology through filmmaking was, of course, wishful thinking. These space hunters seemed to possess no true intelligence at all, only special effects. Suyu scanned all the information on these space hunters, confirming that there was no trace of intelligence. He became even more puzzled. This shouldn't be right. What's going on? The intelligent beings in these universes shouldn't have vanished out of thin air. Could it be drained away? A thought popped into Suyu's mind. This ruin is endless. Clearly, there can't be only these 178 hunters. There must be many more, perhaps even endless. Could there be other hunters who are more picky? Ignoring ordinary beings, they instead devour all beings involving only intelligence. It's very possible. Suyu thought, looking at the endless existential ruins before him, a faint sense of crisis rising in his heart. If it's true, as he thought, there must be even more powerful hunters deep within these ruins, feeding on intelligent beings. The 178 cosmic hunters Suyu had previously devoured were merely the residues left behind. Because their beings involving intelligence had been completely devoured, leaving them devoured, those 178 cosmic hunters were like wild beasts, easily controlled by Suyu. That unknown being is so picky about food, it must be incredibly powerful. Having no worries about food and drink gives them the confidence to be so picky. Suyu is undoubtedly intelligent. The primordial universe within his consciousness, with its billions of lives, also possesses intelligence. These intelligent beings may be a true delicacy for those unknown beings. At any moment, those unknown beings may descend to hunt Suyu's intelligence. Being hunted by them might not kill them, but rather turn them into fools without wisdom, which, for Suyu, would be no different from being dead. It seems I need to quickly max out the Existence Hunter class, unlock core specializations, and unlock new classes to deal with any incoming enemies. Chapter 670. Thinking of this, Suyu once again activated the Transcendental Realm and Causal Singularity, completely sealing himself off from the outside world. Then he immersed his mind in the primordial universe within his consciousness and began to study the various technologies and cultures of those civilizations. Although the entire universe operated within Suyu's consciousness, it did not mean that he possessed complete knowledge of all the information in the universe, nor did it mean that he had mastered all the technologies in the universe. Just like reading a book and memorizing every word, it does not mean that he has mastered all the knowledge in the book. One must think, understand, and study to fully comprehend and master all the knowledge in the book. This was what Suyu was doing at this moment. With a single thought, he extracted all the technical data of an alien civilization and began to study it. This alien civilization was quite powerful, having completely occupied an entire galaxy. They excelled in biotechnology, transforming the entire galaxy into a biofactory, and their various technological methods were quite promising. Suyu briefly studied it and became absorbed in it. After a while, he regained consciousness and realized he had completely mastered all of the civilization's technologies, even surpassing that civilization itself in this biotechnology. After all, Suyu's current level was incredibly high, far surpassing any civilization in the primordial universe. Using his newly acquired biotechnology, Suyu could, with a single thought, transform an entire galaxy into a single organism, a powerful being composed entirely of various planets. This far exceeded the technological limits of that civilization. However, Suyu now saw only ruins, without any tangible material, let alone galaxies or planets. This technology, though developed, has no practical application. But Suyu wasn't wasting his time, as he discovered that his professional experience had increased significantly after he finished studying the alien civilization's technology. As expected, research, thinking, analyzing. These intelligent behaviors generate intelligent existence, thereby increasing professional experience. Suyu rejoiced. The Existence Hunter class lacks a corresponding meditation method. Besides receiving prayers, it seems the only way to increase experience is through hunting. But now that all the cosmic hunters have been devoured by Suyu, it seems Suyu can only rely on the prayers of countless beings in the primordial universe to reach maximum level. But Suyu didn't want to sit idle, so he tried studying the technology of the primordial universe. Sure enough, after mastering the alien civilization's biotechnology and innovating it, he gained a considerable amount of professional experience. This was because, while studying and analyzing this alien civilization's technology, Suyu's mind was working, generating intelligence. Although wisdom is an abstract concept, it truly exists. Suyu's research and mastery of the technology of an entire civilization undoubtedly yielded wisdom. The existence of this wisdom became the professional experience of the Existence Hunter, helping Suyu improve. This rate of improvement was surprisingly faster than the prayers of countless beings throughout the primordial universe. After all, the wisdom contained in the prayers of countless beings in the primordial universe is actually very small. After all, what kind of thought and wisdom can one truly possess during prayer? Believers value piety, and most of the time during prayer, they are in a state of no thoughts or desires. This state might generate wisdom, but for the most part, it's merely mindless prayer, a mere prayer machine. The more devout, the more so. Only a very small number of beings, in the state of thoughtless and desireless prayer, can develop profound wisdom, capable of deep reflection on themselves, the gods, and the universe. It is the prayers of these few beings that provide Suyu with professional experience. But the wisdom of others is ultimately theirs. The wisdom these few prayers provide Suyu with cannot compare to his own thinking and research. Perhaps, if the original universe were 10 or 100 times larger, the prayers of countless beings could provide Suyu with even greater experience. But in this existential ruin, where could one find the resources to increase the original universe 10 or 100 times more? At this point, the original universe is devoid of any material energy, only pure information. In this state, even newborns are absent. The population of all civilizations is fixed, so the experience provided by prayer to Suyu is also fixed. It's true that relying on oneself is better than relying on others. Suyu smiled inwardly, then extracted another civilization's technology and continued researching. To reach the maximum level of existential hunter, he still had to rely on himself. In this way, Suyu studied the technologies of civilizations throughout the primitive universe, one by one, accumulating wisdom. His professional experience increased bit by bit. After an unknown amount of time, finally gained 10 million professional experience. Existential Hunter level max. This class has reached the maximum level. At the same time, based on your core ability, Hunting Instinct, unlock the core specialization, Hunting Domain. Hunting Domain. By pushing your hunting instinct to its limit, you can create a hunting domain, achieving more efficient existential hunting. The moment his class reached the maximum level, Suyu felt a surge of knowledge suddenly flood his consciousness. This knowledge all pertains to setting hunting territories. Suyu understood the so-called hunting territories as traps. In addition to hunting wild animals themselves, ordinary people would also set various traps, baited to attract prey, to suit the environment. This approach was both more efficient and safer. Suyu was now a seasoned hunter, having transitioned from primitive hunting to using traps. Suyu briefly familiarized himself with this core skill, and immediately began experimenting with setting hunting territories. Soon, a portion of his existence was extracted from his consciousness, transforming it into a hunting territories, or traps. Of course, this trap wasn't what ordinary people would consider a trap. From the outside, this trap resembled a universe. Inside this universe lay a powerful civilization. This civilization specialized in biotechnology, transforming the entire universe into living organisms, and then began expanding beyond the universe. Then, they discovered this existential ruins. This civilization, naturally shocked to discover a ruin beyond the universe, began cautiously exploring it. This universe was, of course, a fabrication by Suyu using his hunting domain abilities. The billions of biological civilizations within it were also fake. But it was able to emanate genuine existence, even intelligent existence. This was enough to attract any other hunters that might be within the ruins. Chapter 671. After setting up this hunting zone, Suyu lurked in the shadows, quietly waiting for his prey to take the bait, like a seasoned hunter. He was far away from the hunting zone, but he wasn't worried about being unable to react and catch up if prey approached. For the hunting zone was like an extension of his body, trapping his prey and waiting for him to arrive and kill them. While patiently waiting, Suyu was constantly pondering and analyzing. He was analyzing the changes in his existence when setting up the hunting zone. He was also observing the spontaneous changes in the hunting zone after it was set up, such as how those fake civilizations gradually explored the ruins. Suyu observed and carefully analyzed every little change. This was even more important than simply hunting. Whether Suyu set up this hunting zone to attract prey wasn't really important. After all, he had already reached the maximum level and hadn't unlocked his new class. Even if he did attract prey, it wouldn't be of much use. Suyu's true goal was to master the art of manipulating existence by observing and analyzing this hunting domain. Existence is a very abstract and highly advanced concept. As a former hunter, Suyu devoured the existence of 178 cosmic hunters, but he could only transform it into professional experience, unable to utilize it. Beyond the experience gained, that existence contained only useless information. But now, having unlocked his core expertise, Suyu was able to transform this existence, disguising it as a vibrant, civilized universe, transforming it into a trap known as the hunting domain. This meant that Suyu truly possessed the technical means to harness existence. The significance of this was immense. Existence is the origin of all things in the universe, the foundation of their existence. Theoretically, by harnessing existence, one could create anything out of thin air, achieving omnipotence. Even recreating the entire infinite universe wouldn't be impossible. Even if recreating the infinite universe wasn't possible, restoring the original universe, with only information remaining, would be a simple matter. But Suyu only allowed the original universe to reside in his consciousness in its informational state, not restoring it. It wasn't that he didn't want to. After all, the original universe, in its current state, couldn't give birth to newborns and had no future. It would sooner or later become a stagnant pool. The biggest reason Suyu didn't recreate the original universe was that he couldn't. Although Suyu possessed a vast amount of existence, he couldn't control or utilize it at all. After all, how could such a fundamental power be so easily harnessed? Just like how Suyu knew the principle of mass energy conversion before his time travel. He knew that if the mass of his flesh and blood cells were completely converted into energy, it would be enough to destroy cities and nations. He also knew that his body was composed of various elementary particles. If he could manipulate these particles and reassemble them, he could transform into countless forms, no longer constrained by his fragile body. But knowing is one thing, doing it is simply impossible. Before crossing over, Suyu was just an ordinary person, far from possessing such abilities. Now, Suyu could naturally perform mass energy conversion and particle manipulation with ease. But manipulating elementary particles still pales in comparison to the existence that is the source of all things. According to the technical data Suyu possesses, research on the microscopic level of matter in the primordial universe has already reached remarkable depths. Ordinary matter is composed of molecules and atoms, which in turn are composed of various elementary particles. Elementary particles can be further broken down into quantum particles, tachyons, cosmic particles, dichroics, space-time membranes. Scientists from countless civilizations in the primordial universe believed they would one day be able to decipher the most fundamental and microscopic structure of cosmic matter. But now, after witnessing the existential ruins of the infinite universe, Suyu has come to understand. The microscopic level of matter has no limits. Even the tiniest particle can harbor a vast universe. This microscopic universe also contains various microscopic particles, and within these microscopic particles, new universes can remain. Thus, layer by layer, the research and exploration of the microscopic level has no limit, and the indivisible, most fundamental structure of matter particles will never be found. And the deeper one goes into the microscopic level, the more difficult it becomes to manipulate and utilize. For a macroscopic universe, manipulating and utilizing particles in a microscopic universe is practically impossible. Naturally, utilizing the microscopic particles within the microscopic universe would be even more difficult. However, while the microcosm has no limits, it does possess a truly fundamental structure. That is existence. It is the lowest level of the infinitesimal, the origin and foundation of everything. Under normal circumstances, life is completely inaccessible to this fundamental power. But now that the universe has been destroyed, only the most fundamental existence remains, giving Suyu an opportunity. But manipulating existence is incredibly difficult, with no prior experience to draw upon. Even though Suyu had already mastered most of the advanced technologies in the primitive universe, he couldn't find any references. But now, through his core expertise, Suyu had transformed existence into a hunting domain, effectively manipulating and utilizing existence. This provided Suyu with a reference. However, although Suyu had successfully created the hunting domain, he only understood its principles, not its reasons. He only knew it could be done, but had no idea why it could be done. It was like a primitive man using fire to cook food for the first time. Although he knew how to use fire, he didn't understand the principles behind it, nor did he know why it could cook food. At this moment, Suyu had only recently come into contact with the power of existence. In this realm, he was like a primitive man. Even though he had almost mastered the technology of the entire universe, he still felt completely clueless in the face of this new field. Utilizing existence is a new field that requires further research. Suyu fell into deep thought. Controlling and utilizing existence is Suyu's most important task right now. After all, the once infinite universe is now reduced to ruins, and only remnants of the infinite universe remain. Suyu doesn't want to live in such a world in the future. Only by studying and utilizing existence can a vibrant universe be recreated. Suyu's existence hunter profession has hunted down countless beings, but they won't just sit there gathering dust. They must be utilized. Furthermore, Suyu suspects that within this ruin, there might be other beings who have developed the technology to utilize existence, and even developed a new form of civilization. That would be terrifying. What kind of civilization could utilize existence? Suyu couldn't imagine it at the moment. I wonder if this hunting field can attract such a civilization. Chapter 672. Just as Suyu was pondering this, a change occurred. Suyu saw, or rather, sensed, something amiss with the hunting domain he had created. This hunting domain was a fake universe, seemingly vibrant, but in reality, it was entirely fake. The technology and civilization within it were all fictitious, yet they exuded a genuine intelligent existence. Furthermore, the intelligent existence emanating from this fabricated universe and civilization was extremely pure and abundant. If a civilization, through its own biotechnology, could fully master its own universe, and even begin to explore beyond it, This civilization would undoubtedly be extremely intelligent. Their intelligent existence would naturally be abundant. However, at this moment, Suyu sensed that the intelligent existence in this fake universe was inexplicably diminishing. The various technologies throughout the universe were inexplicably failing and being lost. The intelligence of the creatures seemed to be declining, becoming manic and mindless, no longer possessing their former calmness and wisdom. Suyu suddenly became alert, knowing prey must be approaching. Some unknown entity was devouring the intelligent existence of this hunting domain universe. If this continued, the intelligent existence of this hunting domain universe would be completely devoured. Then all technology in the entire universe would be lost and ineffective, and all living things would lose their intelligence. Finally, the entire universe would become a mindless beast like those cosmic hunters before. This was definitely a sign that the prey had taken the bait. This core specialization was indeed very useful, worthy of being a panel product. But strangely, Suyu had no idea where his prey was, not even with his instinctive hunting abilities. And the hunting domain seemed unable to locate the unknown entity, failing to respond with the expected hunting response. But fortunately, even if he couldn't sense it, Suyu had a solution. The intelligent existence within the entire hunting domain was a disguise created by Suyu using his core expertise. The various technologies within it were completely fabricated and had no practical application. The various biological civilizations lacked any ability to think. Everything was a disguise created by Suyu using his own existence, a poisonous bait. Now it depends on whether these baits can help me find that unknown entity. Suyu waited patiently, observing. As time passed, the hunting domain was increasingly devoured. Civilization throughout the universe began to regress, and the intelligence, or rationality, of creatures steadily declined. At this moment, seemingly because Suyu hadn't intervened, the unknown entity relaxed a little, gradually revealing its true nature. A vague black aura seemed to shroud the hunting domain. This black aura twisted and undulated, seemingly taking on some form, though it was indistinct. It only appeared for a moment before vanishing. At this moment, all intelligent existence within the hunting domain had been devoured. The entire hunting domain universe had fallen into stagnation. For all technology had been rendered ineffective. All living things had become irrational lunatics and fools. If this universe were a normal one, it would have been destroyed, at least in terms of its civilizational intelligence. Even intelligent civilizations would be unable to emerge again, because all the existence associated with intelligence had been devoured. But a moment later, the hunting domain universe began to function again. It was Suyu who once again mobilized his power, remotely infusing a portion of his own existence into the hunting domain, giving it a new energy source. And so, the hunting domain began to change again. After the reboot, the biotechnological civilizations within the hunting domain universe regained their sanity. They seemed to be aware of everything that had happened before, and after regaining their sanity, they immediately began rebuilding their civilization. When their civilization was almost completely rebuilt, they began to study everything that had happened before, studying the unknown entity that had devoured their existence. Of course, all this was superficial. The truth was, this was the hunting domain's core function at work. As a trap specifically designed to hunt existential creatures, the hunting domain naturally had all the necessary functions. First, there's the decoy function. This hunting area can disguise itself as the real universe, emitting an almost real intelligent existence. One could even say it's the real intelligent existence itself. This is how it attracts prey. Once the prey is attracted, the trap instantly activates hunting mode. Specifically, the biological civilizations within this universe will activate their final plan and exert all their might to hunt the prey. If the prey escapes, it enters tracking mode, using the fake existence stained on the prey to track it. On the surface, the entire process appeared to be the autonomous behavior of this biotechnological civilization, perfectly reasonable and logical. Whether hunting or tracking, it would not affect Suyu, who was secretly observing, nor would it reveal his presence. This was a proper trap. It was like a trap with bait placed on it. If a beast swallowed it, it would instantly activate and capture it. Even if it encountered a cunning beast and could not catch it, letting it take the bait and escape, it wouldn't matter. The trap had a built-in tracking function, tracking its prey based on the scent carried by the bait. At this moment, because the unknown being had given almost no trace, the trap's hunting mode could not be activated. So, after the unknown being left, the trap activated tracking mode, attempting to track its location. After all, the unknown being had already taken the bait, and those false intelligent beings were not so easy to swallow. Suyu waited patiently, still not exposing himself. Then he saw that the fake biotech civilization began to develop rapidly, quickly creating numerous new technologies and exploring the ruins outside, searching for previously unknown entities. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, and after repeated experiments, this civilization seemed to finally grasp a clue. Then they gathered the power of the universe and transformed the entire universe into a strange creature. This creature extended its tentacles, grasping at the surrounding cosmic void. Suddenly, one tentacle vanished into thin air, disappearing into an unknown place. Suyu was overjoyed. Found it, but he remained calm, allowing the hunting field to continue its work. The biological civilizations within the hunting field were also greatly surprised. Soon, they found a strange passage through the vanished tentacle. Then, they dispatched warships and entered the passage. Then, in a flash, the entire hunting field vanished. At the same time, Suyu, through the information transmitted by the hunting field before its disappearance, saw a civilization? Chapter 673. Through the sensing of the hunting field, Suyu vaguely discerned several bizarre creatures, bustling about in front of a seemingly mechanical device, their movements unclear. These creatures, in his field of vision, were enormous, each seemingly a composite of countless universes, and the device itself seemed to be similar. Using the sensing of the hunting field, Suyu was surprised to discover that their size was significantly larger than the 178 cosmic hunters Suyu had previously hunted. Although each of those 178 cosmic hunters was a fusion of infinite universes, theoretically, they were infinitely large and vast. But the creatures Suyu saw now were each larger than the 178 cosmic hunters combined, even vaster than the existential ruins where Suyu was. This wasn't a precise calculation, nor could it be, it was simply a feeling. At a glance, one could sense the incredible nature of these creatures. Because of their immense size, Suyu's perspective was even more microscopic than that of a microscopic particle, like an ant trying to see the entire universe. Naturally, it couldn't see clearly. So even Suyu couldn't discern their true form, or even determine how many there were. These creatures weren't actually in the existential ruins where Suyu was. They looked like a room vastly larger than the existential ruins that contained countless universes, multiple entities, living structures, possibly mechanical equipment. Suyu thought to himself. Although his true form couldn't be discerned due to their immense size, from the scant information he had, he could still tell they were an intelligent civilization. The unknown entities previously attracted by the hunting field might be them. Now the hunting field has reversed its incursion and found them, but they seem unaware and continue to bustle around the machinery. Suyu observed them for a moment, confirming that these creatures hadn't made any move against the counter-invasion of the hunting field, and felt somewhat relieved. At the same time, he rapidly analyzed the enormous creatures before him. The size of these creatures is incredible. Are they macrocosmic creatures? A macrocosm exists within the ruins of existence? Suyu's first thought was the macrocosm. According to the cosmic remnants Suyu had seen, the infinite universe is infinite in all dimensions and realms. At the microscopic level, one can go infinitely deeper, with microcosms within microcosms, endlessly. At the macroscopic level, the same is true. Above the ordinary universe lies the macrocosm. The ordinary universe is just a microscopic particle of the macrocosm, or even smaller. Above the macrocosm lies the supercosm, and above the supercosm lies, also endlessly. But all of this had long since been destroyed, leaving only the ruins of existence. But at this moment, the creature Suyu saw, and this room, seemed to be a macrocosm at some level, not destroyed. In fact, Suyu sensed a powerful existence in these creatures, this room, and that mechanical device. Survivors like me? Suyu speculated. Although the infinite universe had been destroyed, it seemed not to be completely annihilated. Some survivors or survival sites still remained, like a glimmer of life occasionally lingering amidst the ruins. The original universe where Suyu had previously lived was considered a survival zone, but sadly, it's now destroyed, leaving only information. And now, Suyu's hunting field seems to have tracked down a new survival zone, and even a civilization within it. However, this survival zone differs significantly from Suyu's original universe in terms of dimension. It's a supermacroscopic dimension. This survival zone has managed to survive amidst the ruins. It seems they've mastered the art of harnessing existence. Suyu observed calmly. This civilization was discovered through the hunting field's tracking function. Clearly, the unknown entities that previously devoured the existence within the hunting field were them. These creatures, or civilizations, actually possessed the technology to extract existence from space. Suyu had previously been unable to detect them, and only with the help of the hunting field's tracking was he finally able to locate them. However, this civilization didn't seem as terrifying or powerful as imagined. Suyu watched them for a long time, but they didn't react. But Suyu remained steadfast. He waited patiently for a long time, watching the creatures bustle in and out of the room. Finally, Suyu gradually grasped the clue. These creatures were using that mechanical device to continuously extract existence from Mo Ming. The existence in Suyu's hunting area had previously been extracted by this very device. It seems this civilization does possess the technology to exploit existence, and it relies on mechanical technology. They exist at the supermacrocosmic level, separated from me by an unimaginable dimensional gap. Yet, they are attracted to the hunting zone and can pinpoint its location. Suyu constructed a model in his mind, a layered cosmic structure. The original universe is layer 0, the microcosm is -1, the microcosm within the microcosm is -2, and so on. The macrocosm one level above is +1, the macrocosm above that is +2, and so on. After calculation, the creatures Suyu saw at this moment were at a cosmic level of over 174,300,000. This is the dimensional gap between Suyu and these creatures. Such a huge gap is simply unbelievable. Compared to these creatures, Suyu is microscopic within the microcosm, practically non-existent. However, these creatures possess the technology to span so many dimensions and locate Suyu's hunting zone. This technology is truly astonishing. Perhaps because Suyu was too microscopic, and because his current hunting domain was in tracking mode and didn't emit a presence, this incredible ultra-macro civilization didn't notice Suyu's spying. But Suyu didn't let his guard down, carefully observing from the shadows. He even began to secretly learn the civilization's language and technology. At the same time, Suyu searched for a way to truly enter this ultra-macrocosm. After all, he was currently too microscopic to interact with this civilization at all, whether through communication or combat. He couldn't even touch them. I wonder if transcending the realm is possible. Can it even transcend over 100 million dimensions? Chapter 674. The Spacetime Transcender class, according to its ability description, allows one to transcend any spacetime, regardless of their location. This allows them to achieve a commanding presence. However, the spacetime of this super macro civilization was far superior to Suyu's own, and Suyu was unsure whether he could achieve this. In reality, Suyu would know if he could, but he remained cautious and continued to observe. After some time, Suyu's observations confirmed that this super macro civilization wasn't particularly powerful within their own dimension. In his own dimension, Suyu was a cosmic level powerhouse, but these super macro creatures were far less formidable. This reassured Suyu. He secretly activated the transcendence domain. Under the influence of his ability, Suyu felt his body, will, and energy infinitely ascending. From the ruins of his original existence, he ascended, spanning over 100 million dimensions. Finally, he arrived at this super macrospace. This time, Suyu wasn't spying through the hunting domain, but descending in person. After descending, Suyu found himself within the transcendental realm, once again achieving the superior effect. Even within the supermacrocosmic spacetime, the transcendental realm could still activate transcendence. After arriving in this supermacrocosmic spacetime and adapting to its rules, Suyu's size also reached a similar scale. This was, in other words, countless times larger than the cosmic hunter seen before, a fusion of billions of universes. A truly miraculous body. To Suyu, the original universe seemed like an invisible speck of dust. Now, Suyu could look down upon those supermacro creatures, and even looked a little dwarfed. Does this count as ascension? Suyu wondered, somewhat curiously. He recalled stories he'd heard long ago, before his time travel, about ascending to immortality. Now, it felt like he had truly ascended. From the dust-like spacetime of the past, ascending to this supermacrocosm. But, so empty. Suyu thought to himself. Although Suyu had ascended to this supermacrocosm, he possessed only a will and a perspective. His previous body and energy seemed completely gone. He was now incredibly weak. Though he could look down upon those supermacro creatures through the transcendent realm, it was only a visual perspective. Compared to those creatures, his own energy was insignificant, or rather, non-existent. Suyu, at this moment, possessed no energy at all. Thankfully, he was so weak, practically non-existent, and coupled with the effects of his transcendence, the creatures didn't notice Suyu. It's not that he disappeared, but that his energy was too little. Suyu pondered for a moment, then understood his situation. Although he had arrived in this ultramacroscopic spacetime, even achieving transcendence, the energy he carried was dwarfed by the vastness of this ultramacroscopic spacetime. Like a drop of paint dropped into the ocean, it naturally produces no color. Spanning over 100 million dimensions, the energy of a universe, in this ultramacrocosm was far less than even the energy of a single microparticle. So Suyu felt incredibly weak at this moment. After all, he didn't even have the energy of a single microparticle in this spacetime. This won't work. I must quickly acquire the energy of this spacetime. Suyu tried to absorb the energy of this spacetime, but found it impossible. To absorb energy, one must at least have some energy of their own. And any share of energy in this spacetime was an unbearable burden for Suyu. It was the sum of countless universes, impossible to absorb. But Suyu didn't give up. He thought rapidly, searching for a solution. At the same time, he was observing the ultramacrocosms, trying to gain useful information from them. Now, being in the same spacetime, Suyu's perspective naturally became clearer, allowing him to see the truth clearly. For alien creatures wearing special protective suits were operating a machine, their movements unknown. These 4 alien creatures were bizarrely shaped, like children scrabbling out of mud. They bore no resemblance to one another, and it was unclear whether they were of the same species. They busied themselves relentlessly around an equally bizarre machine. Suyu observed it for a moment, and determined that this place appeared to be a laboratory, perhaps even a factory operation room. The purpose of this machine was to extract existence from low-dimensional spacetime. Previously, the existence in Suyu's hunting territory had been inexplicably drained, a result of this machine. Suyu carefully observed the machine. After a moment's delay, the machine's interior opened, discharging a slightly twisted crystal. Suyu was immediately startled upon seeing the crystal. He sensed an incredibly strong presence within it, an intensity so intense it was unbelievable. His hunting instincts told him that the crystal's presence was far greater than that of 10,000 space hunters. Suyu had previously hunted 178 space hunters, devouring their existence, but compared to this crystal, it was nothing. Is this the result of that machine? Truly astonishing. Suyu thought to himself. It seemed as if this crystal was formed from pure presence. The strange-looking alien creatures also seemed somewhat excited upon seeing the crystal. Then, one of the leading creatures carefully placed the crystal in a sealed box and carried it out of the room. Suyu moved, followed. Since there was nothing to see in this room anyway, why not go outside and take a look? Although Suyu was completely devoid of energy, he could still manage to move with the help of his transcendental realm, albeit with some difficulty. After all, moving a single atom here was equivalent to crossing countless primordial universes. Finally, Suyu followed the creature to another room, which also contained a machine. The creature placed the newly acquired existence crystal into the machine and activated it. A moment later, the machine activated, emitting an inexplicable wave. Suyu sensed this wave, briefly analyzed it, and was immediately astonished. Is this using pure existence to construct matter out of thin air? The previous machine extracted existence, but this one utilized existence. Suyu's mind moved. If that were the case, if he could exploit the principles of this machine, could he draw upon the energy of this supermacroscopic spacetime and reshape his body? Chapter 675. Suyu's current state is barely even a ghost. He has no body, no energy, only a will suspended in midair, unable to interact with the outside world. Thus, he must acquire the energy and body to function in this spacetime before he can do anything. And the machine before him is Suyu's opportunity. This machine seems to be able to transform intangible existence into tangible matter and energy. Although Suyu currently lacks matter and energy, he does possess existence. If he can master the principles of this conversion, he can construct a body for himself. His will explored, attempting to observe the machine's operating principles. Just then, a prompt suddenly popped up on the career panel. Available career path, Transcendent. Suyu, overjoyed, no longer bothered to study the machine and immediately began to read the information about this new career. After a moment, Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. He no longer needed to study the machine. Simply by becoming a Transcendent, he could transform his existence into matter. His Existence Hunter class had long been maxed out, but he'd never unlocked a new class. Now, having suddenly unlocked it, Suyu had a solution to his pressing need. Job! Suyu thought. Congratulations to the host, you've successfully been hired. Your current class is Transmatter, LV1, 0/10000000000. Congratulations to the host, you've successfully awakened your core ability, Transmatter Transformation. As a Transmatter, you can transform invisible existence into a form of matter and energy that conforms to the current rules of spacetime. Transmatter Transformation, LV1, spacetime has infinite levels, each with its own distinct rules for matter, energy, and energy levels. Only existence transcends all matter and energy, designated by some civilizations as transmatter. Mastering the power of transmatter allows one to freely transform energy and matter at any level of spacetime, a process known as transmatter transformation. The moment Suyu took up his position, countless knowledge and insights flooded his consciousness. In an instant, he understood how to utilize supermatter, or existence. With a thought, his own existence surged forth, and a humanoid figure materialized in midair, though only for a moment before vanishing. Suyu had recovered a bit of his psychic energy and concealed himself. The creature before him, however, remained completely unaware of this process. Sure enough, their strength in this time and space isn't particularly formidable, Suyu thought to himself, concealed within the realm of transcendence. One could even say that the alien creature before him was merely an ordinary person in this time and space, lacking any extraordinary abilities. Though Suyu was weak and had previously lacked a body, after possessing one through the supermatter transformation, he became a true transcendent. Suyu assessed his own strength while analyzing the effects of the supermatter transformation. Suyu's existence, accumulated from the devouring of 178 cosmic hunters, was immense. But after the supermass conversion, this vast amount of existence wasn't enough for Suyu to fully construct his body. It was only halfway there. It wasn't that his supermass conversion was inefficient, wasting existence, but rather that the existence required to construct matter in this ultramacroscopic spacetime was too high. After all, hundreds of millions of layers separate this spacetime from Suyu's previous vantage point. The gap was so vast that a single particle here was comparable to an infinite universe. Although the gap wasn't that great with the power of supermass conversion, otherwise Suyu would have exhausted all of his existence and wouldn't have been able to convert a single particle. But there was still a cost. Suyu's entire existence was only enough to transform into half a body. His body had only appeared for a moment, not simply to conceal it, but before it was fully constructed, Suyu dissolved it, returning the half-empty shell to existence. Suyu then constructed a thin energy body for himself, allowing his consciousness to interact with the material energy of this spacetime. He then stopped constructing it, wanting to be frugal with his existence. Furthermore, a thin energy body was actually more conducive to concealment. With this energy body, the interaction possible, combined with Suyu's various extraordinary abilities, Suyu's exploration of this place would be much easier. Suyu's various data, energy, causality, spacetime abilities, with the help of his psychic overload, could all be used here. However, due to his limited energy, the cost of using them was significant, so Suyu had to use them sparingly. Soon, using his own abilities, Suyu had a thorough understanding of the situation here. He even hacked into the civilization's intelligence system, learned its language, and obtained some information. This is the supermatter civilization. This civilization possesses supermatter technology, and has named itself after it. The machine Suyu saw earlier was a supermatter miner, capable of extracting supermatter from the depths of spacetime. Supermatter refers to existence. Suyu's hunting territory was previously devoured because this supermatter miner sensed existence and mined it. Although separated by hundreds of millions of spacetime dimensions, this supermatter miner was still able to mine. It was roughly similar to mining on a planet, separated by hundreds of millions of dimensions, only the mines were buried deeper. The crystals finally mined were the minerals. The super-civilized creature placed the crystals into another machine. That machine was called the Supermass Converter. Yes, it was the class Suyu had just unlocked. This class seemed to be modeled after the functions of this machine. Suyu had originally intended to research this machine, but the class panel had gotten ahead of him and unlocked the class directly, granting Suyu the ability and saving him a lot of trouble. At this point, the Supermass Converter was almost done. The supermatter crystal, after undergoing its conversion, finally spit out a strange-looking object. The object squirmed twice, then fell silent. The creature that had placed the crystal inside made a sound with some confusion. Suyu had already learned its language, but he could understand it. What's going on? The supermatter extracted this time is of good quality, and should be able to give rise to a member of its own species. How could it fail? It turned out that it had just used the supermatter converter to create a member of its own species. This is how their civilization reproduces, hence their bizarre appearances. Their appearance is entirely determined by the properties of the extracted supermatter. Suyu understood, thinking to himself, much of the existence within that supermatter crystal was extracted from the hunting field. It's all fake, so it's impossible for real life to emerge. Thinking of this, Suyu moved his mind and directly attached his energy body to the newly created body. The strangely shaped body that had just been created suddenly began to move again. Suyu intended to use this body to infiltrate the supermatter civilization. Chapter 676. Seeing the newly created body begin to move, the creature next to the supermass converter was suddenly surprised. It quickly squirmed and uttered a series of sounds, asking, "Do you know who you are?" Suyu also controlled his body and slowly replied, "I am Mass 1005. 53. He recited a series of numbers. Creatures created by the supermass converter are all numbered. If they can answer their number, it means that the creature has self-awareness and is allowed to survive. If not, it will be sent back to the furnace for regeneration. However, regeneration will cause significant damage to the supermass." Hearing Suyu's number, the creature was even more delighted and quickly said, "Excellent, Mass 1005. 53. You have now gained life. You have 10 mass hours to rest and adjust to your body. After 10 mass hours, return to the mining room and join the work." With that, the creature left the room, leaving Suyu squirming in place. This body was crudely crafted, a complete mess. On the surface, it looked like a mass of half-melted black plastic, constantly squirming and wriggling, devoid of any form. The internal structure was even more chaotic, lacking any energy or material forms familiar to Suyu. After all, it was a creature transformed from thin air through supermatter, and its physiological structure was unique. Even if Suyu wanted to control it, it would be difficult. 10 supermatter hours is roughly equivalent to 1 day on Azure Planet. Born and working the day after, it's truly. Suyu was speechless. 10 supermatter hours later, the creature from before arrived at the room on time and brought Suyu to the mining room. Then they began teaching Suyu how to mine supermatter, essentially starting work. Suyu was quite interested. Although Suyu had previously hacked into their cognitive systems, theirs were rather rudimentary, storing little information. Besides helping Suyu learn their language, there wasn't much useful information left, let alone any technology related to the supermatter mining device. Now, however, he could try to learn. With Suyu's dedicated study, he mastered the use of the supermatter mining device in just a few hours, even though Suyu deliberately slowed down his pace. This delighted the other 4 creatures, significantly reducing their workload. Through this period of study, Suyu also understood the use of the supermatter mining device and even glimpsed some of its principles. He also gained a deeper understanding of this supermatter civilization. Suyu was currently in a supermacrocosmic spacetime. Exploring the microcosm revealed countless layers of spacetime. Without exception, these layers were completely destroyed. Some still contained ruins, while others were completely annihilated, leaving no trace of existence. However, within these layers of ruin and destruction, there were occasionally remnants of matter and energy, even civilization. This matter and energy, separated by the dimensions of time and space, were of no use to a supermatter civilization. But the existence contained within them, the supermatter, was of immense use to a supermatter civilization. The knowledge supermatter, or intelligent existence, that gave rise to civilization, was particularly crucial. The supermatter mining instrument, using a special detection device, could sense the existence of knowledge supermatter across billions of dimensions. It then implanted a supermatter probe within the supermatter and extracted it. As for its principle, Suyu carefully sensed it, and found it to be similar to his hunting instinct and hunting domain. It's likely that the unlocking of professions in the class panel also referenced some of the principles of this machine. The entire supermatter mining device was extremely sophisticated, reportedly also converted from supermatter. Compared to those bizarre creatures, the technology used in this supermatter mining device was significantly more sophisticated, extremely coordinated, and stable. In the entire mining room, these creatures, along with Suyu himself, were clearly less important than this machine. To put it bluntly, they were all mass-produced miners, and somewhat crudely made. A small portion of the mined supermatter crystals could be used to create new miners, but the vast majority had to be stored and handed over to the Supermatter Council. After 20 supermatter hours, it was time to hand them over. During these 20 supermatter hours, Suyu continuously operated the supermatter mining device, mining supermatter. This meant salvaging existence from the ruins of low-dimensional spacetime. If any surviving civilization were captured by the supermass mining device, they would be doomed, their entire universe's existence being devoured, just like Suyu's previous hunting area. Thus, these 4 creatures must have destroyed countless surviving universes. Suyu even suspected that the previous mass sacrifice of the original universe was the work of a supermass mining device, and that the unknown entity was a supermass mining device. A universe teeming with countless life forms and civilizations would, in the eyes of a supermass mining device, become nothing more than a tiny mineral deposit. It was truly cruel. There was no way around it. The dimension of this super civilization was so high that even the slightest bit of power could be devastating to lower dimensional spacetime. The combined power of a single universe in a lower dimensional spacetime was far less than that of a single elementary particle in the super civilization spacetime. So while mining, Suyu was secretly perfunctory, slacking off, not taking it seriously. After all, he didn't want to truly destroy other universes and life. Survival in this ruin was a difficult task for the survivors, and being inexplicably absorbed by a machine as minerals was a tragedy. Precisely because of this, Suyu deeply resented this super civilization, sucking away the existence of countless survivors from other universes just to nourish this one super civilization. Compared to this super civilization, the various evil gods of the original universe pale into insignificance. Even if the various evil gods of the primordial universe worked for 10,000 years, the number of lives they killed wouldn't be enough to match the workload of a single supermatter mining device in one mass hour. If it weren't for the intelligence gathering, Suyu would have slaughtered all 4 creatures long ago. The 4 creatures, seeing Suyu's inefficiency, didn't take it too seriously, considering he had only just been born. Finally, 20 mass hours later, it was time to hand in the supermatter crystals. No supermatter council came to collect the crystals. In fact, Suyu had already explored the space-time level where the mining chamber was located, revealing only 2 small rooms. Outside these rooms, space-time ceased to exist, not even ruins. This room was actually a mine pit, and beyond the pit, nothing existed. The true supermatter civilization existed on even higher space-time levels. I want to see what this supermatter civilization truly looks like. Is it feeding on countless survivors? Chapter 677. Suyu was now filled with murderous intent. Soon, the process of surrendering the supercrystals began. Surrendering the supercrystals was a literal surrender. The specific method was to reverse the supercrystal mining device, switching from downward mining to transporting it upwards. Suyu could use this opportunity to find the space-time where the true supercrystal civilization existed. At this point, the supercrystal mining device had reversed, and Suyu faintly sensed a higher dimensional macro space slowly opening up. The supercrystals stored in the supercrystal mining device began to vibrate, attempting to escape this dimension and leap upwards. Seems similar to my transcendental realm, Suyu thought to himself. He simultaneously activated his hunting instinct and transcendental realm, sensing the higher dimensional macro space. The crystals in the supercrystal mining device disappeared one by one, and Suyu's mind flickered, found it. With a single thought, he was about to abandon his current body and ascend into a higher dimension along with the supercrystals. At the same time, he swept his mind across, intending to annihilate all 4 miners. But at this moment, he noticed something was amiss with the 4 miners. Their bodies seemed to be collapsing. The leader of them spoke slowly, Mass 1005. 53. Our lifespans have ended. You were just born, so you still have a long life ahead of you. You must live well. Perhaps one day, you can evolve into a true supermass. Don't be like us. With that, their bodies all collapsed, and Suyu felt his own body become more solid and agile. It was the supermass of the 4 creatures, which Suyu had absorbed. In other words, it wasn't Suyu who actively absorbed it, but rather the 4 creatures who offered it. At the same time, Suyu sensed a glimmer of care and anticipation in the super essence left behind by the 4 creatures. Looking at the place where they disappeared, Suyu felt speechless, and the surging murderous aura dissipated considerably. Could such twisted and bizarre creatures have feelings? Suyu thought to himself. Originally, Suyu had never considered these creatures truly intelligent life. After all, they were crudely crafted monstrosities, manufactured entirely by machines. Furthermore, their mining of super essence had destroyed countless surviving civilizations, which only instilled in Suyu aversion. But now, after absorbing the super essence left behind by their death, Suyu understood that, despite their monstrous appearance, they were also truly intelligent creatures with feelings. Although they had no gender, no names, and only a number, these 4 miners, after spending so long together, had become a family. And Suyu's body was the last member of this family, their child. At the end of their lifespan, they used a crystal imbued with a wealth of knowledge and super energy to create a child, to inherit their mind and the 2 machines within it. Then, holding on to the hope of future generations, they died. This left Suyu's murderous rage unsettled. He paused for a moment, then shook his head slightly. Although these 4 creatures may have destroyed countless universes and civilizations, to them, they saw it as just normal work. Just like a farmer cultivating his fields, he may kill countless ants, earthworms, and other creatures in the soil, but he wouldn't see anything wrong with it. Thinking of this, Suyu's eyes grew slightly colder. Although from the farmer's perspective, He had done nothing wrong. But from the perspective of the ants and earthworms, the farmer was the most hateful, great demonic enemy. And Suyu, not long ago, was still that ant, so naturally, he couldn't possibly side with the farmer. If they died on their own, I wouldn't have to do anything. I wonder if I can take those two machines with me. Now, Suyu was the only living being in the entire mine, so he naturally didn't need to be polite and prepared to take everything he could use. Suyu moved his mind and tried to load the two machines into the materialized space. It was somewhat difficult, or rather, very difficult. Those two machines looked small, but they were essentially vast quantities of supermatter, manufactured through advanced technology. In Suyu's original time and space, either of these two machines would be equivalent to countless universes. For Suyu now, packing countless universes into the materialized space and taking them away was an incredible feat. Fortunately, he was no longer the same Suyu. As a transcendent, his essence had changed, and his various abilities seemed to have undergone some transformation. After considerable effort, he actually managed to install the two machines into the materialized space. Then, following the dimensional coordinates he had sensed when he had previously submitted the crystal, Suyu activated space-time transcendence, ascending once again to a higher macroscopic dimension. With previous experience, Suyu was even more adept at this ascension. Soon, he transcended hundreds of thousands of dimensions and arrived in a new space-time. This space-time was hundreds of thousands of dimensions higher than the previous mine. Upon arriving here, Suyu naturally returned to his previous weakened state, devoid of energy and matter, even less powerful than a ghost. But now, Suyu had become a transmatter being. As long as he possessed transmatter, he could rapidly reorganize his energy and body through transmatter transformation in any space-time dimension. However, after ascending hundreds of thousands of dimensions again, the transmatter transformation required even more transmatter. Suyu didn't initiate it immediately, but instead prepared to observe the surroundings and see what was going on. Then Suyu saw humans? Yes, among the so-called transmatter civilization left after the destruction of this infinite universe. Suyu saw humans. Suyu was somewhat surprised by what he saw. Suyu saw a rather large space. If converted to the size of the original universe, it would probably be hundreds of kilometers in radius. Therein lived a large number of creatures. These creatures were all humans. No, not true humans, but somewhat similar, only in human form. Suyu observed carefully, realizing that the humans moving about in this space were only superficial. Their essence is still composed of supermatter, their internal structure a mess, devoid of human physiology. Or, in other words, these are pseudo-humans. It seems these life-creating technologies are more advanced, capable of creating very similar pseudo-humans. After observing for a while, Suyu saw a pseudo-human emerge from a machine. Clearly, these pseudo-humans, like the four miners before, are essentially similar in nature, all machine-made. But the technology used to create them is far more advanced and sophisticated, capable of producing remarkably refined humanoids. However, Suyu doesn't consider them truly human, merely referring to them as pseudo-humans. Why would a supermatter civilization create its own human form? Could it be? Suyu suddenly raised his consciousness and looked upward. Chapter 678. Suyu ascended from the two-room mine below, arriving in this current space of several hundred kilometers. But this place was clearly not a true super-civilization. It was at most a larger mine. The true super-civilization lay above. However, in this large mine, all the creatures were shaped into humanoid forms, unlike the four miners who had previously taken on strange shapes. This made Suyu somewhat suspicious. He suspected, could the true super-civilization above them be the surviving humans? But, are there humans in the infinite universe? Suyu couldn't help but ponder. Since the destruction of the original universe, Suyu, using the power of a space-time transcendent, had arrived in this existential ruin, and hadn't seen a single human. Not only living people, but even the afterimages and phantoms, in the infinite universe, were devoid of any human. This wasn't surprising. After all, humans were a species native to the original universe, and the absence of humans in other universes was perfectly normal. But Suyu remembered himself. He, too, was human, and had traveled from outside the primordial universe. This meant that humans existed outside the primordial universe, not to mention, the so-called higher dimensional destiny inherited by the glorious emperor of the human empire also hinted at the existence of humans in higher dimensions. So now, seeing these manufactured pseudo-humans, Suyu couldn't help but wonder if the so-called super-civilization was actually built by surviving humans. Thinking of this, Suyu attempted to hack into the intelligence system within this pseudo-human space to gain more information. A moment later, Suyu's thoughts had transformed into data, invading every intelligent host in the entire space and obtaining a considerable amount of data. However, it did not contain what Suyu was looking for. This pseudo-human civilization, like the 4 miners before them, continuously used the supermatter mining device to mine supermatter and then hand it over to a higher level. As for what the higher level was like, they had no idea. They only knew the name of the Supermatter Council, but had never seen it. They only knew one thing: the higher level had absolute control over them, just as they had absolute control over the lower levels. Using the supermatter mining device, they could mine the entire universe below as if it were a mineral resource. And the beings above them could naturally treat them as mineral resources as well. The oppression from the cosmic level was far more terrifying than any class, technology, or supernatural power Suyu had ever encountered. So, these pseudo-humans worked diligently, never daring to slack off. Although their actions and words were almost indistinguishable from those of humans, but Suyu still mentally referred to them as pseudo-humans. Their human appearance was merely superficial. At their core, they were still clumps of alien creatures transformed by the supermass converter. They lacked any human physiological structure, and their thinking and logic were vastly different from humans. Suyu naturally wouldn't acknowledge them as human. However, even while calling them pseudo-humans, Suyu couldn't help but reflect on himself. These pseudo-humans at least had a human quality, while Suyu, in order to conserve energy and supermass, was now merely a thought, devoid of even a human form. By that calculation, he himself seemed even less human. But Suyu wasn't bothered by this. After a brief reflection, he was certain of one thing. If he considered himself human, then he was human. In fact, at Suyu's level and strength, it seemed pointless to dwell on his human identity. But Suyu vaguely felt that it still made sense. Not to mention whether he would transform into some monstrous evil god if he abandoned his human identity. Another important point: the class panel was tied to Suyu, a human. If Suyu stopped being human, it was hard to say whether the class panel would still recognize him. This class panel would still function even in the infinite universe, continuously unlocking various powerful classes. It was extremely important to Suyu, and he naturally didn't want to lose it. Suyu observed this space for a long time, finally waiting for the day when those pseudo-humans would hand in their supermatter crystals. Suyu inhabited these supermatter crystals with his spirit, attempting to follow them into the higher realms. During this time, Suyu's mastery of the transcendent class's abilities grew even more refined, easily transforming himself into a portion of the transcendent crystal and taking advantage. Otherwise, he worried that using the transcendent realm again would attract the attention of the higher-ups. After all, the higher up the level, the more advanced the civilization's technology, potentially allowing them to detect Suyu in the transcendent realm. The newly unlocked transcendent class clearly drew inspiration from the technology of the transcendent civilization, allowing him to conceal himself within the transcendent crystal, making him even harder to detect. Thus, Suyu, along with a pile of transcendent crystals, once again crossed millions of dimensional levels and entered a new dimension of space and time. Sure enough, they're still humans. Or rather, pseudo-humans. Suyu now arrived in a planet-sized space, home to hundreds of millions of humans. Of course, they were all pseudo-humans, but within them, they vaguely possessed some physiological structures. It seemed their manufacturing technology had become more sophisticated. Seeing these hundreds of millions of pseudo-humans, Suyu became even more certain that the true core of this supermatter civilization might be real humans. At this thought, Suyu's heart sank. If it were the surviving humans who established this supermatter civilization and destroyed countless survivors in order to harvest supermatter, perhaps even human civilization was among them. How should this be settled? Suyu pondered for a moment, suppressed the murderous intent within him, and continued observing. The truth was still unclear, and it was too early to draw conclusions. Among these hundreds of millions of pseudo-humans, there were no longer only ordinary people. There were also some extraordinary beings. These extraordinary beings did not utilize psychic energy, but rather supermatter, to unleash their various abilities. Supermatter was a fundamental power that could be transformed into all things in the world. The effects that can be achieved with psychic energy can also be achieved with super essence, and even more effectively. Because of the presence of the transcendent, Suyu did not act rashly. Although he was also a transcendent, and could utilize his super essence to unleash various abilities, the level of this space-time was so high that any pseudo-human transcendent could utilize extremely powerful super essence. Thankfully, Suyu was experienced and possessed a wide range of abilities. He lurked in the shadows, quietly hacking into the pseudo-human planet's intelligent host to acquire information. At the same time, he secretly absorbed some super essence to enrich his own abilities. Then he continued to wait for the day of handing in, and continued his ascent. In this way, Suyu ascended, crossing one spacetime after another. The upper level of the pseudo-human planet was the pseudo-human galaxy. Then above that, the pseudo-human galaxy. Then above that, the pseudo-human star region. And then again, finally, Suyu arrived at a universe. This should be the true location of the transcendent civilization, right? Chapter 679. At this moment, Suyu was in a cosmic vacuum. Next to him lay a vast mass of supercrystals just handed over from the lower layer. That lower layer was a vast pseudo-human empire, tens of billions of light-years in diameter. That empire constantly mined countless supercrystals from the lower layer. To be honest, that lower layer empire even had a larger population than the previous human empire of the original universe. If those pseudo-humans didn't have some flaws, Suyu would have almost mistaken them for real humans, and that empire was also a real empire, the source of higher dimensional destiny. But after careful observation, Suyu was certain they were pseudo-humans, not real humans. Though the internal structures of those pseudo-humans looked realistic and indistinguishable from real humans, with cells, tissues, and various organs, a closer examination revealed that their physiological structures operated in complete disarray. For example, the function of the human heart was to supply blood to the body. Some pseudo-humans actually used their bodies to digest food, pumping it through their hearts into their blood vessels and circulating throughout their bodies. They don't even use their mouths to eat, but their eyes. And that's just a subset of pseudo-humans. Others have other peculiarities, like using their large intestines to think and their brains to digest food. In short, they're all incredibly strange and peculiar, completely unlike normal humans. Logically, given their physiological structure, they'd all be dead by this sort of messing around. But they're essentially made of supermatter, able to survive even without any physiological structure, which is why they can do such a rigged thing. Looking at the trillions of pseudo-humans, pretending to be humans, wearing human appearances, and performing all sorts of bizarre acts, Suyu was speechless. He couldn't understand why the supermatter civilization behind the scenes would do this. Surely, that supermatter civilization had a way to create real humans. If these pseudo-humans used their organs and bodies normally, Suyu would have difficulty distinguishing them from real humans. But the creators behind the scenes seemed to have deliberately created these flaws, preventing them from becoming truly human. Finally, after some observation, Suyu decided to continue upward. He estimated that this time, he would be able to encounter a true supermatter civilization. However, before ascending, Suyu consumed a large amount of supermatter, allowing his supermatter abilities to reach their full potential. The pseudo-human empire, with a diameter of tens of billions of light-years, contained an unimaginable amount of supermatter. Even this tens of billions of light-years of empire was built on supermatter, with various planets and galaxies created through supermatter conversion. It was unknown how many civilizations in lower dimensions had to be destroyed to accumulate this much. This was a boon for Suyu. He had been lurking in this empire for a century, secretly devouring vast quantities of supermatter crystals. For Suyu's supermatter class, supermatter meant experience. After devouring this supermatter, Suyu's supermatter class had reached level 999. The total amount of supermatter he could control had reached galaxy-level levels. With such strength at his disposal, Suyu could confidently continue his ascent. Suyu's galaxy level refers to the galaxies within this ultramacroscopic dimension. If this were the space-time dimension of the primordial universe, the supermatter Suyu controlled would be enough to create countless universes with a single thought. However, within the ultramacroscopic dimension, it was only enough to construct a single galaxy. Suyu had now completely reconstructed and restored the original universe through supermatter conversion, storing it in his physical space and carrying it with him. Through psychic overrun, his various psychic abilities were fully capable of keeping pace with the power of the supermatter user. Within this ultramacroscopic space-time, his abilities had reached galactic levels, enabling him to deal with any enemy. The supermatter consumed in constructing the original universe was a drop in the bucket for Suyu, practically no consumption at all. After all, the space-time dimension of the original universe was far lower than Suyu's current dimension. Suyu had reached peak power, but the supermatter user class had still not reached its maximum level. One level was still missing. Suyu estimated that he would need to absorb all the supermatter from the entire 10 billion light-year pseudo-human empire to reach the maximum level. However, that would undoubtedly alert the extraordinary and powerful within the pseudo-human empire. Those pseudo-humans, while eccentric, still possess some formidable figures. Suyu probed briefly, then decided to give up. Reaching higher, there would naturally be more supermatter for him to absorb. There was no need to fight these pseudo-humans to death. So Suyu once again took advantage of the handover opportunity and continued ascending, finally arriving at a vast expanse of cosmic space. Suyu could sense that this expanse of space was almost endless, and everything was composed of supermatter. Thus, Suyu concluded that this must be the location of the so-called supermatter civilization. But why does it seem like there's no life at all? Suyu gazed at the surrounding vacuum, puzzled. Every time he ascended, he would appear in the cities and planets where the pseudo-humans resided. Those supercrystals were precious resources, destined for the pseudo-humans to process and utilize. But this time, an empire billions of light years below had handed over a quantity of supercrystals the size of a galaxy, only to have them simply abandoned to the vacuum of space, without any pseudo-humans or real people to handle them. Suyu waited patiently for a long time, but nothing happened. His mind swept through the starry sky, searching, but he found no signs of life. What is this? Suyu looked at the galaxy-sized supercrystals, and with a thought, he absorbed them completely. Since no one was there to handle them, he would do it himself. After absorbing this galaxy-sized quantity of supercrystals, Suyu's professional experience increased slightly, but it was still not enough to reach the final level. Then, Suyu moved swiftly across the starry sky searching. He refused to believe that this starry sky was truly empty and devoid of life. The more Suyu searched, the more astonished he became, because he discovered that this starry sky was very similar to the original universe. No! It should be said that it was almost identical. Suyu's mind moved, and he called up the star map of the original universe in his consciousness, comparing it with everything before him. There was almost no difference. The only difference was, there was no life here. That's right, no life at all, not even a pseudo-human. Suyu had flown through tens of millions of galaxies, and found no sign of life. This so-called supercrystal civilization used every possible means, constantly mining and handing over supercrystals. At the end of everything, a starry sky devoid of life? The more Suyu searched, the more wary he became. The situation was strange, and he feared unknown dangers lurked. After searching several more galaxies, he finally, following the star map, flew towards a familiar star system. There was the home planet of the human empire, the Aurora system. Chapter 680. Endless starry skies, countless planets, devoid of any life. So you wanted to see if there was any life on the human home planet Jindan. After all, this so-called super civilization was suspected to have been founded by humans. With Suyu's current strength, he could travel across billions of light years with a single thought, so he soon arrived in the Jindan galaxy. Sure enough, the Jindan galaxy was also devoid of life, a desolate wasteland. But why does it smell familiar? Suyu's mind moved, and he arrived at the highest peak of the Jindan planet. The peak was covered in snow, and a figure sat atop it. It was a human male, seemingly middle-aged, with a face full of fatigue and hardship. The moment Suyu saw him, he knew who he was. The glorious Emperor. The original universe had been sacrificed by a force originating from the infinite universe. Suyu, through his transcendental realm, had avoided the sacrifice and saved everyone in the original universe. But the glorious Emperor had disappeared. Until now, finally, he was sitting right here. You're here. The Emperor of Glory spoke slowly, as if he had anticipated Suyu's arrival. Sudden suspicion crossed his face, his mind racing as he asked, "What's going on?" He was always ready to fight. Now he suspected that the Emperor of Glory was the mastermind behind everything in this so-called super civilization. After all, the only normal living being he had encountered along the way was the Emperor of Glory. The Emperor of Glory seemed to sense Suyu's hostility. He was silent for a moment, then said, "That's a long story." After a long time, Suyu's hostility dissipated somewhat, but not completely. For he still had some doubts about the Emperor of Glory's words. The Emperor of Glory had just told Suyu the entire truth, but Suyu couldn't tell the difference. According to the Emperor of Glory, long ago, there existed a cosmic sky similar to the primordial universe, which the Emperor called the primordial universe. In that sky, various races lived, fighting and slaughtering each other endlessly. In that sky, there was also the warp and the existence of psychic energy. There were also humans, and there were empires. There was also an emperor. That human emperor was a man of great talent and strategy, leading the human empire to conquer the galaxy and conquer vast swathes of space. However, he was betrayed by the evil gods, who plotted against him through the betrayal of his own prince. Finally, after a great rebellion, the emperor was severely injured, corrupted by his own dark side, and sat on the throne for 10,000 years. During these 10,000 years, the human empire endured an era of immense darkness. Countless humans were corrupted by demonic gods, enduring boundless suffering. Humanity also endured the oppression and cruelty of its own kind. Through faith and prayer, all these emotions were infused into the emperor's consciousness. After 10,000 years, this powerful emperor finally gave up. He rose from his throne. But it was no longer the original emperor who rose, but his dark side, a terrifying god of destruction. And so, destruction descended. Though the human empire at that time was no larger than a galaxy, the emperor nurtured within him a terrifying god capable of annihilating the entire universe. This god's power was pure destruction, and upon his birth, he would sacrifice all of humanity. Drawing upon the suffering and hatred of billions of humanity, his power grew immeasurably, first annihilating humanity's galaxy, then spreading to other galaxies, until the entire universe, including the warp, was utterly annihilated. Even within the warp, there were several other powerful evil gods, each possessing their own unique powers, both powerful and strange. But they were no match for the Dark Emperor's immense destructive power. After all, their powers excelled at destruction, not protection. Isn't it a joke to have these evil gods guard the universe? And without the power to protect, the universe would naturally be extremely vulnerable to the Dark Emperor's might. In the end, the entire universe vanished, and time and space ceased to exist. This universe, though seemingly ordinary, was in fact a truly infinite universe. An infinite universe, with infinite levels and infinite dimensions. Infinite universes exist within every microscopic particle. And within those microscopic universes, infinite universes themselves. It seems endless and limitless, yet it actually has a true end. This infinite universe actually has an uppermost layer. This uppermost layer is the primordial universe destroyed by the Dark Emperor. Precisely because it is the uppermost layer, it is called primordial. The consequences of the Dark Emperor's destruction of this primordial universe are predictable. With the destruction of the uppermost layer, the infinite universes and civilizations of the lower dimensions were also annihilated. The Dark Emperor, filled with boundless rage and hatred, vowed to annihilate all universes, all civilizations, and all evil gods and demons. Not even humanity or himself would be spared. He did succeed, but not completely. Although the entire universe was destroyed, existential ruins remained. Just like a collapsed building, within the rubble, some survivors can still be found. Of course, in the infinite universe, the so-called survivors are universes and civilizations. The original universe where Su Yu had previously resided was one such survivor civilization. These survivors seem to have escaped the Dark Emperor's destructive power. After all, the Dark Emperor had destroyed himself, leaving no destructive force to threaten him. However, the Dark Emperor's destructive power was not so easily evaded. Before destroying himself, the Dark Emperor, with his supreme status, established a higher dimensional destiny. No matter what universe, no matter what time and space, humans and empires will be born, and all will inherit this higher dimensional destiny. The human empire, inheriting this higher dimensional destiny, will eventually give birth to a Dark Emperor, who will destroy everything once again. Therefore, it was only in the original universe where Su Yu resided that the Emperor of Glory appeared, and only then could the so-called higher dimensional destiny be found. In the end, the original universe was indeed destroyed. Although it has now been restored by Su Yu, as long as its higher dimensional destiny remains, it will sooner or later be destroyed again. As for the so-called supermatter civilization, it is a civilization at a level below the original universe, a part that survived the destruction. Blessed with the privilege of being only one level below the original universe, they immediately began attempting to rebuild their civilization after the destruction of the universe. They studied the supermatter revealed after the destruction of the universe, and developed advanced technology from it. Using instruments, they mined supermatter from this boundless ruin, rebuilding a vast starry universe. Ambitiously, they intended to use this as the foundation for a great civilization. They were almost successful. Chapter 681. The word almost indicates that this supermatter civilization was unsuccessful. That's because they encountered me. That's what the Emperor of Light said. That supermatter civilization was destroyed at the hands of the Emperor of Light. This civilization used supermatter mining devices, treating the survivors as if they were minerals, destroying countless surviving civilizations. In a sense, they were also accomplices of the Dark Emperor. In the end, their mining reached the primordial universe. However, because the primordial universe exists in an extremely low space-time dimension, perhaps even the lowest, mining is quite difficult, requiring the use of other technologies. This is the great sacrifice that the primordial universe experienced earlier. By the time the sacrificial mining was finally completed, the Dark Emperor in the primordial universe had already been conceived. Finally, the Dark Emperor ascended along the great sacrifice to the highest level of supermatter civilization. Instantly, he destroyed the universes they had rebuilt. In the primordial universe, the Dark Emperor had actually destroyed it many times before. But each time, the primordial universe was able to restart. Through repeated reboots, the primordial universe's human empire grew from a galactic civilization to a vast civilization spanning tens of billions of light years. This was evidently because each time the Dark Emperor appeared, destruction was incomplete. Otherwise, the primordial universe would have long since vanished. The Dark Emperor could annihilate the entire infinite universe. So how could the primordial universe be incomplete? So, he was waiting here. The primordial universe's repeated reboots were merely accumulating strength, awaiting the arrival of a transcendental civilization. Having inherited a higher dimensional destiny, the Dark Emperor was no mindless fool. His destructive power held profound wisdom. So, Suyu ascended all the way to the end, and surprisingly, he saw not a single life in this universe's starry skies. Because the entire transmatter civilization had been destroyed. However, the Dark Emperor, born from the glorious Emperor, was not that powerful. That's why this universe, constructed of transmatter, survived. Only the transmatter civilization within it was destroyed. This destruction was utterly complete, not only destroying their bodies, but also their civilization, technology, culture. Every trace of it. All along his journey, Suyu had always considered the transmatter civilization the ultimate enemy, but he had never imagined that they would be completely annihilated, leaving nothing behind. That's not to say nothing remained, as the pseudo-human miners still existed. However, according to the glorious Emperor, the transmatter civilization was not human. The reason those miners were pseudo-humans was because the transmatter civilization had been researching the truth behind the destruction. Throughout their research, the transmatter civilization concluded that the human race might be the root cause of the destruction, possessing immense power. Even within the supermatter civilization, the human race is called the clan of destruction. So, using pseudo-humans as miners is highly effective. After all, mining supermatter is also destroying the survivors. Using humans, the clan of destruction, as miners is naturally a professional match. Furthermore, humans cause destruction, and the supermatter civilization deeply resents them. Using humans as miners and slaves also serves a purpose of relieving their hatred. The reason they only use pseudo-humans, and not real humans, is that they don't dare. They have also tried to create real humans. With their technology, they could easily do so. But soon after their creation, a terrifying force descended, forcing them to retreat. They could only create pseudo-humans to serve as miners, extracting the supermatter. In the end, they were not immune, and were eventually caught by higher dimensional destiny. The entire civilization was wiped out, leaving only these pseudo-human miners, who were neither human nor human, to continue their mission. Although the supermatter civilization was advanced, it was not human and could not inherit higher dimensional destiny. Therefore, they never knew the truth until their death. Those who knew the truth were already dead. Only the Emperor Guangyao, as the inheritor of higher dimensional destiny, could know this information and understand the true source of destruction. So that's how it is. After listening to Emperor Guangya's words, Suyu was silent for a long time, then whispered softly. I don't know how much he believed. Knowing the truth of everything did not bring Suyu any relief, but instead, it left him with even more doubts. After a pause, Suyu spoke again. I have a few more questions. Where did those supreme evil gods from the primordial universe go? Or were they all destroyed? Previously, in the primordial universe, Suyu created a super creation machine, rebooted the universe, and gained the power of the source of cause and effect. This power is like saying, I am your father. The power of the source of cause and effect can transform into the power source of any being, becoming their father. So, after Suyu rebooted the universe, those powerful beings, such as the Holy Sin, the Evil Fate, and the Desire Corpse, disappeared. Suyu had assumed that these beings had gone into hiding because they didn't want to be affected by the power of the source of cause and effect. But even after the great sacrifice was completed and the primordial universe was destroyed, those creatures still did not appear. Suyu arrived at the existential ruins and continued his journey, but still saw no sign of them. Now that he had met the long-lost Emperor of Radiance, Suyu took the opportunity to inquire about them. The Emperor of Radiance shook his head. I don't know. He had followed the Dark Emperor all the way up to this time and space, destroying the entire transmatter civilization, yet he saw nothing. Suyu pondered for a moment and said, since the Dark Emperor can leave behind a higher dimensional destiny, could the powerful evil gods of the primordial universe also have left behind some methods? The Emperor of Radiance nodded, very likely. Suyu looked up and looked around, saying, it seems this isn't the end. I wonder where those supreme evil gods have gone. After a moment's thought, Suyu added, I have rebuilt the entire primordial universe. Will this bring about a higher dimensional destiny? The primordial universe had been reconstructed by Su Yu using transmatter, and was now operating within his physical space. I had thought this was a good thing. With Su Yu, the creator god, watching over me, the primordial universe was now peaceful and stable, enjoying unprecedented prosperity. But now it seemed that this might not be such a good thing. As expected, the Emperor of Glory's expression darkened. Of course. In fact, Before he could finish his words, Su Yu saw nothing before him. The Emperor of Glory had vanished into thin air. Startled, Su Yu searched, but found no trace. A thought struck him, and he remembered what the Emperor of Glory had said earlier. The Dark Emperor vowed to destroy all life and civilization, even himself. How could the Emperor of Glory have survived? He had long been destroyed, yet somehow he had managed to maintain his existence until Su Yu arrived. But just now, as if something had triggered, he could no longer maintain his presence and vanished completely, and as the Emperor of Glory vanished, Su Yu vaguely sensed a terrifying power descending upon him unnoticed. Chapter 682. Is this a higher dimensional fate? Su Yu felt a faint weight pressing down on him, nearly suffocating him, as if the words "disaster is imminent" were written above his head. But upon closer inspection, there was no trace of it, as if it were just an illusion. But at Su Yu's current level, how could he possibly be delusional? That feeling just now must have been real. It seems that after the disappearance of the glorious Emperor, as a human, and having served as the glorious Emperor for a period of time, this higher dimensional fate has come upon me. Su Yu was secretly wary. He didn't have time to mourn the disappearance of the glorious Emperor. After all, he himself was now in danger. But for the time being, Su Yu couldn't find a solution. After all, the infinite universe, countless civilizations, were destroyed by this higher dimensional fate. Although he was extremely powerful now, he was still far from this kind of power. Furthermore, this power came and went without a trace. Even if Su Yu wanted to fight or resist, he would have no one to fight against. I am now the de facto master of the primordial universe. If this high-dimensional destiny were to unleash, I'm afraid it would require me to completely destroy this universe, and then myself, before it would be over. Su Yu thought to himself. He felt a sense of urgency, as if that terrifying power could erupt at any moment. I must find a solution quickly. Su Yu's mind moved, and he activated his supermatter conversion and hunting instinct, beginning to devour everything around him. All matter and planets in this universe and starry sky were transformed from supermatter. Su Yu first used supermatter conversion to transform all the planetary matter into pure supermatter, then used his hunting instinct to devour it. The supermatter he devoured became Su Yu's professional experience. He was still one level shy of reaching the supermatter class, so he'd better quickly max it out, unlocking core specializations and new classes to see if he could resolve the current crisis. And so, before him, the human home planet, Jindan, instantly transformed into pure crystal under Su Yu's power, and then, completely devoured. Then, Su Yu's power swept across the entire star system, devouring the star at its center, and then swept towards the surrounding star systems. Finally, the entire galaxy fell into Su Yu's belly, and his power spread to the surrounding galaxies. Su Yu's appetite was simply insatiable. There was no way around it. The experience required for the final level of supermatter was simply too much. Furthermore, now that the entire supermatter civilization had become extinct, its associated technology, culture, and other supermatter containing wisdom and knowledge had vanished with it. All Su Yu could devour were a few dead celestial bodies, requiring an even greater quantity. Su Yu swept through, devouring the entire starry sky within a radius of tens of billions of light years, and yet it still wasn't enough. He had no idea how long he had been devouring in this space and time, nor how many planets he had devoured. The sheer volume was astonishing. Considering the immense dimensionality of this starry sky, the supermatter of every microscopic particle rivaled the vastness of the universe, not to mention the planets. And yet it still wasn't enough. In the end, Su Yu felt somewhat numb. Fortunately, his profession was so powerful that even after consuming so much supermatter, he saw no limit and never reached a point of overeating. Su Yu devoured 10 times the amount again and finally gained 10000000000 class experience. Transformer level max. Class level up. Transformation improves simultaneously. Unlock core specialization. Transformation analysis based on your core abilities. Transformation analysis. All existence must have traces. All things that exist have existence, and are all composed of transformation. Using the power of transformation analysis, theoretically, any force, matter, information, or life can be analyzed. After analysis, it can be transformed. After devouring billions of light years of starry sky, Suyu finally reached the maximum level for this class, simultaneously unlocking a core specialization. Unfortunately, no new class was unlocked. Supermatter analysis? Suyu carefully sensed this new ability, pondering a way out. Everything that exists has existence, and is composed of supermatter. Suyu muttered this sentence, a sudden realization dawning on him. The supermatter conversion ability is extremely powerful. It can transform supermatter into matter, energy, information, and more, or even into pure supermatter. However, not everything can be converted. This power has its limits. One obvious fact is that Suyu cannot transform his own higher dimensional destiny. But everything that exists has existence. So, what about higher dimensional destiny? Higher dimensional destiny is real, so why can't Suyu transform it? This newly unlocked core specialization provides the answer. Suyu needs to analyze it. When Suyu previously used the supermatter conversion ability, it was actually a two-step process. The first step was to analyze the object to be converted, and the second step was to activate the ability and achieve the conversion. This was a perfectly normal process. After all, if one didn't understand the object one wished to transform, how could one transform it? Transformation isn't destruction, it's creation, so sufficient understanding is essential. With Suyu's strength, he could analyze ordinary objects instantly, perhaps even without analysis, given his deep understanding of most things in the universe. However, Suyu was helpless against something as intangible as higher dimensional fate. But now, the newly unlocked super quality analysis had solved Suyu's pressing need. This ability, a core specialty unlocked through the panel, was undoubtedly extremely powerful, at least far superior to Suyu's own analytical abilities. I wondered if he could overcome this so-called higher dimensional fate. Suyu calmed down, carefully sensing the inexplicable burden. This feeling was ethereal yet tangible. After carefully sensing it, Suyu suddenly activated his ability, super quality analysis. Instantly, countless illusions filled Suyu's vision, scenes of countless humans struggling and wailing under the encroachment of evil gods and demons. On one planet, humanity was infected by an inexplicable plague, transforming everyone into a tree of flesh and blood, with bones as roots, flesh as branches and leaves, and heads as fruit. Yet, these people remained alive, wailing constantly. On another planet, humanity enjoyed a peaceful, stable, and happy life. Suddenly, an evil god descended, filling everyone's hearts with rage and bloodshed. They slaughtered each other in a bloodbath. Finally, the survivors suddenly woke up, their hearts pierced with agony, as they watched their loved ones die at their hands. An entire galaxy of humanity fought an alien civilization, was captured, and used as experimental subjects for the development of weapons specifically targeting humans. Millions of such scenarios flashed through his mind in an instant. After a long pause, Suyu let out a sigh of relief. Through his super analysis, he finally understood what this so-called higher dimensional destiny was. Chapter 683. The various visions Suyu had witnessed before weren't surprising to him. Suyu had seen plenty of this kind of thing before in the primordial universe. His time in the Azure Galaxy was one thing. Suyu sat on the throne for the glorious emperor for 10,000 years, his consciousness encompassing the entire empire. What kind of tragedy had he not witnessed during those 10,000 years? Although the three supreme evil gods had vanished by then, the remaining evil gods and demons were still enough to afflict the human empire, which had just experienced rebellion. In a vast empire spanning hundreds of billions of light years in diameter, even the slightest invasion by an evil god would result in the fall of thousands of planets, and the tragedies were incalculable. Although Suyu had tried his best to save the world, he was then corrupted by 20 princes, and reduced to a mummy, making it impossible to save everything. Not to mention, the primordial universe was later sacrificed, and all its information was intercepted by Suyu and absorbed into his consciousness. All the pain, despair, and joy of the entire universe were absorbed into Suyu's consciousness. If Suyu hadn't experienced eons of loneliness, tempering his consciousness to an incomparable firmness, he truly wouldn't have been able to endure it. But after seeing so much, he'd become numb. After all, the entire primordial universe had been recreated by Suyu using his supermatter. With him suppressing it, peace reigned supreme. All the evil gods and demons had been annihilated by him, and there was no need to dwell on the hard times of the past. Suyu had thought that after all he'd been through, nothing could move him anymore. But those visions had shaken Suyu once again. It wasn't that the humans depicted in those images were miserable or in pain. He'd seen far worse pain. The main reason was too much, endless, boundless, a trillion flashes of light flashed by in an instant. Although the primordial universe boasted true infinity, how long had it been so? The civilizations and life within it were still limited. Most of the starry skies within the primordial universe were barren, devoid of life and civilization. But the illusion Suyu had just witnessed was truly boundless and endless. Instantly, Suyu understood what these things were. It was the infinite dimensions of the infinite universe, the infinite humanity within the infinite universe, suffering, despair, and hatred caused by the torture of the evil gods and demons of the warp. This pain, despair, and hatred ultimately gave rise to absolute destruction. Since this world is so dark, let it be destroyed. It vowed to annihilate everything, to perish together with all civilizations, creatures, evil gods, demons, leaving nothing behind. This was an incomparably terrifying will, the so-called higher dimensional destiny. How many humans were there in the original infinite universe? It was impossible to count them. Although each universe gave rise to a different race, or rather, the vast majority of universes never gave rise to humans. But with an infinite cardinality, as long as the probability is non-zero, one universe will inevitably give rise to the human race. If there is one, there will be an infinite number of them. Not to mention, there is communication and even migration between universes. And most of these universes have given rise to the warp, with demons and evil gods existing in them. The humans of each universe have endured the painful torment of evil gods and demons. Even without evil gods and demons, the wars and slaughter between races would bring endless suffering to humanity. Across infinite universes, countless humans endured all kinds of torture and pain. That was the scene Suyu had just witnessed. And within the human empire, born at the top of all dimensions, an emperor was born. It's unknown what methods this emperor employed, or perhaps he possessed some special trait. In short, the despair and suffering of humanity across infinite dimensions and universes were absorbed by this emperor. Finally, a destructive dark emperor emerged, wiping out the entire universe. And it wasn't over yet. Even after annihilating the infinite universe, this destructive hatred refused to end, transforming into higher dimensional destiny and continuing to hunt down the survivors. This was how previous supermatter civilizations were exterminated. This was the information Suyu gained through analyzing higher dimensional destiny through supermatter analysis. It turns out the so-called Dark Emperor, the power of destruction, and the higher dimensional destiny are merely the will of hatred born from the despair and pain of countless humans in the infinite universe. When Suyu first arrived in the ruins of the infinite universe, he grasped the principle of I think, therefore I am. The thoughts of intelligent beings can give rise to existence. This existence allows creatures to maintain their existence amidst the ruins of existence. It can also, through faith and other means, provide power and existence to other beings. This principle was the same principle that had enabled Suyu to gain professional experience through the devout faith of countless beings in the primordial universe. In fact, even now, countless beings in the primordial universe continue to provide Suyu with faith and experience. Although the dimensional level of the primordial universe is extremely low, the level of humanity within it is even lower. Even if the entire primordial universe were bundled together and multiplied by 1 billion times, it would still not be as great as a microscopic particle in the current super-civilized spacetime. The gap is just that huge. Yet, Suyu, who resides in such a high-level spacetime, is able to gain experience from the primordial universe in the lower-level spacetime, and even quite a considerable amount. That's because the consciousness of life can ignore this difference in spacetime dimensional level. The energy and spacetime level of an ordinary human in a microcosm and an ordinary human in a macrocosm are vastly different. But at the level of their consciousness, there is almost no significant difference. It can even be said that they are equal. Thus, even the pain, despair, and hatred of humans in the lower-level spacetime are no different from those in the macrocosm. This pain, despair, and hatred, trillions upon trillions, combined, would ultimately overturn the universe at the highest level of time and space, annihilating everything. So it doesn't seem so wrong. This universe is so dark, countless lives face endless torment from the moment they're born. It would be better to just destroy them all, to exterminate them all. For a moment, Suyu actually felt a certain sympathy for this idea. After all, those tragedies were real. Evil gods, demons, and alien races reigned supreme, while countless humans endured endless torment. At this moment, the Dark Emperor descended, showering them with boundless mercy and unleashing undivided destruction. Humans and alien races alike, evil gods and demons alike, would all be annihilated forever. As if Suyu's heart were somewhat aligned with this concept, his higher dimensional destiny seemed to grow stronger. Endless illusions began to flicker across his body, and a storm of destruction was about to erupt. Not good. At the critical moment, Suyu suddenly woke up. Chapter 684. That inexplicable higher dimensional destiny was actually beginning to affect Suyu's mental state. It was turning him towards the Dark Emperor, forcing him to succumb to his vision of all destruction and annihilation. Suyu had witnessed many forces that could corrode the mind and will, but none so intense, extreme, and terrifying. Suyu's mind raced, realizing that this force was nearly unstoppable. The infinite universe, the pain, despair, and hatred of countless human beings, transformed into this destructive force. Countless universes were annihilated by it. What could Suyu do to stop it? Even though Suyu was now extremely powerful, he was still far behind. If the Dark Emperor awakened within Suyu and unleashed his destructive power, Suyu's best outcome would be like that of the glorious Emperor, with a shadow left behind and a few words to speak. The worst outcome would be complete annihilation, with no memory or record of Suyu, complete death and destruction. However, Suyu remained unfazed by this crisis. Throughout his journey, he had experienced countless life-or-death crises. He quickly seized the opportunity presented by the growing intensity of his higher-dimensional destiny, and unleashed his full power of super-analysis to analyze this higher-dimensional destiny. Suyu had only deciphered the origin of this power, but not its underlying principles. After all, countless civilizations in the infinite universe endured various hardships, suffering, and despair. Why, in the end, had humanity given birth to this all-destroying Dark Emperor? And, in the end, left behind this so-called higher-dimensional destiny? Perhaps it was something the original Emperor did. Suyu pondered. That Dark Emperor and the power of destruction certainly didn't come out of nowhere. Who knows what the human Emperor of the highest dimension had done to bring about such horrific destruction? Suyu pondered this while deciphering the higher-dimensional destiny, trying to uncover its secrets. If he could decipher it, perhaps there would be a glimmer of hope. As he analyzed, various incomprehensible messages emerged, and Suyu's eyes flashed with images. These weren't memories of pain and despair, but rather chaotic messages that even Suyu himself couldn't understand. Suyu tried to decipher this chaotic information, but to no avail. It seemed like just gibberish. Just as Suyu was puzzled, career directions. The career panel popped up a prompt. Great! Suyu was instantly overjoyed. He devoted himself to analyzing this higher-dimensional destiny. One key point was to deepen his understanding of it, thereby unlocking new careers on the career panel. Suyu's own strength was somewhat powerless against this high-dimensional destiny that annihilated the infinite universe. He could only hope that the class panel would perform another miracle. After all, the class panel hadn't yet reached its limit. Suyu's transcendent class had previously reached maximum level, but no new classes had been unlocked. Suyu speculated that new classes required collecting sufficient information and data based on specific circumstances before they could be unlocked. Now, as Suyu analyzed the high-dimensional destiny, it had indeed appeared. Possible career, source of destruction. Take on the high-dimensional destiny, master the power of destruction, destroy everything, exterminate everything, slaughter everything, purify everything. This was the newly unlocked class on the class panel, source of destruction. Suyu was momentarily stunned when he saw this class. He had originally hoped that the new class unlocked by the class panel would allow him to fight against higher-dimensional fate. But he hadn't expected it to be so much about resistance, but rather acceptance. It would directly transform Suyu into the true source of destruction, destroying everything. What is this? Suyu was a little skeptical. He even wondered if this class panel was a manifestation of higher-dimensional fate. The ultimate goal of the class panel was to unlock this source of destruction, and completely destroy everything in the world. If that's the case, take the job. Suyu didn't hesitate. After all, the erosion of higher-dimensional fate had already been deep enough for him to accept the consequences of accepting this source of destruction. Even if it meant accepting it, it wouldn't be worse than being completely eroded by higher-dimensional fate. So, Suyu chose to accept the job. Boom! The moment he accepted the job, Suyu felt the dark, oppressive power of higher-dimensional fate suddenly vanish. No! It didn't vanish. It was absorbed and devoured by Suyu. In other words, the two had merged. This higher-dimensional destiny was now a part of Suyu, part of himself, so naturally, he felt no pressure. Moreover, Suyu felt a sense of ease, a sense of relief never before felt. In this state, Suyu wanted nothing more than to destroy everything, to find some relief. The universe, time and space, infinite civilizations, the human empire, all destroyed. With a single thought, Suyu's vision plunged everything into darkness. This vast universe, created by a super-civilization, was annihilated by Suyu's single thought. This super-civilization spacetime exists in an extremely high dimension. While certainly not the highest, it's probably very close. Destroying such a high dimension would require an incredible amount of energy. But now, for Suyu, it's a matter of a mere thought. Because he has completely assumed and integrated the fate of the higher dimension, he is now the Dark Emperor, the Lord of Destruction, the God of Destruction. The infinite universe, the pain, despair, and hatred of countless human beings converge within him. This terrifying power is enough to destroy everything, to annihilate everything. Suyu merely mobilized a tiny bit of this power, and he completely annihilated the super-civilization universe. Clearly, the destructive power Suyu could now wield was far greater than that of the previous glorious emperor. After assuming the fate of the higher dimension, the glorious emperor merely destroyed the super-civilization, while preserving the universe and time they inhabited. This was a sign of insufficient power. Now Suyu, with a single thought, can bring the universe to an end. Not only that, Suyu cast a deep gaze downward. The superdimensional civilization inhabited an extremely high-dimensional universe. After Suyu destroyed it with a single thought, the layers below it also collapsed. However, those dimensions had already been destroyed, leaving only ruins, so the collapse quickly ceased. At this moment, Suyu's mindset underwent an inexplicable change. A dark light flashed in his eyes, and the layers of ruins began to crumble and disappear. Seeing the existential ruins disappear, Suyu felt a surge of joy. It seemed that the high-dimensional fate and destructive power had finally found their most suitable master, Suyu. This new master could unleash them to their full potential, truly destroying everything. This lingering ruin would finally meet its true end. Chapter 685. With a single thought from Suyu, the existential ruins below, along with any survivors it might contain, and the pseudo-human miners, will all follow the fate of the supermatter universe and be utterly destroyed. Suyu now possesses such power. Assuming the profession a source of destruction, he is the perfect carrier of higher dimensional destiny. The glorious emperor repeatedly revived the primordial universe, repeatedly ascending the throne of the human emperor. In the end, his higher dimensional destiny was merely to exterminate the supermatter civilization, leaving no further successors. But now, Suyu's higher dimensional destiny seems endless, capable of bringing everything to a final end. When the human emperor gave birth to the Dark Emperor, he attempted to destroy everything, but in the end, only this ruin remained. Now, Suyu can complete his unfinished work. Thinking of this, Suyu couldn't help but feel a surge of immense joy. This joy was the joy of avenging eons of hatred, the joy of being freed from endless suffering, the joy inherent in the boundless human will within that higher dimensional destiny, to annihilate all, to attain boundless bliss. This was the ultimate significance of the birth of the Dark Emperor and the power of destruction. With a single thought, Suyu could instantly accomplish this great undertaking. But Suyu remained motionless. His eyes were deep, imbued with years of accumulated wisdom and unwavering will. Because he was not the Dark Emperor, but Suyu. Suyu suppressed the joy and impulsiveness within him, suppressing the terrifying destructive force. If he truly gave in to this joy and impulse, and destroyed everything, the countless survivors who might still exist in this ruin would vanish into thin air. Not only that, after destroying this ruin, the destructive force will target the original universe. And after destroying the original universe, he will ultimately destroy himself. Suyu is no fool. He naturally wouldn't do such a self-destructive act. He also understood why this class was unlocked on the class panel. Under normal circumstances, Suyu wouldn't have inherited a higher dimensional destiny, awakening the Dark Emperor within him, and wielding the power of destruction to annihilate everything. In essence, another terrifying being was born within Suyu, the Dark Emperor. That Dark Emperor then used the power of destruction to wreak annihilation. But now, through the class panel, Suyu has become the source of destruction. So there's no need for a Dark Emperor at all. Suyu controls the destructive force with his own will. The difference is profound. The purpose of the Dark Emperor's birth is to destroy everything, including himself. But Suyu is not that kind of person. He lives a good life, and has no interest in destroying everything. Although the destructive force, imbued with the pain, despair, and hatred of countless people across the infinite universe, could influence Suyu's thinking, driving him to extremes, finding destruction his greatest joy and driving him to want to destroy everything, including himself. However, despite the influence, Suyu remained Suyu, not a changed person. So, at the crucial moment, Suyu finally came to his senses and forcibly halted the destructive process. The class panel is truly reliable. After calming down a bit, Suyu secretly admired it. When he first unlocked the Source of Destruction class, Suyu was still somewhat puzzled. With a higher dimensional destiny bearing its weight, taking on the class of Source of Destruction would be a recipe for disaster. But Suyu ultimately trusted the power of his class panel and chose to take it without hesitation, finally finding a way out of danger and averting the crisis. Of course, since this was a desperate attempt to survive, there were still dangers, and they were significant. Higher dimensional destiny influenced Suyu's thoughts and will. If he couldn't handle it and completely lost himself in the joy of destruction, he would be hopeless, and the class panel wouldn't be able to help him. Thankfully, Suyu's will was incredibly strong. However, within this higher dimensional destiny resided the pain, despair, and hatred of countless human beings, and no amount of willpower could resist it. Suyu was able to forcibly halt the destructive process because he wasn't just resisting it with his willpower. He was also utilizing his various abilities. He used supermass conversion to forcibly transform the pain, despair, and hatred contained within the higher dimensional destiny into supermass. As if this weren't enough, Suyu used the destructive power within the higher dimensional destiny to destroy this pain, despair, and hatred in turn. After various maneuvers, Suyu finally managed to maintain his balance and avoid being consumed by destruction. Not easy. Suyu thought to himself. The pain, despair, and hatred contained within the higher dimensional fate were truly endless. Moreover, Suyu felt that this wasn't fixed, but rather constantly intensified. Even though the humans who were the source of this resentment were dead, this resentment wouldn't disappear or weaken. It would only grow stronger with time, until it achieved its ultimate goal and completely destroyed everything. Now, Suyu had barely maintained his balance, using his powerful will, combined with his supermassive transformation and destructive power, to combat this resentment. But it's unclear how long it can hold out. But Suyu wasn't worried. I guess once the source of destruction class reaches max level and awakens its core expertise, I'd be able to control this power. Suyu thought, glancing at the level of the source of destruction class. Source of destruction, LV1/10000000. Suyu was momentarily silent. How could this class be so outrageous? It actually has a full 1,000,000 levels. The previous Transcendent was only level 1000, 1,000 times higher. Not only that, the source of destruction class requires a massive amount of experience per level. The way experience is gained is through destruction. Just now, Suyu destroyed the space-time of the Transcendent civilization, gaining tens of billions of experience points, yet he hadn't even reached the first level. So, even if Suyu completely destroyed the entire existential ruins, including himself, he might not even reach the maximum level 2 or 3. As for reaching the maximum level, forget it. If I keep going like this, won't I be doomed? Unable to reach the maximum level, he naturally couldn't unlock the core specialization. Sooner or later, Suyu would collapse and be consumed by the pain and resentment contained in his higher dimensional destiny. But in a moment, Suyu's heart steeled itself. He suddenly looked up, gazing above. To upgrade the source of destruction, it needed destruction. And the higher the dimension, the more experience gained from destruction. To fully upgrade the source of destruction, one must seek an even higher dimension. The super civilization universe Suyu had previously destroyed was already high enough, perhaps even the highest dimension. After all, the original highest had been destroyed by the original Dark Emperor, and the remaining highest must be the dimension where the super civilization resided. But Suyu suspected there was even a higher dimension. Otherwise, where did the higher dimensional destiny come from? Chapter 686. According to Suyu's theory, since this higher dimensional destiny exists, it must have an underlying source. Although Suyu had used his transmatter analysis ability to clarify the origins of higher dimensional destiny, he still didn't know where the source of this power lay. At this point, Suyu suspected that above the transmatter civilization, there might be some higher dimensional spacetime, where the so-called higher dimensional destiny's source lay hidden. This was how it could exert its influence from above, rendering both the transmatter civilization and Suyu unable to resist. Suyu now wanted to maximize the origin of destruction class, which required destroying a higher dimensional spacetime universe. If he could find the spacetime dimension where higher dimensional destiny resided and destroy it, Suyu should be able to fully control this terrifying power and resolve this major hidden danger. However, no matter how Suyu observed and analyzed, he could find no trace of any higher dimensional spacetime. Even attempting to transcend his current spacetime by using the transcendental domain remained ineffective. It seemed that the so-called higher dimension was just Suyu's conjecture, unreal. The previous super-civilized universe was now the highest. But Suyu would not give up easily. He pondered for a moment, then with a flick of his mind, he unleashed a terrifying destructive force, bombarding upward. The up in cosmic spacetime wasn't the up and down created by gravity on a planet, but rather the up of the dimensional level. The upper layer had an almost unchallenged advantage over the lower layer. Attacking from the lower layer upwards, virtually any method was ineffective. Previously, Suyu had attempted to reach the upper levels by simply smuggling himself in, taking advantage of the pseudo-human miners handing over supercrystals. And after each smuggling, Suyu's power in the higher dimensions would weaken infinitely. In reality, it wasn't a true weakening. Suyu's power hadn't changed. Rather, the power level in the higher dimensions was far too high. Every microscopic particle was equivalent to billions of universes in the lower dimensions. Suyu needed to constantly improve himself to keep up with the higher dimensions. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to survive or function in the higher dimensions. Smuggling was already difficult, let alone directly bombarding them with powerful force. It was completely impossible. The power of the lower dimensions was too weak to have any impact on the upper dimensions. But now, Suyu was trying to create the impossible, using his own strength to forcibly open a passage to a higher dimension. The difficulty was imaginable. Not to mention, the existence of that higher dimension was uncertain. Destroy the origin, don't let me down. Suyu unleashed his terrifying destructive power with all his might, bombarding him relentlessly. At this point, his upper layer was a void. This void was created by Suyu's destruction of the super-civilization universe. Nothing, no concept, no power, no time or space existed there. No existence of any kind. This void was truly nothing. Nothing existed. Previously, when Suyu was in the primordial universe, he left it and entered a void where time and space ceased to exist. That void, though called nothingness, was not empty. Cause and effect could exist within it, and small universes could be created. Most importantly, Suyu was able to enter. How could something that could enter be considered nothing? At this moment, Suyu was facing true nothingness. There was no such thing as inside or outside. It simply did not exist, and naturally, there was no way to enter. So, Suyu's relentless bombardment with the power of destruction was a waste of energy. The power of destruction never touched the nothingness. After all, it didn't exist in the first place, so how could it be touched? How could it be destroyed? Suyu accumulated these destructive forces above him, growing ever stronger. Suyu was like a fountain or a volcano, constantly spewing out endless destructive forces. Suyu, now beneath these destructive forces, sensed danger. Unable to rise, these destructive forces accumulated above Suyu's head. If they were to topple over, Suyu himself would be in danger. And in the endless ruins below, the surviving civilizations and pseudo-human miners would naturally be instantly exterminated. Although Suyu had no intention of destroying the ruins, what he was doing now seemed to be accumulating energy for destruction, causing the destructive forces to become particularly active and increasingly powerful. Suyu's thoughts were subtly affected. The previously suppressed ecstasy and desire surged forth again, making him wish he could reverse his power, overturn the destructive force building above him, and complete the destruction he had previously left unfinished. But Suyu suppressed this ecstasy and desire with overwhelming willpower, continuing his upward assault. Even if this assault seemed only to be gathering power to kill him. Clearly, Suyu was taking another risk. If he couldn't open the passage to the higher dimension, he himself would be in danger, as would the entire ruins. But for Suyu, the risk was worth it. If we don't take risks, lingering on with this ruin is pointless. If we don't truly resolve the issue of higher dimensional fate, destruction will inevitably come sooner or later, and then it will be just as annihilating. So Suyu took a gamble, unconcerned about the consequences, and gave it his all. As time passed, the destructive force building above Suyu grew larger and stronger. The entire existential ruin trembled slightly under this destructive force, as if it would collapse before the destructive force even descended. The numerous surviving civilizations hidden within the ruins also felt a sense of impending disaster, threatened with extinction at any moment, yet unable to pinpoint the source. This, in turn, inspired many saviors within these civilizations, but no matter how many saviors there were, they could only tremble in fear before this destructive force, rendered useless. Finally, the destructive force accumulated to a critical level. The sheer magnitude of its accumulated power, even the mere presence of it hanging overhead, made Suyu feel as if he were about to collapse. He himself could no longer bear it. At this moment, Suyu suddenly felt as if the destructive force had gained a will, becoming a living being. Although the original destructive force was powerful, it was merely a mindless force, at Suyu's disposal. It would, however, affect Suyu's mind, causing him to crave destruction. But this force itself possessed no mind. But now, as Suyu pushed it to its limits, piling it above his head, with nothing to destroy, it unexpectedly underwent a transformation never before seen. It became something akin to life. The power of salvation Suyu had previously encountered could adapt to various circumstances. This immensely powerful destructive force could naturally change as well. Without a Dark Emperor, a beast of destruction was born. Chapter 687. This life was no longer as rigid as before, no longer requiring Suyu's control. Instead, like a ravenous beast, it actively sought out all existence, seeking to destroy it. This beast of destruction was the result of the transformation of the destructive force under Su Yu's forceful control. Originally, this destructive force was controlled by the Dark Emperor, born from human civilization, or rather, it used the Dark Emperor as its vehicle. But Su Yu, through his class panel, activated the ability Source of Destruction, forcibly taking on his destiny and controlling a force. There was no such thing as a Dark Emperor. Su Yu wasn't as utterly insane as the Dark Emperor, so he naturally refused to destroy recklessly. Thus, this powerful destructive force finally underwent a new transformation, giving birth to a destructive beast from within. This beast, born of the destructive force, roared, wanting to rush down and completely obliterate Su Yu and the endless ruins below. This was the meaning of its birth. From the moment it was born, it was filled with an insatiable hunger and thirst, unbearable. Since Su Yu, the controller, refused to destroy, the destructive force would manifest its own will and destroy itself. Su Yu's mind raced, sensing the faint signs of this force losing control. But it was no use. Su Yu's mind shifted, and he increased his control. Despite the beast's frantic roar, it remained suspended above Su Yu's head, unable to descend. Origin of Destruction is a powerful class unlocked through the class panel, granting extreme control over the destructive force. This newly born beast of destruction, however, could not truly escape Su Yu's control. It could only roar wildly, emitting terrifying vibrations that were difficult for Su Yu to bear. Su Yu possessed immense control over the power of destruction, but his own strength was somewhat fragile compared to it. The power of destruction didn't have the same self-strengthening effects as ordinary psychic energy. After all, its essence was destruction. So, the beast of destruction, unable to escape control, sought to kill its master, Su Yu. Although Su Yu's control prevented it from attacking him directly, its frantic thoughts, roars, and even its very presence could inflict immense damage. Mainly, Su Yu's source of destruction was too low, still only at level 1, otherwise, he wouldn't be so passive. At this moment, the beast of destruction was like a vast, boundless dark sun, hanging high above the universe, constantly radiating an endless will of destruction. It seemed as if it was the true source of destruction. After all, its will of destruction and power were now far greater than Su Yu's. It was merely that Su Yu, with the power of his class panel, had forcibly suppressed it, preventing it from unleashing its might. This beast of destruction hung overhead. Though it possessed no true power to bring down destruction, its frenzied will alone inflicted immense damage on all things. If this continued, even if the survivors in the ruins weren't directly destroyed, they might be infected by its will and voluntarily self-destruct. Clearly, this was another transformation of the power of destruction, the radiation of its will. Since it couldn't directly bring down destruction, then let everything self-destruct, but Su Yu remained unmoved, maintaining a firm grip on it. He even took on the radiated will of destruction, preventing the ruins and the survivors below from self-destructing. Otherwise, if this beast of destruction continued to radiate, all the survivors would be dead before they could find a higher dimension. Su Yu had himself to bear the consequences of his own actions. Though he had inherited a large amount of self-destructive thoughts, he still forcibly held on, reluctant to self-destruct. After all, as the source of destruction, he possessed a strong resistance to this destructive will, fighting destruction with destruction, barely enough to protect himself. The beast of destruction, seeing its self-destructive radiation fail again, suddenly became even more furious and frantic, roaring and transforming again. This beast of destruction transformed extremely rapidly. The power of salvation Su Yu had previously witnessed had various transformations to address various crises. This beast of destruction, on the other hand, used infinite transformations to create endless crises and disasters. Perhaps, this power of destruction was the blackening of the power of salvation, bearing the pain and despair of countless humans, hence its immense power. In an instant, it transformed billions of times, repeatedly attacking Su Yu's defenses. Su Yu shouldered every destructive threat these transformations posed. Even he felt a little fatigued, a sense of strain rising. But despite his inability to hold on, he persevered. His will remained unwavering, forcing the beast of destruction not to destroy downwards, but upwards. However, there was nothing above, so what could it destroy? Naturally, it was furious, constantly transforming. But no matter how it transformed, Su Yu firmly suppressed it, forcing it to continue upwards. Finally, the beast of destruction roared in despair, undergoing a new transformation, actually obeying Su Yu's command and continuing upwards. Su Yu saw this and was overjoyed. The wait had finally come. Su Yu had persisted until now, waiting for this moment. The beast of destruction was a variation of the power of destruction. This variation contained infinite transformations, capable of unleashing endless calamities, with a single goal, to destroy all existing things. However, Suyu had forcibly confined it to a void above, where nothing could possibly destroy it. Thus, it would inevitably undergo some kind of transformation, forcibly seeking out hidden entities and destroying them. Suyu intended to exploit this, using the Beast of Destruction's transformations to find a dimension higher. This Beast of Destruction was like a ferocious hound, and Suyu would use its incredibly sensitive animal instincts to locate its hidden prey. And now, finally, there was a reward. The Beast of Destruction was truly ascending. Clearly, some transformation had allowed it to find something to destroy within this void. So, it stopped fighting Suyu to the death and began to truly ascend. But above is an absolute nothingness. It has nowhere to go, so what could possibly destroy it? It's simple, it's the concept of above. That nothingness, suspended above the ruins, appears to be empty, but in reality, something exists. That something is above. Suyu, upon seeing this, suddenly understood. This nothingness isn't truly nothing. It holds the concept of above, and it still has existence. The previous destruction wasn't complete. Now, this Beast of Destruction aims to destroy the concept of above as well, and what will be revealed after the concept of above is destroyed? Could it be the higher dimension Suyu seeks? Suyu waits to see. Chapter 688. The Beast of Destruction was now constantly reaching upward, attempting to destroy the concept of above within this void. This seemed somewhat difficult. Even though the Beast of Destruction was extremely powerful, it could not succeed. The concept of above naturally possessed existence. As long as it existed, the power of destruction could be effective and could destroy it. However, the existence inherent in this concept was too weak and hidden, or perhaps too solid and powerful. Even though the Beast of Destruction was extremely terrifying, it could not destroy this concept. It even seemed as if its will was hesitant, doubting whether the concept of above truly existed within this void. However, being firmly restrained by Suyu, it could not rise upward. Apart from this void, nothing could satisfy its desire for destruction, so it could only persevere, continuously releasing its destructive power, searching within this void for something, a concept, it could destroy. For an unknown amount of time, the Beast of Destruction grew increasingly violent, its destructive power growing stronger. But it still could not succeed. Finally, the Beast of Destruction transformed once more. Boom! In a split second, Suyu felt his consciousness fading, his vision blackening, and he could barely maintain his composure. With Suyu's current strength, a sudden blackout was practically impossible. There was only one possibility. Suyu had just nearly died. Only death could cause Suyu to experience a sudden blackout. I didn't expect there was such a trick. After a moment, Suyu recovered and discovered that the vast amount of supermatter he had absorbed had been largely destroyed, leaving him severely weakened. Despite his weakened state, Suyu's strength rivaled countless primordial universes, but he still lost considerable strength and nearly died. What had just happened? Simple. The Beast of Destruction self-destructed. Seeing it couldn't destroy the concept of upward, the Beast of Destruction could no longer endure it and activated its final transformation, self-destruction. At the cost of self-destruction, it unleashed its strongest destructive force, annihilating itself and everything around it. This was the Beast of Destruction's most powerful attack. Suyu was nearly killed by this terrifying self-destruction. Even if Suyu could control the destructive force and firmly restrain the Beast of Destruction, it had self-destructed. No matter how much Suyu restrained it, its effectiveness was limited. Thankfully, Suyu had previously absorbed a large amount of supermatter, which helped him withstand the self-destruction. Despite the loss of a significant amount of supermatter, Suyu felt a surge of joy. Because, at this moment, the void above him finally blew apart, shattered by the Beast of Destruction's self-destructive attack. Sure enough, above the highest, there's even higher. Suyu gazed at the shattered void, a heart filled with joy. So, without hesitation, he charged in. Originally, this void contained no time or space, only the concept of above. Now, even this concept of above had been destroyed, revealing the existence beyond. So, this void was a barrier, now opened by me. Suyu thought as he charged. The previous universe of the super-civilized civilization, destroyed by Suyu, was left with nothing but emptiness. Within this nothingness, nothing existed except the concept of above. Therefore, this void is inaccessible and impassable. But because it possesses the concept of up, it hovers above all of space and time. All attempts to rise ultimately encounter this void, and are then unable to advance any further. This void is the ultimate up, and there's no going any higher. This void acts as a barrier, blocking all attempts to rise. Even the powerful Beast of Destruction cannot break through. However, Suyu forced the Hua Beast of Destruction to destroy this barrier of nothingness at the cost of self-destruction. Without the barrier, one can finally continue up. In reality, it's not up, but simply a higher dimension, falling down due to the disappearance of the barrier. However, Suyu had only just begun his upward charge when he encountered the barrier again. So that's how it is. I wonder how many layers of barriers there are. Suyu thought to himself, looking at the new layer of nothingness above him. The previous barrier of nothingness was formed by Suyu's destruction of the supermatter universe. This new barrier was likely formed after the destruction of the supermatter universe's upper dimensions. The supermatter universe wasn't the highest dimension. It became the highest dimension after the destruction of all the higher dimensions. It's unknown how many layers of nothingness separated the supermatter universe from the original, uppermost dimension. To find the source of higher dimensional destiny, a dimension even higher than the highest, Suyu didn't know how many barriers he would have to overcome. But Suyu didn't care. If he could break through one barrier, he could break through the second and third. After all, the power of destruction is infinite, and so are the beasts of destruction. As long as Suyu is careful and avoids being blasted to death by the beast's self-destruction, he can break through any barrier. So Suyu repeated his old trick, unleashing the power of destruction once more, giving birth to the beast of destruction. Although the beast of destruction was newborn, it seemed to have previous experience, so it immediately self-destructed upon its birth. Thankfully, Suyu saw the opportunity quickly, and used the power of destruction to offset his defenses, thus avoiding further injury. Although the power of destruction has no defensive power, it becomes defensive by destroying the attacking force. Suyu used his own power of destruction to completely obliterate the beast's self-destructive impact, leaving him unscathed. Next, it was a matter of repetition. Suyu repeatedly gave birth to the beast of destruction, using its self-destruction to blast through layer after layer of void barriers. As time went on, Suyu became more proficient, achieving a single blow in an instant. Finally, Suyu repeated this process over 300 million times. Clearly, the dimension of the super-civilized universe was a vast distance from the highest dimension. Finally, after Suyu destroyed 334,160,070 void partitions, he abruptly stopped. At this moment, what hung above his head was finally not nothingness. Suyu felt a vast space-time dimension hovering overhead. This dimension was higher and more powerful than any space-time dimension Suyu had ever encountered before. It hovered above all other space-time dimensions. As a space-time transcender, Suyu had to admit that this dimension above was the true transcendent, transcending everything, overlooking everything, untouchable and unreachable. And now, by destroying over 300 million void partitions, Suyu had finally brought this vast dimension down, bringing it within Suyu's reach. Chapter 689. Suyu sensed this dimension and attempted to activate the transcendental domain, forcibly elevating his own dimension and directly ascending. The transcendental domain allowed Suyu to ascend to a higher dimension. Previously, Suyu hadn't used it because it was too far away from this dimension, separated by over 300 million layers of void, rendering the transcendental domain ineffective. But now, this space-time dimension was within reach, only one dimension away from Suyu, which was where the transcendental domain came in. However, just as Suyu activated it, he discovered that the dimension above him also possessed characteristics similar to the transcendental domain. Its space-time dimension was permanently transcendent, towering above all others. As soon as Suyu activated his transcendental domain, elevating, the dimension above him responded, also activating transcendental domain, once again towering above Suyu. This cycle of nesting dolls would continue endlessly. No matter how Suyu attempted to transcend, he could never surpass the dimension above him. He could only barely approach, never truly enter. There's a trick. Suyu pondered for a moment, and summoned the beast of destruction again. Suyu had originally intended to use the transcendent realm to truly and silently enter the upper dimension, but now it seemed impossible. There was no other choice but to force his attack, even if it made a little noise. This beast of destruction possessed infinite transformations and possessed the power to destroy everything. No matter how special the transcendent dimension above was, it would be destroyed by the beast of destruction's infinite transformations. Sure enough, the beast of destruction underwent new transformations as soon as it was born. As if sensing that the transcendent dimension above was far superior to its previous one, the beast of destruction suddenly underwent transformations similar to the transcendent realm, constantly transcending itself, even iterating faster than the transcendent dimension above. In a short time, the beast of destruction approached the transcendental dimension. However, it did not immediately unleash its destructive power, but continued to transcend, likely intending to enter the transcendental dimension directly, where it would inflict deeper and more complete destruction. Suyu could not allow this creature to transcend on its own, otherwise it would enter the transcendental dimension on its own, out of Suyu's control, and who knows what the consequences would be. With a flick of his will, Suyu directly controlled the beast of destruction to self-destruct. Although the beast of destruction was somewhat reluctant, self-destruction served its purpose, so it offered no resistance and simply self-destructed. As it self-destructed, a tiny breach opened up in the transcendental dimension above. It was the essence of this dimension's transcendental being shattered, creating a gap. In this gap, it no longer possessed its infinite transcendental properties. However, this gap was rapidly repairing, and it seemed that it would soon be restored to its original state. Suyu did not delay, immediately activating the transcendental domain once more. This time, without any obstruction, Suyu directly entered the breach and vanished. After an unknown amount of time, Suyu's eyes lit up. His hunting instinct and destructive origin surged wildly. He sensed an unprecedented, boundless super energy, triggering a reaction from these two abilities. Sure enough, Suyu's heart pounded with joy, and he quickly tried to survey his surroundings. Human? Suyu had just opened his eyes when he saw a familiar figure, a standard human. It seemed to be just an ordinary person, without any extraordinary abilities, toiling away in the fields. There's actually a human here, and it seems to be a real one, not a fake one. Suyu was slightly startled. But he didn't have time to dwell on it. Instead, he quickly checked himself. As expected, upon arriving in this space-time universe, his power had once again weakened immensely. All his previous powers were insignificant in this dimension. The destructive force that had previously annihilated countless universes in an instant could not even destroy a microscopic particle in this dimension. Suyu had previously worried that forcing his way in through the destruction beast's self-destruction might attract the attention of certain beings within this dimension. But now, it seemed that this had no effect at all. The destruction beast's power was too insignificant in this dimension to cause any disturbance. With his power so weakened, Suyu naturally reverted to his ghostly state, unable to interact with the outside world. Suyu attempted to activate the transcendental domain, transcending his current dimension to achieve a higher-up effect. This would dramatically increase his field of vision, allowing him to see across billions of light years at a glance. But it failed. Even within this dimension, when a transcendent domain is activated, this space-time dimension will also transcend itself in response. Or perhaps it is constantly transcending itself, never stopping. Although Suyu possesses a transcendent domain, the degree of his transcendence cannot even begin to match the speed at which this space-time spontaneously transcends. Thus, Suyu's transcendent domain is temporarily ineffective. It truly is a transcendent dimension that transcends all others. Suyu thought to himself. He even suspected that the space-time transcender ability on the class panel was inspired by this transcendent dimension, and now, having encountered the original, he was immediately outmatched. Suyu wasn't disappointed when the transcendental realm failed. After all, the class panel hadn't reached its limit yet, and perhaps he could unlock more classes in the future, achieving even higher levels of transcendence. Although he lost the perspective provided by the transcendental realm, Suyu thankfully relied on his own super essence, which he converted into a small amount of psychic energy, allowing him to observe his surroundings and analyze and collect data. However, his range was extremely limited. Given the dimensions of this dimension, he could only see a dozen meters. Anything further was beyond his psychic range and out of sight. Within this dozen-meter radius, there was only one human working in the fields. They were now slowly moving out of Suyu's field of view, and were about to disappear. Suyu barely summoned his psychic energy, moving himself to keep up with the human, his mind racing as he thought, I originally thought this dimension was only inhabited by higher dimensional destinies or other terrifying beings, but I never expected humans to exist. I don't know what's going on in this dimension, so I should gather my strength before exploring. I need to keep close to this human. Through him, I can understand the situation in this dimension. Also, I need to recover my strength as quickly as possible. Suyu had a plan in mind and stayed close to the human. At the same time, he activated supermatter conversion, converting the surrounding matter into supermatter, which he then devoured with his hunting instinct, increasing his power. His current power level was too low, too weak to affect even a microscopic particle. Thankfully, this dimension contained an endless supply of higher dimensional supermatter, allowing Suyu to absorb as much as he could. Every moment, Suyu could devour and convert a vast amount of supermatter, 1 billion times more than he had previously absorbed. But even so, Suyu devoured for a long time, but only managed to absorb a few microscopic particles. It couldn't be helped. This space-time dimension was simply too high. It seems it will take a long time to regain the strength that matches this dimension. Chapter 690. Next, Suyu slowly absorbed the supermatter from this space-time while following the man and observing his surroundings. However, Suyu did not use the power of destruction to destroy anything and upgrade his source of destruction. After all, he had just arrived in this dimension and was too weak. He worried that using the power of destruction would attract the attention of some of the powers within this dimension. In this way, Suyu slowly absorbed it, taking a full day to absorb just one microscopic particle. However, with the energy of a microscopic particle, Suyu's field of vision had expanded to 1,000 meters, allowing him to see more. A rural village. After observing, Suyu discovered that his surroundings were a backward rural village, with hundreds of people living in the village, all of whom made their living by farming. The village lacked any mechanized equipment. Farming was primarily done by human and animal power. There was only one tractor at the entrance, but it seemed to be out of oil and could not be started. The level of civilization here seemed disproportionate to the height of this space-time. Suyu did not find it strange. This dimension was indeed high enough, but the civilization within it was not necessarily advanced. If the language here weren't so completely different from what I knew, I'd almost think I was home. As a time traveler, Suyu's previous world was similar to his current one, a human civilization populated by ordinary people, possessing some technology, though not particularly advanced. Suyu had originally thought that after arriving in the infinite universe, he would be able to find the world he lived in before his time travel. But he hadn't found a similar world before. Now in this dimension, it's somewhat similar, except the language and culture seem different. Sure enough, I haven't returned. Thankfully, Suyu had no obsession with returning to his original world. But this tractor actually uses similar technology to the world I was in before I crossed over. That's a bit strange. Although Suyu had no obsession with returning to his original world, he was incredibly perceptive to any doubts. Different civilizations, even different universes, have different technological paths. Suyu had seen tractors before he crossed over, and now, as a powerful and extraordinary mechanic, he could analyze the structures of all the mechanical creations he had seen before, simply by recalling them. So, he could recognize that the tractors in this village used the same technological path as the tractors in his previous world. This was strange. Why? Coincidence? Suyu didn't think so. If one randomly selected a civilization from countless universes, and found one with the same technological path as Suyu before he crossed over, it wouldn't be surprising. After all, in countless universes, almost any technological path exists, and similar or even identical ones can always be found. But now, Suyu is in a space-time dimension that is even higher than the highest dimension. So far, Suyu has only discovered one such dimension. In just this one, the technological path within it is surprisingly the same as the world Suyu inhabited before crossing over. This is not right. Suyu's suspicions grew strong. Furthermore, this civilization also has a 24-hour day. Although the units of time vary across different dimensions, Suyu, through his own calculations, discovered that the time here is indeed 20 hours. After crossing infinite dimensions, and finally arriving in this space-time, it's still on a 24-hour system. However, Suyu had also used a 24-hour system when he was on Azure Star. That's because the Emperor of Glory used his immense power to inscribe these rules that benefited humanity into the foundation of the original universe during the universe's reboot. Thus, all human colonies generally operate on a 24-hour system, with a 365-day day and perfectly suitable air pressure and temperature. However, Suyu had long since left the original universe and crossed infinite dimensions. This place is clearly beyond the reach of the Emperor of Glory's power. Not to mention, the Emperor of Glory has vanished due to triggering a higher dimensional destiny. So what's the reason for all the strangeness here? Is it the essence of higher dimensional destiny? Suyu speculated. Perhaps the Emperor of Glory's actions and power are influenced by higher dimensional destiny. The space-time dimension Suyu currently resides in might be the location of the true essence of higher dimensional fate. It seems normal for this place to be influenced by higher dimensional fate. However, if this place were also influenced by higher dimensional fate, it would have long ago given birth to the Dark Emperor, destroying everything. How could this place still exist? There must be something wrong. But no matter how much he doubted it, Suyu was now incredibly weak, possessing only the strength of a microscopic particle. He could take no action, and could only continue to observe. Another day passed. Suyu absorbed a dozen or so microscopic particles. His absorption rate increased as his strength grew. Before, he could only absorb one particle a day, but now he could absorb 10. This was because Suyu possessed the power of a single particle. With this foundation, he was able to unleash a portion of his strength, naturally increasing his absorption speed. His absorption rate was exponential. At this rate, it won't be long before I regain my previous strength, perhaps even stronger. For a period of time, Suyu continued to absorb microscopic particles. After just 1 month, Suyu had absorbed over 10 to the power of 30 microscopic particles. The total number of particles on a planet is only about 10 to the power of 50. At this point, Suyu's strength had recovered considerably. His mind could already encompass a radius of thousands of kilometers. A typical planet has a radius of only a few thousand kilometers. Suyu's mental power at this point could cover most of the planet where this civilization resided. So, at this point, Suyu's vision was no longer limited to the small village, but encompassed most of the entire civilization. As expected, this civilization was extremely similar to the one Suyu had encountered before his time travel. Or rather, almost identical. Aside from the language, culture, and history, everything else was essentially the same. Besides that, is this really a planet? Suyu, through his mental scan, discovered that this didn't seem to be a planet. The Earth had no curvature. No matter how Suyu extended his mind, it was just a vast flat land. Although there were mountains and oceans, they simply undulated on a flat surface, not with the curvature of a planet. There was another strange thing. Suyu had absorbed a full 10 to the power of 30 particles. This amount of particles possessed considerable mass and occupied a considerable space. But despite absorbing so many particles, Suyu seemed to have no effect on this world, no change at all. After a while, I absorb the mass of a planet and see if anything changes here. Chapter 691. Although Suyu could instantly cover tens of thousands of kilometers at his current speed if he flew out, he would naturally be able to see if this world was a planet, and if it was round. But Suyu didn't act rashly, instead quietly accumulating strength. He had only absorbed 10 to the power of 30 particles, still some distance from reaching planetary level, let alone regaining his previous cosmic strength. So Suyu decided to wait a little longer, waiting until his strength was strong enough before taking action. After all, this spacetime was full of anomalies, so Suyu would have to proceed with caution. Not to mention, as long as his strength was strong enough, his thoughts could reach far beyond, so he wouldn't need to leave at all. As long as he continued to accumulate strength, he would eventually be able to see the entire world. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month passed. Suyu's absorbed particles finally reached 10 to the power of 50, a planetary level. At this point, Suyu had already regained planetary strength in this dimension. His thoughts could already cover a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. Sure enough, this world is flat. No matter how Suyu extended his thoughts, the ground of this world remained flat, without any curvature. 1,000,000 kilometers is already the size of a star, yet even at such a large scale, there was still no curvature. So the world Suyu was in at this moment was definitely not a planet, but a vast flat land. Suyu extended his thoughts underground again, and sure enough, the depth seemed to have no limit. Even within 1,000,000 kilometers, there was no visible limit. But such a vast and deep plane was entirely composed of solid matter. Logically, it should have collapsed into a black hole due to its own gravity. However, Suyu observed that, deep underground, the matter had been compressed by intense pressure, but not as severely as predicted. Not only had it not been compressed into a black hole, it even exhibited a normal material structure. Suyu even saw oil and coal mines at a depth of 1,000,000 kilometers. Even if it hadn't collapsed, the gravity of such a massive mass would have been too strong for ordinary life to survive. But what Suyu sensed was ordinary gravity, identical to the gravity of the world he had lived in before crossing over. Suyu could clearly sense the microscopic structure of this world. Molecules, atoms, electrons, and quanta, and the fundamental forces were the same, yet it could manifest in such a bizarre state. Suyu couldn't immediately understand the underlying principle, and could only slowly study it. One remaining question was, what kind of star could illuminate this entire place? Confused, Suyu extended his consciousness toward the sky, hoping to see what lay beyond. Above the clouds was the blue sky, and above the blue sky were the various layers of atmosphere. Finally, after the atmosphere had broken free, there was the vacuum of space. And then, there was nothing. Suyu's thoughts could only reach 1,000,000 kilometers. He couldn't reach the stars beyond, the sun, and naturally, he couldn't figure out what these stars looked like. Perhaps, it's time to take action. Seeing that relying solely on mental observation wouldn't reveal the truth, Suyu prepared to launch his true form. He could easily fly farther, into the sky, exploring the vastness of this world and the height of the sun. Now possessing planetary-level strength, he had the power to act. Furthermore, Suyu had only encountered ordinary human civilization within 1,000,000 kilometer radius, and hadn't seen any transcendent beings. With Su Yu's current strength, he could destroy all humanity and civilization within that million-kilometer radius with a single thought. With this power, Su Yu naturally felt much more confident. Of course, he still had to be cautious. After all, compared to his previous cosmic-level strength, mere planetary-level power was still a far cry. However, Su Yu possessed various powerful abilities, so there was no need to worry too much. So he immediately began to act. However, Su Yu suddenly stopped. Something was wrong. The moment Su Yu's thoughts moved, the world he had observed had changed. The previously backward technology had suddenly evolved, transforming into an incredibly advanced civilization. In Su Yu's small village, everyone had previously lived by farming, relying on both human and animal power. Now, everyone was suddenly wearing advanced power armor. Su Yu could sense that each of these power armors was comparable in strength to a third-tier armor. Even the cattle and horses in the fields had been transformed into semi-mechanical beings, possessing immense strength. The tractor at the village entrance had unexpectedly transformed into an anti-gravity spaceship. Strangely, despite possessing such advanced technology, this mountain village still cultivated crops. Although the crops they grew were no longer ordinary grains, they were now unknown crops over a meter tall, with branches and leaves harder than steel, requiring power armor to harvest. But no matter how unique their crops, they were still cultivating the land. But when Su Yu extended his consciousness elsewhere, he understood why. Because other places are more powerful and advanced. The ordinary cities we saw before have now become towering, high-tech megacities capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people. All manner of mechanical, data, psychic, and space-time technologies are now widely used. That's right, not only have they developed extremely advanced technology, but they've also produced psychic prodigies. The power armor Su Yu saw in the village was merely the work uniform of the city dwellers. There are real warriors in the city, and the armor they wear is 1,000-meter tall, super mechas like giant gods. According to Su Yu's standards, any city has reached a 5th-level civilization, possessing the power to easily detonate a star. No wonder, despite possessing advanced technology, the people of that village still diligently farm. There's no other way, they're too backward. Without farming, they have no food to eat. What happened? Su Yu wondered, feeling a sense of crisis. No matter how he observed it before, this world had always been a backward human civilization. But just as he was about to set out to explore it himself, such a startling change occurred. It instantly transformed into an advanced and powerful civilization. Although Su Yu wasn't necessarily afraid of such a civilization, and this transformation wasn't surprising to him, if he were to regain his full strength and utilize his various abilities, he could also achieve a similar transformation in an instant. But the principle behind this transformation made Su Yu apprehensive and wary. After all these changes were caused by Su Yu's single thought. Is something monitoring my thoughts? Or is it some kind of observer effect? Or is it just a simple coincidence? Su Yu's mind was filled with thoughts, and the situation was unclear. He took no action for a long time. Strangely, they were still farming. Chapter 692. Su Yu arrived in this unknown dimension of time and space, uncertain about the situation, and presumably assumed the worst. He had just considered exploring this world himself, when such a dramatic change occurred. He was definitely suspicious. Either an unknown entity was constantly monitoring him, or some special observational effect had altered his thoughts. In either case, it meant he was most likely exposed. Of course, it was also possible he hadn't been exposed, as no powerful beings had come to attack him so far. But Su Yu had no intention of hiding any longer. This change seems intended to prevent me from investigating this world. If that's the case, I can't let them get away with it. Su Yu's mind moved, and he burst from his hiding place, rapidly flying off into the distance. He wanted to see what lay 1,000,000 kilometers away. And with Su Yu's actions, the civilization within that 1,000,000-kilometer radius underwent another drastic change. Those technologically advanced cities seemed to have developed over eons in a flash, their technology and power expanding to incredible proportions in a short period of time. Within each city lay layer upon layer of artificial universes, emanating an aura that even Su Yu found terrifying. If Su Yu dared approach, these powerful civilizations seemed poised to deliver a fatal blow, utterly annihilating him. Even in the small village where Su Yu had previously hidden, every villager suddenly possessed immense power. Each individual's body seemed compressed from the boundless starry sky, imbued with a power that terrified Su Yu. Although these farmers, despite their immense power, continued to cultivate, the crops they planted were no longer normal plants, but rather mysterious world trees, the fruit bearing each a world. The layers of universes within those cities seemed to be crafted from these fruits. And since these villagers could cultivate worlds, their power naturally reached immense proportions. Suyu had just left the village. Ahead lay those terrifying super-civilized cities, and behind him were the powerful villagers cultivating these worlds. Pressed from both sides, Suyu was almost afraid to move, feeling as if any movement would be met with a thunderbolt. But Suyu paused only for a moment, then ignored them, continuing his charge a million kilometers away. You show off. You're still trying to scare me? Suyu remained resolute, undeterred by this terrifying transformation. In a split second, he concluded that it was all just a show. After all, if they were truly so powerful, they would have struck in an instant, leaving Suyu no time to consider. Sure enough, as Suyu rushed into the distance, the cities and villages continued to change and evolve. Later, their civilization had advanced to a level that even Suyu could not comprehend, seemingly beyond his comprehension. Despite this, Suyu remained unmoved, not even a glance. A moment later, Suyu had crossed 1,000,000 kilometers and reached the end of his previous observation range. Sure enough, Suyu saw that beyond 1,000,000 kilometers, there was nothing. Only emptiness. Previously, Suyu had believed that this world consisted of a vast, infinite plain, but now it seemed only this small, with nothing beyond it. Suyu had actually spotted this void halfway along the way, but now that he had personally reached its edge, he was completely certain of it. Suyu looked back again. The urban civilizations behind him, so evolved that he couldn't even understand them, had all fallen into a state of stillness, no longer changing. Thus, it seemed as if all the previous changes, the various civilizational developments, were merely illusions, unreal. But no matter how Suyu observed, everything in this space-time was incredibly real, possessing a genuine existence. Not to mention, he had absorbed a vast amount of supermatter, and there was no falsehood, otherwise, he wouldn't have regained his current strength. This left Suyu somewhat baffled. This dimension of space-time was incomprehensible and elusive. At this moment, Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly. A figure slowly approached. It was a young man with dark skin, sweat dripping from his face, and dirt stained his body, as if he had just returned from working in the fields. Suyu's eyes narrowed as he saw the man. It's you? Suyu recognized this person. It was the villager he had met when he first arrived in this dimension. Since this was the first human he had ever encountered, Suyu had followed him and observed him for a few days, but he didn't notice anything special and hadn't paid any attention to him since then. Now it seemed he had been wrong. This person was definitely not ordinary, and might even be the true master of this world. Suyu used its "you" as a mental statement. But the young villager seemed to have heard Suyu's inner thoughts and nodded, "Yes, it's me." Suyu's heart sank at this, and he wondered, what's going on? Who are you? The man had indeed heard Suyu's thoughts, but he didn't respond. Instead, he gave him a meaningful look. What do you think, Suyu? Suyu's heart grew colder. He allocated a portion of his will, encrypting it repeatedly, and then pondered the question again. Sure enough, the man before him stopped reacting. It seemed the encryption had taken effect. Otherwise, no mental activity would escape this man's perception, which would be a bad thing. After a moment's silence, Suyu stopped pondering and spoke directly. This world is constructed based on my thoughts, right? At this point, Suyu had a sufficient understanding of the truth of this world. The various changes that had occurred before, and the man's mind reading before him, were enough for Suyu to make a judgment. The man nodded approvingly. Indeed, this world is constructed based on your thinking. That's why humanity is the core of civilization, and your thinking is its boundary. Suyu pondered for a moment, then asked, is the boundary of my thinking only 1,000,000 kilometers? The man shook his head. Of course not. Your thinking has no end. However, you doubt it. You doubt the reality of this world, so your construction of the world only extends to 1,000,000 kilometers. Suyu glanced back at the void, nodded, and asked, if that's the case, then is this world real? The man replied, of course it is. You possess the ability to control supermatter, so you can see that this world is not false in the slightest. It is constructed based on your thinking, creating a real world. If you had no doubts. Suyu paused for a long moment, then finally asked, 2 final questions. Where exactly is this place? And who are you? Hearing these 2 questions, the man fell silent. Chapter 693. After a long moment, the man finally replied, I am you. Suyu couldn't help but laugh at this. Do you think I believe such nonsense? The man also laughed. You certainly wouldn't, but it doesn't matter. If you had remained cautious and undoubting, you would have eventually merged into this world. Then I would be you, and you would be me. That's no longer possible. Suyu's heart sank after hearing this. Luckily, He saw the opportunity quickly and didn't delay. Otherwise, according to the man's suggestion, if he had waited any longer, it would have been too late. No wonder this guy could understand his inner voice. It turned out they had almost merged without realizing it. While they were two, it was hard to say whether the man before him could be considered human or even a living being. That was why Suyu had no interest in merging with him. Suyu glanced at his class panel, confirming it wasn't a revealing detail. Feeling slightly relieved, he spoke again. You haven't answered yet. Who are you, and where is this place? This time, the man didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly. This is the real heaven. It's the final barrier erected by the upper dimension to prevent the lower dimension from breaking through. Any being descending from the lower dimension will enter here, be assimilated, and become a part of it. You are no exception. Suyu frowned slightly upon hearing this. So, this world is actually part of the barrier. Previously, Suyu had used the power of destruction to break through hundreds of millions of void barriers, believing he had reached the upper dimension. But he hadn't expected this to still be a barrier? Wasn't this the highest level? Suyu thought about this and looked up. Something was wrong. No matter how he sensed it, this was already the true top level. There was no higher dimension. Even the space-time dimension here was constantly transcending itself. Even Suyu's transcendental domain couldn't keep up with its speed. Therefore, Suyu couldn't even activate his transcendental domain here, demonstrating the sheer depth of the space-time dimension. But even such a high dimension, in the words of the person before him, was only a partial barrier. Furthermore, Suyu hadn't found the true location of higher dimensional destiny here. Even though he had a vague sense of it, it was like seeing flowers in the fog, unable to pinpoint its exact location. It seemed that higher dimensional destiny must truly be in a higher dimension. Where exactly is the true highest dimension, or rather, what is it? Suyu pondered for a moment, unable to grasp the key, so he spoke again. You haven't answered me yet. Who are you? The man didn't hide it. I'm just your projection here. Before you arrived, I didn't exist. After you arrived, I was born, destined to merge with you. Projection? Suyu was a little skeptical. He looked at the man carefully for a few seconds, and suddenly a startled feeling struck him. He found this person's face strangely familiar. Suyu immediately searched his vast memories, and after a moment, he found the source of this familiarity. That was, is it how I looked before I traveled through time? Suyu's appearance before he traveled through time was different from what it is now. After traveling through time for so long, he had almost forgotten what he looked like before, but now it suddenly occurred to him. He had almost forgotten, yet this person reappeared in his pre-time travel appearance. Suyu now had a glimmer of faith. This person might actually be his projection. Just like a person looking in a mirror, their image is reflected in the mirror. This so-called real heaven not only reflects appearances, but also thoughts and wisdom. It even reflects a real world based on Suyu's thoughts. Suyu couldn't understand the peculiarities of this, and he didn't know the underlying principle. Suyu thought for a moment and asked, since you say you are me, then tell me how to get out of here and reach the true upper dimension? The projection of Suyu shook its head and said, you can't go up. This is the highest dimension of space and time. I am you. If you don't know how to get up, then I naturally don't know either. But why go up? Isn't it better to stay here? You can freely create countless worlds here, a true paradise of your own, where no enemy can threaten you. You've come all this way, fighting endlessly. Aren't you tired? What's the point of going any higher? Stay here, stay here. The projection began to persuade Suyu to stay. What he said did make sense to Suyu. This so-called real paradise could construct a real world based on Suyu's will, and even Suyu couldn't tell it was fake. Even though there are many unreasonable things, such as a large flat land without curvature, which does not seem to conform to the laws of physics, Suyu is only curious about its principles and does not doubt the reality of the world. It can be seen that this world is indeed extremely real. If he stayed in this world, reshaped it as he pleased, created a vast universe all his own, released the people from the original universe, and developed civilization here, carefree and worry-free, it seemed unnecessary to continue ascending. Even here, Suyu's high-dimensional destiny and destructive power had subsided somewhat, seemingly less violent than before. If he could finally find peace, this would truly be a wonderful place. Even if he reached the upper level, there might be higher levels still higher. What was the point? But Suyu hesitated for a moment before his heart cooled. He looked coldly at the person before him, the destructive power within him suddenly erupting. You're tempting me. Suyu had always been resolute. How could he possibly think of staying here and not ascending? Whether the higher level held any meaning, he would only know once he reached it. Self-consolation, self-deception, and stagnation here were not Suyu's nature. So it must be this so-called projection that was tempting him, influencing him. This so-called projection might truly be Su-Yu's, but it was controlled by an unknown force, intent on stopping him here and preventing him from ascending. How could Su-Yu let him have his way? Boom! The destructive force pent up within Su-Yu erupted, instantly devouring the figure before him. To Su-Yu's surprise, the figure offered no resistance, allowing Su-Yu to destroy him. Just before vanishing, the figure gave a meaningful smile. And then, nothing happened. After this figure vanished, the entire world vanished, leaving only emptiness. In the million-kilometer-wide world, civilizations so advanced that even Su-Yu couldn't understand them vanished, leaving only emptiness. Su-Yu didn't regret the disappearance of those civilizations. He didn't believe those conjured-up civilizations were truly human. But the problem was, now that there was nothing left, how could he get out? How could he reach the higher levels? Chapter 694. Su-Yu pondered for a long time in this void, then tried to use the power of destruction to destroy all existence here, mimicking what he had done before. However, this time he failed. Although this place was completely empty, it was indeed the highest. Even if Su-Yu destroyed the concept of highest here, it would be useless. Su-Yu would still be stuck here, with nowhere else to go. Furthermore, this place was constantly transcending itself, constantly elevating itself. Su-Yu tried to destroy the concept of self-transcendence here, but failed. His power of destruction was still a bit low, and with nothing here for him to destroy, his level couldn't be raised. Trapped here. Su-Yu thought to himself, but he remained undeterred. Regardless of what powerful being had created this dimension of time and space, to Su-Yu, it meant only one thing. The beings above were afraid of him ascending. Otherwise, why would they be so vigilant? Are you so worried about the beings from the lower dimensions ascending? What are you afraid of? Su-Yu pondered deeply, his thoughts deepening. He had tried various methods, but was unable to escape his current dimension and reach upward. And so, after an indeterminate amount of time, Su-Yu finally came to a realization. It was indeed impossible to reach upward, because in terms of the space-time dimension, this place was truly the highest point. But that didn't mean Su-Yu had nowhere else to go. It's not higher in terms of space-time, but another dimension. Just like on a planet, gravity creates a distinction between up and down. But if we use other concepts, such as psychic power, spatial curvature, causal radiation, data signals, and so on, we can create other concepts of up and down that are completely different from the distinction based on gravity. Previously, Su-Yu had ascended all the way to this dimension, where this up had always been defined by the upper and lower dimensions of spacetime. Su-Yu's standard for distinguishing between up and down was based on his ability as a spacetime transcendent. As a spacetime transcendent, Su-Yu could forcibly transcend his current spacetime, naturally able to distinguish between up and down. But now, this standard was no longer effective. After all, no matter how Su-Yu transcended spacetime, his current dimension was still the highest. So, for some time, Su-Yu had been pondering, and finally realized that there was indeed a higher dimension above this spacetime dimension, but it wasn't defined by the upper and lower standards of spacetime transcendence, but by another, more mysterious and bizarre standard. However, Su-Yu couldn't yet fully grasp what this standard was. But that didn't matter. He could now vaguely sense the existence of higher dimensional destiny. The essence of higher dimensional destiny lay in the upper dimensions of this new standard. Using this connection, Su-Yu could slowly search for this standard. However, this proved difficult. No matter how hard Su-Yu searched, he only had a vague sense of it, but he couldn't see or touch it. The upper dimension in that new standard is truly difficult to find. In fact, the best way is to use the class panel to unlock new classes, just like the spacetime transcender. But to unlock a new class, you need to first reach the maximum level of the origin of destruction. This class is still only at level 1, and there's no telling how many things it will have to destroy before reaching the maximum level of 1 million. It's impossible for the time being. Su-Yu can only rely on his own wisdom to find it. A long time ago, Su-Yu independently researched the spacetime mechanic class. Even without the help of the panel, he wasn't completely clueless and remained confident. However, after an unknown amount of time, Su-Yu still couldn't find it, and his confidence slowly eroded. Su-Yu was helpless. It seemed that relying on himself wasn't enough for the time being. Looks like I need help, Su-Yu thought to himself. Then he directed his thoughts towards the primordial universe within the materialized space. Seeking help naturally meant seeking help from those within the primordial universe. He couldn't find the upper dimensions of the new standard on his own, so he could try to gather the wisdom of countless beings to aid him in his search. This universe, Su-Yu had always carried with him, and it contained billions of beings, all of whom were now enjoying a good life. After all, After the great sacrifice and transmatter reshaping, the primordial universe was now free of the warp's evil gods and demons. Without these beings, the entire universe was naturally much more peaceful, free of the cruelty and darkness of the past. Since Suyu had previously descended at the center of the universe, revealing his incredible divine body spanning billions of light years, countless beings had always believed in Suyu, the creator god, providing him with the power of faith. However, Suyu hadn't appeared in the original universe for so long. Many beings had gradually forgotten him, and their faith in him had faded. Suyu didn't mind this, as the power of faith now provided him with very little experience. He carried the original universe with him simply because it was a familiar place, his home, and he couldn't abandon it. Suyu had originally planned to wait until he found a stable dimension, then release this universe and let the life within it live freely. But now, he had released them prematurely. This universe is home to countless civilizations and lives, many possessing remarkable wisdom. As the saying goes, I think, therefore I am, these lives and civilizations are theoretically equal to Suyu on the level of life. While their individual strength and wisdom may seem insignificant to Suyu, their intelligence is certainly not. No matter how powerful Suyu may be, he would never claim to have surpassed the wisdom of all life in the universe. By leveraging the wisdom of the universe, let's see if we can find clues to a higher dimension. Next, Suyu began his plan. First, he utilized supermatter within the universe to once again materialize his divine body. This naturally caused a huge stir, and faith, already weakening, intensified once more. But Suyu's goal was not this. As soon as he appeared, he activated the transcendental realm, causing his entire divine body to shrink and rise higher, ultimately vanishing from this universe. This process of transcending the current universe, forcibly observed by all life in the universe, was forcibly observed by Suyu using his power. Every living being in the universe sensed that transcendent aura, beheld the supreme dimension within which the divine body resided, and felt the ecstasy of transcendence. Furthermore, Suyu, through these images, subtly hinted at all living beings to follow him. So, after Suyu's departure, a wave of research swept across the universe. They frantically studied the scene in which the gods transcended the current universe, attempting to recreate this supreme power. They, too, desired to transcend the current universe and reach the dimension in which the gods resided. Chapter 695. In the current primordial universe, after its previous destruction and rebirth, over 10,000 years have passed. Free from the corruption of evil gods and demons, civilizations can be said to be living in peace and contentment, developing rapidly. They fear the power of the gods and dare not wage war against one another. As a result, after a period of development, the territories of civilizations border one another, leaving no room for further growth. Although the entire primordial universe is still vast and rich in matter and energy, these civilizations could easily explore new territories. But Suyu could see that these civilizations were not very enthusiastic. After reaching a certain level of development, they stopped moving and began to enjoy themselves. After all, with gods watching over them, and no wars to fight, why bother developing further? No matter how much they develop, it will only lead to a larger population. If this continues, the countless civilizations in this universe will become stagnant, with nothing new emerging. But Suyu had just demonstrated his journey beyond the current universe, revealing a new path for them. They wanted to transcend. They wanted to transcend this universe and dimension. They wanted to reach the abode of the gods. Suyu employed some mental cues, but the primary choice lay with these civilizations. This was Suyu's plan. He believed that the wisdom of the entire universe was sufficient to develop a power similar to the space-time transcender. Transcending the current dimension was no empty promise. An unknown amount of time passed before the first Transcendence battleship was constructed. Aboard this battleship, a civilization transcended the current universe and journeyed to the divine realm. Soon, these transcendents emerged like mushrooms after a rain, and each civilization employed its own methods, constantly surpassing them. In the end, even the entire primordial universe was empty. All civilizations descended upon the divine realm they imagined. But this was not what Suyu desired. Suyu himself possessed the power of a space-time transcendent, and it was far more powerful than theirs. This power alone would not be enough to help Suyu. The divine realm they had arrived in was naturally the uppermost dimension where Suyu resided. In this dimension, all matter and space-time had been destroyed, but Suyu could, with a mere thought, create a new starry sky for them to survive. These living civilizations did not possess Suyu's ability to absorb infinite amounts of supermatter to strengthen themselves. After arriving in this dimension, the combined energy of all of them was far less than that of a single microscopic particle. So, even with just one microscopic particle of supermatter, Suyu's supermatter contained billions of times more energy and space-time than the primordial universe. It was more than enough for them to survive. Upon arriving in the divine realm, these civilizations were naturally overjoyed to see this immense, boundless, and energetic starry sky. This was the divine realm. This was the reward of transcendence. When Suyu constructed the starry sky, he had intentionally left some supermatter crystals within it, and these civilizations quickly discovered these supermatter. They named these supermatter divine crystal, divine matter, and so on, viewing them as the supreme power and substance of the great gods, the very fabric of their divine bodies. Based on these supermatter, they quickly developed a certain level of supermatter civilization. Their space-time transcendence technology also grew increasingly powerful. However, they were not satisfied, for they had not yet seen the gods. Through prayer, they sensed that the gods were still in a higher dimension. They must continue to transcend to reach the true divine realm. However, they were now in a dilemma. No matter how they developed the technology to transcend time and space, they could not achieve transcendence in their current dimension. This was because they discovered that their current dimension was already the highest, unable to go any higher, unable to transcend again. Yet they could clearly sense that there was an even higher dimension, where the gods resided, but the civilizations did not give up. All civilizations in the universe united to form the Transcendence Council. They would gather the wisdom of all life and research the technology to reach the true divine realm. Civilizations of different races and cultures united for a common goal, to achieve transcendence together. The entire universe had formed a single civilization. This was unprecedented, at least for the original universe. And all of this was part of Suyu's plan, the result of his covert guidance. Let me see if your wisdom can find a way out of this lockdown situation. At this moment, all the civilizations of the entire primordial universe were rapidly developing within a microscopic particle before Suyu. Compared to the powerful Suyu, these civilizations were truly insignificant. A single thought from Su, you could destroy them 1 billion times over. But even the smallest, they still possessed true wisdom. Suyu eagerly anticipated what surprises these civilizations would bring him. Of course, Suyu wasn't just sitting there waiting to do nothing. His thoughts permeated those civilizations, allowing him to simultaneously observe any technology, theories, and data they developed. While he didn't interfere with the research process, he could utilize these technologies, theories, and data to conduct his own research. The wisdom of countless lives was enough to inspire Suyu. In this way, over 3,000 years passed. According to the Transcendental Council's calendar, it was now the 3,127th year of the Divine Realm calendar. It was in this year that the Transcendental Council's research finally achieved a major breakthrough. This was because a genius proposed a new theory of transcendence. That theory was the narrative layer theory. According to this genius's theory, the current Transcendental Council's research had gone astray. It was meaningless to only seek transcendence at the level of space-time dimensions. The current space-time dimension was already the true highest, and it was impossible to transcend it from that perspective. To reach higher, one must seek a new perspective. This was the so-called narrative layer. This genius believed that the higher dimension inhabited by the gods was the real dimension. The dimension inhabited by the transcendental civilization was the narrative dimension. The so-called narrative dimension was like the world in movies, TV shows, or novels. No matter how colorful, it was fictional and false. They, the transcendental civilization, were the characters in movies, TV shows, or novels. So, what they truly needed to do wasn't transcend their current time and space, but transcend the current narrative dimension to reach a higher, real dimension. When this theory was proposed, it was so bizarre that no one was willing to believe it. Even Suyu was somewhat skeptical. But, 1,000 years later, after research by the transcendental civilization, they finally confirmed that the narrative dimension theory was true. Chapter 696. The Transcendent Council's research team designed an experiment to verify this theory. In reality, this experiment wasn't intended to verify the narrative layer theory, but rather had other uses. However, the genius who proposed the narrative layer theory free-ridden the experiment, ultimately validating the theory. The experiment went something like this. The Transcendent Council's research team, using their developed supermatter technology, created a new, independent spacetime. Supermatter is the root of all existence. By mastering the technology of supermatter conversion, the Transcendent Council naturally possessed the ability to create new spacetime universes. However, they created this new spacetime not to inhabit it, but to reverse the spacetime transcendence technique and reduce the dimension of this independent spacetime. This reverse technology was also secretly guided by Suyu, whose spacetime transcendence possessed the ability to reduce dimensions. Through their own research and Suyu's guidance, the Transcendent Council ultimately developed this technology. At this point, the space-time dimension in which the Transcendent Council resided was the highest point of all dimensions. Therefore, there was significant room for degradation, and the reduction would take a long time to complete. After millennia of continuous dimensionality reduction, the dimensionality of this independent spacetime they created has been reduced to its limit, with no further reduction possible. Although the dimensions of spacetime are infinite, they not only have an upper limit but also a lower limit. Additionally, many intermediate dimensions have been completely destroyed, so after millennia of dimensionality reduction, the bottom has been reached. Just like a number line from 0 to 100, there are clear upper and lower limits, but the possible numbers within this line are infinite. Numbers can be divided infinitely, and the same seems to be true for the levels of spacetime dimensions. This layered spacetime dimension seemed to be structured in this way. After reaching the lower limit of the spacetime dimension, the Transcendent Council continued their experiments, further reducing the dimensionality of their created spacetime. They wanted to see if the highest dimension couldn't be breached, the lowest could be broken through. What would happen if the lowest dimension was breached? Finally, after endless dimensionality reduction, the spacetime they had created vanished, completely vanishing from the Transcendent Council's laboratory. No one knew where this new spacetime had gone. Suyu had been secretly monitoring this experiment, and the final result was somewhat unexpected. When Suyu had originally arrived at the existential ruins of the infinite universe from the spacetime of the primordial universe, it seemed he had also achieved dimensionality reduction. But at that time, he must have achieved a bottoming out mechanism, achieving a dimensionality increase after infinite dimensionality reduction, elevating himself to the infinite universe. And now, the experimental spacetime created by the Transcendent Council had truly vanished, without any rebound. This might be due to the inherent differences between their spacetime dimensionality reduction technology and Suyu's spacetime transcendence abilities, leading to different results. Even if Suyu used his own abilities to search, he couldn't find the whereabouts of the vanished spacetime. However, this didn't mean the Transcendental Council had truly lost contact with this spacetime. They soon discovered that this new spacetime appeared in a book. This was a secret experiment conducted by the genius who originally proposed the narrative layer theory, also known as hitchhiking. This genius, himself a highly intelligent researcher, was a member of this research team. He conducted his own research in secret, telling no one. His secret experiment resulted in the writing of a book. He recorded the information about the spacetime dimension he was experimenting with in this book, updating it in real time. This process lasted for 1,000 years. With the technology of the current primitive universe, lifespan is no longer a problem. Through supermatter technology, they have understood the essence of I think, therefore I am, making everyone essentially immortal. After a mere 1,000 years, this genius was still young. The book he wrote was composed entirely of supermatter crystals. Aside from the unique material, it seemed to be no different. Thousands of years of writing seemed to have been a futile effort. However, when the experimental spacetime completely vanished, changes occurred. The book written by that genius actually began to automatically update. It even improved itself. Even though this genius had been recording for thousands of years, the information in the book was still incomplete. After all, there's so much information in a spacetime. How could it possibly be recorded completely? But now, the book began to improve itself, filling in all the gaps, and the information kept growing. Not only was it improving the previous information, but it was also constantly generating subsequent information. It seemed that after the dimensionality reduction, the spacetime was still evolving. This genius believed this was evidence of the narrative layer theory. The vanished spacetime, after infinite dimensionality reduction, had descended to an even lower narrative layer, becoming the spacetime recorded in the book. So, this genius approached the higher-ups of the Transcendental Council, trying to convince them to accept his narrative layer theory. After thousands of years, this fantastical theory had gradually faded into oblivion. But when he took out the book, it immediately caused a stir. Everyone gazed at the wealth of information that continuously emanated from the book, yet they could not trace its source. This information was not fabricated by that genius. This book was simply an ordinary one, crafted from non-supercrystals. It contained no mechanical structures, intelligent devices, or extraordinary psychic powers. It was simply an ordinary book. But this book could continuously generate information on its own, which was clearly abnormal. Most importantly, some of the information contained in this book was top secret, known only to the highest echelons of the Transcendental Council. The experimental spacetime was not a void, but rather contained numerous experimental devices to monitor experimental data. The devices were extremely advanced, their manufacturing technology strictly encrypted. Even the researchers did not know how they were made or where they came from. This was to prevent the researchers' knowledge from contaminating these sophisticated supercrystal devices. When the equipment reaches a certain level of sophistication, even knowing of its existence can interfere with it. And now, these devices, theoretically known only to a few high-ranking officials, were described in detail in that book, with a level of detail even greater than those officials themselves knew. This was incredible. The high-ranking officials finally believed in this theory of narrative layers, otherwise they couldn't explain the source of this phenomenon. After thousands of years, someone finally accepted this theory, and that genius was naturally elated. Then, he accepted another mission, to devise a method and experiment to raise the space-time, which had been reduced to a low narrative layer, back up again. Chapter 697. If they could raise the space-time, which had descended to a lower narrative level, back up again, it would prove they possessed the technology to transcend narrative levels. They could then break through the top and reach a higher narrative level, but this was extremely difficult. In fact, even that genius had no clue. They assembled a large research team and began studying the book. They named it the Book of Narrative. They divided their research into several topics, one of which was to understand how the book was created. According to the genius, he didn't use any special technology to create the book. He simply used supermatter crystals to shape it, creating a book, then wrote on it for 1,000 years, and then it was gone. The genius was telling the truth. Using supermatter technology, they accessed the space-time information records and proved that the book's creation process was indeed like this. Could it be so simple to create a book of narrative? So they tried to replicate the experiment and create a new book of narrative. After all, it was inconvenient to study a single experimental object. If it were accidentally destroyed, it would be troublesome. Given their previous experience, they replicated quickly. Soon after, several new planes were relegated to the lowest level and eventually vanished. However, no new books of narratives were created. All experiments failed. No one understood why. After extensive research, the high-level researchers who transcended the council concluded that the book of narratives was unique and could not be replicated. So they turned to another experiment, attempting to write new content into the book of narratives. This was a destructive experiment. They had never written anything else into the book before, fearing they would destroy this sole experiment. But there was no other way. They had to write now, because this book was their only means of influencing that lower plane. To raise the plane that had fallen into the lower narrative layer back up, they had to use the book of narrative. They entrusted this task to the genius, who, after all, had created this book. So, under the watchful eyes of the higher-ups, the genius slowly wrote a line in the book. Observation device number XT002 will shut down in 3 seconds, restart in 300 seconds. This was just a basic experiment, a test to see if writing new information would have an impact on that plane. The answer was yes. 3 seconds after writing this, new information automatically appeared in the book. Device XT002 had shut down due to an abnormal error. Its self-repair mechanism had activated, and it was expected to restart in 300 seconds. Not only did they implement the written information, but they also expanded and rationalized it. This shocked the members of the Transcendental Council, and they immediately thought of many things. This book of narratives' control over the lower planes of time and space was clearly immense. If so, could their superiors also possess a book of narratives? Thinking of this, the Transcendental Council became even more enthusiastic about this experiment, eager to delve into its mysteries. So they asked the genius to continue writing. The content grew larger and more detailed. From a mere 1 or 2 sentences at first, it later expanded to tens of thousands, even millions, of words of detailed settings. They created a civilization in the narrative book, creating a detailed description. Originally, that experimental time and space contained no intelligent life, only ordinary animals and plants, treated as experimental subjects and relegated to a lower narrative dimension. But now, through the narrative book, the settings were directly modified, allowing these animals and plants to rapidly evolve, developing intelligence and even advanced civilizations in a short period of time. Initially, the Transcendent Council intended to create new life and civilization out of thin air. But the contents vanished the moment they were written, proving impractical. This narrative book seemingly possessed a powerful influence over that experimental time and space, seemingly all-powerful. But there were actually some hidden mechanisms. That was the need for reasonableness and logical consistency. Creating a new civilization out of thin air without a corresponding principle to explain, it would render the written content ineffective, and the writing would quickly disappear. However, if evolution were orchestrated based on the experimental animals and plants, then it would conform to a certain degree of logic, and these experimental animals and plants would truly evolve. Although the principles of their evolution were not described in the original text, the narrative book automatically filled in the missing information. For example, exposure to certain radiation, random mutations caused by quantum fluctuations, erosion by supercrystals. In short, under these myriad principles, those experimental animals and plants underwent astonishing transformations in a short period of time, becoming truly intelligent life. The Transcendental Council replicated these evolutionary processes in reality and discovered that they weren't fabricated by the narrative book, but were real. They could actually be realized. The various mysteries of this narrative book were simply incomprehensible to the members of the Transcendental Council. Next, the experiment continued. After the experimental animals and plants evolved and became intelligent civilizations, new content was written into the narrative book, allowing these intelligent civilizations to acquire supermaterial technologies that transcend time and space, and to understand the theory of narrative layers. Finally, they were to attempt to transcend their own narrative layers. This was essentially allowing the civilizations in the book to aid the Transcendental Council in their research. If they succeeded, so would the Transcendental Council. After all their technologies would be recorded in the book. And whenever the Transcendental Council wanted to conduct an experiment, they no longer had to laboriously experiment. They simply wrote a paragraph in the book, and the civilizations in the book would rapidly complete the experiment. The research progressed at a rapid pace. However, it still didn't work. After more than 1,000 years, the civilizations in the book, thanks to the writings in the narrative book, had developed to a level even more advanced than the Transcendental Council, but they still couldn't break through the barrier of the narrative layer. Finally, in desperation, the Transcendent Council finally ordered the genius to write this spacetime number XT001 will. Originally, he intended to write that this spacetime would ascend from the lower narrative level, forcibly ascending its civilization through writing. However, halfway through, the line of words disappeared. The genius tried many times, but could never complete it. In the end, everyone could only conclude that ascending from the lower narrative level through writing was impossible. This kind of dimensional ascension was achieved out of thin air and illogical. Furthermore, this process affected not only the lower narrative levels, but also the current narrative level. This narrative book could only affect the lower narrative levels, and was useless to the current narrative level. Su Yu observed all of this. The Transcendent Council's experiment failed, but Su Yu's was a success, because possible career options. Chapter 698. Employment option. First tier class book of narrative. Spirit God, primary, plus spacetime transcendent plus existence hunter plus transcendent level max, equals book of narrative. Introduction. As the god of psychic power, Spirit God has reached the pinnacle of the psychic realm, possessing the abilities of psychic transcendence and psychic absoluteness. Through these two abilities, he can unleash immense psychic power in any dimension of space and time. But now, you realize that Spirit God isn't the true endpoint. Beyond the dimensions, there's the narrative layer. Therefore, you evolve your psychic power once again, transforming it into a book of narrative, thereby gaining true power beyond the narrative layer. Inauguration ceremony. Design and complete a narrative layer experiment, create a narrative book, and achieve complete control over it, unfinished. Employment option. First tier class transdimensional experiencer. Spacetime transcendent, primary, plus Spirit God plus existence hunter plus transcendent level plus source of destruction level. Max, equals transdimensional experiencer introduction. As a spacetime transcender, you possess the ability to easily transcend any spacetime dimension. However, upon reaching the highest level of a dimension, you find yourself stuck, unable to advance further. You thought this was the end, but now you discover that there are narrative layers above the dimensions. The spacetime dimension you're in might just be a fantasy world from a book or film. You must transcend it all. Inauguration ceremony. Construct a higher narrative layer above the current one, allowing your true self to enter it and completely control this narrative dimension, unfinished. Excellent. So you looked at the pop-up notification on the class panel with a wave of joy. Though the Transcendent Council's experiments over the past few thousand years had been unsuccessful, they had provided Su Yu with sufficient data for his class panel. So, Su Yu had unlocked a new class. Even though his Origin of Destruction class hadn't reached max level yet, it was still unlocked. It was likely that the class panel had been upgraded after incorporating the concept of the narrative layer, and its functionality had changed again. 2 classes had been unlocked at once. What a shame, a ritual is still required. Ever since the class panel's second awakening, all previously unlocked classes no longer required any rituals. So you could take on a job with a simple thought. Furthermore, those classes seemed to have no levels. They were just ordinary classes. But now, a class requiring a ritual had finally appeared, and it was even marked as level 1. Clearly, these two classes were extraordinary. After all, both of them involved the concept of the narrative layer, and were on a completely different level from all the previous classes. Suyu carefully reviewed the requirements for both classes, and discovered that the Transdimensional Experiencer class couldn't be completed at this point. Not to mention the ritual, its basic requirements required the Origin of Destruction class to be maxed out. But Suyu's Origin of Destruction was still only at level 1, a far cry from the maximum level of 1 million. Even if Suyu destroyed everything destructible in the current narrative level, it still wouldn't be enough. So, this class could only be maxed out after surpassing the current narrative level, which was out of the question now. So, the only option left was the Book of Narratives class. Fortunately, the Book of Narratives didn't require the Origin of Destruction to reach its maximum level, only the completion of a narrative-level experiment. This experiment, however, wasn't easy. The genius who had previously transcended the council had created the Book of Narratives, but even he couldn't explain how he had done it, nor could he explain the principle behind it, much less replicate it. Furthermore, he hadn't yet fully mastered the Book of Narratives, and was still groping for his own way. But now, Suyu needed to design his own experiments, create a new Book of Narratives, and gain full control of it, a truly daunting task. But no matter how difficult it was, there was always hope. Suyu immediately began in-depth research, attempting to create a new Book of Narratives. Of course, the Council of Transcendence was also continuing its experiments, and Suyu would refer to their data. But Suyu's side was much more convenient and efficient than the Council's. With a flick of his mind, Suyu used his supermass conversion technique to instantly construct billions of experimental time spaces. He then activated his ability to reduce the dimensionality of these time spaces, freeing them from the current narrative level. At the same time, Suyu used supermatter to construct the blueprints for billions of narrative books, recording various information and data about the experimental subject's time and space. These processes replicated those of the previous genius. However, Suyu doubted that even if he conducted billions of experiments simultaneously, he would be able to successfully replicate and create a new narrative book. In fact, Suyu had tried before but failed. After all, even the genius himself could not replicate it. However, both the genius and the Transcendent Council had limited abilities, and the number of experiments they could perform was limited. Now, Suyu was already giving his all because of his professional ritual, conducting billions of experiments simultaneously. Could there be different results? But failure. Suyu conducted 700 million experiments simultaneously, reducing all 700 million space-time dimensions to the lower narrative layer, but not a single experiment resulted in a new Book of Narratives. Although it failed, it also eliminated 700 million possible data points for failure. With a thought, he constructed another 5 billion space-time dimensions, continuing the reduction. Each space-time dimension was different, containing various substances, equipment, and even organisms. Suyu had no idea how the Book of Narratives was formed, so he could only rely on this exhaustive method of trial and error. Thankfully, Suyu possessed nearly endless supermatter and infinite power. He could perform billions of experiments with a single thought, which should be enough for him to complete the exhaustive method. However, exhaustive method isn't infinite. Suyu thought to himself. Although the supermatter he controlled was vast, it also had its limits. Each experiment resulted in a large amount of supermatter being reduced to the lower narrative layers, losing its connection to the current one, effectively losing it forever. If this continued, one day, Suyu would have completely consumed all of his supermatter. While he could still produce supermatter through the I think, therefore I am principle, such waste would no longer be possible. I hope I can complete the experiment before all the supermatter is consumed. Suyu muttered to himself, then cleared his mind and focused on the experiment. Before him, billions of spacetimes were constantly born and destroyed, following his will. Each of these spacetimes was no less vast than the original universe, possessing vast spacetimes. As soon as they were born, they shrank, being reduced to the lower narrative layers. During this process, Suyu constantly observed the process of these spacetimes being reduced and finally disappearing, trying to uncover the secret of the narrative layers. After an unknown amount of time, he finally found it. A sudden glint of light flashed in Suyu's eyes. Chapter 699. Although Suyu attempted to create a narrative book using exhaustive methods, this didn't mean he had truly given up on thinking and was completely mindless. Instead, he was constantly analyzing and collecting data. Each experiment eliminated incorrect options and accumulated data. Furthermore, the process by which those space-time dimensions were downgraded from the current narrative level also provided crucial data. After trillions of experiments, Suyu finally found something useful. I see. Suyu observed that the moment those experimental spacetimes were downgraded, their spacetime structures, even their most fundamental superessence, or existence, completely disintegrated and vanished. But they didn't completely vanish. Instead, they transformed into a state that Suyu could not yet understand or touch. In this state, their existence seemed false, no longer real. According to Suyu's previous theories, existence, or superessence, was the most real and trustworthy thing in the world. If a thing exists, it has existence. Thus, its existence was undoubtedly real. If its existence isn't real, then it wouldn't exist at all, and there wouldn't be any such thing as existence. Since it doesn't exist at all, there's naturally no question of truth or falsehood. So, the so-called false existence itself should be something that doesn't exist. But now, Suyu has witnessed that false existence actually exists. This is a certain manifestation of the essence of the narrative layer. According to what the genius in the Transcendental Council said before, everything in the current narrative layer is merely fiction in the story above it, false and non-existent. But within the current narrative layer, everything within it is completely real. This means that these things possess both false and real attributes. This is why something like false existence exists. It seems that the key to the book of narratives lies in this false existence, or perhaps we could call it narrative existence. Suyu had finally found a key, a research direction, and was quite excited. He named false existence narrative existence to indicate its connection with the narrative layer. Everything is difficult at the beginning, but with the direction of narrative existence, the rest becomes much easier. Suyu quickly conducted another trillion experiments. After an unknown amount of time, Suyu finally grasped a part of the essence of false existence. So that's it. The key lies in having a name. Suyu finally understood why the genius who surpassed the council had been able to create the book of narratives. Even after replicating the experiment trillions of times, Suyu still couldn't complete it. Because that genius possesses a unique quality. He possesses a name and a surname. That genius is, in itself, a protagonist. If the current narrative layer is a world within a story, then there must be a protagonist, supporting characters, and various events. They can be said to exist simultaneously in both the upper and lower narrative dimensions, being characters within the story and connected to the upper layer. These protagonists and supporting characters are what are called named, truly mentioned within the story. These protagonists and supporting characters possess something called narrative existence. As for the other characters and events, they are outside the story, and their existence is naturally much weaker. And that genius is undoubtedly the true protagonist, the protagonist of the story of Beyond the Council. His narrative existence is so strong that it transcends narrative layers. That's why, previously, this genius was able to create the book of narrative. This may be because he inadvertently exploited his narrative existence, or perhaps it was inherently his story as the protagonist. And his subsequent inability to replicate the experiment and create a new book of narrative may be because his narrative existence has been depleted and insufficient. Or perhaps his story has concluded, leaving him no further involvement. Or perhaps both possibilities are essentially the same. In either case, it's now Suyu's turn. But Suyu felt a gloom in his heart. Because, if the genius of Beyond the Council is the protagonist, his creation of the narrative book is the plot, so could everything currently happening be orchestrated by a narrative book in a higher narrative layer? If the higher narrative book doesn't continue to orchestrate things, then wouldn't he never be able to complete his experiment and never be able to take up his position? However, Suyu didn't dwell on it further. After all, such suspicions were meaningless, unprovable, and undisputable. And, most importantly, according to this theory, Suyu himself should also be the protagonist of the story, possessing a powerful narrative presence. After all, he had become the most powerful being in the current narrative layer, capable of creating and destroying countless time and space with a single thought. It's impossible for someone like him to still be nameless and just a minor character in the story, right? But logically, if Suyu had a name and possessed a powerful narrative presence, then after billions of experiments, he should have been able to complete the experiment and create a narrative book long ago. But he still hasn't been able to do so. So, it seems I'm not really just a minor character in the stories of the upper narrative plane. Suyu thought to himself. But he wasn't disappointed. Instead, he felt like laughing. If he really was a minor character, that would be interesting. Or, perhaps, he had risen to such power only to become the main villain or a background character, to complete the role of a true protagonist, such as the genius who transcended the council. Or, some beings within the upper narrative plane had used their narrative book to deliberately downplay Suyu's existence, rendering him nameless, a background character, and a minor character. In this way, Suyu would never be able to complete the experiment and ritual, and would never be able to reach the upper narrative plane. They might even arrange for the true protagonist to kill Suyu and completely eliminate him. However, Suyu is currently too powerful. Within the current narrative layer, no one capable of rivaling him can emerge, so their intention is to downplay his presence. So, it seems they're really afraid of me going up. Suyu sneered inwardly. He didn't believe he was truly just a minor character. It was likely a deliberate decision by the upper narrative layers. After all, Suyu is currently the being most likely to transcend the narrative layers and reach the upper ones. Based on Suyu's experience, if he could reach the upper narrative layers, he would quickly possess immense power there. No wonder the upper narrative layers deliberately prevented him from ascending. Besides these two possibilities, there's another. Suyu isn't even part of any story at all, so there's no point in considering him a protagonist, a supporting character, or a minor character. Chapter 700. Whichever possibility it was, Suyu couldn't verify it for now. He could only find a way to enter the upper narrative layer, and then search for evidence. For now, he should complete the experiment, and work on the book of narrative first. However, although Suyu understood the problem and realized that the key lay in having a name and surname, solving it still presented some difficulties. After all, Suyu wasn't the protagonist right now. He was even nameless and a minor character. As such, he lacked narrative existence, and couldn't create his own narrative book. Whether he was the protagonist wasn't determined by him. It was likely determined by some higher being. This seemed to leave him with no solution. Thankfully, for Suyu, possessing powerful abilities, now that he knew the problem, finding a solution wasn't difficult. Suyu began searching for characters with narrative existence and observing them. He first located the genius, but didn't engage him directly. Instead, he used his hunting instincts and his ability of super transformation to carefully sense him. Suyu was trying to sense what differentiated this genius from other beings. At first, it didn't seem to have much effect. No matter how Suyu observed him, this genius seemed just like any other being, perfectly ordinary. But soon, Suyu shifted his focus and began to look for a different perspective, searching for the genius's differences. In reality, this genius wasn't human. His species was vastly different from humans. The Transcendental Council was an alliance formed by all civilizations in the primordial universe to transcend their current dimension. Therefore, this genius wasn't human, but rather a strangely shaped alien creature. This race, named Apostasis, is known to humans as Apostasis. It appears as a giant eyeball, over 10 meters in diameter, endowed with the innate ability to defy gravity and float. This race possesses exceptionally strong vision, capable of seeing electromagnetic waves, gravitational waves, neutrinos, and even quantum probability clouds, with an extremely long range. In the days before the existence of the evil gods and demons of the warp, this race suffered a horrible fate. A single careless glance could lead to visions they shouldn't, transforming them into madly twisted monsters. Thus, this race's optic nerves were forcibly removed at birth, rendering them blind. Now, without the evil gods and demons, they enjoy a better life, free to observe as they please. Their powerful vision has been instrumental in various scientific research endeavors. That genius, named Qianyo, possesses the best vision of the race, even capable of faintly perceiving the super essence at the origin of all things, akin to Suyu's hunting instinct. Suyu suspected that this sniper might have relied on its innately powerful vision to perceive narrative existence, leading to its theory of narrative layers. If narrative existence could be observed, then Suyu should be able to do so as well. Therefore, Suyu attempted to observe this sniper, seeking to identify its unique characteristics. After all, as the protagonist, this sniper, capable of creating the book of narrative, must possess a strong narrative existence. However, no matter how unique this species might be, in Suyu's eyes, it was just an ordinary life form, not much different from humans. Thus, Suyu had previously been unable to discern the difference between the sniper and other life forms. After all, from a technical perspective, Suyu saw nothing remarkable in this race's physiological structure, genetic coding, and innate abilities. He could easily create a machine that could fully replicate this race's abilities, even surpassing those of the genius. With this mindset and perspective, Suyu's observations yielded no results. But now, Suyu shifted his perspective and observations, carefully examining the genius's race. He had a vague feeling that this shift in perspective was the key. Sure enough, after carefully examining the race, origin, and other aspects of this Qianyo, Suyu suddenly discovered that the genius named Qianyo had undergone some inexplicable change. It was vague, perhaps an illusion. But Suyu was absolutely certain that he wasn't creating some illusion out of thin air. This change must exist, After careful observation, Suyu, using his powerful hunting instinct, finally determined that the genius named Xiao Niu seemed to have acquired a certain presence. And that extra point was the narrative presence Suyu had been searching for so long. Has the narrative presence increased? No, it should be said that it's become more pronounced. So that's how it is. The key lies in the mindset and perspective of observation. Suyu suddenly realized. Before, no matter how he observed, he couldn't find the narrative presence in Chunyo. It seemed as if such a thing didn't exist at all. But now, simply by changing his mindset and perspective, a change occurred immediately. It wasn't that Chunyo had actually changed, but that Suyu himself had changed. His previous observations were from a research and critical perspective, comprehensively observing and analyzing this alien life form, including its race, life form, genetic code, psychic energy, and supermatter structure. This observation was incredibly detailed, revealing a deeper understanding than even Cuneo himself, and far superior. But no matter how meticulous his observations were, they were useless because the perspective and mindset were wrong. Now, Suyu had taken on the perspective of a spectator, a reader, that's right, a spectator, a reader, the audience and reader of the story. Suyu no longer observed and analyzed this alien genius from a scientific perspective, but from the perspective of a story reader, examining this genius's personality, story, and so on. This approach was a stark contrast to his previous approach. His previous observations had been incredibly detailed, even counting the number of microscopic particles in his body. This current approach was extremely cursory, merely capturing his name, background, and racial history. What good could this do? But it really did. As soon as his mindset shifted, Suyu noticed a change in Kei's body, observing narrative existence. It seemed that only when Suyu shifted his perspective to Kei, the genius, truly began to become known. Kei's the protagonist, and since he's the protagonist, he needs an audience, a reader. And the so-called narrative existence only has meaning, and can only be seen from the perspective of this audience and reader. Suyu, understanding all this, was filled with excitement. This meant not only that he had found the key to the problem, but also that he meant something extremely important. Perhaps he wasn't just a minor character in the story, but an audience, a reader. Could it be that I've traveled down from the upper narrative level? Chapter 701. As a time traveler, Suyu has long sought to find the world before his time travel, ever since he escaped the constraints of the original universe. It wasn't that he absolutely needed to find it, but rather that he wanted to understand where he truly came from. But even after traversing countless dimensions and countless universes, finally arriving at this highest level of time and space, he couldn't find a time and space identical to the one he'd left behind. Suyu had almost given up, believing the universe he'd inhabited before his time travel had been completely destroyed, never to be found again. But now, Suyu had a new inspiration. Perhaps, the world he originally inhabited wasn't even within this narrative layer, but somewhere higher up. Everything within the current narrative layer is a story in the eyes of the higher narrative layer. Stories require an audience, a reader. And only beings within the higher narrative layer are qualified to be audiences and readers. Logically, all characters in the lower narrative layers are ineligible for audience or reader status. After all, they are characters in the story, so how could they be audience or reader? And now, Suyu, by shifting his perspective and mindset, has become an audience or reader, successfully observing the narrative presence within Chunyo. So, Suyu suspects that he isn't a native of this narrative layer at all, but rather hailed from a higher layer. In his own narrative layer, he has no role. He seems merely a minor character. This is because he isn't a character in the story at all, but an audience or reader from the higher layer. However, for a reader or audience in the upper narrative layer to have traveled through time and space into the story itself seems a bit far-fetched. But Suyu believed it was entirely possible. After all, previous experiments had already proven that space-time could be reduced to a lower narrative level. If there were life in this space-time, wouldn't that mean he had traveled to a lower narrative level? So, it seems the experimental animals from those previous spacetimes are somewhat similar to my current identity. Suyu thought to himself. When he conducted experiments, he would leave some experimental animals in those spacetimes. While not intelligent, they were still living creatures. From this perspective, Suyu and these experimental creatures were quite similar. It's just that those experimental creatures lacked intelligence, so they couldn't compare to Suyu. In his previous experiments, Chunyo had also released living creatures. He even used the Book of Narratives to allow those living creatures to evolve and multiply, forming a powerful intelligent civilization, constantly attempting to transcend the barriers of the narrative level, but to no avail. This intelligent civilization actually resembled Suyu more. However, their ancestors died long ago during evolution, and these intelligent civilizations are merely descendants, no longer possessing the identities of the upper narrative layers. However, it seems that after entering the lower narrative layers, they will also be controlled by the narrative book and become characters in the story. This doesn't quite match my situation, Suyu thought to himself. In Cunio's previous experiments, after the experimental animals were reduced to the lower narrative layers, they could be controlled by the narrative book, allowing them to rapidly evolve and become intelligent civilizations. Clearly, within the lower narrative layers, those experimental animals became the protagonists of the story, with names and surnames. If Suyu shared the same identity as those experimental animals, he would also be controlled by the upper narrative book. But now, Suyu's power has reached the highest level in this narrative layer, yet his status is just a supporting role. This is strange. It seems my identity is still unique. After all, I possess a panel that can unlock even professions related to the narrative layer. This panel may be able to transcend the control of the narrative book and allow me to escape from the story. Suyu's mind raced, instantly thinking of various possibilities and analyzing countless data. He even had the urge to create a clone, then lower its dimension and enter the lower narrative layer to see what would happen. Through such an experiment, it might be possible to reveal the secrets of the narrative layer and time travel. However, Suyu did not act rashly, as doing so would be dangerous. Upon entering the lower narrative layer, the clone would likely lose its connection with the original, becoming an independent entity. In that case, Suyu would essentially create a new entity possessing all of his memories. This entity would also be aware of the class panel, and perhaps even be bound to it. At that point, it would become uncertain who was the original and who was the clone. Let's wait until the narrative book ritual is complete and the inauguration is successful before conducting this experiment, Suyu thought to himself. Then, he once again focused his attention on Chunyo, observing his narrative existence from the perspective of a viewer or reader. The originally ethereal narrative existence became increasingly clear after Suyu shifted his perspective. In the end, Suyu even felt that he could use supermassive transformation to create this existence out of thin air. As long as this creation is complete, the key to the Book of Narratives will be solved. After all, Kei Nye is able to create the Book of Narratives because he is the protagonist and possesses powerful narrative existence. Suyu is merely a supporting character in this story, unable to replicate Kei Nye's operations. But if Suyu could use supermass transformation to generate narrative existence out of thin air, then everything would be a problem. However, no matter how hard Suyu observed, he seemed to be just a little short of achieving the true transformation of narrative existence. Could it be because the sample size is insufficient? After analysis, Suyu concluded that observing only Kei Nye as the protagonist might not be enough to truly grasp all the characteristics of narrative existence, and thus, the transformation would be impossible. So, Suyu began to shift his focus, trying to find other protagonists. And surprisingly, he found quite a few. Keisher was naturally the true protagonist, at least in the story of Beyond the Council, a crucial one. But in other races and events, there were other protagonists. Of course, the most important event for the original cosmic civilization right now is the formation of the Transcendental Council to research how to transcend dimensions. As the protagonist of this event, Tsuyo possesses an incredibly powerful narrative presence. The protagonists of other events are so weak that, were it not for Suyu's awareness of the reader's perspective, they would have been difficult to detect. But fortunately, even if they are few, they still exist. Suyu quickly discovered thousands of protagonists, each holding a key role in their respective stories, and possessing a certain narrative presence. These narrative presences differed subtly from what Suyu had observed previously. This allowed Suyu to complete his data, but it was still insufficient. Perhaps, we need to look not only at the protagonists, but also at the supporting characters. Suyu began searching for and observing the various supporting characters. In this way, Suyu observed for over 1,000 years. Finally, it's done! Transmass transformation. With a flicker of his mind, Suyu conjured a vague, ethereal narrative presence out of thin air. Chapter 702. It wasn't easy. And it was all thanks to the help of those old friends. Suyu sighed inwardly. For over 1,000 years, Suyu had constantly observed the various protagonists and supporting characters. He even summoned old friends from Azure Star, such as Tai Long Yang Lai, and others. These people had not appeared since the events of the primordial universe's restart. In reality, they had reappeared long before, but they had lost their memories of the past, and were no longer the familiar faces Suyu had known. During the last primordial universe restart, it was Emperor Guanyao who remained on Azure Star, playing the role of Suyu. All the events these people experienced were with Emperor Guanyao. Furthermore, Before the events of Azure Star had concluded, the primordial universe experienced a great sacrifice, and Emperor Guangyu vanished. From beginning to end, Suyu had never met them again. So to Suyu, these people were complete strangers. Suyu had never contacted them, allowing them to live their lives in the primordial universe. Although these people had no contact with Suyu, they had independently developed and achieved considerable success within the Transcendent Council. Suyu observed a certain narrative presence in each of them. Clearly, these people were considered named supporting characters. Even though the Transcendent Council had integrated countless alien races from the original universe, its number of civilizations far exceeded the population of Azure Star. Still, many of these people from Azure Star had achieved considerable success within the Transcendent Council. This was clearly abnormal. The probability of producing talent was too high. Because they were all important supporting characters in the story, possessing narrative power. After observing this, Suyu attempted to summon all of his old acquaintances who possessed past memories. These people were Suyu's former team. Even if the microcosm had long ceased to exist, with Suyu's current power, he could easily recreate it, along with all the humans within it. Suyu's consciousness had always stored information about these people. Suyu had originally planned to wait until he found a stable time and space before resurrecting them and allowing them to live their normal lives. But this time, to complete the ritual, Suyu summoned them ahead of time. These people, like the previous people on Azure Star, shared the same names, Tai Long, Xiao Xiaonin, Xie Tian, Yang Lai, but after various events, including the universe's reboot, they had become completely distinct and independent characters. Just like Suyu and the painful evil god before, they shared a common origin, yet remained independent. After Suyu resurrected them, he discovered that their narrative presence had become surprisingly stronger. Despite their limited strength, their presence was incredibly strong. This was especially true for Xie Tian, Tai Long, Xiao Xiaonin, and the others. Suyu even attempted to summon the long-dead ghost emperor, the half-dead tyrannical evil god, the painful evil god, and the strangely conditioned Qi Chen and the others. These beings were no longer capable of threatening Suyu. Their power was too weak. In fact, Qi Chen had never truly died. He had harnessed the power of the ultimate savior, undergoing some extreme transformation, and remained by Suyu's side. Suyu had already noticed him, but simply ignored him. Now, Suyu resurrected him along with him. To Suyu now, the claims of immortal evil gods and ultimate saviors were nothing but jokes. He could easily dispel them. After resurrecting them, Suyu discovered that their narrative presence was even stronger, comparable to that of the genius protagonist, Chidian, who transcended the council. These individuals had been important villains in Suyu's past, so their narrative presence was naturally strong. Observing them supplemented Suyu's data on narrative presence. When these individuals were first resurrected, they still retained their previous memories, so they were completely bewildered, completely unaware of their current situation. Their memories were still stuck in their previous microcosms, or before their deaths. Now, suddenly resurrected, telling them that they had escaped the primordial universe, crossed countless dimensions, and reached the highest level of all time and space, and were about to break through the narrative layer and reach even higher. No one would believe this. However, these acquaintances lived up to their names. Based on their trust in Mr. Suyu, after a brief moment of shock, they quickly accepted the reality. They began to learn various supermaterial technologies, enhancing their abilities and essences. Suyu did not arrange for them to enter the Transcendental Council, but instead created a new space-time universe for them to live independently. After learning of the current situation, these people also began to form their own Transcendental Council, attempting to study the secrets of the narrative layer. In fact, their technology and wisdom were far behind those of the current Transcendental Council. However, Suyu's real purpose in having them form their own council was to allow them to integrate into the story and become characters. Sure enough, after joining, these people quickly integrated into the group, and one by one, they displayed their talents, achieving remarkable accomplishments and producing research results. Clearly, their narrative presence had taken effect, transforming them into supporting characters beyond the council, and unexpectedly granting them talents they didn't originally possess. It seems these people are somewhat extraordinary. Could the characters surrounding me back then have all been arranged by the higher-level narrative book? Suyu pondered this question as he surveyed them. Suyu himself possessed no narrative presence. He was a complete supporting character. But the fact that he was surrounded by so many named characters made Suyu suspect that he had been targeted since the moment he crossed over, orchestrated by some narrative originating from a higher level. Though that narrative power might not truly affect Suyu, Suyu's situation was unique. Even with his unrivaled strength, his status within this narrative layer was still that of a supporting character, lacking any narrative presence. This situation made it difficult for the upper narrative layer to make decisions regarding Suyu. However, certain intentions within the upper narrative layer were able to indirectly influence Suyu by influencing the supporting characters around him. This allowed Suyu to act according to the story, effectively controlling him. Humans are social animals, after all, and any contact Suyu had with these characters would inevitably be influenced by them. Thankfully, the situation changed rapidly, and Suyu's strength increased rapidly due to the panel. These characters were unable to keep up with Suyu's rapid rise in strength, falling far behind, and no longer able to exert any influence on him. Until now, Suyu had become invincible within this narrative layer, and no character could influence him any longer. Chapter 703. Although these old acquaintances could no longer influence Suyu, their uniqueness remained, and in Suyu's eyes, it was quite striking. These people were merely characters on a small planet in the primordial universe, supposedly minor characters. But their narrative presence was comparable to that of Qianyo, the protagonist of the Transcendent Council. This was simply abnormal. No wonder the Radiant Emperor insisted on going to Azure Star to impersonate me. He must have noticed the uniqueness of these people. Suyu thought of the Radiant Emperor before him. He had given up his proper role as Emperor, and instead went to Azure Star to impersonate Suyu. Unfortunately, the Radiant Emperor had completely vanished due to the power of destruction. Even Suyu couldn't resurrect him now, nor could he inquire about what he had witnessed on Azure Star. After all, the power of destruction was essentially a force generated by higher dimensional destiny, and the essence of so-called higher dimensional destiny should be at the upper narrative level. Suyu was currently unable to reverse this power that transcended narrative levels. However, that might not be the case in the future. Once Suyu breaks through the narrative barrier, he should be able to attempt to resurrect the glorious Emperor. In addition, the original villains, such as the tyrannical evil god, have also joined the research of the new Transcendental Council. In fact, they are being studied. After all, they also possess a strong narrative presence and are highly valuable for research. Even with the powerful supermatter technology, they are powerless and can only be studied continuously. Suyu has not allowed these villains access to supermatter technology, lest they rebel again. Even if they had access, it wouldn't have been a big deal. After all, most of the supermatter in this narrative layer has been absorbed by Suyu. Even if these villains had the power to control supermatter, they would definitely not be a match for Suyu. But ultimately, caution was the best course of action, lest these villains, orchestrated by the upper narrative layers, cause further mischief. Suyu, observing the narrative existence within these beings, finally completed the final piece of the puzzle. So, this is narrative existence. Suyu now extended his hand, gripping an invisible force. This force was not material, not psychic, not even supermaterial. It was completely different from any force Suyu had encountered before, almost completely invisible and intangible. And yet, it existed. That sniper, and the people of Azure Star, all possessed this power. This was narrative existence, and Suyu had finally been able to create it through supermaterial transformation. No matter how bizarre this thing was, it still had existence, and it was within the capabilities of supermaterial transformation. Now, with a single thought, Suyu could imbue this narrative existence into any living being, object, machine, civilization, dimension of space, or anything else. Thus, a new character could be created out of thin air, becoming a crucial supporting role, or even the main character. But Suyu didn't do this lightly. After all, these narrative existences were hard-earned. Converting them consumed a vast amount of Suyu's supermatter. Even a tiny bit consumed the equivalent of countless primordial universes. Waste was not an option. This tiny bit of narrative existence consumed 1/10 of Suyu's reserves. For Suyu now, supermatter was life, his very essence. This tiny bit of narrative existence consumed 1/10 of Suyu's life and essence, truly a tremendous drain. Perhaps this is because these narrative entities exist simultaneously on two narrative levels. The existence of this power that transcends narrative levels is so strong that the consumption of supermatter is naturally immense. Next, Suyu, with a thought, created another new space-time universe. Suyu then infused a portion of his narrative entity into this space-time universe, and named it the Void Realm. The name has no particular meaning. The key lies in the process of naming. Through this process, coupled with the infusion of narrative entity, this newly created space-time universe gained a name and a place within the story. Suyu then began to repeat the previous experiment, reducing the dimension of the Void Realm until it was relegated to the lower narrative level, completely disappearing from the current narrative level. At the same time, Suyu also used supermatter to condense a new narrative book, infusing it with all remaining narrative entity. Sure enough, once the void realm had been completely reduced to the lower narrative level. The newly constructed narrative book in Suyu's hands began to automatically write various stories. This meant that Suyu had finally succeeded. Suyu attempted to write new content in the narrative book, thereby manipulating the development of the story within the void realm and causing the experimental animals there to rapidly evolve. He succeeded. The story in the narrative book quickly developed according to the settings Suyu had added. And unlike the previous Chu and I, when Chu and I used the narrative book, sometimes the content written did not make sense and would disappear, unable to be realized. But now Suyu discovered that no matter how illogical his writing might be, as long as he imbued it with a certain narrative presence, the illogicality wouldn't disappear. It would simply lead to a certain degree of logical collapse, causing the story to develop in a bizarre direction. The content lost some degree of logic, becoming a chaotic mess, like the ravings of a mentally ill person. Thankfully, Suyu quickly altered the content, restoring the logic, otherwise, the void realm might have been destroyed. Is this considered complete control of the book of narrative? Suyu thought to himself. At this moment, the class panel popped up. Ritual completed. Do you want to assume the role of book of narrative? Suyu looked at the pop-up message, his face lit with joy. Finally, the ritual was complete, and I could assume this new class. Without hesitation, Suyu immediately commanded, accept. Congratulations, host, you have successfully assumed the role. Your current class is Book of Narrative, LV1, 0/1000000000000. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully awakened your core ability, Narrative Power. Narrative Power, LV1, as the Book of Narrative, you are the carrier and source of the story, able to rewrite it according to your will. At the same time, Suyu felt a strange power emerge within his will. This power was somewhat similar to the narrative existence he had previously transformed using supermatter, but it was even more ethereal and completely integrated with Suyu's will. It was an endless supply, a power that belonged entirely to him. Suyu tried to mobilize this power and began to write within his will. He wrote only one sentence. Suyu can transcend narrative layers. Chapter 704. Suyu successfully wrote this sentence into his book of narrative. Then, Suyu quietly waiting for the story in this sentence to come true. If successful, he would gain the power to transcend narrative layers. After all, Suyu's profession's ability was to rewrite stories. Originally, Suyu didn't have the power to transcend narrative layers within the story. After being rewritten, wouldn't that mean he had it? However, after waiting for a while, nothing changed. Suyu chuckled inwardly. It seemed like it wouldn't work. After all, a story of just one sentence was too simplistic, completely devoid of cause and effect, or logical chain of thought. Such a story was clearly unacceptable and probably impossible to realize. Suyu's mind raced, pondering how to rewrite this story to gain the power to transcend narrative layers. According to Suyu's vision, the story should be rewritten, allowing the Transcendental Council to continue its research, providing him with more data, and ultimately successfully developing technology capable of transcending narrative layers. This could be considered foreshadowing within the story, making it much more logical. However, as Suyu pondered this, he suddenly felt everything around him crumbling, disappearing. This disappearance wasn't the kind of annihilation by destructive forces, but rather a disappearance at the logical level. The logic that maintained everything around him seemed to be collapsing. In fact, it wasn't until this moment that Suyu truly sensed the existence of logic. Originally, Suyu believed that existence, or transcendence, was the foundation of everything in the world, the source of everything. Now, it's become clear that supermatter alone isn't enough. Logic is also needed to sustain the existence of things. Existence without logic is just a chaotic mess, unable to sustain itself. Without logic, existence simply exists, without change or function. It has no meaning, and will naturally wither away. Suyu had previously encountered so-called intelligent existence, which is essentially the existence of logic. The existence born from the thinking and research of intelligent creatures contains powerful logic. This logic, like the skeleton, supports the existence and functioning of things. And the narrative existence Suyu had just mastered is even more logically rigorous, otherwise, the narrative would be impossible. And now, all around Suyu, the logic within the supermatter is collapsing and disappearing. So, those supermatter, unable to maintain their own existence, are also disappearing. The original universe, the Transcendental Council, and the new Transcendental Council composed of the people of Azure Star are all rapidly dissipating in this logical collapse. Logic may be a force even more fundamental than supermatter. The saying "I think, therefore I am" states that intelligent beings can create existence and maintain themselves through thinking, and its essence is based on logic. After all, thinking itself is the embodiment of logic. Without logic, there is no thinking. Previously, Suyu had no understanding of this most fundamental power. Rather, while he knew of its existence, he was unaware of its importance and essential nature. Logic, after all, is intangible and intangible, insensible to perception and comprehension. It is an abstract concept. Until now, Suyu had become the book of narrative, and he was finally able to sense it. However, as Suyu sensed logic, he was also nearing death. For it wasn't just everything around him that was collapsing, it was also himself. His own logic was also collapsing and disappearing. He felt everything about him rapidly dissipating. In a moment, he would be deader than dead. This death would be complete, a true death that even the class panel couldn't evoke. After all, his logic had collapsed, meaning his thinking couldn't function. I think, therefore I am wouldn't work, and he would naturally die. Why did this happen so suddenly? Was it an attack from above? At this point, Suyu's consciousness and logic were already collapsing, significantly impacting his thinking speed and computing power. Thankfully, Suyu was strong enough, and the remaining computing power was enough for him to think deeply and attempt to resolve the current crisis. The first thing he had to do was understand the reason for this sudden logical collapse. Suyu's first suspicion was naturally an attack from the narrative layer above. This power, which directly caused the logical breakdown, certainly seemed to originate from above. Primarily within this narrative layer, no enemy possessed such power. Suyu suspected that, having inaugurated the Book of Narratives, he had gained the potential to transcend narrative layers, and so the higher narrative layers had unleashed their power to eliminate Suyu, a variable. However, Suyu also wondered if the sentence he had just written, "Suyu can transcend narrative layers," might also have caused the logical breakdown. This sentence was incoherent and illogical, utterly illogical, and generated out of thin air. Based on previous experience, such a logical setting could not be successfully written into the narrative book. Chunyo had previously attempted to write directly into the narrative book, allowing the civilizations in the book to evolve and possess the power to transcend narrative layers. He was unable to write, and even if he did, it would disappear. But after Suyu took over the narrative book, his control over this power was far greater than Chunyo's. To Chunyo, the narrative book was merely an external object. But to Suyu, it was himself his own power. So, Suyu could ignore the restrictions and forcibly write such illogical settings into the narrative book out of thin air. Although it seemed to have no effect, he had not gained the power to transcend narrative layers. But now it seems that it may not have failed to work, but rather that it had. However, to achieve this one-sentence story that appeared out of thin air, the result was a collapse of the logic of the entire narrative layer. Indeed, Suyu suspected that everything that was happening now was due to the sentence he had written, "Suyu can transcend narrative layers." As soon as this sentence was written, it forcibly rewrote the story, essentially rewriting the current narrative layer. But this sentence, appearing out of nowhere, lacked any logical context, causing the entire narrative layer's logic to collapse. It's like a story going smoothly until a strange setting suddenly appears, and the entire story collapses. However, a single sentence shouldn't cause such a complete collapse. So, after some reflection, Suyu concluded that it was probably a combination of both. The upper narrative layer had launched an attack, and Suyu's words had also caused the logic to collapse. The combination of these two factors led to such a complete collapse, threatening to annihilate everything in a short period of time. At this point, it seems the only option is to continue rewriting the story and reshaping the logic. Chapter 705. Suyu moved his mind and began writing in his narrative book. Instantly, he had written billions of words. He intended to use the power of the narrative book to reshape the collapsed logic. Theoretically, this should be possible. Essentially, it was overwriting the old story with a new one. If successful, everything would return to normal. But Suyu soon discovered that his speed in rewriting the story far outstripped the speed of the collapse. If this continued, he would likely die before completing the rewriting. It wasn't that he wasn't writing fast enough, but rather that a more powerful force was interfering, or rather, there was another narrative book, constantly writing, while Suyu was writing his story. However, that narrative book was filled with illogical gibberish, which naturally accelerated the process of logical collapse, negating all of Suyu's efforts. After discovering this, Suyu was certain that this logical collapse was indeed the work of some entity from the upper narrative layer, harnessing the power of the narrative book to launch an attack. It seems this is the only way. Suyu, with a determined heart, immediately erased all previously written stories and settings, then focused on writing a single sentence. Suyu can transcend narrative layers. Suyu can transcend narrative layers. Suyu can transcend narrative layers. He kept repeating this sentence. The attacks from the upper narrative layer were essentially limited to Suyu's surroundings, disrupting all logic and thus affecting him. After all, Suyu's identity was unique. He seemed not to be a character in the story, but rather a reader and audience. Simply writing Suyu's story was futile. Suyu also realized this, so he gave up trying to reshape the logic of the outside world and focused on writing about himself. While others couldn't write about Suyu, he could. The only thing he wrote was the phrase, "Suyu can transcend narrative layers," repeated over and over again, instantly reaching 1 billion times. Originally, Suyu had only written it once, and it had already caused a logical breakdown. Now, frantically writing the sentence exacerbated the situation, accelerating the breakdown, but not as quickly as expected. Suyu thought to himself, as expected, the logical breakdown was primarily due to an attack from the upper narrative layer, and his words hadn't had a significant impact. After confirming this, Suyu no longer hesitated and continued to write frantically, concentrating his mind on sensing the upper narrative layer. He was sensing the upper narrative layer. Long ago, Suyu had inherited a higher dimensional destiny. This so-called higher dimensional destiny, it now seemed, was actually a story written by certain forces within the upper narrative layer. In this story, humanity inevitably gave birth to an emperor, established an empire, then experienced a major rebellion and other events, ultimately giving rise to a dark emperor who wielded the power of destruction and ultimately destroyed everything. This story, written by certain beings in a higher narrative plane, is therefore unbreakable within this narrative plane, leading to the destruction of the entire infinite universe. Theoretically, as long as one remains within this narrative plane, one cannot escape this higher dimensional fate. However, due to his unique characteristics and the availability of a class panel, Suyu took on the class of the origin of destruction. Although he inherited this higher dimensional fate, no Dark Emperor was born, and he completely used the power of destruction for his own benefit. This so-called higher dimensional destiny had actually been broken. But despite being broken, it still existed, though its power was limited. For Suyu, this higher dimensional destiny served as a channel connecting him to the upper narrative layer. Before, Suyu couldn't accurately sense this connection, only a vague feeling. But now, having mastered the book of narrative, Suyu had mastered the power of narrative and comprehended the fundamental logic. Suyu's understanding of the narrative layer now far surpassed anything he had ever experienced before. So now, Suyu must leverage his connection to his higher dimensional destiny, combined with the power of the book of narrative, to break through the barriers between narrative layers. Sure enough, as Suyu repeatedly wrote the phrase "Suyu can transcend narrative layers," his sensitivity grew stronger. Although this phrase caused a logical breakdown, before it completely collapsed, it still played a role, truly strengthening Suyu's sensitivity to the upper narrative layer, allowing him to transcend narrative layers. As the sensitivity grew stronger, the logical breakdowns became more frequent. Finally, when Suyu's consciousness had collapsed to less than 1/10 of its original size, found it. In Suyu's mind, the essence of his narrative book trembled slightly, sensing a new and bizarre dimension. This dimension was not in any of the time and space structures Suyu was familiar with, nor was it located in any real location. Instead, it lay beyond the narrative layer, beyond story and logic. Under normal circumstances, even if everything in this narrative layer were completely destroyed and thoroughly searched, it would be impossible to find the entrance to this dimension. Because that was the upper narrative layer. And it was where the higher dimensional destiny lay. Suyu had truly succeeded. He had truly transcended the narrative layer. Though only a tiny leap of will, not the essence. The phrase Suyu had written, "Suyu can transcend narrative layers," was open to multiple interpretations. Was it Suyu's essence that transcended narrative layers, his will, or his power? Nothing was spelled out in detail. This was intentional, not a hard and fast statement. This way, even if the logic collapsed, it wouldn't be too serious. More importantly, as long as a partial leap occurred, it would be considered a success, leaving Suyu ample room for maneuver. If a leap of will was required to be considered a success, then Suyu might never succeed even if he wrote to death. After all, transcending narrative layers, especially from the lower to the upper, is incredibly difficult, practically impossible. And now, Suyu, leveraging the power of the narrative book and his high-dimensional destiny, had succeeded. By repeatedly writing "Suyu can transcend narrative layers," he strengthened the connection and, thus, sent a tiny bit of his will into the upper narrative layers. Suyu's heart was instantly filled with joy. Since he could sense it, it meant that the upper narrative layer was now under his power, and within the reach of the narrative book. That meant he could use the narrative book to rewrite the story of the upper narrative layer. Under normal circumstances, the narrative book could only rewrite the lower narrative layers. But with the narrative book now in Su Yutong's class panel, his abilities were even greater, allowing him to rewrite the story of his own narrative layer, just as he had before. Now, Su Yu was taking it a step further and aiming to rewrite the upper narrative layer. Only in this way could he resolve the logical collapse crisis he was currently facing. Chapter 706. Su Yu currently possesses only a partial will. Leveraging the power of the narrative book, he has transcended the narrative layer and can sense a point in the upper layer. But his true self and power are still far from transcending. So, he needs to rewrite the story to allow his true self to transcend as well. However, using the narrative book of a lower narrative layer to rewrite the narrative layer above is nearly impossible, even if Su Yu can currently sense some of the upper layer's conditions. After all, he is naturally one level lower in the lower layer. How can the narrative book of a lower layer rewrite the upper layer? But Su Yu's narrative book is no ordinary item. It is a book condensed from his true self after he took office. He is the book, and the book is him. Su Yu possesses an inexplicable quality. Within this narrative layer, he is not a character in the story, but rather an audience, a reader. This gives him a vague sense of transcendence of the narrative layer. Though he has not truly transcended, he remains within this narrative layer. When Su Yu transformed into the narrative book, this characteristic was also transferred to the narrative book, imbuing the narrative book he incarnated with similar properties. It subtly transcended the limitations of narrative levels. This gave Su Yu the opportunity to rewrite the stories of the upper narrative layers while remaining in the lower layers. So, Su Yu could now alter the stories of the upper narrative layers with a single thought. With such incredible abilities, Su Yu was only one step away from truly transcending the narrative layers. However, Su Yu did not begin writing immediately. Since he currently had virtually no understanding of the upper narrative layer, how could he rewrite its story? To rewrite a story, one must first know what it actually is. Knowing nothing is just writing nonsense. So Su Yu must quickly sense the situation in the upper narrative layer, understand the story there, and then rewrite it accordingly. Once the rewriting is complete, the stories written in the upper and lower layers will work together, allowing Su Yu to transcend the narrative barrier and enter the upper layer. If Su Yu successfully allows his body to cross the narrative layer, the logical collapse in the lower layer will naturally have no impact on him, thus resolving the current crisis. But therein lies the problem. Just now, Su Yu had sensed some of the conditions in the upper narrative layer, sensing its spatial and temporal dimensions. However, when he tried to sense it more closely, it remained vague and indecipherable. Su Yu only knew that there was definitely life and civilization in the upper layer. But he could not discern or sense what it was like, or what story it held. Time was running out for Su Yu. His own logical collapse was becoming increasingly severe, and he was now capable of maintaining normal consciousness and computing power at less than half. If this continued, until the collapse reached the point where he could no longer even activate the book of narrative, he would be truly dead, and the class interface would be unable to awaken him. How difficult. Su Yu pushed his will to the limit, but still could not clearly sense the situation above. To attempt to glimpse the situation above, from the lower narrative layer, was incredibly difficult. It's like a character in a novel or a movie trying to figure out what's happening in the real world. How is that even possible? Crossing narrative layers is inherently impossible. Su Yu's ability to vaguely sense some of the situations in the upper narrative layers is already commendable. Going further is practically hopeless. In fact, if Su Yu could reach the maximum level in the narrative book class, perhaps he could achieve this, directly sensing the situations in the upper narrative layers from the lower level. But right now, he's just started, at only level 1. He's also facing a logical breakdown, leaving him with absolutely no time to level up. This leaves him completely hopeless. Su Yu seems to have been pushed to a corner. Damn it, time's running out. Su Yu felt his logical breakdown becoming increasingly severe, and he felt a surge of anxiety. In theory, Su Yu could ignore the story in the upper narrative layer. He could simply invent a new story out of thin air, using it to transcend narrative layers. But such a story, with no beginning or end, written haphazardly, and lacking any logical support, would likely collapse logically the moment it was written. Just as Su Yu was experiencing right now. However, the logical collapse Su Yu was experiencing now occurred at the current narrative level. If he continued to write haphazardly, the narrative level above would collapse. If the lower level collapses, the upper level will also collapse, and Su Yu would be doomed. So Su Yu was now stuck between two ends, death if he wrote, and death if he didn't. Wait. Maybe this way. At this critical moment, a possibility occurred to Su Yu. Then, without hesitation, he began writing rapidly in his own narrative book. The content remained unchanged, The same sentence. Suyu can transcend narrative layers. Previously, Suyu had written this sentence to rewrite the story of his own narrative layer, which resulted in a logical breakdown. This time, he was rewriting the story of the upper narrative layer. As expected, the upper narrative layer also collapsed. Using the power of this sentence, Suyu's perception of the upper layer instantly became much clearer. Suyu faintly sensed that within the upper narrative layer, there seemed to be a city, a planet, or a continent. It wasn't clear. Whatever was there, it seemed to be collapsing. Because the one-sentence story of Suyu can transcend narrative layers had no beginning or end, it had been forcibly written, causing the upper narrative layer to collapse. At the same time, Suyu's true self, under the power of this sentence, began to rise, ascending into the upper narrative layer. Although this one-sentence story had no beginning or end, it was still written within the upper narrative layer, exerting a strong control over the lower narrative layers. Suyu had essentially written a new higher-dimensional destiny for himself, one that promised him the ability to transcend narrative layers. Furthermore, Suyu had also written this sentence within the lower narrative layer, sharing the same fate within it. With this coordinated effort, Suyu was poised for ascension. He wanted to truly ascend to the upper narrative layer, escaping the collapsing lower one. However, even if he did ascend, what awaited him was yet another collapsing narrative layer, and death was inevitable. But Suyu showed no sign of panic, continuing to write. His writing remained the same. Each stroke of his pen accelerated the collapse of the upper layer. Chapter 707. Suyu refused to believe that the beings in the upper narrative layer would allow it to collapse. Since my story is incomplete and too brief, I leave it to you to fill in and expand on it. Suyu was gambling, betting that the beings in the upper narrative layer wouldn't allow it to collapse, and would definitely intervene to save the situation. Of course, this presupposes that the collapse Suyu caused was significant enough. So Suyu kept writing that one sentence. This one-sentence story had no logical context, but the content involved was extremely significant, involving forces that transcended narrative layers. The resulting collapse would therefore be extremely severe. The goal was to maximize the collapse of the upper narrative layer, perhaps even faster than the lower layers. Therefore, this would force certain beings in the upper narrative layer to intervene to save the situation. And their method of recovery would likely be to rewrite the story. The most direct method would likely be to erase Suyu's one-sentence story by rewriting it, thus halting the logical collapse. Sure enough, just as Suyu was halfway through his ascension, he sensed that the collapsing upper narrative layer had unexpectedly stabilized. At the same time, the one-sentence stories he had just written were rapidly disappearing. His ascension process seemed to be stalling. Suyu's mind moved, and he immediately began writing again. It depended on whether the other party was erasing faster or he was writing faster. Suyu didn't just write about himself. He also wrote, Iron Dragon can transcend narrative layers, Xiao Shengyin can transcend narrative layers, Qiaojiu can. He simply listed every acquaintance in the Transcendental Council, and wrote them down. Each one was a self-contained, unfinished one-sentence story, with billions of them being written almost without interruption. The collapse of the upper narrative layer suddenly accelerated. It turned out that Suyu hadn't yet exerted his full strength, but now he had finally revealed his true abilities. At this moment, Suyu noticed that the speed at which the upper layer was erasing stories was no longer keeping pace with his writing speed. It seems their narrative books aren't as good as my professional skills. Suyu smiled inwardly and continued writing frantically. At this rate, his ascension wouldn't succeed at all. Soon, both the upper and lower levels would be completely destroyed by his one-sentence story. Just then, a change finally occurred. Suyu discovered that the one-sentence stories he'd written weren't disappearing anymore, but were expanding and filling in. The story that Suyu could transcend narrative layers had instantly expanded from a single sentence to tens of thousands of words, and was still growing. Seeing this, Suyu smiled inwardly. It was settled. This was the existence above, a compromise. The existence above no longer attempted to erase Suyu's story, but was instead trying to help Suyu expand and complete it. After all, if they didn't help, and Suyu continued writing, both narrative layers would be destroyed. This was a threat of mutual destruction. Suyu couldn't clearly see the situation in the upper narrative layer, and couldn't write a logical story that would allow him to transcend narrative layers normally. But it didn't matter. Now, through this threat, the existence above would help Suyu complete the plot and improve the story's logic. Suyu could now see that in those new stories, he had an identity in the upper narrative layer. In this expanded and refined story, Suyu is the leader of a human faction called the U-Nation on the Origin continent. Previously, Suyu used a stepping artifact to travel to the lower narrative plane to conduct business. Now, with his mission complete, he is returning with the aid of the artifact's power. In short, It's a story with a coherent beginning and an end, with perfect logic, and Suyu is its protagonist. If this story comes true, Suyu would already be a character in the upper narrative plane and possess the ability to transcend narrative planes. This naturally fits the claim that Suyu can transcend narrative planes. This way, there's no logical fallacy. At the same time, Suyu can use this refined story to ascend to the upper narrative plane normally. Or, in other words, return, once again becoming the leader of the so-called U-Nation. Under normal circumstances, Suyu, due to his status as a viewer-reader, cannot become the protagonist of the narrative book, and the higher-ups would have difficulty directly assigning him roles. But there is an exception. Suyu can use himself as the protagonist in his own story, influencing himself. That was the case with the previous one-sentence story. Now, the higher-ups were rewriting Suyu's one-sentence story, allowing them to directly influence Suyu. This arrangement was exactly what Suyu wanted. He was using it to ascend to the upper levels. Excellent. Looking at the expanded stories, Suyu felt delighted. At the same time, with a thought, he erased the remaining one-sentence stories, leaving only the expanded one. After all, now that the higher-ups had compromised and wanted to rewrite the story to bring Suyu up, Suyu naturally had to cooperate. He couldn't keep these one-sentence stories that would cause logical collapse. After erasing the other one-sentence stories, Suyu began rewriting the remaining one. This rewrite incorporated the Transcendental Council, which had vanished due to a logical breakdown, into this story. Originally, Suyu was the only protagonist in this story, and the upper narrative clearly only wanted to drag Suyu along. But now, Suyu wanted to bring the Transcendental Council along as well. In Suyu's rewritten story, the Transcendental Council were also members of the U-Nation, Suyu's subordinates, who had infiltrated the lower narrative with him to accomplish a great deed, and now would return with him. After all, Suyu couldn't bear to see so many familiar faces perish in a logical breakdown, so he took the opportunity to take them along. As Suyu wrote, the expansion from the upper narrative paused for a moment, as if it hadn't anticipated that Suyu would not only ascend alone, but also bring so many people with him. But a moment later, the expansion from the upper narrative resumed, incorporating the Transcendental Council as well, completing the story's setting. Clearly another compromise. If Suyu wanted to bring someone, then so be it. There was no other way. Now Suyu held a deadly weapon, a surefire way to kill both parties. They had no choice but to compromise. Seeing this, Suyu felt reassured, feeling himself edging closer and closer to truly entering the upper realm. If nothing unexpected happened, he should be able to successfully cross over before his own logic completely collapsed. However, Suyu didn't neglect his efforts, keeping a close eye on the expanded story, guarding against the higher-ups setting traps for him. Sure enough, Suyu found some hidden traps within the story, such as those that revealed Suyu's weaknesses. Suyu simply erased them. Seeing no opportunity, the higher-ups stopped setting traps, and continued writing as normal. Finally, the story was complete. Suyu also felt like he had completely overcome an incredible obstacle and reached the upper narrative level. Chapter 708. At that moment, Suyu felt his body, energy, thoughts, and will all undergo an inexplicable transformation. It was as if the illusion had become reality, from phantom to substance. No, it was a change even more drastic than that. It was like an ordinary person whose power suddenly expanded to the point of destroying the infinite universe. It was just as drastic a change. It was even more drastic. This change was so drastic that it was almost indescribable and immeasurable. This was a supreme transformation that transcended the narrative level. Suyu was like a character in a story, entering reality. What a drastic change. Suyu's previous ability as a time traveler had also given him this feeling, but it was nowhere near as profound as what he felt now. After all, a time traveler can only transcend time and space, while Suyu was now transcending the narrative level. There was no comparison at all. Soon, this transformation ended. Suyu suddenly realized that his eyes were closed and quickly opened them. Then he saw himself lying on a bed in his pajamas, as if he had just woken from a nap. Is this the so-called upper narrative layer? Suyu looked at his surroundings, feeling they were ordinary, just an ordinary room, seemingly nothing special. Inside the room was a bed, a table, chairs, a wardrobe, a computer, and all sorts of seemingly ordinary things, devoid of any trace of spiritual power. Suyu glanced at them and ignored them. But the next moment, Suyu was suddenly awakened, realizing that his surroundings were actually very familiar. So familiar at first glance, that it didn't even register. This is his home. To be more precise, it's the home he had been living before he traveled to Azure Star. I'm actually home. Suyu's eyes were filled with disbelief. On the one hand, he was amazed by the surroundings. On the other, he was surprised that he had almost forgotten his home. Since his travels, he experienced so much, and for so long. Especially the eons he'd spent alone in the primordial universe, which had given him a vast and boundless memory. The memories before his travels were only a tiny fraction to him now. He thought he'd never recall these forgotten memories again. So, upon seeing his surroundings, he didn't immediately recall them. He didn't even recognize his home. But in a split second, he realized it. Realizing he was home, Suyu's heart was filled with joy, but then it turned to doubt. Is this really his home? Why did he end up here after crossing the narrative layer? And then, my strength. Suyu felt his strength weaken as never before. Originally, his power, in the lower narrative plane, was enough to destroy countless universes. But here, it was almost invisible, a mere faint current flowing through his body, not even meeting the standards of a first-level psychic, unable to be released, unable to influence the outside world. His various psychic abilities seemed difficult to call upon. At this moment, Suyu's strength was unprecedentedly weakened, and he had essentially lost all his extraordinary abilities. For a moment, Suyu even wondered if everything he had experienced before was just a dream. There was no time travel, no psychic powers, no profession, everything was just a dream. At this thought, all previous memories became hazy and began to fade. It was like waking from a long dream, everything in the dream rapidly forgotten, and everything in reality became increasingly real. Suyu was in this state now. The primordial universe, all the thrilling life and death experiences before, all seemed like illusions in a dream. Only the bed beside him, his own body, and his heartbeat were real. Suyu pondered for a moment, his doubt slowly fading. Everything around him became increasingly familiar and intimate. He got out of bed, put on his slippers, and walked to the door. He grasped the handle, and heard faint voices outside the door, and the aroma of food wafted in. Suyu knew that his family was outside, his wife making breakfast. Suyu suddenly felt a strong urge to open the door, rush out to hug that person, and reunite with his family. The more he thought about it, the clearer his memories became. Every moment of their happy life with his wife flooded back to him. And his parents, it seemed, would be coming home at noon to celebrate his birthday and urge him to have a baby soon. And his college classmates, colleagues, and friends at work were all coming today to have a good time. Compared to these things, everything he had experienced in his dreams before, the azure planet, the psychic, the profession, the primordial universe, was nothing but idle fantasy, unworthy of mention. Suyu's hand trembled slightly as he gripped the doorknob, but he remained still as he opened it. Gradually, Suyu heard a voice outside calling him. It was his wife, calling him out for breakfast. Suyu listened to the gentle voice, smiled faintly, and muttered to himself, a dream ending? That's quite convincing. Suyu's eyes were cold. Clearly, he had been tricked. An unknown entity had taken advantage of his recent transition from narrative to his extreme weakness and tricked him, creating a dream ending. This ending meant that everything that had come before was all a dream. He, Suyu, had not traveled through time, had no extraordinary abilities, and was just an ordinary young man. His wife, parents, and friends were waiting for him. Honestly, the other party's timing was perfect. Suyu was now extremely weak, his strength barely different from that of an ordinary person, and his resistance to various forces was greatly reduced. Furthermore, this dream ending, combined with Suyu's experiences before the time travel, struck at a vulnerability in his heart. After so long in this strange, alien world, Suyu naturally had the urge to return, though he didn't force it. Now, suddenly back home, the urge was overwhelming, emotions suppressed for eons surging forth. So, Suyu almost instantly considered opening the door and leaving. To leave would mean being completely trapped in this ending, living out his life as an ordinary person and then dying. With Suyu's now extremely weakened strength, he could hardly resist. But Suyu saw through it, and didn't leave. Partly, this ending wasn't realistic enough. The voices outside the door, the urges and memories welling up within him, while they stirred Suyu's emotions, were those of a spectator, not a protagonist. I can't relate. After all, where would I get a wife? Chapter 709. Suyu shook his head. Now that he was awake, he could naturally discern that the so-called memories with his wife were all false. Even before, he had a vague sense that something was amiss. After all, he had never had a wife, and he had always found it difficult to empathize with the tenderness of a couple. It was likely that the being who wrote the dream ending didn't understand Suyu well enough, which led to such a significant flaw. Also, Suyu's unique identity, possessing a certain audience or reader quality, made him almost immune to the writing of ordinary stories. This allowed him to view everything that had happened before with a kind of spectator's perspective, unable to truly empathize. However, these 2 points were not the most important reasons for Suyu's awakening. After all, the other party had used the ability to rewrite the story. Suyu had experienced the power of this power before, and it was simply not something that could be resisted by willpower alone. Especially, Suyu had proactively written his own story, and then, through the threat of mutual destruction, had certain entities in the upper narrative layers rewrite it for him. In this way, the existence of the upper narrative layer could truly write Suyu's story, completely influencing him and drastically weakening his role as a viewer and reader. Under normal circumstances, even if Suyu discovered a flaw, he would ignore it after a while. The real reason was class panel. Under the power of the dream ending, Suyu had almost truly believed that everything that had happened before was just a dream. But at the last moment before opening the door, Suyu directly summoned the class panel. Seeing the panel text appear out of thin air before him, all doubts were immediately dispelled, and he regained his clarity, no longer misled by the dream ending. At that moment, the calls from outside ceased, and the aroma of food vanished. Silence reigned, save for a faint light filtering through the crack in the door. The light suddenly dimmed, as if someone were standing before the door. Knock, knock, knock. The person outside was knocking. Suyu. Why haven't you come out for dinner yet? A faint voice came from the previous wife. But unlike the gentleness of the previous voice, this one seemed a bit sinister. Has the story been rewritten? Suyu knew that the unknown entity must have rewritten the story again. Bewilderment was unsatisfactory, and he feared he would resort to force. As expected, seeing Suyu's lack of response, the wife outside continued to knock, urging him on, her voice growing increasingly urgent and sinister. Even the light from the crack in the door vanished, leaving darkness outside. Dark red blood flowed from the crack in the door again. At the same time, there was the sound of nails scratching the door, which made Suyu somewhat irritated. Did the dream end in a horror story? Suyu listened to the increasingly eerie noises outside, wondering what the story had been rewritten into, or what that wife outside was now. In reality, no matter what was out there, if Suyu were at his normal strength, a single thought could kill it instantly, even the entire universe. But now, Suyu was incredibly weak, practically an ordinary person. If that thing from outside rushed in, he would be in real danger. My strength is so weak. I can't even write a narrative book. No, I can't even read a narrative book. Suyu's various abilities remained intact: Spirit God, Space-Time Transcendent, Origin of Destruction, and Book of Narrative. However, he couldn't use them because he was too weak, lacking the energy to activate these powerful professional abilities. He couldn't even see what the unknown entity had rewritten in the Book of Narrative, and could only speculate. Previously, whenever Suyu crossed the time and space dimensions and reached the upper planes of space-time, he would become utterly weakened, unable to control even the energy of a microscopic particle. Now that Suyu had directly crossed the narrative plane, he would naturally become even weaker. After all, the gap between the lower narrative plane and the upper one was simply too vast, almost impossible to break through. The fact that Suyu had forcibly crossed this gap, and still retained a normal human body, was actually quite surprising. He had expected him to return to his previous state, reduced to a state even less powerful than a microscopic particle. It must be the effect of the dream ending. After all, to give me an ending, I must first be given an identity and a body. Suyu speculated that this change was due to the other party's rewriting of the story. However, this kind of identity, born of story, is worse than nothing. A quick thought would tell him that when writing the dream's ending, he must have deliberately suppressed Suyu's psychic powers, setting him up as an ordinary person. So, it's normal for Suyu to be so weak and unable to use his abilities now. After all, they are powers derived from the narrative layer. Bang! At that moment, the door to Suyu's room was pierced by a sharp knife, and a bloodshot eye peered through the hole. Suyu quickly took 2 steps back. He sensed a demonic aura in the creature's eyes outside the door. Who knows what the setting was? He had to hide. This thing is imbued with narrative power, and could mutate at any moment. I can't fight it head-on. I'd better hide for now. Suyu rushed to the window, opened it, and jumped out. Outside was the street. This was the 3rd floor. Given Suyu's current condition, he'd only break his legs, not die. After jumping out of the window, Suyu didn't land as expected, but landed in pitch darkness. It seemed as if the street outside the window had been an illusion. Although the surroundings were pitch black, it wasn't the vacuum of space. Instead, it had the right air, temperature, and gravity for ordinary human survival. Underfoot, an invisible force field supported everything, preventing gravity from pulling it down. Up in the sky, a sun shone, though it seemed dim, unable to illuminate the surrounding darkness. If you look closely, the sun isn't emitting light at all. It's actually strings of text. Countless luminous characters erupted from the sun in the sky, forming a ray that reached Suyu, illuminating his surroundings. Suyu didn't recognize the characters, but with a little concentration, they transformed into a familiar human language. The contents were actually descriptions of the surroundings, and Suyu's story that transcended narrative layers. The narrative book here? It actually transformed into something like a star, constantly emitting stories from the sky? So, everything in this world is made up of stories. I ran too fast just now, and the story outside the window wasn't written yet, so it's just a void, revealing the truth. Chapter 710. According to Suyu's speculation, the unknown entity behind the scenes, who had written his dream ending, had only just described the situation inside the room, leaving the outside world undetailed. So, after Suyu escaped from the influence of the story and ran out, he was met with a vast emptiness. After all, the outside world hadn't been written about yet, so naturally, there was nothing. And the sun in the sky, spewing stories, must be the narrative book of the entity behind the scenes, or perhaps simply its true form. But now, it hung high in the sky, making it difficult for Suyu to reach it, let alone attack it. At this moment, the unknown entity must have sensed Suyu's escape. The sun, which had been spewing stories, suddenly brightened, instantly emitting a flood of textual light. Everything around Suyu instantly refreshed, transforming into a modern city. It was the entity behind the scenes, who completed the outside world settings. Suyu was familiar with this city. It was his hometown before his time travel. Suyu's eyes drifted slightly at the sight of the city. It had been ages since he'd seen such a scene. But Suyu's daze lasted only a moment, and then he calmed down. He frowned and looked around, pondering the intentions of the unknown being behind the scenes. Suyu had now regained consciousness. There was no point in continuing this dream ending. It could no longer confuse him. So the other party should. Suyu had barely conceived the thought when he noticed that the pedestrians on the street had all turned around, staring at him with strange glints in their eyes, and then they slowly gathered around him. As they approached, their bodies began to mutate. Some opened their mouths wide enough to fit a human head. Some limbs sprouted long, sharp, white bone spurs, while others fused together, transforming into monsters rife with limbs and heads. These creatures looked incredibly ferocious, at least to Suyu, who now possessed only the strength of an ordinary human. If the dream ending couldn't confuse me, will it be replaced with a doomsday ending? Suyu thought to himself, then glanced around and began running, escaping the encirclement of the monsters. The entity behind the scenes had rewritten the story once again, aiming to write Suyu off. Since Suyu had transcended the narrative layer, he only had the strength of an ordinary human, making killing him much easier. Suyu ran at full speed, breathing deeply and unleashing the power of the origin of destruction, shattering the air he inhaled into its most fundamental form, supermatter. He then absorbed it with the existence hunter, and finally transformed it into his own psychic energy with the supermatter. All of this occurred solely within Suyu's consciousness. He was forcibly mobilizing his power based on his previous experience with his abilities. But he himself had no idea whether it was working. After all, he was now so weakened that his various abilities were practically non-existent. He could barely sense whether an ability was activated, or if it was effective. His mental computing power had also been severely suppressed, leaving him with no more than an ordinary person in both sensing and computing abilities. Even his mental computing power has weakened. Ordinarily, no matter how much Suyu's strength weakened, his mental computing power should remain unchanged, capable of performing billions of calculations in an instant. But now, even this most basic power had been weakened to the limit, leaving him no more than an ordinary person. If even his computing power hadn't weakened, Suyu wouldn't have been so nearly bewildered by the dream ending earlier, doubting whether everything that had happened before was truly a dream. I don't know if this weakening of my mental computing power is a design created by the entity behind the scenes, or if it's simply a suppression of the narrative itself. Suyu activated his various abilities, while rapidly analyzing the situation in his mind. His weakened mind was clearly abnormal, but the specific cause remained to be analyzed. A moment later, Suyu had already crossed 2 streets, and the monsters gathering behind him were growing in number. Thankfully, the monsters were still moving slowly, and wouldn't be able to catch up to him for a while. The entity behind the scenes had pre-written the story to kill Suyu, but it was clearly limited. The monsters mutated from pedestrians weren't particularly powerful at the moment. Rather than expecting these monsters to kill me, I might as well get a dump truck. Just as Suyu thought this, he was startled and quickly dodged to the side of the road. The next moment, a heavily loaded truck passed him and slammed into the roadside wall. It seems the person behind the scenes hadn't been unaware of this tactic. Whatever you say, it's coming true. Suyu cursed inwardly. Then, seeing the truck start up again, seemingly about to turn and hit him, he quickly turned and ran. Just then, Suyu spotted a shared bike on the side of the road. With an idea in mind, he stepped forward and wiped the bike, which had previously required a code to unlock, instantly unlocking it. Some data capabilities have been restored. Suyu was delighted. All his previous efforts to breathe air and transform into supermass had paid off. He had finally regained some of his abilities. Suyu felt more at ease. As long as he could recover his abilities, everything would be fine. So Suyu got on the bike and immediately picked up a lot of speed. In reality, he could have easily found a car on the side of the road. It would have been faster, but less maneuverable and more dangerous. He might have been hit by another car the moment he got on the road, or the fuel tank might have caught fire and exploded. So, this human-powered shared bike was more suitable for him right now. Suyu rode through the city, surrounded by mutated monsters and various vehicles blocking his way. Thankfully, this was Suyu's hometown, and he was familiar with it, so he scurried around and avoided being caught. But riding for so long had left him exhausted, panting heavily, and sweat pouring down his face. It's been so long since I've felt this way. Ever since Suyu awakened his panel and gained extraordinary abilities, he hadn't felt this way like an ordinary person. Ordinary people are simply too fragile, and the various sensations in his body made Suyu feel very uncomfortable. But he possessed a will honed over eons, remaining undeterred, pedaling relentlessly. However, dodging like this wasn't a solution. Furthermore, the monster seemed to be growing stronger and faster. If Suyu didn't make any new moves, he was likely to be overtaken. Luckily, Suyu wouldn't continue dodging like this. He had a plan. Stories require logic, whether it's the upper or lower narrative layers. In that case, the mutations in this city must have a cause. Find it, and we can solve them. Suyu's mind stirred, and he released a burst of data psychic energy, invading the city's network and beginning to search for the source of the mutations. Chapter 711. Having experienced the previous logical collapse, Suyu knew that logic was crucial in such a story. If the story lacked logic, it would collapse, leading to a horrific disaster. So, at this moment, the entire city had become a mutated apocalypse. It seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, but Suyu knew there must be a reason behind it. Now, Suyu had to find it and resolve it. If that happened, the entity behind it would have to continue inventing new disasters to kill Suyu. But constantly inventing new disasters would require new reasons and new logic, which would certainly not be easy. This would give Suyu the opportunity to recover more power. At this point, after this period of escape, Suyu had regained some of his strength. While still weak, not much stronger than an ordinary person, it was more than enough for use in the data realm. Originally, Suyu's data power was limited to hacking into a single shared bike, but now it could directly penetrate the entire city's data network, more than enough for him to uncover the truth behind the disaster. As Suyu activated his ability, a flood of information flooded the internet. His computing power was now significantly weakened, making it difficult to parse it for a while. Thankfully, Suyu's computing power had recovered somewhat, now significantly stronger than an average person's. With a little time, it was enough to parse the data. Soon, Suyu found the information he was looking for. A laboratory virus leak? Suyu glanced at a news item online and realized he had found what he was looking for. This disaster was a virus leak, causing mutations throughout the city. Suyu, the only one who hadn't mutated, naturally became the target of the mutant monsters. This is the story the being behind the scenes has arranged for Suyu. The reason they didn't simply write Suyu as infected with the virus and mutating to death is probably because it's impossible. Suyu's audience reader trait is probably still at work, making it extremely difficult to influence him through the story. The being behind the scenes probably relied on the story Suyu had previously written to trap him here. But simply writing Suyu as infected with the virus and dying is not possible for now. They still need to draw on the power of the story. As time goes on, the virus will likely continue to mutate and become stronger. Perhaps even Suyu will be infected, and then Suyu will be in danger. So, it seems the next step is probably to use nuclear bombs to clean up the entire city. Suyu's mind flickered, and he knew the being behind the scenes' next plan. The entire city is contaminated by the virus, and everyone has mutated. To prevent the spread of the contamination, using destructive weapons to blow the entire city flat is a reasonable option. Since it's reasonable, the being behind the scenes would definitely write it this way. In Suyu's current state, he would definitely not be able to withstand a nuclear bomb. They're really pressing me. No matter who you are, once I regain my strength, I kill you. Suyu cursed inwardly, then rushed towards the virus lab. He had to crack the virus and create a vaccine before the nuclear bomb arrived. If that happened, according to the story's logic, the bomb wouldn't arrive. But that wasn't a sure thing. After all, according to the story's logic, if the higher-ups were worried, they might still use destructive weapons to clear the city. But thankfully, the lab was heavily protected, a nuclear-proof facility. Suyu, hiding there, wouldn't be killed even if the bomb arrived. Soon, Suyu arrived at the entrance of a building on his bicycle. Inside the building, a swarm of monsters gathered, and they looked far more formidable than those on the street. Those monsters had completely lost their human form, now covered in tentacles, bone spurs, fangs, and claws, looking incredibly ferocious. To enter the laboratory and find the virus sample, they had no choice but to forge through their obstruction. After all, this is where the virus outbreak occurred. That makes sense. Suyu thought to himself, then pedaled his bicycle and rushed inside. At the same time, he grasped a large sword and slashed his way through, unstoppable. Suyu had now regained some of his fighting prowess. The sword flashed with lightning, and with a single stroke, he chopped off the monster's tentacles and limbs like melons and vegetables. Although he himself was in danger, and in his current state, a single mistake and a single blow from the monsters would mean his death, he remained undaunted and handled the situation with ease. Suyu hadn't experienced such a low-powered battle in a long time. Given his combat experience, while it looked thrilling, it was actually completely safe, and there was absolutely no chance of error. Sprinting all the way to the depths of the laboratory, Suyu abandoned his bicycle, locked the door, and began studying the virus sample under a microscope. 10 minutes later. Alright. Suyu had developed the virus vaccine in just 10 minutes. With his knowledge, this virus was nothing. If his computing power hadn't been so weakened, he could have completed it in less than a second, the moment he saw the molecular structure. Next, we sprayed the entire city with the vaccine. The vaccine Suyu had created wasn't meant to be injected, but simply sprayed, making it incredibly convenient. He first used the equipment in the lab to prepare some vaccine, then walked outside and sprayed it on the remaining monsters. Suyu didn't kill these monsters outright, but instead severed their mutated limbs and kept them for future use. Now, they were clearly in need. After being sprayed with the vaccine, the monsters quickly regained consciousness, and even their mutations were rapidly recovering. Suyu nodded in satisfaction. This virus inherently possessed some psychic power, and so did the vaccine, which was why it was so effective so quickly. When the people had almost recovered and kowtowed to Suyu in gratitude, Suyu taught them the vaccine preparation techniques and instructed them to prepare them, and then spray them throughout the city. If nothing unexpected happened, the entire city would recover quickly. The disaster had been averted. Suyu remained in the lab, both to avoid the potential devastating blow and to continue recuperating. The viruses being studied in this lab utilized psychic techniques, and the original samples of those viruses contained a trace of weak psychic energy. Suyu now aimed to absorb the psychic energy from these virus samples to restore more strength. After all, simply converting supermass through breathing would be too slow a recovery. He picked up a tube of pale blue virus sample, opened the tube, and drank it all in one gulp. Instantly, he felt his body subtly mutating. It felt as if his digestive system was developing a consciousness of its own, becoming independent, and devouring his body. Suyu calmly downed another tube of vaccine, and the mutation ceased immediately. At the same time, he absorbed the psychic energy from the samples, and his strength recovered somewhat. He looked at the dozens of remaining original samples, and nodded slightly. Drinking them all would restore even greater strength. Chapter 712. So, for the next few days, Suyu spent the rest of his time in the lab, consuming tons of viruses and vaccines, absorbing the psychic energy within, his strength growing stronger. Outside the lab, the city's mutations slowly recovered due to the spraying of the vaccines. No nuclear strike had yet arrived. It seemed Suyu had overcome this crisis. But Suyu was not complacent, for the unknown entity behind the scenes wielded the power of narrative and could rewrite the story at any moment. Sure enough, before Suyu had finished drinking the viruses and vaccines, he realized he had been relocated. The image in Suyu's eyes flickered, and when it stabilized, he found himself back home, in his room, lying on his bed. A new story? Clearly, the entity behind the scenes had rewritten the story again. While the entity behind the scenes couldn't directly rewrite Suyu, it could alter the environment around him, allowing him to move around. As for the logic behind this environmental shift, it didn't matter. The other party possessed the power of narrative, making it easy to write. Basically, they could just make up a plausible excuse. As long as the story wasn't illogical and incoherent, it would work. Long ago, Suyu also mastered the power of paradox, allowing him to grant wishes out of thin air. That power seemed somewhat similar to the power of narrative, but with significant limitations. Each paradox came with a price, and only one wish could be granted. The power of the wish was also low, limited to the primordial universe. The power of narrative, on the other hand, was nearly omnipotent and could be modified at will. As long as it didn't trigger a logical breakdown, any changes were allowed. If it weren't for Suyu's unique identity, his audience reader qualities, he would have been written off long ago, and there wouldn't have been any need for such trouble. Knock, knock, knock. The knock on the door sounded again. Suyu's mind swept through the door panel, revealing the view outside. There was no one outside. To be more precise, no one alive. Only blood and a body lying quietly on the ground. The body belonged to a young woman, presumably Suyu's wife in the story, though Suyu was meeting her for the first time. She lay bleeding from all 7 orifices, and no one knew how she died. The doorway was empty, and he wondered where the knock had come from. Knock, knock, knock. The knock on the door sounded again, and Suyu's expression tensed. He felt that if he didn't open the door before the next knock, he would be in imminent danger. Suyu pondered for a moment, then opened the door before the next knock. Suddenly, a chilling aura washed over him, as if something had possessed him. At the same time, Suyu received a message. 9 knocks for life, a knock curse. Suyu muttered to himself. According to this message, he was now cursed. He had 10 minutes to find a living person and knock on their door. If they opened within 9 knocks, he would be safe. If they didn't, Suyu would die. The person who opened the door would inherit the curse. The corpse on the ground had died because she hadn't knocked on Suyu's door before. But despite her death, the curse hadn't dissipated. Instead, through some mechanism, it knocked on Suyu's door again and possessed him. Are they playing with the mechanics to kill me? Suyu thought to himself, feeling the clock ticking. If he didn't find someone to knock on the door, he'd be dead. But Suyu remained calm, carefully sensing the chilling aura possessing him. It was clearly a transcendental energy, not psychic energy. So Suyu tried to absorb it directly but failed. It simply couldn't be absorbed. Or perhaps it was an extremely high-level energy, involving some underlying principles. In Suyu's current state, he couldn't absorb such a high-level power. He then tried using the supermatter conversion to convert it into supermatter, and then absorb it. He did manage to absorb some, but it was still extremely difficult, far from completing the absorption within 10 minutes. Suyu ignored the 10-minute countdown and continued absorbing. When the 10-minute limit approached, he casually snapped his fingers, and the female corpse on the ground rose out of thin air and walked into Suyu's room. Then Suyu arrived at the door and knocked. After 3 knocks, the door opened, and the female corpse stood before Suyu. Suyu felt the cold aura emanating from him transfer to the corpse. The 10-minute limit had naturally been refreshed, temporarily threatening Suyu. Originally, this curse required knocking on the door of a living person to survive. But Suyu had previously managed to recover some of his strength by absorbing the energy from the original virus sample. This strength allowed him to write in the book of narratives. Although his strength was so weakened that he could only write a single word before continuing, but 1 word was enough. Suyu had just rewritten the story, changing the original requirement of finding a living person to knock on the door to finding a person to knock on the door. He changed just 1 word, now requiring only a person, but not necessarily a living or dead person. So Suyu directly controlled the corpse, and fulfilled the curse's requirements. After knocking on the corpse's door, Suyu entered the room, and the corpse came outside to knock, transferring the curse's power to Suyu again. And so, the time limit was reset, and Suyu continued to absorb the curse's power. When the 10-minute limit approached, he immediately controlled the corpse to transfer the curse again, renewing the time limit. In any case, Suyu would stay in this room and not leave. This curse had been broken. If he left, who knows if there were other curses in this story. As if realizing the curse had no power over Suyu, after Suyu absorbed some of the curse's power, the surroundings changed again. Again? Suyu looked around. He was no longer in his room. Not only that, it seemed he was not on the planet at all, but on a spaceship. The alloy floor was littered with corpses, all with their skulls ripped open, and their brains missing, their eyes wide open. Brain gone? Was it eaten by a monster, or? Suyu had barely begun to think when he felt a sharp pain in his head, as if something was trying to break through his skull. He immediately realized it was his brain. It seemed to have developed a sense of its own and was trying to escape this body. This was probably how the bodies on the ground died. Brain escaping the body? Suyu's mind flickered, and he immediately began writing in the narrative book. After the previous curse, Suyu's strength had recovered somewhat, so he could now write 17 words. He must use these 17 words to save himself. Chapter 713. Suyu finished writing quickly. A moment later, a brain, carrying its nervous system, broke through Suyu's skull and floated in midair like a jellyfish. But Suyu was not dead. His consciousness still existed within this brain. He had just used the 17 words in the book of narratives to rewrite his own settings, allowing his consciousness to reside within a brain in this state. Some kind of cosmic radiation sickness. Suyu thought to himself, feeling his new state. At the same time, he felt a new consciousness emerging within his brain, attempting to wrest control, but he suppressed it with ease. At this point, his narrative power had recovered somewhat, allowing him to partially grasp the story's setting. In this new story, Suyu is a crew member of a deep space exploration spacecraft. While crossing a void, the entire ship is infected by an unknown disease, causing brains to acquire self-awareness and flee their bodies. This disease would naturally be fatal for ordinary crew members, but for Suyu now, it was nothing. Even with his brain escaping his body, he could still survive. It seems the entity behind the scenes is now capable of inventing a strange disease that directly affects Suyu. In the first story, the mutated virus is unable to affect Suyu, so he can only be hunted down by the mutated monsters. In the second story, the Knock Curse is already able to possess Suyu, despite giving him 10 minutes to react. In the third story, which is now, there is almost no time to react. As soon as the story begins, Suyu's brain is about to mutate and burst out of his skull. Clearly, the entity behind the scenes is growing stronger, or rather, becoming more and more adapted to Suyu's unique characteristics. Fortunately, Suyu was also growing stronger. As he was pondering this, he saw another jellyfish drifting towards him. Suyu's mind sank. He sensed a powerful energy from those jellyfish. The narrative book also revealed the setting for this creature. These bizarre creatures, transformed from human brains, possess powerful psychic abilities, and could devour each other to strengthen themselves. After a fierce battle and devouring of all the brain jellyfish on the ship, only 7 remained. Each one was immensely powerful, far surpassing Suyu's current strength. It was clear that this brain jellyfish was about to devour Suyu. Sure enough, the next moment, Suyu felt a powerful mental force surge towards him, threatening to crush his current brain body, reducing it to brain matter for absorption. This force was so powerful that on a planet, it would be enough to move mountains and overturn cities. According to the psychic system Suyu was familiar with, it would be a Tier 3 power. At this point, Suyu's psychic power barely reached the first level. Facing such a being would almost certainly lead to his demise. But Suyu remained calm. To fight a third-level being with a first-level being seemed like courting death, with no chance of victory at all. But for Suyu, it was no problem. Although its power is strong, its control is too crude. Suyu's mind moved, and he also released his mental power, condensing it into a ball. With a casual stab, he shattered the brain jellyfish's mental power. Another stab killed it. Although Suyu's power was extremely weakened, before this weakening, he had already possessed enough power to destroy the infinite universe, and he possessed the will and computing power to perfectly control such power. Even now weakened, its willpower and computing power completely gone, it was still no match for a mere level 3 monster. A random formula could be applied, and it could defeat it with 100 billionth of its power. Essentially, it was simply exploiting a weakness in its power, experimenting with the butterfly effect, using a single point to break the whole. After killing the brain monster, Suyu moved his mind and began to absorb its power. Although its power rapidly dissipated after its death, Suyu still absorbed a portion before it dissipated. Its power has returned to level 2. Not bad. Suyu, satisfied, immediately began to wander around the spaceship, searching for other brain jellyfish monsters. After a while, Suyu had killed all 6 of the other monsters and absorbed their power. At this point, Suyu's power had returned to level 3, and he could write more words in the narrative book, reaching 76. The increase in word count was disproportionate to his power increase, because the greater his power, the greater the difficulty of rewriting the settings. Not bad. Possessing third-level power, coupled with the ability to rewrite stories with 76 words, gave Suyu a much more reassured feeling. He was still in the state of a brain jellyfish, looking quite strange, but at least he had some self-protection. Third-level power was far beyond what an ordinary person could achieve before. But Suyu was now somewhat puzzled. If the being behind the scenes wanted to kill him and had damaged the spacecraft from the outset, then Su-yu would have been directly exposed to the vacuum of space. With his initial power of only first level, wouldn't that have meant certain death? Su-yu hovered in the air, pondering for a moment before drifting towards his corpse, attempting to re-enter his body. Su-yu preferred his original body to floating in the air like a jellyfish in his brain state. However, before Su-yu could enter his body, the surroundings shifted again. The fourth story. Su-yu's heart sank, sensing something was amiss. As expected, after this transformation, Su-yu remained in his brain jellyfish state, not returning to human form. Before he could fully grasp his surroundings, Su-yu heard an angry roar, "Alien! Die!" At the same time, Su-yu saw a blazing stream of light hurtling towards him at 10 times the speed of sound. Su-yu's mind shifted, and the light froze before his eyes, preventing him from striking. He also gained a clear view of his surroundings. He was now on a battlefield. A group of warriors clad in heavy power armor, wielding large-caliber energy weapons, were bombarding a horde of monsters. The group of monsters, resembling human brains, hovered in midair, their roots like nerves twitching incessantly beneath them. These brain monsters were numerous, drifting through the air like a swarm of jellyfish in the sea. They continuously emitted telekinesis, twisting the armored warriors into canned flesh. And Su-yu was one of these monsters. After all, after the previous episode on the spaceship, Su-yu's brain had been separated from his body, transforming into this monstrous form. In the end, before Su-yu could even return to his body, the story had shifted again. So, in this new story, Su-yu's identity was no longer human, but a monster. Oh no! It seems the previous stories weren't necessarily about killing me, but rather about inducing me. Su-yu suddenly realized. The existence behind the scenes, through 4 stories, had successfully transformed Su-yu from a human into a monster. Chapter 714. Now that I've become a monster, I wonder what the being behind the scenes plans to do next. Su-yu was currently on the battlefield, being attacked by armored human warriors, but his attention was completely focused not on the battlefield, but on the purpose behind these stories. Since Su-yu transcended the narrative layer, he had already experienced 3 stories. After 3 stories, he shed his human form and became a strange brain monster. It seemed that the being behind the scenes had set him a trap. The first story failed to confuse Su-yu, so they used the plot to transform him into a monster. But what was that being's purpose? Su-yu's mind swept across the battlefield. With his current Tier 3 strength, a single thought could sweep across an area of hundreds of kilometers. This area was quite large, but surprisingly, he couldn't see the end of the battlefield. Within hundreds of kilometers, hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions of human warriors, and those brain monsters were engaged in a frenzied battle. Most of the monsters and humans were below level 3, with only a few reaching level 3. Su-yu was one of them. Although Su-yu didn't attack, merely passively defending, he quickly attracted the attention of the human warriors. Soon, a large number of warriors gathered and concentrated their fire on Su-yu. Meanwhile, level 3 warriors began closing in on him, attempting to surround him. This is really troublesome. If this continues, I'm afraid I have to take action. Although Su-yu was powerful, he could still be injured or even killed if he continued to be targeted like this. He would then be forced to retaliate, potentially causing casualties among the human warriors. It was only natural for Su-yu to fight back when these warriors attacked him. Su-yu had killed before, so he naturally had no psychological barriers. However, Su-yu suspected this was a conspiracy by the entity behind the scenes. Now that Su-yu had become a monster, if he killed another human warrior, perhaps that entity would find a flaw and write something again, turning Su-yu completely out of the realm of humanity. Could it be that entity behind the scenes simply wants me to become a complete monster? Su-yu controlled his brain-like body, rapidly dodging the attacks of the human warriors. At the same time, he felt a sense of irritation, a faint, cold desire to slaughter the human warriors who attacked him. Su-yu's heart tightened, knowing that the entity behind the scenes was trying to control him, turning him into a complete monster. Su-yu's body was already a monster, and coupled with the entity behind the writing, it was inevitable that he would be influenced by the monster's nature, becoming brutal and cruel, losing his humanity. However, Su-yu was able to suppress this feeling, but it was not very comfortable. At that moment, Su-yu saw a recently deceased human corpse lying on the ground. Its head had been pierced, clearly brain dead, yet its body was still alive, its heartbeat still throbbing. Su-yu's eyes lit up, and he immediately controlled his own brain body, opened the corpse's psychic lid, and entered. This brain monster seemed naturally suited to occupying human bodies, and Su-yu took possession of the corpse with ease. The corpse was already brain dead, but now with Su-yu's brain, it was practically alive. Within this human body, Suyu felt a surge of energy and a greater sense of comfort. But strangely, the feeling of losing my humanity intensified. It seems possessing a corpse doesn't make me human, but more like a monster. Suyu thought to himself. Alien! How dare you desecrate the corpse of an imperial soldier? Die! At that moment, Suyu heard a roar. The human soldiers, enraged at seeing Suyu possess the corpse, attacked him frantically. Imperial soldiers? Suyu's mind fluttered. Were these human soldiers also from the Empire? I wondered if this empire was a fabrication by the shadowy being, or if there really was a human empire within this narrative. But Suyu didn't have time to dwell on it, as the soldiers' attacks were already coming. What a nuisance. Suyu knew he couldn't retaliate. With a sudden thought, he controlled the corpse and sprinted across the battlefield. With his immense strength and speed, the ordinary soldiers couldn't catch up to him, and quickly lost him. In this way, Suyu had successfully blended in with the humans. After running for dozens of kilometers, Suyu repaired the scar on the corpse's crown and reshaped its face back to its original appearance, making it appear like a completely normal human warrior, making it less vulnerable to attack. However, this would expose him to attack from the brain monsters. But Suyu fought back without hesitation, swiftly dispatching several of them and absorbing their psychic energy. Suyu was currently only at the 3rd level, but once he killed an enemy, his psychic energy would be absorbed, becoming his own strength. The brain monsters on this battlefield should be enough to restore me to the 4th level. Suyu thought to himself as he slaughtered the brain monsters. Regardless of the intentions of the being behind the scenes, Suyu's top priority is to improve his strength. A rough estimate is that there are at least 1 million brain monsters on this battlefield, most of them at level 1 or 2, with thousands of level 3. Absorbing all of them would be enough for Suyu to attain the power of a top level 4. Too bad there's no warp here, otherwise, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Suyu thought to himself. The psychic energy in the warp is endless. If there were a warp, Suyu could absorb it directly and recover to level 6 or 7 in a short time. But if there were a warp, there would probably be evil gods within it, which would be dangerous. Absorbing the psychic energy of the monsters on the battlefield now is safer, provided the being behind the story doesn't cause any more trouble. In fact, besides absorbing the monster's psychic energy, Suyu also has another method, using the abilities Existence Hunter and Supermass Conversion to absorb the surrounding existence. With the ability of Supermatter Conversion, everything around him, air, soil, rock, corpses, even space itself, can be transformed into supermatter, and then into any energy he desires. This ability is powerful enough to devour everything, even the entire universe. However, the essence of this ability is too high and too strong, a power that transcends the universe. Levels 5, 6, and 7 are far inferior. But Suyu's current strength is too weak, at only level 3. Unleashing this powerful, cosmic strength ability of supermatter conversion is a struggle and extremely inefficient. In the first story, he struggled for a while, but the power he gained was only enough to unlock a shared bike. Chapter 715. It seems I need to restore at least the 5th level of strength to increase the efficiency of supermatter conversion and fully consume supermatter. Not only that, my destructive power also requires at least the 5th level of basic strength to function properly. And after the 5th level, my body can transform at will, so it doesn't matter whether I'm a monster or a human. Plus, the stronger my strength, the more words I can write in the book of narratives. I must restore my 5th level of strength as soon as possible. Suyu slaughtered the brain monsters while pondering his future path. Not only that, he secretly activated the book of narratives, attempting to clarify the background story of this battle. Suyu could now write 76 words. If he used the power of the book of narratives, he could rewrite the story of this battlefield. However, he didn't act rashly. Such a large-scale battlefield inevitably has complex background logic. To arbitrarily rewrite, it would likely cause the logic to collapse, which would be suicidal. At his peak, Suyu could instantly grasp the background story of the entire universe and modify it using the power of the book of narratives. But now, his strength was too weak. The narrative book contained only a few hundred words of his backstory, leaving much to be desired. Suyu had to find a way to complete it himself. At this moment, Suyu suddenly noticed that the battlefield had suddenly become quiet. Humans and monsters alike stopped and stared at him. Suyu looked around and saw that the corpses of brain monsters had piled high around him. Most of them were level 3 monsters, numbering in the hundreds. Just now, he had slaughtered nearly all the brain monsters within a radius of dozens of kilometers. Although his strength was only at the 3rd level, with his former cosmic level power and experience, these monsters were no match for him. A single blow could slay a whole horde. Not to mention, after slaying so many brain monsters, his strength had reached the 4th level. The sudden appearance of a 4th level warrior on a battlefield previously dominated by 3rd level power naturally attracted attention, making it impossible to hide. But Suyu had no interest in hiding. His every move was surely recorded in the book of narratives that existed behind the scenes, so no amount of concealment would be of any use. Before, he had manipulated corpses to disguise himself as human simply to avoid being attacked by human warriors. Now, with the power of the 4th level, enough to sweep across the battlefield, that was no longer a concern. The brain monsters looked at Suyu, their nerve tentacles trembling, as if they were somewhat frightened. Since Suyu was also a brain monster, he could understand the looks of the brain monsters. And the human warriors, in turn, looked at Suyu, quite shocked. A moment later, a level 3 warrior, leading the human warriors, coldly demanded, "Who are you? You're neither human nor a brain demon. Why are you here on this battlefield?" Clearly, both sides had noticed that, amidst the frenzy of their fighting, an outsider had infiltrated. Suyu smiled faintly and said, "Don't misunderstand. I may look like a monster, but my heart is human, so I'm here to help." With a flick of his mind, he separated from the corpse, revealing his true form as a brain monster. However, by this point, his strength had returned to level 4, and his control over his body was immense. Although still a brain monster, he had molded it into a humanoid form. It resembled a humanoid creature, complete with limbs and a head, but its entire surface was covered in the grooves and folds of a brain, and covered in neural tentacles, appearing even more ferocious and eerie than a brain monster. Countless neural tentacles burst forth from Suyu's body, seizing and devouring all the remaining brain monsters. The battlefield was instantly cleared. All the brain monsters were annihilated. The human warriors, however, became even more nervous. After all, the sight of Suyu annihilating all the brain monsters just now was truly brutal. The brain monsters were annihilated, but here came another, even more ferocious one. Sure enough, Suyu's tentacles moved, as if he was about to take action again. The human warriors debated whether to call for a bombing rescue from the orbital battleship. Then, they saw Suyu's neural tentacles lift the soldier's corpse from the ground and say, "Excuse me, I borrowed this soldier's body earlier. I'm returning it now." The human warriors looked puzzled. The leading warrior hesitated for a moment before accepting the body. Seeing that Suyu had indeed not attacked, and having also verified through the battlefield records in their armor that Suyu had not previously attacked human warriors, they felt a sense of relief. Could this guy be an alien traitor? The human warriors wondered. The war between humans and aliens has raged for countless cosmic cycles. The complexities of war have given rise to two types of beings, human traitors and alien traitors. A human traitor is a human who betrays humanity, actively joining the side of the alien monsters and slaughtering humanity. An alien traitor, on the other hand, is the opposite, an alien who yearns for humanity, aspires to become one, and can even be more loyal than humans. The strange alien before him seemed to be that kind of alien traitor. But it wasn't certain. Perhaps it was just a disguise. These human warriors had their own distinct thoughts, yet they didn't know that Suyu had overheard many of their thoughts. Suyu had now regained his top-tier 4th level strength, and using his various abilities, he could easily read the minds of these warriors. However, these warriors' minds were protected by some powerful shield, so Suyu could only read a portion of them. Unless he invaded violently, he could only read the surface of their thoughts. But even that surface was enough for Suyu to understand the situation in this world. Alien traitor. Suyu was speechless upon hearing this title. But since he looked like a monster now, there was nothing wrong with it. He didn't bother dwelling on the title, and instead quickly analyzed the information he had just obtained through the mind reading. This story seems to encompass a vast universe, a protracted war between the human empire and the aliens. Is this the main universe of this narrative level? Whoever's behind the scenes sent me here. I wonder what they want. Anyway, let's improve our strength first. We're still quite a ways from reaching tier 5. Following these humans, and killing more alien monsters should be enough. Suyu was already at the top of tier 4, but still thousands of times further away from the planetary tier 5. He currently relied entirely on devouring and accumulating quantitative changes, not the kind of qualitative transformations that come with a career ritual. So, he needed to devour more monster energy to advance. And these humans could help Suyu find more monsters, allowing him to increase his strength. So, using his monster body, Suyu forced a terrifying smile. "Dear human warriors, I'm an alien, but I also want to serve the Empire. I wonder." As Suyu spoke, he secretly wrote a story in his mind, and made some settings changes. Having understood a portion of the background story, Suyu was able to make some settings changes. In this way, he could join the human side by posing as a monster. Chapter 716. My friend, humanity welcomes you. The human warriors had originally wanted to reject Suyu's offer of membership. After all, Suyu now looked like a complete monstrosity. But Suyu had secretly used the narrative book to rewrite some of their settings, and naturally, they agreed to his joining. The result of rewriting the settings through the narrative book was that their thoughts came from their hearts, not from some kind of psychic brainwashing. The thoughts of living beings were inherently unpredictable, and these human warriors had extensive experience dealing with aliens. They had seen many alien traders, and had even fought alongside such beings. They had originally wanted to reject Suyu, primarily because he was too powerful, and they were somewhat wary of him. But seeing Suyu's sincere tone, and his previous contributions by slaying numerous brain demons, they felt it was reasonable to agree to his joining. Suyu's writing didn't lead to logical collapse. In fact, the narrative book had very few restrictions, and as long as one didn't write blindly, it would be difficult to cause logical collapse. Suyu's initial career had led to a logical breakdown, nearly killing him. It was primarily due to his outrageous writing, his attempt to transcend narrative layers with a single-sentence story. It would have been surprising if he hadn't collapsed. Now, simply rewriting the human warrior's thoughts was naturally a problem. So, Suyu and the other warriors boarded the transport ship, heading to the orbiting mothership and on to the next battlefield. My friend, what's your name? Suyu. Suyu? What a good name. It sounds like our human style. Hee hee. Suyu, although you look a little strange, you have a human form after all, and perhaps human genes. Don't worry, our empire has always been inclusive, and there are many human variants like you. The warriors were quite enthusiastic, and struck up a conversation with Suyu on the transport ship. In the end, they even gave Suyu a human subspecies identity, leaving him speechless. After all, his current body was a complete monster. But this monster body was derived from a mutated human brain. So, perhaps it wasn't wrong to call him a human subspecies. Even a genetic test would reveal the human genetic code. Through these conversations, combined with Suyu's various mind reading and configuration reading abilities, he also gained more information about the human empire. In the memories of these warriors, the human empire existed long before the creation of the universe, incredibly ancient and magnificent. After the birth of the universe, the human empire quickly occupied half of the galactic territory of the universe, creating an unparalleled and brilliant civilization. However, the human empire was not the only civilization that existed before the universe. A vast number of alien monsters also existed long before. These monsters, having entered the universe with its birth, occupied half of its territory. These alien monsters were completely different from humans, and inherently harbored unparalleled malice towards humanity, vowing to exterminate them. Humans, on the other hand, were filled with disgust at these aliens, wishing them all dead. Thus began a vast, billion-year-long cosmic war. The human empire and the alien monsters have been engaged in a ceaseless war for eons, with the number of lives lost rivaling the stars in the universe. And the battle will continue until one side is completely annihilated. The battlefield where Suyu had previously stood was a tactical squad from the human empire, airdropped onto this planet to eliminate a new species of aliens called the brain demons. The aliens, unlike humans, consist of countless different species, and new ones are born almost constantly. Whenever a new alien appears, the human empire dispatches a massive army to eliminate it, preventing it from growing stronger and becoming a powerful civilized race. The aliens are bizarre and varied, each with its own strengths and weaknesses. Among them are three supreme races: the spirit beasts, the ancient machines, and the star gods. These three supreme races are exceptionally powerful, possessing immense psychic abilities and technology. They occupy cosmic territories spanning billions of galaxies. Each of them poses a grave threat to humanity, frequently sparking wars with humanity and destroying countless galaxies. Besides these three supreme alien races, there are also various intermediate and weaker races, each possessing their own powerful strengths. These intermediate and weaker races are constantly developing, striving to reach the level of the three supreme races. Below these weaker races are the constantly emerging new races. These new races are generally weak, yet possess unlimited potential, potentially developing into terrifying civilizations, like the three supreme races. Thus, the human empire constantly eliminates newly born aliens to prevent the emergence of new supreme races. However, the human empire doesn't necessarily kill aliens without mercy. If they encounter alien traders, under the right conditions, the empire will absorb them, even recognizing them as members of the human race. The Empire's definition of human is very flexible. Life form, genetic code, psychic makeup are no obstacles. Even if an alien creature appears to be a piece of stone or a ball of air, if its heart is toward humanity, it will be recognized as a subhuman. It is a new bloodline mutated from humans, not some alien creature. Clearly, this is Suyu's current situation. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be recognized as a subhuman and join the human empire. After all, he still has a human form, albeit a slightly odd one. Sure enough, after Suyu boarded the transport ship and arrived at the orbiting mothership, he met the mothership's commander. The commander, also a 4th-level expert, briefly observed Suyu, analyzed the battle report, and then granted Suyu subhuman status. He even told Suyu directly that Suyu possessed human genes. If he altered his appearance slightly to lessen his peculiar appearance, he would be a pure human. Looking at his own brain monster form, Suyu couldn't help but gain a new understanding of the concept of pure humanity. After granting Suyu human status, the commander immediately activated the mothership, preparing to depart for the next star system to eliminate another newly emerged alien race. Suyu naturally followed suit. He could devour the alien psychic energy to regain his strength, a highly desirable opportunity. Soon, the mothership made a hyperspace jump and arrived in another star system. The mothership dispatched a transport ship, airdropping a tactical squad of 300,000 men onto an alien planet in the star system. The commander of this squad was none other than Suyu. Chapter 717. But, is it so hasty? You're asking me to lead a tactical squad and become a commander? Suyu felt strange leading this tactical squad. Had he just joined the human camp, yet he was already a commander? And he was leading 300,000 humans. There were 3 million humans on the mothership. There were 7 alien planets in this galaxy, and 7 teams were dispatched to clear them. Suyu led one of them. And this human team had no objections to Suyu, a subhuman, leading them. Since they had no objections, Suyu naturally had no objections either. He led them off the mothership, boarded a transport ship, and flew towards the alien planet. In this galaxy, there was a new species of alien creature. It looked like a transparent worm that parasitized living organisms, manipulating them in battle. All natural life in the galaxy had been parasitized by this alien creature, transformed into biological weapons. Natural creatures, those naturally evolved on a planet, possess little intelligence, let alone civilization, and therefore are not considered aliens. But after being parasitized and transformed by these newly formed worm-like aliens, that's it. So, they needed to be cleaned up. All the way, the 300,000 soldiers aboard the transport ship were incredibly excited, as if fighting the aliens was the meaning of their lives, a great mission, worth their lives even if it meant death. Suyu, observing these soldiers, felt even more perplexed. These human warriors seemed completely programmed, their minds preoccupied with fighting the aliens, and little else. Even if Suyu, a freak, became their commander, they didn't care much. They didn't seem like real people at all. The so-called empire these warriors remembered was also somewhat strange. The human empire existed before the universe was created. Why? These warriors didn't know. Who was the great emperor? They didn't know either. Why fight the aliens? They didn't know yet. Suyu even suspected these warriors were extras created by a hidden entity in a narrative book, not real people at all, but false illusions. But through observation and his ability to read minds, Suyu could see that these human warriors were normal, intelligent beings with normal thinking. It was simply the environment they had grown up in, or their backstory, that had instilled in them a strong, unchangeable sense of purpose in fighting the aliens. At this moment, the transport ship had already arrived above the alien planet and entered its atmosphere. The alien worms on the planet immediately sensed the danger and, manipulating their parasitic bioweapons, launched a burst of plasma hundreds of kilometers long, attempting to directly shoot down the transport ship. Suddenly, the entire transport ship shook violently. Suyu, observing this, shook his head inwardly. Why not just a direct orbital bombardment, instead of an airdrop? In Suyu's opinion, this spaceborne combat was completely meaningless. That mothership possessed nearly Tier 5 power. A single blast could blaze the surface into glass, and those worm-like aliens would surely be utterly annihilated. But they had to airdrop 300,000 troops and engage those worms in close combat. This inevitably led to casualties, but these warriors seemed unconcerned, truly ready to die. It seems these are all written stories, full of absurdities, but thanks to the power of the Book of Narratives, they can be forcibly concealed. Suyu thought to himself. According to his observations, everything here must be a story written by a certain hidden entity. That's why there are so many oddities. The power of narrative is immensely powerful. As long as the surface makes sense, no matter how bizarre the story is, it will continue to flow. Then the question arises, what is the purpose of this hidden entity in creating such a complex world? To plot against Suyu. But Suyu felt that this was unlikely. It seemed as if the story here had already developed for eons before his arrival. This wasn't a world constructed temporarily just for Suyu's arrival. Then, there must be a purpose for this world's existence. Could it be that the hidden entity wanted to watch humans and aliens fight endlessly for fun? While that was certainly a possibility, Suyu didn't know the race or personality of that hidden entity. But Suyu still felt it wasn't the case. Otherwise, that behind-the-scenes being would be far too boring. Add to that the fact that Suyu had previously been led by the story into becoming a brain monster and nearly joining the aliens, which only reinforced the idea that the behind-the-scenes being had a purpose in crafting the story, one with profound meaning. The question was, what was that purpose? Suyu couldn't help but think back to the time when he was still in the lower narrative plane. Back then, Suyu had created a lower universe and, through the book of narratives, manipulated the life and civilization within that universe, causing them to evolve. Through this, Suyu studied the secrets of the narrative layer. Back then, Suyu was the behind-the-scenes entity controlling the lower universe, and the purpose of his experiments was to transcend the narrative layer. Now, Suyu had finally succeeded, reaching the upper narrative layer. But he was repeatedly drawn into the stories written by the behind-the-scenes entity. What was the purpose of this behind-the-scenes entity? Suyu, judging others by his own experience, quickly came to a thought. Perhaps their goals were the same. Suyu's previous experiments, creating universes, and writing stories were intended to transcend narrative layers. And now, perhaps that behind-the-scenes entity, writing stories and creating worlds, was also intended to transcend narrative layers and reach a higher level. After all, if Suyu could reach the upper narrative layer from the lower narrative layer, then he should be able to reach even higher levels from the upper narrative layer. The number of narrative layers should be limitless and endless, with even higher layers above the upper ones. But there shouldn't be just that. And that doesn't seem to make much sense. Suyu had previously crossed countless dimensional levels in the lower narrative layer, ultimately reaching the top of the space-time dimension. But upon reaching the top, he discovered that there was a narrative layer above it. Now, Suyu had successfully broken through the barrier and reached the upper narrative layer. Only then did he discover that the entity behind the scenes, who wielded the power of narrative within the upper narrative layer, might be seeking to reach even higher narrative layers. This seemed endless, interminable. What was the point? Unless... Suyu's heart sank, and he considered a possibility. That entity behind the scenes wanted to transcend everything. Even if there were endless narrative layers, it would transcend them all, no longer controlled by any story. This speculation was groundless, but Suyu felt it was highly likely. Because he himself thought so too. Chapter 7:18. In Suyu's view, continuing upward was meaningless. Even if he reached the upper level again, there might still be higher levels, endlessly and infinitely higher. Only by completely transcending these layers of narrative dimensions could one truly transcend and achieve true freedom. Suyu's previous narrative dimension had been constantly influenced by the fate of the higher dimensions above, resulting in all kinds of suffering, death, and tragedy. Now, having arrived at this higher narrative level, Suyu was still manipulated and influenced by the power of narrative, trapped within the story. Furthermore, Suyu witnessed these human warriors, trapped in an endless war with the aliens, written into stories by a hidden entity. All of this made Suyu feel deeply sad and helpless. However, the hidden entity that controlled and wrote all this might also be written and manipulated by a higher level, leaving no one free. This was why Suyu was inspired to transcend the narrative dimension. The same could be said of the being behind the scenes. Could this be a testing ground? These humans and aliens, manipulated by the story, engage in relentless warfare, just to see if a being beyond the story can emerge? Suyu's mind flashed with inspiration, finally grasping the deeper meaning of this story before him. A testing ground. Trillions of humans and aliens, locked in this story, have been fighting for eons. Perhaps a genius will awaken, free from the power of narrative, free from all control. Thinking of this, Suyu recalled his experiences in the lower narrative plane. At that time, Suyu's attempt to cross the narrative level was blocked by the upper narrative level. The entity behind the upper narrative level, using storytelling to accelerate the logical collapse of the lower level, aimed to bring about Suyu's complete demise. At the time, Suyu believed that the entity behind the upper narrative level was afraid that Suyu would rise, hence the obstruction. After all, once both parties were on the same narrative level, the other would no longer have that overwhelming advantage. But now it seems that the entity behind the scenes was perhaps also conducting an experiment. It wanted to see if Suyu, the strongest being in the lower narrative level, could break through the obstruction and reach the upper level, or even transcend directly. After Suyu reached the upper level, he experienced several more stories. In these stories, the entity behind the scenes seemed to want to kill Suyu, but it didn't seem to be using its full strength. Now it seems that it was still an experiment. I was thrown here as part of the experiment, Suyu thought to himself. One significant difference between him and other beings was that he possessed the quality of audience reader. Suyu is difficult to write about in any narrative dimension. To some extent, Suyu himself is in a semi-detached state, somewhat immune to the influence of narrative forces. So, after various previous tests, the behind-the-scenes existence regarded Suyu as a crucial experiment, inserting him into the current story to see how he would perform. Of course, there's also the point that, while the behind-the-scenes existence used Suyu as a test subject, it must also be genuinely afraid of him. After all, the power previously displayed in the lower narrative layers was extremely formidable. Although weakened now that it has reached the upper layers, it may not be impossible for it to return to its peak. Therefore, the existence behind the scenes had remained hidden, never appearing. Thinking of this, Suyu had a clear idea of the current situation. Then he stopped dwelling on it, and returned his attention to the battlefield. With a flick of his mind, countless neural tentacles erupted from his body, sweeping across the battlefield. These neural tentacles instantly penetrated the bodies of numerous worm monsters, absorbing their psychic energy. There were hundreds of millions of worm monsters on the entire planet, and Suyu had absorbed millions of them in a blink of an eye. The human warriors beside him were extremely excited upon seeing this and joined in the ferocious fighting. With Suyu's participation, the battle was over quickly, and hundreds of millions of worm monsters were completely slaughtered. Suyu also absorbed the psychic energy of tens of millions of worm monsters, further increasing his strength. However, he still had some distance to reach the 5th stage. After all, without the existence of the subspace, Suyu would need to accumulate planetary energy to achieve the 5th stage, which was a huge undertaking for him at this point. Such cleanup battles would likely require hundreds of more rounds, exterminating hundreds of alien species, before they could be completed. Fortunately, things quickly took a turn for the better. After clearing out the worm monsters, Suyu and 300,000 human warriors returned to the mothership and launched another jump, heading to the next star system for cleanup. After 5 more cleanups, Suyu returned to the mothership and met the 4th-level mothership commander. After observing Suyu's recent battle records, the commander was convinced that he was truly committed and a formidable fighter. The commander then told Suyu that, with his strength, he shouldn't be stuck in such low-level battlefields, and should instead advance to higher-level battlefields. The commander contacted the Imperial Corps via the mothership and quickly obtained a transfer order for Suyu, sending him to the battlefield in the center of the galaxy to participate in the real battle against the Spirit Beast tribe. Even though Suyu's presence would significantly reduce their casualties, the commander still resolutely sent Suyu elsewhere. Clearly, they were all swayed by the story, driven by the desire for battle, truly prepared to die. Suyu's presence to mitigate their casualties was meaningless to them. They only cared about whether Suyu's combat prowess could be put to good use. This was exactly what Suyu wanted. He felt the fighting here was too low level, unable to absorb enough spiritual energy to restore his strength. So, Suyu quickly embarked on a small spaceship and set off for the center of the galaxy. The warriors, who had led Suyu through 5 or 6 clearing battles, were still somewhat reluctant to see Suyu go, and offered sincere wishes, hoping that he would die on the battlefield. What kind of blessing is that? It's unlucky. After Suyu left, he recalled the previous blessing and felt a sense of bad luck. But he knew that the warriors had no ill intentions, but were sincere. For these warriors, the meaning of their existence lies in fighting. Dying on the battlefield is a fitting end, a happy ending. But Suyu didn't want to die so inexplicably. The small spaceship Suyu was riding in was quite capable of reaching tens of thousands of times the speed of light. It estimated that it would only take 3 or 4 months to reach the battlefield against the Spirit Beast tribe. During these 3 or 4 months, Suyu would fly, using supermass conversion to plunder the energy of the surrounding planets to replenish himself. While it wasn't as fast as directly absorbing psychic energy, it was better than nothing. However, halfway through the flight, Suyu suddenly remembered something. Wait, what was the commander's name? Chapter 719. Suyu had clearly only recently left the mothership, but his memory of the situation there was already somewhat hazy. As for the 4th-rank commander, even Suyu hadn't known his name from the beginning. It seems he's just a nameless guy, completely insignificant in the story. Suyu pondered for a moment, and then understood what was going on. Everything in this universe is heavily controlled by the story, so this effect is extremely pronounced. Even those nameless characters in the story are difficult to remember. But Suyu still took the trouble to memorize all the soldiers and commanders from before deep within his consciousness. At least they knew each other. If they died in the future, Suyu could resurrect them once he regained his strength. The Transcendent Council, and many other characters from the lower narrative layer, were also dormant in Suyu's consciousness. However, Suyu was too weak to revive and unseal them, so he would have to wait. 3.5 months later, Suyu's small spaceship had arrived near the center of the Milky Way. The star systems here were extremely dense, home to numerous planets with life. In the distance, Suyu saw a massive warship forged from tens of millions of planets. The warship's length and width were both light years long and wide, and it was studded with numerous stars as a power source. From afar, it looked like a dense expanse of starry sky. Only when approaching did one realize it was a massive warship. This warship, like a cosmic wall, blocked Suyu's path. The moment Suyu saw the warship, he knew he had arrived. Although the warship was enormous, Suyu had seen and built larger ones, so he wasn't surprised. He was just wary. If the warship attacked him, he might have to use the power of narrative to escape. After the previous battle to eliminate the aliens, Suyu could now write over 500 words of stories. If he used his full power, he could easily destroy this Lightyear-class warship. Even with enough story intelligence, he could directly manipulate the story and destroy the entire galaxy, or even the entire universe. This was precisely why Suyu had the confidence to come here. Otherwise, with his current 4th level power, he would be more than enough to withstand even a single planetary level enemy. The power of narrative is so powerful that it can't be measured by psychic level. Of course, this power is powerful, but if used excessively, it can lead to a certain degree of logical collapse. So, Suyu wouldn't use this power on a large scale unless absolutely necessary. After all, he had suffered losses before. Next, the Lightyear mothership emitted a guiding beam, drawing Suyu's small spaceship aboard. The interior of the mothership was immense, practically a miniature universe, home to trillions of humans and surrendered aliens. Suyu sensed numerous powerful auras, estimating a significant number of 5th and 6th level beings. His arrival, a mere 4th level warrior, was completely untroubled. After Suyu arrived, no one approached him. Instead, the ship's intelligence system began assigning combat missions. Soon, Suyu received a mission, along with 700 4th level warriors, to clear out the spirit beasts in a star system. That's quite good. Suyu was quite satisfied with this mission. 700 4th level warriors would face an enemy of the 5th tier. By absorbing the enemy's psychic energy, he could also restore his 5th level strength. The 5th tier was a hurdle. Once he reached it, he would reach the minimum requirements for all his abilities, and his recovery rate would instantly increase dramatically. Then, it wouldn't be long before he could recover to the 6th, 7th, 8th, even to the cosmic level, and beyond. Only then would Suyu be considered firmly established within this narrative layer. But the most urgent task was to complete the mission. Soon, 700 small spaceships departed the Lightyear mothership and flew towards the planet where the Spirit Beast tribe resided. The 4th level human warriors all had their own small spaceships, and didn't have to crowd onto a single mothership. The previous Lightyear mothership, combined with the others, formed a great wall, dividing the entire galaxy into 2 halves. One half was the human territory, the other half was the Spirit Beast tribe's territory. Suyu had now left human territory, and set out to conquer the Spirit Beast tribe. The target was 3 days away. During this journey, Suyu interacted with his fellow human warriors, and discovered they were all nameless individuals, their minds preoccupied with battle. Suyu lost interest in the conversation and instead focused on studying enemy intelligence. While his companions were nameless, the enemy, as spirit beasts, one of the 3 supreme alien races, were considered named and worthy of Suyu's attention. After some research, Suyu gained a good understanding of the Spirit Beast tribe. This spiritual beast tribe isn't a unified race. Its origins are extremely diverse. They are formed by natural creatures from various planets, who awaken their psychic powers, thus developing intelligence and coming together to form a race. As a result, the spiritual beast tribe is incredibly diverse, with all sorts of appearances varying not only in appearance, but also in carbon-based, iron-based, silicon-based, and even various life forms. But they collectively call themselves the spiritual beast tribe, and their internal cohesion is remarkably strong. They are all awakened from natural creatures, and while they possess psychic powers and intelligence, they are not highly developed. Simply put, their IQ is a major drawback. Logically, low IQ would imply a very low level of technological advancement. But this is not the case. Despite their low IQ, this spiritual beast tribe possesses a unique ability, a power akin to wishing it all come true. When they build technological equipment, they don't need to fully understand the underlying principles. If they feel it works, they do. Even if their devices look messy and like garbage, they still function and are quite powerful. Only spirit beastmen can use this kind of equipment. If it were seized by humans, it would be nothing more than a pile of garbage. The spirit beastman's power isn't just for manufacturing technological equipment, it's also highly effective in combat. If they believe they're powerful, they're truly powerful. If they believe they're not dead, they're truly alive. Sometimes, a first-level spirit beastman's skull is blown off, their brains spilling out. But if no one alerts them, they won't die and can continue fighting. So, the most important thing in fighting spirit beastmen is to quickly warn them after inflicting a fatal wound, you're dead. The spirit beastmen are such a unique race. It's precisely because of this power that they've become one of the 3 supreme alien races. After studying the information about the spirit beastmen, Suyu felt something strange. Why does this spirit beastman's ability feel a bit like the power of narrative? Chapter 720. The spirit beast tribe's unreasonable wishes come true power does indeed resemble the power of narrative. No, Suyu, through intelligence research, has determined that it is most likely the power of narrative. Suyu had long ago encountered a power called paradox, which could also achieve a similar effect, but that power had significant limitations. Each use came at a cost, making it impossible to use on a large scale. The spirit beast tribe's power is less like paradox and more like Suyu's own power of narrative. This power can rewrite everything, create something out of nothing, and is arguably the strongest source of power. Thinking of this, Suyu secretly became wary. If the spirit beast tribe truly possessed the power of narrative, that would be terrifying. A race of trillions of people, all possessing the power of narrative, would be terrifying beyond measure. Especially since Suyu hasn't yet recovered his full strength, he would have to be cautious if he encountered such an opponent. Thankfully, the spirit beast tribe's power certainly has significant limitations. Otherwise, this group of low IQ individuals, through their misuse of narrative power, would have wiped out humanity long ago, ultimately leading to a logical collapse and the complete destruction of this universe and even the narrative plane. It's impossible for them to develop into one of the 3 supreme races. Perhaps ordinary spirit beasts can only modify a story by 1 or 2 words. It might even require the concerted efforts of a large number of spirit beasts to rewrite even 1 or 2 words, and the scope of rewriting is also limited. Even the strongest among them probably wouldn't be much better, and would be subject to numerous restrictions. But still, be careful. At its peak, Suyu's narrative power was essentially unlimited. He could write whatever he wanted, but the consequence was the potential for a terrifying logical collapse. Naturally, these spirit beasts couldn't be as free as Suyu. Thinking of this, Suyu felt a sense of relief. Then, curiosity arose. How, exactly, did the spirit beasts acquire this power? Evolving such power out of thin air was too bizarre, and Suyu didn't believe it. So, Suyu quickly concluded that the being behind this story had purposely bestowed this power upon the spirit beasts. Just like Suyu, if he so desired, he could also grant others the power of narrative through writing and rewriting stories. If Suyu could do it, the being behind it should be able to do it too. So what was the purpose? It seems these spirit beasts are also experimental subjects. Their low IQ is probably to prevent the abuse of narrative power and potential chaos. I don't know what they're trying to experiment with. We have to wait and see. 3 days passed quickly, and Suyu and 699 other 4th-level human warriors had arrived at the target star system. From afar, the star system contained 6 planets, each one lush green. According to intelligence, this galaxy was originally inhabited by a primitive plant life form. Though these plants had evolved over eons, they lacked any intelligence. However, after the arrival of the Spirit Beast clan, these plants were quickly infected or awakened. One by one, they emerged from the earth and transformed into bizarre, roaming animals. They quickly harnessed their extraordinary powers to develop remarkable technology, establish a new civilization, and dominate the galaxy. They even ambitiously sought to expand into other galaxies. So, upon receiving the intelligence, the human mothership dispatched Suyu and his companions to quell the conflict. Otherwise, the Eldar beasts were extremely aggressive and rapidly developing, quickly expanding exponentially. Sure enough, as Suyu and his companions' ship approached the star system, a large number of green specks of light flew in from afar. Suyu took a closer look and was speechless. Those green specks of light were actually wooden boats. Those wooden boats were extremely crude, made entirely of logs lashed together to form the hulls, the bark of the logs not even scraped clean. 2 sails woven from plant fibers hung crookedly from the hulls. A group of strange-looking, lush green creatures, part human, part monster, were paddling diligently with what looked like oars. And then, these bizarre creatures, seemingly riding the wind and waves, rushed towards Suyu and his companion's ship. This was in the vacuum of space, and they were actually paddling wooden boats towards them, and judging by their speed, they surpassed the speed of light. Clearly, those strange creatures were the spirit beasts, and the wooden boats they were riding were their spaceships. They truly lived up to their name. As they charged, the spirit beasts, still in the vacuum of space, made noises like "oh" as they approached, seemingly excited to see Suyu and his companions arrive. But Suyu knew their excitement stemmed from their desire to fight. According to intelligence reports, the spirit beasts naturally possessed an insatiable desire to fight. Upon seeing any alien species, they immediately sought to engage and exterminate them. Even a single spirit beast, facing a light-year-class human warship, would be filled with excitement and charge. That was exactly what was happening. Those guys were rowing their wooden boats and charging towards us. Suyu sensed no spiritual energy in the spirit beasts or the wooden boats. They simply flew over here inexplicably, and he had no idea how. Is this the power of the spirit beasts? It's truly bizarre. Suyu knew that the power of these spirit beasts was most likely the power of narrative. This powerful force allowed them to arbitrarily modify the settings, allowing the wooden boats to soar into space and emit sounds in space. But doesn't that seem a bit illogical? Suyu looked at the spirit beasts shouting and yelling on the wooden boats, puzzled. I had originally thought that the spirit beast's power to modify the story was merely minor, but now it seemed the scope of the changes was quite extensive. They almost completely disregarded the physical laws of this universe. If all the spirit beasts were like this, wouldn't the very rules of this universe have been completely altered? Wouldn't that cause the logic of the story to collapse, destroying everything? At this moment, Suyu overheard the other human warriors on the battle channel discussing, why are the spirit beasts in this galaxy so strange? They're actually charging over here in wooden boats? Yeah, they used to have some technology, even if it was messy, but at least it had some semblance of technology. Now all they have are wooden boats. Can these things even go into space? How bizarre. No wonder a newly born spirit beast civilization requires 700 4th-level warriors to clean up. Suyu was startled as he listened to this discussion. It seemed that the spirit beasts weren't so strange before. At least they understood some physics, but now they've changed. Does this mean that the spirit beasts have become stronger? Or that the person behind their creation has become even stronger? Chapter 721. Although these spirit beasts, paddling their technologically unsophisticated wooden boats, looked incredibly weak, Suyu saw this as proof of their growing strength. Proof that their narrative power could rewrite even more powerful rules, even defying them entirely. If this were limited to the spirit beasts of this galaxy, it would be fine. But if all spirit beasts experienced this change, the consequences would be. Just as Suyu was pondering this, the other 4th-level human warriors had already launched their attack. Boom! These 4th-level warriors leaped out of their spaceships, unleashing their psychic powers to bombard the wooden boats. Instantly, hundreds of them were destroyed, reduced to scattered space junk. These spirit beasts seemed weak, practically as weak as ordinary humans. Such complete destruction necessitated no further reminders, no warnings, no you're dead. Those spirit beasts could still fight even with their heads blown off. If they were reminded, told you're dead, they would realize the truth and die instantly. This kind of complete destruction, shattering to smithereens, required no warning. The warriors were instantly relieved. While these spirit beasts were peculiar, they were not powerful. However, they remembered that the mothership's command had issued instructions before their arrival, stating that the spirit beasts in this galaxy were somewhat peculiar, and advising against further exploration until a thorough investigation was completed. Otherwise, they would have flown directly into the galaxy and carried out a thorough cleansing of every planet. So they activated the ship's scanning device, intending to thoroughly scan the entire galaxy before advancing further. However, everything in the galaxy seemed to exist in another universe and time. No matter how they scanned, they could not obtain a normal result, only a distorted mess of information. Everyone finally understood why, despite the mothership's technological prowess, it couldn't provide accurate intelligence. This place was truly strange. So they waited patiently for a moment, and soon, another batch of wooden boats rushed over. This time, the spirit beasts on these wooden boats were no longer naked but armed. The so-called weapons were actually bows and arrows and slings. Seeing such primitive weaponry, the human warriors were speechless. Just as they were about to slaughter them again, a flash of green light appeared, and a wooden arrow blew a 4th level warrior's head straight out. How is this possible? Although the 4th level warrior's head had a huge hole in it, his brains spilling out, he survived. After all, at the 4th level, he was extremely powerful. He explained, as he channeled his psychic energy to recover from his injuries. The other warriors were also shocked, and they quickly mobilized their psychic energy to protect themselves before launching another attack. This time, the spirit beasts were once again killed instantly, without any surprise. But soon, another group of spirit beasts appeared. This time, they were clad in armor. The so-called armor was actually just a bunch of wood and metal, haphazardly wrapped around their bodies. But with their previous experience, the crowd didn't dare underestimate them. Sure enough, this time, when their attacks hit the spirit beasts, they encountered significant resistance, unable to instantly kill them. You have to remember, each of these human warriors was a Tier 4 powerhouse, a formidable warrior capable of clearing the biosphere of an entire planet with their time. However, their attacks could be hindered by such crude wood and metal. It was simply incredible. However, despite the obstacles, they were only minor, and eventually, these spirit beasts were slain. Soon, the group encountered the next batch of spirit beasts, this time with upgraded equipment. Specifically, the arrowheads of their bows were ignited, transforming into rockets, literally rockets. These rockets possessed immense destructive power. Though seemingly small, the flames possessed temperatures exceeding millions of degrees, sending the 4th level warriors reeling. But in the end, the kill was accomplished. At this point, everyone realized that these spirit beasts were targeting them, continuously evolving. If they continued to evolve, they would likely be defeated. They had to complete the cleanup as quickly as possible, not giving them time to evolve. So, without further delay, the group rushed directly into the galaxy. Suyu followed closely behind them, entering the galaxy. Halfway through, they encountered a new group of spirit beasts. This time, the spirit beasts no longer rushed forward in wooden boats. Instead, they directly crossed the vacuum of space, performing a hyperspace jump, blocking the way. Everyone looked and saw that the spirit beast spaceships were still made of wood. The difference was that they were no longer propelled by oars, but by worms. At the front of these wooden boats, a group of spirit beasts held something resembling a shovel. These shovels were also made of wood, and appeared to be riddled with holes from termites. Then, these spirit beasts used these shovels to dig forward. Then, the space in front of the wooden boats was dug open, creating a literal wormhole, allowing these wooden boats to achieve the hyperspace jump. Although the warriors were battle-hardened, this strange technique was new to them, and they were instantly horrified. These spirit beasts were truly unreasonable. Spatial technology or abilities were considered quite advanced for even a 4th-level human warrior, and only a few could master them. How could these spirit beasts, armed with such a bizarre-looking shovel, actually achieve hyperspace jumps? Before the warriors could comprehend the situation, one of them swung his shovel at the crowd. Swish! With a soft sound, the shovel leaped across space, appearing out of thin air before a 4th-level warrior and slamming down towards his head. The warrior, startled, reacted instantly and retreated, avoiding a blast. After retreating, he gazed at the spatial rift created by the shovel and broke into a cold sweat. If a blast in the head from this kind of spatial attack shattered even a 4th-level warrior, it would be fatal, with no chance of recovery. Though he wasn't afraid of death, he didn't want to be utterly slain by a wooden shovel. What was going on with these spirit beasts? The spirit beasts I'd encountered before all possessed normal psychic powers and technology, at most seemingly crude and eccentric, but at least I could discern some technological path. But now, these spirit beasts seemed completely incomprehensible and baffling. Next, everyone engaged in a fierce battle with the spirit beasts. Although these spirit beasts possessed strange spatial technology, they were ultimately no match for the 4th-level powerhouses, and were completely annihilated. The group once again headed towards the various planets in the galaxy. If they didn't hurry, who knew what these creatures would evolve into next? Suyu, observing the remnants of the deceased spirit beasts floating in space, suddenly had a thought. Are these creatures truly dead? Chapter 722. Thinking of this, Suyu hurriedly searched his narrative book. The narrative book allowed direct access to the story's setting, its accuracy surpassing any scanning technology. Although Suyu was weakened at this point, the narrative book was still sufficient to access stories within a radius of millions of kilometers. In Suyu's narrative book, the spirit beasts had indeed died. However, at this moment, Suyu was suddenly startled to discover that the text recording the deaths of these spirit beasts was not quite right. The text seemed somewhat disjointed, with grammar, formatting, and other issues completely off. The text in Suyu's narrative book, which recorded the stories, was written in the human language he was most familiar with, and the grammar was always very rigorous. After all, this wasn't an ordinary story, but a record of a real story from the real world, so it must be rigorous. However, the text Suyu saw about the spirit beasts was not so rigorous, with confusing grammar and incorrect punctuation. This was incredible. How could the narrative book's record be so crude? Although the overall storyline wasn't flawed, clearly stating that the spirit beasts were dead, Suyu still felt something was amiss. He secretly mobilized his power, destroying the remaining debris from the spirit beasts' deaths once again, leaving only elementary particles. In fact, Suyu considered using the power of destruction or supermatter conversion to more thoroughly destroy these things, but that would take much longer. With the situation unclear, there was no time to waste. So, without further delay, Suyu followed the others into the spirit beast system. Upon arriving in the galaxy, the group immediately flew towards the lush green life-bearing planets, intent on completely exterminating the spirit beasts there. At that moment, a steady stream of spirit beasts emerged from those life-bearing planets, paddling wooden boats or using strange wooden shovels to perform hyperspace jumps, charging towards them with cries. The group immediately launched into a killing spree, unleashing a variety of powerful abilities. Each of these fourth-level warriors was battle-hardened and immensely powerful. They had all undergone the Empire's biochemical transformation, implanting numerous extraordinary organs within their bodies, elevating them to the fourth level. 700 fourth-level warriors, unleashing their full-strength attack, were nearly fifth level, powerful enough to destroy a planet. Though the spirit beasts possessed strange powers, they were quickly decimated by their powerful attacks. It seemed that their bizarre evolution had ceased with their entry into the galaxy, and their strength remained at its previous level. Thus, the battle went smoothly, with few casualties. The spirit beasts seemed to have truly exhausted their resources, with no further changes emerging. The group quickly slaughtered all the spirit beasts on several life planets. The once lush green life planets had been burned into dark red glass balls by the high-temperature spiritual energy of a group of fourth-level powerhouses. Suyu joined in the attack, observing constantly, his brow furrowing as he watched. He saw that the account of this battle in the narrative book was still grammatically chaotic, and the word order was reversed. And it seemed to be getting worse. Oh no! Something's wrong here. Everyone, get out of here. Suyu suddenly spoke in the battle channel. Everyone had originally wanted to continue searching to see if there were any fish that had slipped through the net, but Suyu's reminder suddenly startled them. Though they themselves didn't understand what they were so frightened of, knowing clearly that there was no living creature in this galaxy besides them, they still felt an inexplicable sense of dread. So everyone hurriedly followed Suyu's instructions, and quickly headed out of the galaxy. And then, there was nothing else. 700 level 4 warriors, including Suyu, instantly vanished. The next moment, the Spirit Beast Clan galaxy returned to its original state, its lush green life planets teeming with life. Groups of Spirit Beast Clan members paddled their wooden boats, proudly sailing through the galaxy. Only the human warriors from earlier were missing. All human warriors, annihilated. What just happened? Outside the galaxy, Suyu gazed at the Spirit Beast Clan galaxy a light year away, frowning deeply. The one Suyu had just entered into the galaxy wasn't his true form. After all, he knew something was amiss within the galaxy, so how could he have gotten in so easily? Of course, he created a clone. He separated a portion of his own energy, and then used supermatter conversion to create a new body. Suyu was already a top-tier 4th-tier being, so even with the energy he separated, he was still at the 4th tier, more than enough to complete the mission. The clone possessed a degree of self-awareness, but it wasn't directly connected to Suyu's consciousness. Suyu controlled it through the book of narratives. This human clone was entirely Suyu's creation, and from the moment it appeared, it existed within the story of Suyu's narrative book. Suyu controlled the clone's actions by writing within the narrative book. This method of manipulation is extremely secretive and secure. Unless one possesses the power to break through the narrative layer, it's impossible to find Suyu, the person behind the scenes. Because Suyu's current ability to write is limited, his clone's previous actions within the galaxy have been minimal, essentially following the crowd's attacks. This is to avoid using up his available writing capacity, which would prevent him from reacting to situations without words to write. Through this self-created character, Suyu extended his narrative book's observational capabilities to the entire galaxy. This clone isn't used for combat, but rather for map finding. Suyu himself couldn't easily enter the galaxy. The narrative book's observational capabilities were currently insufficient, limited to a range of millions of kilometers, unable to extend beyond the galaxy. So, he created an avatar to act as his character, allowing this character to enter the galaxy. This allowed the galaxy to appear in Suyu's story, allowing him to observe it. Just now, Suyu's clone and those 4th level warriors vanished, and the story of that clone within Suyu's narrative book vanished with it, no longer existing. So Suyu frowned. Because? How could a story already written in the book of narratives vanish out of thin air? How did this work? According to Suyu's experience, the stories in the book of narratives continuously extend forward. Rewriting a story is essentially writing a new chapter based on the existing one, naturally adding new settings and plots, thus rewriting the story. Whether adding new settings and plots would cause the logic to break down is another matter. However, the stories that happened before were fixed, and could not be modified or deleted. But now, what was happening in this Spirit Beast star system overturned this principle. Chapter 723. No wonder the Spirit Beasts appear so disorganized, yet their logic remains intact. So it's because they can directly delete and reset the story. Suyu thought to himself. He had long suspected that the Spirit Beasts in this galaxy seemed to completely disregard the universe's narrative and its rules, yet there were no signs of logical collapse. Now it seemed that this ability to directly delete and reset the story was the reason. And this direct deletion and reset of the story only seemed to occur after all the Spirit Beasts had perished. Perhaps those Spirit Beasts weren't dead at all. No! They definitely weren't. They've reset their stories and are alive and well. Only those hundreds of 4th level human warriors are truly dead, their stories erased. Suyu gazed at the nearby galaxy, a slight chill rising in his heart. The abilities of these Spirit Beasts were truly formidable. In fact, Suyu suspected that those Spirit Beasts weren't immune to logical collapse. In fact, they were experiencing logical collapse constantly. Just as the logic breaks down, the story is immediately rewritten to a certain degree. That's why Suyu had previously noticed that the records of the Spirit Beasts were somewhat strange and confusing. That's because of the constant rewriting and revisions. Suyu's revisions were continuations of the original story. The Spirit Beasts' rewrites, on the other hand, simply overwrote the original text. It's like an article, constantly rewritten, over and over again, until the author can no longer remember what the original version looked like. This would inevitably lead to chaos. In the end, the chaos reached its peak, with the Spirit Beasts completely annihilated. No matter how the story was rewritten, it couldn't change this fact. So they simply started over, deleting the original story entirely, and writing a new one. This is what Suyu is witnessing now. The Spirit Beasts, once utterly annihilated, have reappeared, and the entire galaxy has become vibrant once again. Those human warriors, however, weren't characters in the Spirit Beast story. After being rewritten, they naturally vanished, never to be seen again. Suyu even suspected that there was no record of those human warriors in this universe. Their stories had been completely erased. They had never appeared. Today, Suyu came here alone. After all, even the relevant records in Suyu's narrative book had vanished, let alone those elsewhere. Strangely, Suyu possessed the memories of those human warriors. They hadn't vanished. It seemed that the Spirit Beast's deletion and rewriting of the story couldn't reset Suyu. After all, Suyu wasn't entirely a character in the story, but rather a reader and audience. Of course, this also has something to do with Suyu not personally entering that star system. Had Suyu entered personally, he would have taken the initiative and become a character in the story of the Spirit Beast tribe. Perhaps they would have been reset as well. Thankfully, Suyu was cautious and didn't enter, so that didn't happen. Directly erasing or rewriting the story, ignoring logical collapse, may be a later advanced ability of the narrative book. If my narrative book can reach the maximum level, perhaps it will unlock this ability. Suyu was naturally intrigued by the abilities displayed by the Spirit Beasts. Such abilities were truly a deadly weapon. For example, if he encountered a powerful enemy and wanted to defeat them using the Book of Narratives, he would need to rewrite their story through writing, perhaps by having them encounter an even stronger foe and engage in a life-or-death struggle. Adding stories this way could easily lead to logical collapse. After all, where would a stronger enemy come from? How would they be designed? These required careful consideration. However, if he possessed the Spirit Beast's ability to erase and reset stories, such complications wouldn't be necessary. He could simply wipe out the opponent's story, rendering them non-existent. Such power was truly terrifying. Based on Suyu's understanding of the class panel, once he reached the maximum level of the Book of Narratives class, he should also gain this ability, which would be a core specialization. However, since its inception, the Book of Narratives, like the Origin of Destruction, had remained at level 1 and had yet to be upgraded. The Origin of Destruction required frantic destruction to upgrade. The Book of Narratives, on the other hand, required extensive writing of stories to upgrade. Previously, Suyu was busy crossing narrative layers, so naturally, he didn't have time to write extensive stories. Now, having reached the upper narrative layer, his power has been greatly weakened, and the number of words he can write is limited, making it impossible to write extensively and complete the upgrade. Thus, the ability to directly erase and reset stories is still a long way off for Suyu to achieve. That's not necessarily the case. Perhaps I can directly absorb the abilities of these spirit beasts, quickly upgrade, or even gain abilities earlier. Suyu's mind stirred, and he considered a possibility. The Book of Narrative's abilities were completely illogical, completely defying the normal class upgrade path. Suyu had quickly devised a new upgrade plan. He pondered for a moment, then attempted to create another clone, entering the Spirit Beast system, allowing everything within the system to enter his narrative book's field of vision. Then Suyu began writing in the Book of Narrative. This time, the writing was brief. Suyu can absorb the narrative power within the Spirit Beast system, thereby upgrading the Book of Narrative. Originally, narrative power was invisible and intangible, and even Suyu couldn't detect or sense the narrative power within the Spirit Beasts. This power seemed to have no existence at all, making it impossible to absorb. But no matter. Suyu simply rewrote the story through writing, forcing it to be absorbed, and such a haphazard, one-sentence story would obviously lead to a serious logical breakdown. The moment Suyu finished writing, he noticed signs of collapse within the Spirit Beast clan star system. Various images flickered, planets shifted in and out of thin air, and the entire system was in chaos. At the same time, Suyu discovered that the records of this star system in his narrative book had also become extremely chaotic. Clearly, it was the narrative power of the Spirit Beast clan that was constantly resetting the story, attempting to prevent the logical collapse. At the same time, Suyu noticed that his professional experience was increasing. The story he had written had come true. He could now truly absorb the narrative power of the Spirit Beast clan. It really works. Suyu smiled with satisfaction at this and wrote again, Suyu can absorb the narrative power of the Spirit Beast clan star system, thereby upgrading the narrative book profession. He wrote this one-sentence story over and over again, forcing the Spirit Beast clan to constantly reset their stories, to prevent the logical collapse. And in the process, Suyu's professional experience continued to increase, level by level. Chapter 724. Leveling up this way is indeed fast. Suyu felt very relieved as he watched his experience points steadily rise. In a short period of time, he had leveled up several times. Although the level cap for the narrative book class was also very high, like the Origin of Destruction, it was over 1,000,000 levels. Upgrading just a few levels was basically a drop in the bucket. But discovering this new leveling path was a great thing, and every level he could reach was a great one. Facing the behind-the-scenes being who wrote the story of the entire universe, Suyu had to improve his narrative book abilities as much as possible to cope. Under normal circumstances, Suyu's one-sentence story would cause logical collapse, making it impossible to force an upgrade this way. But now, this Spirit Beast galaxy could avoid logical collapse by resetting the story, giving Suyu the opportunity to perform and level up quickly. However, the upgraded narrative book seemed to remain unchanged. The number of words that could be written and the scope of the story that the narrative book could explore remained unchanged. After all, when the Book of Narratives was first created, Suyu's ability to write was unlimited, and its range was practically unlimited. The current limited number of words and range is simply because Suyu is too weak to fully activate his abilities, not because of limitations inherent in the abilities themselves. So, it's perfectly normal that the Book of Narratives upgrades without increasing the number of words or range, as there's no need to do so. Suyu only needs to wait for his strength to recover, and the number of words and range will naturally increase. Then the question arises, if the upgrade doesn't increase the number of words or range, what's the point of the upgrade? Suyu pondered for a moment, then suddenly tried to erase a single character from the narrative book. But it didn't work. Or rather, it only partially succeeded. Suyu erased a tiny bit of a character stroke. It actually works. Suyu was thrilled. Those spirit beasts, their ability to reset and erase stories, made Suyu extremely envious. I had thought this ability would require reaching the maximum level, but now it seemed it could be acquired simply by leveling up. However, it seemed Suyu's level was too low. He couldn't even erase a single character, let alone a single character, or even the strokes within a character. He could only erase a portion of a stroke. This had virtually no impact on the overall story. This ability was of little use right now, but it would be in the future. Suyu only needed to continue leveling up, and sooner or later, he would be able to completely erase a character. The ability to erase a single character, if used effectively, would be quite powerful. I'm level 7 now. It looks like if I reach another 100 or so levels, I'd be able to erase a single word. Suyu calculated this inwardly, then continued his leveling quest. As for the human mission, Suyu was too lazy to bother with it for now. Leveling up was more important. This spirit beast system was Suyu's prized leveling ground. Suyu wouldn't leave until he'd reaped all the spoils here. As for the previously vanished 4th level warriors, Suyu paid no heed. Their stories had been erased, effectively rendering them completely dead. They had been his companions after all, but Suyu cared nothing for their deaths. On the one hand, it was because they were truly unfamiliar. On the other hand, it was because Suyu still remembered them and hadn't lost the relevant memories. This way, when Suyu's strength was strong enough, he could naturally rewrite the story and resurrect them. Deep within Suyu's consciousness, information still remained of trillions of lives within the council, waiting to be resurrected. These few hundred 4th level warriors were a drop in the bucket. They could just wait in line for their resurrection. Suyu can absorb the narrative power within the Spirit Beast clan star system, thereby upgrading the narrative book class. Suyu continuously wrote this one-sentence story, drawing upon the narrative power within the Spirit Beast clan star system for him to absorb. This continued for a full month. Finally, after a reset, the star system completely vanished. Or rather, the original star system remained, but the story within it vanished. The star system, once vibrant and home to a vast number of Spirit Beast clan members, was now barren, a dull, silent star system. Perhaps there's still some life on those planets, but it's not intelligent life, just ignorant beasts. Did they run away? Or did I plunder them all? Suyu looked at the barren Spirit Beast galaxy, feeling a sense of unfulfilled hope. After a month of leveling up, his narrative book had reached level 142, 379, over 100,000 levels. Originally, at level 7, he could only erase a portion of a character. But now, at over 100,000, Suyu can erase 1,783 characters. I guess once he reaches the maximum level and awakens his core expertise, there won't even be a character limit. He'd be able to erase and reset characters endlessly, just like the Spirit Beast galaxy before him. The difference is that the power of the Spirit Beast clan galaxy is limited to this one galaxy, while Suyu's narrative book, when fully utilized, has an unlimited range. This assumes he has recovered his previous strength, not his current 4th-tier strength. Just when Suyu was ambitious and wanted to upgrade his narrative book to the maximum level in one fell swoop, the joy of upgrading was short-lived. In just 1 month, the galaxy collapsed. After Suyu last caused the story of the Spirit Beast clan galaxy to collapse, it was not reset after being erased. Instead, it simply returned to its state before the Spirit Beast clan appeared. Before the Spirit Beast clan occupied this galaxy, it was just an ordinary galaxy. There were a few primitive creatures on a few planets, but they were few and far between, and it was basically barren. As for the Spirit Beast clan, or rather, their stories, no one knew where they had gone. Had the narrative power been drained by Suyu and truly vanished, or had it fled to another galaxy? While it might seem unbelievable that a story could escape, Suyu knew it was entirely possible. Simply changing the coordinates of the story's location in the narrative book shifts the story's setting. For example, the story begins within the SCW-734 galaxy. Simply changing the name of the galaxy changes the entire location. Of course, this requires the ability to directly rewrite the story, a skill Suyu possesses. Previously, Suyu's rewrites were essentially continuations, adding new plot points and settings at the end. Now, Suyu can directly modify the original story. After all, he can erase over 1,000 characters. If he can erase, he can also write over. Now, I should have the power to dominate this universe. Suyu thought to himself, looking at his narrative book. Being able to erase and rewrite 1,783 characters is an extremely powerful ability. Chapter 725. Suyu can erase and rewrite 1,783 characters. This isn't a continuation of the story's ending, as before, but a rewrite of the original. Theoretically, with this ability, as long as he possesses sufficient intelligence, he could instantly destroy the entire universe before him. In fact, Suyu previously possessed the ability to destroy the universe, but that relied on a logical collapse, a mutually assured destruction. Now, however, Suyu possesses the ability to destroy the universe without triggering a logical collapse. The entire universe has its own story, and the beginning of that story is its birth. For example, 37.1 billion years ago, a massive explosion in the void gave birth to the current universe. This is the beginning of a universe's story. Suyu could simply rewrite the story of the universe's birth, or even simply prevent it from ever being born. Then, the universe would never have existed, and the entire universe would naturally be destroyed. It's incredibly convenient. Not only that, this ability isn't limited to destroying the universe. it can also achieve many other effects. For example, at the beginning of the universe's story, it could rewrite some of the universe's rules. Because the changes were directly based on the original story, preserving the universe's initial state, there would naturally be no logical collapse, allowing for stable operation. Of course, this rewrite presupposed that you could observe the universe's story and incorporate it into his narrative book. Otherwise, if the story wasn't even in the narrative book, how could he make changes? So he needed intelligence. Information about the various laws and history of the universe. However, this shouldn't be difficult. The information about this universe is based on basic physics. You only needs to return to the human mothership and consult the relevant materials, and there's a high probability he'd be able to obtain it. Given the technological level of the human empire in this universe, their research on the universe must be extremely in-depth. The universe's lifespan, physical laws, the curvature of space-time, the speed of light, and other constants, as well as the various evolutions that have occurred since the universe's birth, are surely all recorded. As long as he possesses this information, you will be able to incorporate the story of the universe into the narrative book, possessing the ability to destroy or rewrite the entire universe at any time. It's not that you has nothing better to do than to destroy the universe, but he currently only has the power of the 4th level, and he feels insecure. At least he has regained cosmic level power, although there are still many limitations on how to use it. As long as he incorporates the universe into the narrative book, you can create cosmic rules that benefit him, thereby rapidly recovering his strength. Suyu and hundreds of 4th level warriors had previously arrived at the spirit beast system, hoping to absorb the spiritual energy of the spirit beasts while fighting, thereby regaining their 5th level strength. However, they were so peculiar that they lacked any normal spiritual energy for him to absorb. Thankfully, Suyu, through some manipulation, absorbed their narrative power, and now upgraded his narrative book by over 100,000 levels, greatly enhancing its capabilities. However, Suyu's own spiritual power remained at the 4th level, showing no improvement. Now, Suyu intended to utilize his newly increased narrative power to enhance his spiritual power. First, Suyu attempted to review his own story. This story records everything that has happened since his time travel until now, without going into detail. There's no story about the time before the time travel. Is it because I was a spectator before the time travel? Suyu thought to himself. He still doesn't know where his audience reader trait came from, only vague guesses. To this day, Suyu hasn't found the universe he was in before the time travel. Even the narrative book can't reveal the story before the time travel. Perhaps once the narrative book reaches the maximum level, there will be new changes. In addition to being unable to reveal events before the time travel, the narrative book also fails to reveal the existence of the class panel. In the story, Suyu gained various abilities and classes out of thin air, not through any panel. It seems that the panel's level is higher than the narrative book's, which is why it can't be displayed. This wasn't unexpected to Suyu. After all, the narrative book class was unlocked through the panel. Suyu's thoughts were briefly distracted, and he returned his attention to the story after the time travel. Before, Suyu could only continue the story after its conclusion, much like Suyu had simply added the sentence "Suyu can transcend narrative layers" at the end. Now, Suyu could directly rewrite the previous story. In other words, he could now directly rewrite all his previous experiences. Although he could only rewrite a little over 1,000 words, if used effectively, his entire life and experiences would be drastically altered. But Suyu considered it for a moment and didn't act. He had some doubts. This kind of rewriting was at the narrative level, a completely different level from his previous use of the power of time to rewrite history. The past story is arguably the very essence of Suyu. If he rewrote the previous story, would his memories change? Would he still be himself? Would he still remember everything in the present? Even rewriting the story would trigger a chain reaction. Would he still be employed as the narrative book after the rewrite? If he couldn't be employed after the rewrite, wouldn't it be impossible to change back? Wouldn't that have screwed him? So Suyu pondered over it again, but ultimately decided not to act. This kind of thing requires caution. Suyu pondered for a moment, then focused his attention on the 4th level in the story. This was the strength Suyu had regained after arriving in this universe, after several battles, and absorbing vast amounts of spiritual energy. Now, with a single thought, Suyu could rewrite it, from 4th level to 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, any number would do. If Suyu wished, he could instantly regain his former peak strength, a power capable of destroying infinite universes with a single thought. But Suyu still didn't act. Because this was still a modification of his own story, Suyu couldn't predict the consequences. Unless absolutely necessary, I'd better not write about my own story. Suyu thought to himself. Suyu believed that every word in his story was his origin, an indispensable part of him. This origin was far more fundamental than any of his body cells, thoughts and memories, soul information, or past history. Cells, thoughts, and souls were constantly updating. Past history could also be changed. But the stories in these narrative books only extended backward. Once written, not a single word of the previous story could be changed. This was the ultimate, absolutely unchanging origin, Suyu's very essence. Suyu truly didn't want to change a single word of this. If he did, he might not be himself anymore. So, if I want to improve my strength, I should rewrite the external universe and create a large amount of spiritual energy for me to absorb. Chapter 726. For Suyu, the safest method is to rewrite the external environment through storytelling, generating a large amount of psychic energy for him to absorb quickly. This way, he wouldn't have to search for aliens to fight as he did before. As long as he absorbed psychic energy and restored his strength to the 5th or 6th level, his existence hunter and transmatter conversion abilities would function normally. Then, he wouldn't need the relatively primitive power of psychic energy. Any existence could be absorbed and become his power. At that point, it wouldn't be difficult for him to absorb the entire universe with a certain amount of time. After all, in his prime, he could destroy and create countless universes with a single thought. Although that was on the lower narrative level, the essence remained unchanged. The upper and lower narrative levels are, in some respects, equal. If Suyu could gain such powerful power in the lower level, he should be able to do so in the upper level as well. It's just that he currently lacks energy and supermatter, which prevents him from fully utilizing it. By then, with his full strength restored and the power of the Book of Narratives in hand, no one in this narrative layer would be a match for him. He could then go and find that hidden being. That hidden being had previously prevented Suyu from crossing the narrative layer, likely for this very reason. Suyu was incredibly powerful in the lower layer. If he possessed the same power in the upper layer, he would be practically invincible. Therefore, it's certain that the hidden being who wrote everything would again hinder Suyu's effort to absorb the entire universe. Furthermore, if the universe were absorbed, where would all these people be placed? Perhaps we can simply create a new universe through writing, without absorbing existing ones. Suyu thought of another possibility. That was to simply write a story, creating something out of nothing, creating a new universe, or even an infinite universe, for him to absorb. This was theoretically feasible. The power of the Book of Narratives was inherently unrealistic. However, the details of a universe were far too complex, and the number of words Suyu could currently write was probably not enough. So, the most urgent thing was to restore some strength. So, first write the story, generate psychic energy, and restore my strength. Then, write a new universe for me to absorb, and thus regain my full strength. Suyu formulated his plan. Then, with a thought, he vanished from his original location, heading towards the human light-year spaceship he had previously visited. Through that mothership, Suyu could gain access to the research of humans in this universe, thereby rewriting the universe's story and creating a vast amount of unknown psychic energy for him to absorb. Soon, Suyu quietly returned to the mothership, without alerting anyone. After all, he had gone out with 699 4th-level warriors, and he was the only one to return. He would undoubtedly be questioned and suspected. To avoid trouble, it was better to sneak in quietly. He used the power of the Book of Narratives to rewrite some of the mothership story settings, creating loopholes and allowing him to sneak in silently. Otherwise, with Suyu's current 4th-level strength, he would be like an ant against the light-year mothership, and infiltration would be impossible. But in Suyu's Book of Narratives, the light-year mothership was nothing more than a piece of text that could be modified. Suyu casually rewrote its defense system, implanted loopholes, and then flew in without any resistance. After entering the mothership, Suyu activated his data capabilities, connected to the mothership's network, and began searching. Sure enough, the mothership's database contained a vast amount of knowledge, including a wealth of cosmological insights. Suyu had a complete overview of the various rules and parameters of this universe. He memorized this data, then quietly departed the mothership, heading into deep space. He searched the starry sky for a desolate galaxy. It lacked any life and no useful mineral resources, so neither humans nor aliens had occupied it. After selecting a location, Suyu immediately began writing. This time, his writing was no longer a continuation of the universe, but a rewrite of the previous one. Having acquired the universe's data parameters, Suyu could partially rewrite the story without causing logical collapse. The part he wanted to rewrite was the desolate galaxy before him. Inside the star DG5323, at the dawn of the universe, a psychic seed was nurtured. After billions of years of development, this seed has become powerful enough. Suyu carefully rewrote the story of this galaxy. To fit the setting of this universe, Suyu configured a star and several planets within this galaxy to harbor psychic seeds. This seed is actually a special alien. While still in its infancy within a planet, it absorbs the star's energy and converts it into pure psychic energy. It instinctively camouflages itself, making the galaxy appear desolate and unnoticed. Finally, after billions of years of development, this psychic seed will absorb the entire planet, ultimately giving rise to a planetary or even stellar-class creature. However, this alien was obviously impossible to actually emerge. After all, it was prepared by Suyu for himself. Having finished writing, Suyu flew close to a planet and carefully examined it. Sure enough, a psychic seed lay hidden within the planet, constantly absorbing the planet's energy and matter to strengthen itself. This seed was so concealed that even a galactic-level powerhouse couldn't detect it without destroying the planet. But Suyu, its creator, naturally wouldn't be fooled. Sensing the powerful psychic energy brewing within the seed, Suyu nodded in satisfaction. A single seed could restore him to the power of a fifth-tier planet. Suyu didn't rush to absorb it, but cautiously observed his surroundings. Seeing no logical collapse, he felt relieved. Rewriting the story of the universe is still very risky. Suyu had always been cautious in his writing, striving for absolute certainty. So far, it seems to be working very well. Several psychic seeds had already been bred within this galaxy, but their past histories remained largely unchanged, as no psychic seeds had been discovered. Aside from the extra seeds, everything else remained normal. Suyu was relieved that there was no logical breakdown. With a flick of his mind, he immediately began absorbing the seed. Just one day later, Suyu's entire body trembled, emanating a planet-like pressure. The surrounding space and time seemed to be slightly distorted by his gravity. Finally, I've recovered to the 5th level. Suyu felt a slight joy in his heart. Next, as long as he absorbed all the remaining seeds, he would be able to restore his strength to the 6th level of a star. Chapter 727. At this moment, he felt that his several powerful classes, such as Book of Narratives, Existence Hunter, Supermatter Transformation, Origin of Destruction, and Spirit God, had become much more active, capable of unleashing even greater power. Suyu now no longer needed to absorb psychic energy. He could directly absorb planetary matter. However, psychic energy was still easier to absorb, and the remaining psychic seeds were reserved for this purpose. So, in just a few minutes, Suyu had absorbed all the remaining psychic seeds in the entire galaxy, including the one within the star. At this point, Suyu's strength naturally returned to stellar level. He looked at the barren planets in the galaxy and, with a flicker of his mind, activated his Existence Hunter ability to absorb the supermatter of these planets. Though the psychic seeds within these planets were absorbed, the planets themselves did not disappear. Their existence was also a tonic for Suyu. Other transcendents could not absorb bare planets, but Suyu could. Not only planets, but anything with existence, including spacetime itself. He truly possessed the ability to devour the universe. But Suyu thought about it, and decided to give up. He wasn't strong enough yet, and his absorption rate for supermatter couldn't match his psychic energy. Continuing to write in this way, creating new psychic energy seeds, and then absorbing them would be more efficient. Besides, the psychic energy seeds were created out of thin air by Suyu by modifying the story, so they were very concealed. Their absorption wouldn't affect the story of this universe. Before and after the psychic energy seeds were consumed, the galaxy showed virtually no changes on the surface, so naturally, it wouldn't affect the story's development. If Suyu simply devoured planets, 1 or 2 would be fine, but if he devoured them en masse, the loss of a large number of planets in the universe would undoubtedly draw attention. The entity behind the scenes was undoubtedly monitoring everything in the universe, using the Book of Narratives. The sudden disappearance of so many planets would be impossible to conceal. However, Suyu's method of creating and then absorbing psychic seeds offered a chance of concealment. After all, Suyu was revising the universe's past, not the current story. Just like a new chapter in a book, it's naturally noticeable, but if a single line of text is changed in an earlier chapter, it's harder to detect. Of course, if too many changes were made, they would still be discovered, so Suyu had to hurry and recover his strength before being discovered. In fact, the entity behind the scenes was undoubtedly monitoring Suyu's every move, but Suyu's nature was special after all. The entity behind the scenes could only see Suyu's presence in this galaxy, but wouldn't know what he was doing or the details of his recovery. Suyu's current story, due to his unique nature, would be difficult to record in detail in other narrative books. Only his own narrative book could record every detail in such detail. After absorbing the psychic energy from the desolate galaxy, Suyu immediately leaped into the depths of the universe without stopping. Now possessing stellar-level strength, his speed naturally increased significantly, and he soon arrived at the edge of a galaxy. He did not stop, merely passed through. But this mere passing through had already brought about earth-shattering changes. In the process of passing through, Suyu had modified the stories of numerous planets in this galaxy, allowing them to nurture psychic seeds, which he then absorbed. He chose only desolate planets, intent on avoiding attention. His current strength was immense, and his writing and absorbing speed was incredibly rapid. By the time he had completely passed through this galaxy, he had already absorbed the psychic energy equivalent to that of tens of billions of planets. After passing through a few more galaxies, I should be able to regain galactic-level strength, Suyu thought to himself, speeding off towards another galaxy. Suyu passed through galaxy after galaxy, never stopping. On the surface, he seemed to be searching for something. In reality, he wasn't looking for anything. He was simply secretly cultivating psychic seeds to restore his strength. Finally, after passing through the 17th galaxy, Suyu's power had reached galactic level. He was now a walking galaxy, possessing the power of hundreds of billions of stars. Such power, while insignificant compared to the entire universe, was enough to draw attention. The existence behind this should have been discovered. Suyu thought to himself. He had quietly regained so much strength that no matter how slow the being behind the scenes was, it wouldn't be able to fail to notice anything. Next, it would depend on what that being behind the scenes planned to do. Suyu flew across one galaxy after another, waiting in the dark. Now, the number of characters he could write had reached tens of billions. Tens of billions of characters was close to writing a whole new universe. At the same time, his ability to erase and rewrite characters had also increased significantly with his restored power. He used to be able to rewrite just over 1,000 characters, but now it had reached tens of millions. So now, with a single thought, he could rewrite the stories of all the planets in a galaxy, causing them to nurture psychic seeds for him to absorb. Soon, his power would rise to the point where he could create a new universe. At that point, his strength would increase exponentially, no longer constrained by energy. He would rapidly expand to the cosmic level, beyond it, and even to the infinite universe level. This was Suyu's previously unrivaled strength in the lower narrative planes. At this point, Suyu's strength was insufficient. The galaxy level was still somewhat insignificant compared to the universe. So, he never sought the existence behind the scenes, nor did he search for the higher dimensional fates bound to the origin of destruction. After all, it was uncertain whether they existed in this universe, and no matter how hard he searched, there would be no results. Suyu had always desired to regain strength above the cosmic level in this narrative plane, only then would he have the confidence to act. However, would the existence behind the scenes truly fulfill his wish? Once Suyu's strength surpassed the cosmic level, he would likely pose a threat to the existence behind the scenes. Sure enough, once Suyu's strength rose to 7 times the galaxy level, with a further increase, he would be able to create a new universe using the Book of Narratives. At this moment, the attack from the hidden entity arrived. Suyu had originally been performing a hyperspace jump through a desolate star field, searching for the next suitable galaxy. But after this jump, he landed not in the desolate galaxy he had originally intended, but in an unfamiliar one. My hyperspace jump destination has been changed. Suyu was startled, thinking that the hidden entity had rewritten his story, altered his thoughts, and changed his hyperspace jump target. He quickly checked the narrative book, and was immediately relieved. The narrative book's record showed that his story had not been altered. What had been altered was the universe. The hidden entity had directly moved his original target galaxy. So, after this hyperspace jump, Suyu arrived directly here. And this is the Spirit Beast clan's headquarters. So, the entire Spirit Beast clan is a weapon of the hidden entity. Suyu had barely conceived a thought when the invisible attack arrived. Chapter 728. The attack was invisible and intangible. Even Suyu himself couldn't sense its effects, nor did he suffer any injuries. But he knew he had been attacked. Because he saw it, he saw the star field before him. The star field Suyu was currently in was tens of billions of light years in diameter, with at least trillions of galaxies. Such a vast area, with so many galaxies, was filled with a chaotic array of spirit beasts. Of course, Suyu hadn't yet recovered to cosmic level, so he couldn't see such a vast area with his naked eyes or psychic powers, but rather with the Book of Narratives' perceptive abilities. When Suyu arrived in this star field, every story there had been detected and recorded in the Book of Narratives, making it crystal clear. As expected of one of the 3 supreme races, the star field they occupied was quite large. The human empire in this universe was extremely powerful, and the spirit beasts, as an alien race capable of rivaling the human empire, were also extremely powerful. At this moment, Suyu finally saw the true power of the Spirit Beast clan. The Spirit Beast clan he had seen before was merely the tip of the iceberg. What he saw now was the main base. The entire star field was bathed in a lush green hue. The Spirit Beast clan was the awakening of various unintelligent natural creatures, but for some reason, regardless of their original species, they all became lush green after awakening. Looking closely, he saw a vast number of bizarre-looking Spirit Beast clan members, living in equally bizarre buildings or vehicles, living, fighting, and creating within this vast star field. This was the Spirit Beast clan's main base, and under normal circumstances, it was free of external enemies. Then they fought among themselves. The entire star field seemed bustling with activity, a war raging constantly across billions of galaxies. The impact of the war, coupled with the strange powers of the Spirit Beasts, resulted in a paucity of round planets, and even fewer neatly shaped galaxies within these trillions of galaxies. The entire star field was a chaotic mess, and it was a wonder it had managed to function stably until now. However, the above only represents the view from the perspective of ordinary creatures. If Suyu were merely an ordinary galaxy-level transcendent, this would be the scene he would have seen. As the book of narrative, Suyu possessed the power of narrative, allowing him to see things that ordinary creatures could not. He saw that within this vast star field, trillions of galaxies and countless spirit beasts vaguely formed a distorted, indistinct book. Yes, a book. A vast tome constructed from trillions of galaxies and countless spirit beast tribes, using the invisible power and thread of narrative that only Suyu could perceive. This book is incredibly twisted and abstract. If Suyu weren't the book of narration, he wouldn't have been able to see it at all. The trillions of galaxies are the pages. The countless spirit beast tribes are the words within. The activities and wars of the spirit beast tribes are the words constantly written. Even Suyu couldn't make out the contents. It was so chaotic, like the graffiti of a mentally ill person. However, unlike ordinary transcendence, Suyu managed to discern a key word from the chaotic text. That key word was Suyu. Suyu saw his name on this vast tome. He instantly sensed something was amiss. He also concluded that the entire Spirit Beast clan, along with this star field, was a weapon behind the scenes. A narrative weapon. Now, that entity behind the scenes was using this weapon to attack Suyu, and the attack wasn't a conventional energy attack, a physical attack, a rule attack, a mental attack, or anything like that. These attacks were too low level for Suyu's current abilities. This was a narrative attack. The Spirit Beast clan was constantly active, using their very selves as writing, rewriting and modifying Suyu's story. But Suyu couldn't discern what they were writing. The writing was a jumbled mess, practically devoid of logic. Can a narrative book even take on this form? Can a narrative book even contain such a logical text? Suyu was puzzled. According to his observations, the entire Spirit Beast clan, along with this star field, was like a gigantic narrative book. That's why the Spirit Beasts possess such strange and unreasonable powers, practically making their wishes come true. They are themselves part of the narrative book, possessing narrative power, and the ability to write their own stories. This wasn't surprising to Suyu. Even though the narrative book was enormous, it was nothing to him. Size wasn't a problem. Suyu had previously been able to hold the entire universe within his consciousness, so a mere star field seemed small. What truly concerned and perplexed Suyu was the neurological nature of the narrative book's contents. According to Suyu's experience, logic is a crucial element when writing a story. Without it, a horrible collapse would result. But now, this group of spirit beasts seemed to ignore this. They frantically wrote Suyu's story, devoid of any logic, yet without any logical collapse. Previously, when Suyu was in the spirit beast system, he had witnessed their power to rewrite and erase stories. But even with this rewriting and erasure, the spirit beasts still maintained a certain logic. Once their logic collapsed, they would erase and reset the entire story. And now, having arrived at the spirit beast base camp, Suyu had witnessed a far more powerful and bizarre power. They had completely disregarded logic, writing in such a chaotic manner, yet still without causing a logical collapse. What was the principle behind this? Suyu was somewhat bewildered. He was only certain that they were up to no good, and were definitely attacking. But what would the effect of their attack be? Although he knew they were attacking, he could not sense it. Suyu had not suffered any injuries, was not lacking energy, and was fully conscious. The story about himself in his narrative book remained unchanged. Suyu needed to understand what the other party had done before he could launch a counterattack. But with no reaction at all, Suyu felt hesitant to act rashly. Is the other party's attack in vain? This thought suddenly crossed Suyu's mind. But he instantly dismissed it. In the narrative book composed of countless spirit beasts, Suyu's name flashed faster and faster. Was such a grand display truly in vain? Could it be that the other party's attack had already taken effect, but I simply couldn't sense it? Could I not detect it? Suyu was startled. If that were the case, the problem was serious. Chapter 729. Realizing the possibility of an attack effect he couldn't detect, Suyu hurriedly checked his narrative book again, focusing on his own story. There were still no issues. All the stories seemed normal, with no unexpected text or paragraphs. Suyu's biggest concern was that the unknown attack would alter his past stories. This modification wasn't a timeline-level alteration. A mere timeline alteration would be meaningless to Suyu now. For example, altering the past timeline so that Suyu died immediately upon crossing to Azure Star would make it seem as if Suyu was dead, having never existed from the beginning. But this was only a never existed at the temporal level. In the narrative book, this alteration essentially wrote a new chapter at the end of the existing story. The content read, the timeline was altered, and Suyu died at the beginning of the timeline. In essence, this alteration had no impact on the stories that had already occurred. The past stories still existed, still recorded in the narrative book. Therefore, this type of attack on the timeline was meaningless to Suyu. He could use the book of narratives to erase such modifications at any time. Possessing the power of narrative, Suyu had long since transcended the constraints of time and space. Time attacks that were terrifying to ordinary transcendence were nothing but a joke to him. What he truly worried about were attacks that altered the narrative. If the previous story in the book of narratives were altered to read, the timeline was altered, and Suyu died at the beginning of his time travel. This was a completely different concept and intensity from the timeline modifications. If such a modification were made, Suyu would have truly ceased to exist from the very beginning, having died instantly. Even if it weren't so extreme, simply writing Suyu off and randomly modifying a few details would be enough to make Suyu suffer. So Suyu took it very seriously, repeatedly checking the contents of the narrative book, worried about possible modifications. After all, who would believe that the Spirit Beast tribe had made such a big fuss and had no effect? But Suyu instantly analyzed his own story in the narrative book from beginning to end, countless times, and could not find any modifications. But Suyu was not completely reassured. He worried that such modifications would be invisible and undetectable. Theoretically, if Suyu's previous story was modified, then his past experiences, related memories, and the records in the narrative book would be altered. He would not remember what happened before the changes, but only what happened after. This would naturally make Suyu unable to detect the changes, let alone what had been changed. This is the most terrifying thing, being changed, yet unaware of what has been changed. Suyu himself had previously been afraid to alter his own stories, fearing unpredictable consequences. Naturally, he was also worried about being altered by his enemies. Thinking of this, Suyu looked at the narrative book composed of the spirit beasts before him, a cold glint in his eyes. He was about to launch his own narrative attack, wiping out that race, or even, in extreme cases, wiping out the entire universe. With Suyu now, he was fully capable of such a feat. Though those spirit beasts were bizarre, they could form a vast narrative book with billions of galaxies, making them extremely powerful, but they also had obvious weaknesses. The original narrative book lay plainly before Suyu, capable of complete destruction. Theoretically, even an ordinary transcendental being without any narrative power could destroy it if they were strong enough. What's more, Suyu wasn't one to simply be attacked without fighting back. Although wiping out the entire Spirit Beast clan might lead to a logical breakdown, Suyu couldn't afford to worry about that now. Unknown attacks could be eroding him, and he had to fight tooth and nail. But Suyu suppressed this impulse, and didn't act immediately. Attacking without understanding the situation could only make matters worse. The narrative book composed of these spirit beasts lay plainly before Suyu. There was definitely something wrong. Destroying it rashly, who knew what would happen next? Suyu, with his vast combat experience, knew that the more dangerous the situation, the less reckless he should be. Even if he wanted to fight to the death, he had to first understand the situation. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a fight but a death. Don't panic. They might not have altered my story. My narrative book is unlocked through a panel, and its essence is extremely high. Plus, I have the trait of a viewer and reader, so directly rewriting my story is extremely difficult. Even if they did, I shouldn't have felt nothing at all. That wouldn't be normal. So, most likely, they didn't directly alter my story. Suyu calmly analyzed the situation and quickly concluded that they most likely didn't alter his past. If they could alter Suyu's story at will, they would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? Suyu felt relieved at this thought. At the same time, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he thought of something more. So, at most, The other party is indirectly influencing me through other means. Could it be that the other party didn't modify my story, but instead altered the stories of people I know? Suyu thought to himself. Then, he hurriedly began to review the stories of those familiar figures in his memory. Yang Lai Tailong, Xia Yitian, the Ghost Emperor, the tyrannical evil god, and so on. These early acquaintances of Suyu were closely tied to his rise to prominence. If these people's stories changed, Suyu's past would naturally change as well. The person behind the scenes might be trying to indirectly influence Suyu by modifying their stories. In fact, Suyu had previously reviewed these people's stories while reviewing his own, and found nothing amiss. He was just reviewing them again, and naturally, he still found nothing. These people's stories seemed normal. That doesn't make sense. Suyu was puzzled, then another possibility occurred to him. He began to investigate those acquaintances of acquaintances. Suyu was familiar with Yang Lai, Tailong, and the others, but they also had their own acquaintances. Suyu wasn't necessarily familiar with those people. They had little interaction. But their stories might indirectly influence Yang Lai, Tailong, and the others, and thus indirectly influence Suyu. After finding this line of thought, Suyu investigated again, but still found nothing. These acquaintances of acquaintances remained perfectly normal. Suyu, however, was certain of his fate, and continued to investigate these acquaintances of acquaintances of acquaintances, directly investigating the stories of everyone in their entire network. This amount of investigation was enormous. Thankfully, Suyu's computing power was immense, and he quickly exhausted it all. Finally found it. It's so strange. Suyu saw that the stories of those acquaintances of acquaintances of acquaintances had begun to become filled with illogical gibberish, just like the spirit beasts before him. Chapter 730. Humans are social animals. Aside from certain individuals who are isolated from society, the trajectory of a normal person's story constantly intersects with the stories of others. People influence others, and others also influence them. If the stories of others change, the person themselves will be affected and change as well. For example, when Suyu was still in Shelter 73, to deal with Li He, he collaborated with Yang Lai, the old manager, and others. Ultimately, Suyu improved his strength and successfully defeated Li He. If Yang Lai, Li He, and others had died long ago, this story would naturally not exist. Suyu's life trajectory would have changed. Similarly, Yang Lai, Li He, and others would have experienced the same situation themselves. If the story trajectories of those around them changed, their human trajectories would have changed as well, in turn affecting Suyu. This is exactly what Suyu is facing now. However, the people Suyu is encountering now are acquaintances separated by several layers. Acquaintances of acquaintances of acquaintances. It wasn't just acquaintances. There were ancestors, parents, and even acquaintances of their ancestors and parents, creating an even greater distance. With such layers of isolation, it's no wonder Suyu had such difficulty identifying the problem before. When someone, separated from Suyu by countless layers of ties, and completely unrelated, saw their story change, Suyu naturally wouldn't notice it immediately. By the time he discovered it, the problem was already serious. To put it simply, Suyu's past story, besides himself, also included those acquaintances, and the acquaintances of acquaintances. Almost all other characters and stories had become a strange garbled mess. The impact was so wide that it encompassed the entire primordial universe. Before Suyu crossed over, he had heard a theory that, through 7 people, one could know anyone else. In other words, theoretically, the network of 7 people could be extended to encompass billions of people worldwide. And Suyu's acquaintances were far more than just 7. If one also counted the networks of their parents, ancestors, and so on, it would encompass every living being in the primordial universe. This included the human empire, various alien creatures, and various demons and evil gods of the warp. The stories of these creatures had now been transformed into illogical gibberish by the narrative book composed by the spirit beasts. Only Suyu and his acquaintances remained. Not only the stories of these creatures, but also the story of the universe itself had become garbled. Only the planets and galaxies Suyu had visited remained. This inevitably affected Suyu. After all, his story constantly interacted with other people and other things. Without the stories of those people and events, how could Suyu's story logic remain unaffected? For example, if the human empire had never existed in the first place, then many of Suyu's experiences wouldn't make sense. This is the extermination of my 9 clans. No 99 clans. Suyu thought to himself. The extermination of 9 clans was an ancient punishment in the world Suyu traveled to before crossing over. All of a prisoner's blood relatives were exterminated. Theoretically, a person's 9 clans could include dozens or even hundreds of people. But Suyu now has more than 9 clans. All 99 are gone. 99 clans would essentially encompass the entire universe. This tactic behind the scenes was truly brutal. Although most creatures in the universe had no interaction with Suyu and had nothing to do with him, their existence was the foundation of all the stories Suyu had experienced. If lost, all of Suyu's experiences would be nothing but castles in the air, without any support. What would follow might be a logical collapse, and not a logical collapse in the outside world, but a logical collapse within Suyu himself. It seems I'm still inexperienced in narrative-level combat. I was caught off guard and fell for it. Suyu thought to himself. He hadn't imagined such a tactic before. After all, his time as the narrative book was short, and he hadn't had many opportunities to use it in combat. Furthermore, narrative-level combat was inherently unpredictable, and Suyu had fallen for it without a careless mistake. Was it really just a careless mistake? Suyu suddenly had a thought. He suspected his consciousness had been secretly influenced, which was why he hadn't considered the 99 clans move. But if the other party could influence his thoughts, why would they go through so much trouble, using his 99 clans to influence him? Thinking of this, Suyu hurriedly searched the depths of his consciousness. Deep within Suyu's consciousness was stored information about all the creatures in the original universe, the so-called Transcendent Council. With this information, Suyu could resurrect them at any time and rebuild the universe. At this moment, that information hadn't disappeared or turned into garbled code. It still existed intact. Suyu could still resurrect them. But in the narrative book, the stories of these creatures have all become garbled. This defies logic. Without the stories of these creatures, how could their information even exist? Under normal circumstances, if the stories become garbled, these people would also become garbled, completely disappearing from Suyu's stories and memories. This, in turn, affects Suyu, causing the logic of a story to collapse. This is the vicious attack launched by the entity behind the scenes using the spirit beasts. But this attack seems to have gotten stuck at a certain point and never fully launched. As a result, Suyu is still alive and well. Suyu's mind raced, and a sudden glint of light flashed in his eyes as he understood. So, as a reader, I've entered the story, which itself defies logic to a certain extent. So, I can do things that defy logic. Suyu is able to defy logic and retain information beyond the council because he himself defies logic. That's why the attack didn't fully launch. Thinking of this, Suyu felt relieved. This attack from the entity behind the scenes seemed no longer a concern. Wait. That's not right. The entity behind the scenes should also know about my characteristics. Then what's the point of launching such a useless attack? Suyu thought to himself. At this moment, Suyu noticed that the stories of the 99 clans of creatures throughout the universe in the narrative book suddenly changed from garbled text to a relatively logical story. While it was still a bit messy, it was now understandable. In the story, these creatures seemed to have become a group of fools with low IQs, possessing a strange power similar to wish fulfillment. Whatever they believed, no matter how outrageous or illogical, seemed to come true. In short, these creatures had all become spirit beasts. At the same time, Suyu suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. Is this the entity behind the scenes' true attack plan? Narrative pollution? Chapter 731. Now, Suyu's narrative book, recording stories of the primordial universe, surpassing the billions of creatures in the council, has unexpectedly become a chaotic mess, resembling the spirit beast clan. Suyu saw that within those stories, each of these creatures had become less intelligent, wielding inexplicable powers, and fighting each other for no apparent reason, muddling the entire narrative. But as he watched, Suyu suddenly thought, this group of creatures was quite cheerful, and there was nothing wrong with it. But a moment later, Suyu realized something was wrong. Why would he have such thoughts? Sure enough, this is a form of pollution. Suyu quickly adjusted his mindset, slaying the strange thoughts that had just emerged, and returning to his previous state. Suyu believed that this situation was a form of pollution at the narrative level. The being behind the scenes, controlling everything and writing everything, forcibly affixed the characteristics of the Spirit Beast clan stories to the creatures associated with Suyu, assimilating them, transforming them into a logical Spirit Beast clan. This, in turn, would affect Suyu. The ultimate goal is to assimilate Suyu, turning him into a Spirit Beast. According to the current story, Suyu has existed from the outset in a universe populated solely by Spirit Beasts. There is no human empire, not even a single human, only a Spirit Beast empire. Naturally, there is no glorious emperor, only a lush green Spirit Beast king. This king doesn't seem particularly intelligent, capable of reckless chopping and slashing his way through the universe. Every day, he leads a large number of Spirit Beasts on a slash and slash spree. In this story, Suyu surprisingly finds it quite pleasant to be in this state of mind, this state of mindless, this chaotic state, without wisdom. Clearly, it was the pollution that had affected it. Thankfully, Suyu reacted instantly. But this pollution actually had the power to affect Suyu. The attack from behind the scenes had begun to take effect. As the pollution deepened, Suyu feared he would sooner or later lose his mind and become a true spirit beast. Suyu naturally wouldn't let that happen. Now that he had a basic understanding of the situation, it was time to strike back. Suyu moved his mind and attempted to write on the book of narratives, attempting to erase the spirit beast's stronghold, encompassing trillions of galaxies. This vast starry sky, encompassing trillions of galaxies, and the countless spirit beasts that inhabited it, formed a book of narratives. The existence behind the scenes had used this book to attack and pollute Suyu. Suyu's first instinct to strike back was to erase the book. However, from the very beginning, Suyu realized this was impossible. Because these spirit beasts possessed some strange trait that defied logic. Suyu had originally attempted to erase them with the book of narratives. He erased the origin story of the spirit beasts from his narrative book. Without their origins, they naturally ceased to exist. Suyu also altered the origin story of this starry sky, causing it to be destroyed by stellar activity at the dawn of the universe, becoming a vast void within the sky. Without the spirit beasts and the starry sky, this vast narrative book encompassing trillions of galaxies would vanish into thin air, posing no threat to Suyu. However, despite Suyu's actions, they did not achieve the desired effect. Those spirit beasts and this starry sky, despite having their origins erased from Suyu's narrative book, still existed. This defies logic completely. Because the strange spirit beast race itself defies logic. Their stories are inherently chaotic, and they constantly revise their own stories, making them even more chaotic. But despite this chaos, strangely, it doesn't cause a logical breakdown. On the contrary, it infects everything around them like a plague. According to the human empire's records of the spirit beasts of the past were definitely not so rebellious. It's probably because of my arrival that the forces behind the scenes have fully unleashed the spirit beast's unique characteristics and weaponized them. That previous spirit beast star system was probably just a test and experiment, Suyu reasoned. Previously, Suyu and several 104th level human warriors conquered a spirit beast star system. Logically, their fighting power should have been more than sufficient, but in the end, they were almost completely annihilated. That spirit beast star system completely disregards the rules and logic of this universe. And they can constantly erase and reset their stories to avoid logical breakdowns. The spirit beasts in this galaxy were completely different from the intelligence Suyu had gathered. While normal spirit beasts were somewhat chaotic, they weren't this bizarre. They had fought the human empire for eons, and nothing like this had ever happened. Yet, upon Suyu's arrival they had. Thus, Suyu believed that the galaxy itself was an experiment targeting Suyu. Suyu had benefited from his experience in that galaxy, upgrading the book of narrative by over 100,000 levels. The entity behind this had likely also collected certain data, and significantly upgraded the entire Spirit Beast clan. The Spirit Beasts now seemed to be able to ignore logical collapse without having to reset or erase their stories. That's why they could launch narrative pollution against Suyu, attempting to assimilate him into a fool. Faced with such an adversary, Suyu felt almost powerless to attack. Suyu had clearly launched a narrative attack, but it had no effect. In fact, Suyu's actions had only exacerbated the chaos and illogicality of the spirit beasts. After all, Suyu had erased their origin stories, yet they still existed. Wasn't that even more chaotic and illogical? Thus, Suyu's counterattack not only failed to resolve the pollution within him, but actually exacerbated it. Suyu felt his consciousness suddenly blurry, and an inexplicable joy rose within him, making him want to abandon thought and become a joyful fool. Sure enough, my earlier caution was right. A reckless counterattack will only lead to more serious consequences, Suyu thought to himself. Previously, Suyu clearly knew that it was the vast narrative book formed by trillions of galaxies before him that launched the attack on him, but he hadn't retaliated. He was worried that a rash counterattack would lead to unpredictable consequences. And now, as expected, after the counterattack, the enemy's pollution had only intensified. Change it back. Suyu's mind moved, and he changed the origin story of the spirit beasts and this starry sky. When he had previously retaliated, the changes he had made were not many. After all, a story can be long, but the origin can be just a paragraph. Suyu had previously deleted this paragraph, and changing it back now was easy. This was a deliberate backup plan, and now it was put to use. After changing the story back, Suyu immediately launched a new counterattack. Chapter 732. After Suyu rewrote the origin story of the Spirit Beast tribe and this starry sky, their chaotic and illogical state indeed eased somewhat. But even though it eased, their pollution still eroded Suyu, threatening to turn him into a blithe fool. Suyu frowned, pondering what power could possibly stop this erosion. The power of destruction? Using the power of destruction to forcibly destroy this starry sky was certainly possible. Suyu had now recovered to a strength above the galaxy level, and the power of destruction could unleash its might. With time, he could completely destroy this starry sky, perhaps even upgrading it. However, this would likely exacerbate the Spirit Beast tribe's chaotic and illogical state, because they themselves lack logic. Even if destroyed by the power of destruction, they would likely continue to exist in a bizarre state. To be able to continue to exist even after being destroyed is a manifestation of illogicality. It would even deepen their illogicality, further polluting and corroding Suyu. If the power of destruction doesn't work, then Suyu's other powers are basically useless either. In a sense, this characteristic of the Spirit Beasts makes them practically invincible. Virtually any attack can't truly threaten them, only making them stronger. After all, they don't even follow logic, so how can we defeat them? The very meaning of defeat is within normal logic, but they defy it. It seems this is the only way. Faced with such an unprecedented and incredibly strange enemy, Suyu wasn't completely helpless. He pondered for a moment, then began revising and writing in his narrative book. His revisions to the writing were divided into two parts. The first part was to revise the stories of the Spirit Beasts and those of the Beyond Council. The specific content of these revisions was not, as before, an attempt to erase the Spirit Beast stories, but rather, to correct and calibrate them. The Spirit Beast stories were a mess, almost illogical. The almost part was because their stories still contained some logical elements, rather than pure gibberish. Even if it were pure illogical gibberish, within such absolute disorder, there would still be some order and logic. Suyu, using these logical elements as a foundation, began to revise them, transforming their gibberish into a logical, normal story. Similarly, for those of the Beyond Council who had become Spirit Beasts, Suyu would modify their stories in the same way, restoring their original, normal stories. This was Suyu's counterattack. Since the person behind the scenes had distorted the stories, Suyu would correct them. It's like a novel that, due to some error, is filled with typos, reverse paragraphs, and illogical, making it completely unreadable. Suyu is now revising this chaotic novel, correcting all the typos, restoring the reverse paragraphs, and revising the logic. Simply put, Suyu is using logic to combat chaos, using his own logical writing to cover up the chaotic story of the Spirit Beast tribe. This is a massive undertaking. Compared to destruction, creation is always the most difficult. And what Suyu is now facing is even more difficult than creation itself, repeatedly repairing something that has been broken, like piecing together an infinitely fragmented puzzle. Even the puzzle itself was constantly changing, interfering with Suyu's judgment. But what Suyu lacked most was patience. Theoretically, if all the stories were revised and corrected, the Spirit Beast tribe would become a normal race, no longer posing any threat. And those members of the Transcendent Council, who had become Spirit Beasts, would be restored to their original state. But this was only theoretical. It was impossible to achieve in practice. Because the forces behind the scenes wouldn't let Suyu have his way, the Spirit Beast tribe's story was constantly changing, becoming increasingly illogical and chaotic. No sooner had Suyu repaired it than it changed again. So Suyu hadn't expected to defeat the enemy this way. Suyu's revisions and repairs were merely defensive measures, to slow the erosion of the illogical story. Although the repaired story would soon become chaotic and illogical again, its impact on Suyu would be much less severe before it changed. Suyu, in turn, took this opportunity to write another paragraph in his narrative book. What he wrote was, Suyu can absorb the narrative power of the Spirit Beast tribe. That's right, another illogical one-sentence story. Since the Spirit Beast tribe before him didn't follow logic, using this one-sentence story wouldn't worry about logical breakdowns. Suyu was repeating his old trick, trying to exploit the Spirit Beast tribe. Back in that Spirit Beast tribe star system, Suyu had used this method to absorb the other party's narrative power, increasing his level by over 100,000. In the end, the Spirit Beast tribe in that star system couldn't handle it and fled. Now, Suyu had arrived at the Spirit Beast tribe's main camp, where the narrative power was far greater than in that small star system before. By absorbing the narrative power within, Suyu feared he could reach the maximum level for the narrative book class. Boom! As Suyu wrote these words, the narrative book, comprised of the entire Spirit Beast clan Starfield, seemed to fall silent for a moment. Gained 100000000000000. The next moment, Suyu felt his own professional experience soar, his level increasing rapidly. In a blink of an eye, he had reached over 1,000 levels, and the speed was accelerating. The narrative power within the Spirit Beast clan's headquarters was indeed extremely powerful. However, despite Suyu's absorption of a vast amount of narrative power, the Spirit Beast clan showed no sign of weakening. On the contrary, the words within the vast narrative book, comprised of the Spirit Beast clan Starfield, flickered even more intensely. Suyu instantly felt the erosion he was suffering become even more severe. As expected, Suyu had anticipated this. When facing a powerful and illogical enemy, any attempt to counterattack would only strengthen the enemy. Suyu absorbed the narrative power of the Spirit Beasts, only to see them grow even stronger. As Suyu leveled up, so did they. Suyu even felt that they weren't trying to stop him from absorbing the narrative power. Instead, they actively cooperated, allowing Suyu to absorb it, trying to accelerate the contamination. Suyu sensed that the narrative power he absorbed from them was also tainted with illogical qualities. Clearly, this wasn't so easy to plunder. As he absorbed it, Suyu felt his heart grow happier, his mind emptier. He suddenly felt the urge to completely abandon himself and merge into the narrative book composed of the vast starry sky. If this keeps going, I'm afraid I become a fool. I must succeed. Chapter 733. Clearly, the narrative power within the Spirit Beast clan's base camp was fundamentally different from the one Suyu had previously acquired in that galaxy. The existence behind the scenes was using narrative power to write stories and corrupt Suyu, an indirect attack, the equivalent of secretly poisoning him. Now, Suyu was absorbing a large amount of the opponent's narrative power, actively seizing the opponent's poison and consuming it. With Suyu being so proactive, the opponent naturally cooperated. So, the more Suyu leveled up, the more foolish he felt. For Suyu, this was a matter even more terrifying than death. But Suyu remained unmoved, continuing to absorb the vast amount of narrative power, rapidly leveling his narrative book. Suyu didn't expect to defeat the opponent this way. He directly wanted to use this opportunity to strengthen himself, reaching the maximum level as quickly as possible and attaining core specializations. If the enemy was unreasonable, then he could only rely on the even more unreasonable class panel to deal with it. The dashboard never disappoints Suyu. When the book of narrative reaches its maximum level, it will surely bring him a surprise. All Suyu needs to do is persevere until that moment arrives and not become a fool. So, while frantically absorbing narrative power, Suyu constantly corrects the stories of the Spirit Beast clan, thereby delaying the illogical encroachment. In this way, Suyu's book of narrative class soon reached over 700,000 levels, edging ever closer to the maximum level. And the overwhelming joy in his heart grew stronger. At the same time, he faintly heard a voice, a calling. That voice told Suyu to give up resistance and join him. There lies the eternal destination, the true transcendence. At this point, Suyu's IQ had plummeted so much that upon hearing such a voice, he almost believed it, truly abandoning all thought, becoming a completely blissful fool, merging into the big family of the Spirit Beast clan and becoming a member of it. Fortunately, Suyu woke up at the last moment and didn't fall for the trick. But that moment of trance still allowed Suyu to glimpse a clue about the existence behind the scenes. So, is this its way to transcend? The existence behind the scenes that attacked Suyu had never appeared, and no one knew where its true form was hidden. It had never spoken to Suyu. But just now, that strange voice seemed to be the voice of that existence behind the scenes, tempting Suyu to abandon his wisdom and merge with it. In that moment, Suyu had truly merged with it, connecting with the subtle thoughts of all the spirit beasts. So Suyu understood the existence behind the scenes intentions. The existence behind the scenes wanted to transcend the narrative, no longer be written into or altered by any higher narrative. Achieving such a feat is extremely difficult, and the path that existence behind the scenes chose was to abandon wisdom, to abandon self, and become a completely new life form formed by the fusion of countless lives, blind and foolish, without wisdom, logic, or self. According to the concept of the behind-the-scenes being, if this form were developed to its full potential, it could transcend the narrative layer, unaffected by the influence of the higher layers. In other words, the vast starry sky before Suyu, and the countless spirit beasts, were actually the limbs of the behind-the-scenes being. The behind-the-scenes being hadn't disappeared. It had long since appeared. It was the spirit beasts. These countless spirit beasts appeared separate, yet they were essentially one. Even the stories of the spirit beasts transformed from the Transcendent Council in Suyu's narrative book were considered part of the behind-the-scenes being. All spirit beasts were essentially one, fused into one, becoming the behind-the-scenes being. It could be said that the existence behind the scenes is the collective consciousness of the spirit beasts. This is their path to transcendence, a path of blind foolishness, and now, this powerful being, encompassing the entire spirit beast clan, is using its illogical narrative power to erode Suyu, turning him into a part of it. This path, in theory, is actually feasible. Suyu instantly realized that this was a viable path to transcendence. After all, the spirit beasts don't even adhere to logic, so even if the upper narrative layer writes about them, it's useless. This is naturally transcendence. However, the spirit beast's transcendence has clearly not yet been truly successful. Although they don't adhere to logic, so you can still rewrite them through the book of narratives, correcting their stories and restoring their logic. True transcendence should be that no matter what story Suyu writes, it cannot affect them in the slightest. And their desire to devour Suyu is likely to absorb his unique reader audience qualities, thus achieving complete transcendence. While this path is feasible, the cost is too high. Suyu admitted that it was a viable path to transcendence. But in Suyu's view, the cost of such transcendence was too high. Abandoning wisdom leaves only blind ignorance. Abandoning the self leaves only the collective consciousness of a vast number of lives. To Suyu, this was no different from death. It was essentially suicide. As long as one committed suicide first, others would naturally prevent their deaths. How could Suyu possibly agree with such a path? So, Suyu frantically calibrated his story, resisting the erosion. Now, his class level had reached 800,000, edging ever closer to the maximum level of 1 million. At this moment, Suyu heard the voice again. It was the presence behind the scenes, speaking again, bewitching Suyu. Suyu had been too lazy to listen, but this time, something seemed different. Suyu, do you think my path is wrong? That being, surprisingly, refrained from erosion and pollution this time, seemingly trying to reason with Suyu. Suyu's thoughts shifted, and he mentally replied, of course. The being behind the scenes scoffed, shallow thinking. You believe that taking this path will lead to a loss of wisdom and self, and that it's suicide? You're completely wrong. The so-called loss of wisdom and self is a conclusion you've reached through your own logical thinking. My transcendence is essentially a path beyond logic. Since I've already transcended logic, why do I still need to think logically? Thus, in my transcendence, I lose nothing, I give up nothing. You've already seen that my power, absorbed by you, will not diminish, but only increase. Suyu, merge with me, and you will lose nothing. You will transcend with me. No being can control you, no being can stop you. The behind-the-scenes being's words took Suyu by surprise. It might seem like sophistry, but upon closer examination, it made sense. The entity behind the scenes has already demonstrated a tendency to defy logic. If it truly achieves transcendence, it should be able to disregard all logic. Suyu's belief that he would lose his wisdom and self-esteem is simply based on normal logic and doesn't apply to entities that defy logic. Suyu, it seems you understand. So what's your response? Chapter 734. The being behind the scenes asked Suyu if he would give up his resistance and completely merge with him. Suyu seemed lost in thought. He hesitated to respond. After a long pause, Suyu finally spoke slowly, a strange smile on his face. My choice is... He didn't finish his words, because before Suyu could finish his sentence, he had already lost his normal intelligence and become a fool without logic, or rather, a spirit beast. In reality, the spirit beasts were at most less intelligent, not completely without intelligence. But at this moment, Suyu, having absorbed so much illogical narrative power, had become a fool. Good. You made the right choice. The being behind the scenes seemed somewhat surprised, having not expected Suyu to be so straightforward and surrender so directly. And the next moment, Suyu's entire being merged into the narrative book composed of the spirit beasts. An ordinary spirit beast is just a single character in the narrative book. But after Suyu merged, he instantly became a chapter composed of billions of characters. After all, Suyu himself was a new narrative book, and within his consciousness, he stored the information of billions of lives. Add to that Suyu's inherent audience reader quality, and his essence was even more profound. So, once integrated, the thickness of the narrative book composed of the starry sky and the spirit beasts instantly exploded. Originally, this narrative book only occupied a starry sky spanning tens of billions of light years. While vast, it was still somewhat dwarfed by the entire universe. But after Suyu integrated it, it expanded at an incredible rate, quickly surpassing hundreds of billions of light years, and continuing to expand in other directions, aiming to occupy the entire universe and ultimately burst forth beyond it. Just as the narrative book was beginning to encroach upon the territories of the human empire, and the other two supreme alien races, a sudden change occurred. The entire text on the narrative book was instantly rewritten. The rewritten content contained only two words: transcendence. 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 The vast narrative book, with a diameter of hundreds of billions of light years, endlessly repeated these two words: transcendence. And so, it truly transcended. The entire narrative book instantly became half real and half illusory, as if it were about to transcend the current universe, the current narrative layer, and journey into another unknown realm. Free from the control and interference of any narrative layer or any entity, achieving true freedom and great joy. This joy almost overflowed, and all life in the universe felt this ecstasy, that transcendental ecstasy. But the next moment, this joy was interrupted. Interrupted by a voice. TSK, that's quite spectacular. Suyu stood in the cosmic void, looking at the trillion light-year-long book of narratives before him, and the countless transcendences within, sighing leisurely. Then, the trillion light-year-long book of narratives seemed to pause for a moment. Then, the countless transcendences arranged themselves into a single sentence. How could you possibly be out there? The being behind the scenes, or rather, the absence of a behind-the-scenes being, had already stepped before Suyu. It was the trillion light-year-long book of narratives. The book of narratives was clearly astonished, puzzled as to why Suyu was standing so leisurely in the void. After all, Suyu had clearly been absorbed by it, becoming a part of the book of narratives, the cornerstone of transcendence. How could he suddenly appear out there? What exactly was going on? Suyu shook his head and chuckled. Why not? You are inherently illogical, capable of illogical things. If you can do it, so can I. Yes, Suyu had indeed previously merged with the narrative book before him. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to conceal the powerful enemy before him and allow him to begin his transcendental process. But at the same time, Suyu hadn't merged, and had been observing the entire process from the sidelines. This was illogical, but Suyu now possessed the ability to defy logic. Suyu's narrative book experience had already reached the maximum level, capping at 1 million. After reaching the maximum level, the class panel did not disappoint Suyu, immediately unlocking a powerful core specialization. This specialization was called Chaos Narrative. If before reaching the maximum level, Suyu's narrative ability was considered order narrative, requiring adherence to logic, otherwise it would collapse. Now, Suyu no longer had to worry about this. He could freely write any illogical story, and at the same time, he could transform himself into an illogical form. This state rendered Suyu's entire structure and thought process illogical and disordered. If a powerful being could read Suyu's mind, they would discover that his thoughts were a complete mess, devoid of any rationality at all, a chaotic, random scramble. However, within this infinite random chaos, a limited amount of order and rationality can emerge. Just like an infinite, non-repeating decimal, such as pi, the various digits within it appear chaotic and random, yet within them one can find a pattern, such as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Even if the number of digits calculated for pi is large enough, any regular numerical combination can be found within it. Suyu was currently in this state. Although his mind was in chaos, he maintained his sanity, and thinking by leveraging the random order within this chaos. Previously, just before losing his mind, Suyu had maxed out the book of narrative, unlocking the ability Chaos Narrative, thereby transforming himself. He thus achieved a strange state of being both integrated and not integrated. He deceived a powerful enemy, making them believe they had achieved perfection, and immediately began the process of transcendence. However, halfway through the transcendence, the enemy discovered that Suyu was still outside and was stunned. The book of narrative, spanning hundreds of billions of light years, was about to become nothingness, completely disappearing from the current narrative layer, but now it had become somewhat solid, as if it was about to fall back from its semi-transcendence. No! Space-time shook a roar. The unknown entity that had transformed into the book of narrative spoke for the first time. Although it was not in a language familiar to Suyu, he understood it nonetheless. Suyu's face was icy, knowing that once the other party's transcendence process began, it could not be stopped. After all, to transcend, the other party had to abandon all logic and transform themselves into a completely illogical form. Although this powerful being had previously disregarded logic to a certain extent, there were still many logical aspects. For example, the life forms of the spirit beasts, and this starry sky. All of these had to be abandoned. During that previous process, he had discarded too many things. If he fell back now, he would probably collapse and die. Suyu's actions were not just to trick the other party once, but to kill him. Chapter 735. The man before him was plotting against Suyu, and Suyu wasn't one for good temper. He'd certainly take advantage of him if he had the chance. The man could disregard most logic, making it virtually impossible to harm him through normal means. So, after unlocking the chaos narrative specialization, Suyu immediately devised a plan. Using chaos narrative, he'd pretend to merge with the man, allowing him to begin the process of transcendence. Then, if Suyu reappeared midway through the process, the man would be doomed. Suyu, you don't have to do this. My path is the true path of transcendence. Since you grasp the true meaning of chaos, you should understand. Come on, truly merge with me, and transcend with me. Spacetime trembled, emitting a sound powerful enough to shatter the galaxies, yet he remained surprisingly calm. Clearly, the man knew there was no point in getting angry. And he saw that Suyu was able to feign fusion, because he now possessed the ability to disregard logic. The previous methods of erosion were no longer effective against Suyu now. So he chose to persuade. Suyu, naturally, remained unmoved. He shook his head and said, "Don't bother. If I wanted to transcend, I would find my own path, not rely on others. And, given your style, you probably wouldn't allow another being to transcend with you, to reach the same realm as you. The so-called shared transcendence is nothing but a joke." Hearing Suyu's words, the trillion light-year-long book of narratives fell silent, uttering no more. After all, Suyu had seen through his lies. He had previously told Suyu that as long as one transcended, ignoring all logic, one would lose nothing. In theory, that was true. But in reality, he would never take Suyu with him to transcend. After all, he had no idea where Suyu would go, or what would happen after transcending. If Suyu transcended with him, that would be the only possible threat to his existence. So, he would definitely completely erase and abandon Suyu at the end of the transcendence process. But Suyu had long seen through him, and naturally wouldn't be fooled. Seeing that persuasion failed, this being stopped talking and simply said coldly, "You will regret this." Then, countless words transcendence continued to flash across the trillion light-year-long narrative book. This vast narrative book continued its process of transcendence. He wanted to achieve transcendence himself, and then, after transcending, to exact vengeance on Suyu. If he achieved transcendence, no longer subject to any logic or narrative layer, he would be truly invincible, and revenge on Suyu would be a simple matter. Although he had lost the crucial Suyu, his inherent illogical nature allowed him to ignore this to a certain extent and continue his transcendence. However, this would undoubtedly be extremely difficult, far more difficult than before, perhaps even impossible. After all, no matter how much he disregarded logic, there was still some logic to be adhered to. If one could disregard all logic, that would be true transcendence, but he clearly had not yet reached that state. If he wanted to transcend, he had to absorb Suyu's qualities. This was a fundamental logic, otherwise, he would have transcended long ago, not until now. He could not ignore this fundamental logic. And now, he was forcing his transcendence without Suyu. Suyu was very pessimistic about his fate. As expected, Suyu saw that a lot of garbled text began to appear in this book of trillions of narratives. The word transcendence, that originally defined the rules, had been replaced by garbled text. It was obvious that he had abandoned too much logic, and now he himself could no longer maintain logical thinking. After complete transcendence, he no longer needed any logic, but he still needed it before transcendence. But now, even before transcendence, he had already lost a lot of logic, and could no longer maintain normal thinking. How could he achieve transcendence? Simply put, he had become a complete fool. Suyu transformed himself into a chaotic state, maintaining normal thinking through the random order within chaos. But the other party had discarded even this last bit of random order, his thinking becoming true chaos. In this state, he didn't even know what he wanted to do, so how could he accomplish anything, especially something like transcendence? No! No! Before completely abandoning his wisdom, he let out a terrifying roar, shattering billions of light-years of space and time. It was clear that he was extremely unwilling to give up. Even in this situation, the word transcendence continued to flicker across the trillion light-year narrative book. Clearly, even at this point, he hadn't given up. Though he himself might not even understand what transcendence meant. Though all rationality had been abandoned, he continued to transcend according to the preset procedure. But such transcendence, without the support of wisdom, was clearly unattainable. In fact, according to the preset procedure, it was theoretically possible to achieve transcendence. The prerequisite was that there were no variables. But how could there be no variables? Suyu wouldn't just stand by and watch him transcend. If he succeeded, Suyu would definitely intervene to stop him. Simply writing a short paragraph in his own narrative book would be enough to disrupt the process. The other party currently lacks intelligence, and naturally cannot resist such interference. Not to mention, Suyu is definitely not the only one observing this transcendence. In this universe, there is the human empire and the three supreme races. Currently, only the Spirit Beast clan is attempting to transcend. The other beings haven't made a move yet, even if the other beings in this universe don't intervene to stop him. But what about the upper narrative layers? Narrative layers are potentially infinite. That's why this Spirit Beast clan being wants to transcend, to be free from the manipulation and influence of any being. But would the upper narrative layer allow a transcendent to appear? It would definitely prevent him from succeeding. If he had absorbed and integrated Suyu, utilizing his audience reader trait, he might have succeeded. Now, he has become a fool. How could he succeed? Suyu watched as the vast narrative book, spanning hundreds of billions of light years, shattered rapidly. His shattering did not cause much of a ripple in the universe. After all, most of his existence and logic had been discarded. What remained was less than an illusion, the cosmic background radiation far more intense than its aftermath. So, he was completely dead. He had discarded all of his logic and existence, seeking only transcendence. Unable to achieve it, he naturally died utterly. Until death, Suyu did not know his name or any other title, but it did not matter. Suyu stood in the void, gazing at the depths of the universe, where the human empire and the other two supreme alien races lay. The Spirit Beast tribe had failed to transcend, but what about them? Did they also have their own path to transcendence? Chapter 736. The Spirit Beast clan is now gone. The remaining powerful forces in this universe include the human empire, the ancient machine clan, and the star god clan. These three powerful races had never appeared in Suyu's previous battles with the Spirit Beast clan. But Suyu wouldn't think they were all cowards. If they were so easily cowardly, they would have been swallowed up by the Spirit Beast clan long ago. The Spirit Beast clan's narrative book had previously expanded to a range of 100 billion light years before it stopped. It wasn't that it couldn't expand further, but that any further expansion would have encroached upon the territories of the other major races. Even the semi-transcendent Spirit Beast clan didn't dare to provoke the remaining major races, demonstrating their power. These major races were undoubtedly observing from the sidelines, gathering intelligence data. After all, a Spirit Beast clan embarking on the transcendent process wouldn't happen once in a billion years. It was a rare occurrence, so careful data collection was essential and no effort was wasted. Even Suyu memorized the various data points regarding the Spirit Beast clan's transcendence process, using them as experience and reference. If he desired transcendence, he must find his own path. The Spirit Beast clan's path seemed feasible, but Suyu disagreed. Abandoning wisdom and self, even if transcendence was achieved, what was the point? Although transcendence defied logic and meant neither wisdom nor self were lost, that was only theoretical, and Suyu was unwilling to gamble on it. Suyu stood quietly in the cosmic void, beside him the vast, trillion light-year void left behind by the Spirit Beast clan's disappearance. Within this vast area, there was no matter, no light, no planets, no celestial bodies, only Suyu. In this environment, Suyu felt an unprecedented loneliness, as if he were the only life, the only consciousness in the universe. It seemed as if life, the universe, everything else, was meaningless, and only transcendence held true reality. Suyu dismissed this feeling with a slight thought, unaffected by it. He understood that this emotion didn't truly originate from him, that it wasn't a sudden surge of sentimentality, but rather a residual effect of the Spirit Beast clan's failed attempt at transcendence. It wasn't that the Spirit Beast clan hadn't completely perished, but rather that, before disappearing, they had carved their path to transcendence into this void, a kind of suicide note. Any life that entered this place would be affected by it. If their will wasn't strong enough, their strength wasn't formidable enough, they would be affected by it, embarking on the same path of transcendence as the Spirit Beast clan. This suicide note lacked any narrative power. Suyu could erase it with a single thought. But Suyu thought better of it, and decided not to do so. Although the Spirit Beast tribe was an enemy, their exploration of the path to transcendence still deserved Suyu's respect. This suicide note would remain here. Next to this suicide note, Suyu quietly pondered his own path to transcendence. His narrative book had now reached its maximum level, capable of destroying and recreating universes within 100 million. With just a little time, he could restore the powerful power within the lower narrative layers. Therefore, there was no need to rush to recover his strength. He could first think clearly about his next steps. To explore his own path to transcendence, one must first understand one question: why transcend? I think, therefore I am, Suyu muttered to himself. This short sentence was what Suyu realized the first time he truly escaped the primordial universe and arrived in the existential ruins after the destruction of the infinite universe. In the existential ruins, normal time and space, matter, and everything exist in their most fundamental state of existentiality. In this state, maintaining one's own existence is simple. Thinking. I think, therefore I am. At the time, Suyu believed that existence was the most fundamental force of all things, and that I think, therefore I am, was the ultimate truth. But when Suyu encountered the narrative layer, and even transcended it to arrive in the present universe, he understood. I think, therefore I am is not the ultimate truth. The narrative layer transcends everything, controlling everything. Your thoughts may not originate from your heart, but are written and manipulated by certain beings in the narrative layer above. Even your thoughts and consciousness may be just an illusion, a written program. How can you, like me, truly exist? You don't even own the thoughts. Are you sure you truly exist? Suyu kept asking himself. At the same time, he was flipping through his own narrative book. His narrative book had returned to normal after the disappearance of the Spirit Beast clan. The stories contained within were incredibly detailed, with rigorous logic and a complete understanding. Suyu didn't read other people's stories, only his own. From the time he traveled here until now, the narrative book recorded everything. No detail was left untouched. The level of detail in this record is astonishing because even the slightest psychological activity is recorded. If reality is a story, then naturally there will be psychological descriptions. Thus, every mental activity of Suyu is recorded in this narrative book, even the subtlest thoughts that flash through his mind, recorded without omission. So, the more Suyu read, the more astonished he became. If a narrative book can record psychological activity in such detail, then are these thoughts truly his own, rather than being written down by some unknown entity? There's no answer to this question, and it could even be considered a form of paranoia. After all, Suyu's nature is unique, making it extremely difficult to write about him. Suyu's narrative book records his detailed mental activity because it is his own narrative book, his own autobiography, his own notebooks, and naturally detailed. No other narrative book has this capability. Theoretically, Suyu doesn't have to worry about his thoughts being recorded. But Suyu had previously witnessed the narrative pollution of the Spirit Beast tribe. Although the Spirit Beast tribe didn't directly write about Suyu's thoughts, they indirectly influenced him. It nearly changed his mindset, turning him into a mindless Spirit Beast tribe. This shows that while writing about Suyu is difficult, it is possible. If some powerful being from a higher narrative layer could accomplish this, could they simply portray Suyu as a fool? Under normal circumstances, Suyu wouldn't dwell on this issue. But now, Suyu is contemplating the path to transcendence, a question that requires deep reflection. The so-called lack of concern simply means an inability to dwell on it. After all, few beings are qualified and capable of contemplating the path to transcendence. And now Suyu has it. I think, therefore I am, but my thoughts may be manipulated by the narrative layer. So, I want to transcend. Chapter 737. After some reflection, Suyu firmly determined that he must transcend. He had gained immense power unimaginable to ordinary people, but he might not even be able to control his own thoughts, perhaps being written by beings from a higher narrative plane. How could he endure this? He must transcend. And my path to transcendence is? Suyu's mind moved, and he looked towards the beginning of the narrative book. There, Suyu's mental state was recorded in the moment he crossed over to the Azure planet. Beyond that, there was nothing. Suyu's story began from there. Suyu clearly remembered everything before the crossover, remembered that world. All the stories before the crossover seemed beyond the scope of the narrative book. Even if Suyu had already upgraded the narrative book to the highest level, 1 million, and unlocked the core expertise, it was useless. Not a single word of the story before the crossover could appear in the narrative book. Suyu thought for a moment, and tried to write it himself. He had already unlocked his core expertise, no longer having to worry about logical breakdowns, and he felt much less cautious about rewriting his own story. Of course, he still didn't dare make any changes. Instead, he started a new line before the beginning of all the stories, and attempted to include the story before his time travel. However, it failed. The written words turned into garbled text before they even appeared, then disappeared. It was impossible to write it all. The story before the time travel was a taboo. Does this mean that the narrative level I was in before my time travel was a transcendent level? Suyu thought of a possibility. After all, the story before his time travel could not be written. This characteristic is extremely similar to true transcendence. So, I originally fell from the transcendental realm? Suyu laughed a little. But after careful recollection, the world he inhabited before crossing over seemed ordinary, lacking any transcendental qualities. Of course, it's also possible that Suyu didn't possess any extraordinary abilities before crossing over, so they couldn't be seen. But Suyu still believed that the world he inhabited before crossing over wasn't a so-called transcendental realm. Even if it were, it wasn't what Suyu pursued. Because that so-called transcendence couldn't be disproven or proven, it was false, and Suyu naturally didn't pursue it. True transcendence should be self-verifiable and self-falsifiable, self-evident. Just like the Spirit Beast clan's path to transcendence, the ultimate goal was to defy all logic. If this could be achieved, then naturally no being could write about the Spirit Beast clan, and that would be self-evident transcendence. Although Suyu disagreed with this approach, believing it to be sheer suicide, he still had to admit that this path was indeed the right one. Now, Suyu wanted to find a new path to transcendence. The story before his time travel was a crucial clue. While the world he lived in before his time travel wasn't necessarily a truly transcendental realm, this unspeakable quality was still worth studying. Understanding it would be a massive undertaking, and answers would be impossible in a short time. So Suyu wasn't in a hurry. And he wasn't standing in this void just to think, he was waiting. Waiting for the powerful beings of humanity, the Ancient Machine Clan, and the Star God Clan to appear. Perhaps it wouldn't appear directly, perhaps through covert influence or attack. Whatever it was, Suyu was waiting. With Suyu's current strength and rank, coupled with the previous commotion caused by the Spirit Beast tribe, it was enough to draw the attention of the three major races. Whether it was an attack or a coercion, there had to be a justification. In fact, Suyu could completely escape this universe now, create a new one, revive the Transcendent Council, and live his own life. But Suyu refused to leave. He wanted to contact the three major races, understand their paths to transcendence, and use them as a reference. After all, working in isolation was a dead end. For something as important as transcendence, one must consult more. So, Suyu quietly waited in the void. It didn't take him long. Suyu saw a sudden burst of light from the depths of the universe. A powerful being, radiating infinite light, and composed of countless stars, rushed towards him. This being was surprisingly humanoid. When the figure approached Suyu, it suddenly shrank, transforming into the form of an ordinary human. He looked to be in his 40s, an ordinary middle-aged office worker, his expression somewhat weary. Emperor Guangyao? Suyu was surprised to see someone familiar. This man, from every angle, was the former Emperor Guangyao. Previously, in the lower narrative layer, Emperor Guangyao, carrying a higher dimensional fate, perished alongside the transcendental civilization. At that time, Suyu met Emperor Guanyu for the last time and asked him some questions. At that time, Suyu asked Emperor Guanyu whether his reconstruction of human civilization would bring upon him a higher dimensional fate. At that time, Emperor Guanyu said in a deep voice, "Of course it would. In fact you." And then nothing happened. The Emperor of Radiance simply vanished, never to be seen again. Suyu later mastered the power of narrative and considered resurrecting him. But the Emperor of Radiance's disappearance was so complete, involving an extremely high-level, higher dimensional destiny, that he had never found the opportunity. Now, however, he had suddenly reappeared. The moment the Emperor of Radiance appeared, Suyu's book of narratives began to interpret him. Instantly, he understood the story following the Emperor of Radiance's disappearance. After his disappearance, the Emperor of Radiance's story did not end. Instead, he was reborn directly into this upper narrative plane, becoming a member of this cosmic empire, a common warrior. He then partnered with other human warriors to slay aliens while improving his strength. After an unknown amount of time, he finally regained the powerful strength of the lower narrative plane, even more so. Then, he arrived at the core territory of the human empire in this universe and entered the Imperial Palace. And then he discovered that there was nothing there, not the true emperor he had imagined. The glorious emperor was the ruler of the human empire in the primordial universe, born under the influence of a higher dimensional destiny. Before him, in the highest dimension of space and time, there also existed a human empire and an emperor. This emperor suffered betrayal, giving rise to a dark side. The Dark Emperor eventually rose from his throne, destroyed everything, and left behind a higher dimensional destiny. As long as humanity exists, a being will emerge to inherit that higher dimensional destiny, ultimately awakening the Dark Emperor and destroying everything. This is the origin of the glorious Emperor's birth. He had originally thought that upon reaching this upper narrative plane, he would meet the true primordial emperor. According to the glorious emperor's speculation, the primordial emperor and the Dark Emperor might not have perished in the Great Destruction, but rather transcended the current narrative plane to the upper plane. That is, this current narrative plane. This is why the human empire exists here. However, when the glorious emperor entered the Imperial Palace, he found only a single, lonely throne. The moment the glorious emperor saw the throne, he inexplicably sat upon it. Then, he became the emperor of the human empire in this universe. At the same time, he understood everything. He understood the path to transcendence of the primordial emperor and the primordial dark emperor. It was also humanity's path to transcendence. Chapter 738. Suyu, upon seeing this, immediately asked, "What is the path to transcendence for humanity and the emperor?" He asked rather than viewing it through the narrative book, because the narrative book couldn't display it properly. This so-called path to transcendence for humanity, just like the story before Suyu's time travel, couldn't be displayed in the narrative book. This was extraordinary, and worthy of Suyu's attention. The Guangyo Emperor was momentarily stunned when he heard Suyu's question. After all, he had just arrived and hadn't said anything yet. Then the Guangyo Emperor understood that Suyu had already seen the whole story, and it was only the path to transcendence that was special, which Suyu couldn't see. Seeing Suyu's perceptiveness, the Guangyo Emperor was slightly surprised, but he also knew that Suyu was special, so he wasn't overly surprised. However, the Guangyo Emperor didn't tell Suyu about the path to transcendence. He simply shook his head and said, "The path to transcendence isn't found in books or spoken or heard. It can only be understood by oneself, so I can't tell you in any way." Suyu was also slightly surprised that he hadn't asked about the specific path to transcendence. He didn't suspect the Emperor of Radiance of deceiving him. He simply believed the path to transcendence was inherently special. "Then, can I seek enlightenment?" Suyu asked again. The Emperor of Radiance nodded. "Of course, that's why I'm here." "Please." The Emperor of Radiance was now a true emperor of this universe, his power far surpassing his previous power. Yet, he showed no airs towards Suyu, instead being polite. Suyu, in turn, offered no small amount of pleasantries to this old acquaintance. At this level, both parties were primarily concerned with the path to transcendence. So, with the Emperor Guangyao leading the way, Suyu followed him, heading towards the human base camp deep in the universe. Two streaks of light, at a speed unimaginable to ordinary life, crossed countless cosmic rivers and arrived at a galaxy. Sure enough, Suyu gazed at this familiar galaxy and nodded inwardly. This place was identical to the human home planet of Zhendon, which Suyu had seen before. There was no difference. It seemed that this galaxy held extraordinary significance for the human empire, even though the real Zhendon home planet may have long since vanished in the previous destruction. But both the upper narrative layer and the lower layer, even the original super civilization, had reproduced this galaxy in a one-to-one scale. And on the Zhendon home planet stood a vast imperial palace, the size of a continent. Suyu had also seen this palace before, and it was identical to the one in the original universe. Suyu had lived there for tens of thousands of years as the emperor of humanity. At this moment, the Emperor Guangyao gazed at the palace and spoke solemnly. To comprehend humanity's path to transcendence, one must become an emperor. Suyu, you too possess a higher dimensional destiny, and therefore are qualified to become such an emperor. Go. Suyu turned to look at the Emperor Guangyao and said, "Before that, I have another question. What did you want to tell me before you vanished in the transmatter universe?" Back then, the Emperor Guangyao used his own destructive power to exterminate the entire transmatter civilization, leaving behind a phantom who exchanged a few words with Suyu. But he vanished mid-sentence. The fragments of his words before disappearing seemed to be closely related to Suyu, but the specific content was unknown. Moreover, Emperor Guangyao had impersonated Suyu on the Azure Star, and Suyu had inexplicably awakened his control panel a second time. Even Emperor Guangyao had inexplicably left the primordial universe, and finally appeared in the supermaterial universe. There were all sorts of strange things going on, all suggesting that Emperor Guangyao knew something Suyu didn't. Now that they met again, Suyu decided to get to the bottom of it. For Suyu, besides the path to transcendence, the details of his own life were one of the few things worth his attention. "Is there?" "I don't remember," Emperor Guangyao replied. Suyu's eyes darkened slightly. Did he really not remember? Or was he still willing to tell? Or couldn't say it? Suyu pondered for a moment, but didn't ask any further. He moved, vanishing from the spot, crossing space and entering the Imperial Palace. As expected, just as the narrative book had described, the Imperial Palace was empty except for a solitary throne. Suyu looked at the throne with a strange sense of familiarity. Before he could comprehend the source of this familiar feeling, Suyu noticed that his class ability, Origin of Destruction, seemed to have been activated, automatically activating. Then, Suyu's vision blurred, and he was sitting on the throne, as if he had been there from the very beginning, for eons. Suyu hadn't moved at all, and in his perception, the throne hadn't moved either, yet this shift had occurred. This is a shift in the narrative level. My position has been truly written altered. Suyu instantly understood how this shift had occurred. It was through the power of narrative that Suyu's story had been altered, causing him to sit here from the very beginning. This alarmed Suyu. Previously, the Spirit Beast tribe had used the power of narrative to alter Suyu's position and drag him to their headquarters, but this was only an indirect alteration of position, altering the external universe and time. This was equivalent to moving the universe, moving the Spirit Beast tribe headquarters to Suyu's front, thus indirectly moving Suyu. But now, within the palace, before the throne, there were no such elaborate arrangements. Suyu's story was simply being written, his position altered. This naturally alarmed Suyu. After all, it was directly writing about him, changing him. It seems that humans' path to transcendence is more powerful than that of the Spirit Beast tribe, Suyu concluded. Until their defeat, the Spirit Beast tribe had struggled to directly write about Suyu. But humans had. This power, capable of directly writing about Suyu, must be related to transcendence. It might even be related to Suyu's story before he crossed over. However, Suyu needed to comprehend its specifics before he could understand. Suyu's realization had actually begun the moment he sat on the throne. Suyu could sense a vast story unfolding, with Suyu as the protagonist. In this story, Suyu was the emperor of mankind, leading humanity to establish the human empire and conquer the universe, until a great rebellion, the birth of the Dark Emperor, and the destruction of all things. These stories were changing Suyu, transforming him into the true emperor of mankind. But strangely, in Suyu's own narrative book, his story remained unchanged. He was still the same Suyu. It was as if two stories were simultaneously unfolding within Suyu. These two stories were unrelated, existing simultaneously. He was both Suyu and the Emperor of Mankind. Is this humanity's path to transcendence? Chapter 739. According to Suyu's current understanding, humanity's path to transcendence seems to lie in writing a parallel story, independent of the original. This story cannot be recorded, or written in any other way. It seems to exist, yet it also seems to exist. This story cannot be detected, interfered with, or written about by any other narrative book. Not even by the higher narrative layers, because this story simply does not exist, and cannot be detected by them. This is equivalent to another life, a truly free life. In the original story, any individual may be merely a puppet manipulated by the higher narrative layer. Every action and thought is written and controlled by the higher narrative layer. This new story, this new life, is completely independent, undetectable, uninterrupted, and unwritten. This is transcendence, and this is not just the transcendence of one individual, one life. It is the collective transcendence of humanity. So you saw that within that new story, there were billions of humans, all citizens of his empire. They were all within the story, and thus, they too had new lives, new stories. No wonder the humans in this universe are all like machines, only concerned with fighting and killing aliens, seemingly devoid of any self-will. It turns out that what remains here is only their original story, their original life. Their true new story has begun to transcend. Suyu thought to himself. When he first encountered the humans in this universe, he had felt something was amiss. The humans in this universe were completely battle-crazed, their only concern being killing aliens everywhere. Other aspects of life, study, and entertainment were completely unnecessary. Even if there were occasional related activities, they seemed mere formalities. Each one was like a mindless NPC in a game, completely unlike a normal human. Suyu had even previously wondered if this so-called human empire was actually a breeding ground for aliens. All humans had been brainwashed into combat weapons. Only now did Suyu finally understand. The humans in this human empire were truly NPCs. The humans in this empire were the shells left behind after transcendence, freely manipulated by the upper narrative layers. True humans had already begun another life on the path to transcendence. Suyu still wondered if there was really only one such alternate life story. In the alternate life story he was witnessing, he was the emperor of humanity, and the others were his subjects. But that wasn't necessarily the case in the other stories. Perhaps everyone's story was their own emperor. It seems the human path to transcendence is superior to that of the spirit beasts. Suyu reasoned. The spirit beast clan's path to transcendence is to abandon logic and self, thereby transcending both. This path is clear and unrestricted. Any life form with normal intelligence can understand this path through research. Even without the spirit beast clan, other aliens might understand this path to transcendence. Whether they can achieve it or not is another matter, but at least recognizing the existence of this path is unquestionable. Until the spirit beast clan truly transcends, this path is understandable and recordable. But this path of the human empire was impossible to record. Before arriving at the palace and ascending the throne, Suyu had no way of knowing about this transcendental path. Even if he were a genius and could have imagined this path on his own, it would have been impossible. It was simply unthinkable. It wasn't that Suyu lacked intelligence, but rather that this path was inherently special and extremely high, far higher than the paths of the spirit beasts. Even Suyu, with his immense wisdom, could never have imagined it. This was a limitation above the narrative level, a limitation beyond the realm of transcendence. But why was this path so high? This path was clearly within the normal logical system. Any life form possessing intelligence and logic should have been able to anticipate this possibility. But Suyu hadn't considered it before. With his mental power, he could instantly conjure countless possibilities, but in his previous contemplation, he hadn't considered them. It was as if all the information, logic, and narrative related to this path had been erased, completely non-existent. Only by ascending the golden throne could one comprehend this path. This was clearly extraordinary. Suyu's mind raced, trying to understand the secret. A moment later, a flash of inspiration struck him, and a possibility occurred to him. Is this path from top to bottom? Suyu suddenly looked up, gazing at the palace ceiling. There was nothing on the ceiling, but Suyu seemed to perceive a massive figure. That figure was the original emperor. According to Suyu's speculation, the original emperor had not truly perished. Though, theoretically, with the Dark Emperor's awakening, the original emperor should have been dead and completely gone. But if that were the case, how did this current universe, this human empire, come to be? Suyu believed that the original primordial emperor had not died, nor disappeared. Instead, he had truly transcended. The primordial emperor, freed from all stories, no longer bound by anything, had achieved true freedom. At least until now, Suyu had never seen any images or texts related to the primordial emperor, and had no idea what he looked like or what abilities he possessed. It was only through the words of the glorious emperor that he learned of this emperor, humanity's first ruler and destroyer. It was this emperor who bequeathed a higher dimensional destiny, and destroyed the very source. These details led Suyu to conclude that this emperor had most likely transcended. And even after his own transcendence, this emperor still cared about humanity. He channeled his power from top to bottom, attempting to lead all of humanity to transcend. Thus, the current human empire, with this palace and throne, came into being. Because this path was established by a truly transcendent being, its nature is unique and cannot be recorded or written down in any form. This is why it is superior to the path of the Spirit Beast tribe. After all, the Spirit Beast tribe never succeeded, while the Emperor had, and now merely descended upon the world to help humanity. This makes it inherently more noble. The transcendent transcends narrative, unfettered by constraints. Their power is simply beyond the comprehension of those who have it transcended. For example, if the Spirit Beast tribe were transcendent, completely defying all logic, then Suyu would be no match. Luckily, the Spirit Beast tribe failed. However, all this is merely Suyu's speculation. Suyu cannot be certain whether the original emperor truly transcended. Perhaps, he was only halfway there. After all, if he truly transcended, then any story about him would be impossible to record. And then, there's the so-called higher dimensional destiny, the source of destruction. It is precisely because of this higher dimensional destiny that the story of the emperor has been passed down, never lost. Could it be that this higher dimensional destiny has prevented the emperor from reaching the final step, preventing him from achieving complete transcendence? Perhaps the struggle between the primordial emperor and the dark emperor has never ceased. It continues even now. Chapter 740. Thinking of this, Suyu suddenly activated the Origin of Destruction class ability. This class was originally unlocked to inherit a higher dimensional destiny and gain the power of destruction. Thus, using this ability, one can sense the source of that higher dimensional destiny. Previously, Suyu had always believed that higher dimensional destiny lay within the upper narrative layer, the current one. However, after Suyu crossed the narrative layer and arrived at the current one, he still couldn't find the source of that higher dimensional destiny. Before, Suyu's strength hadn't recovered, and he was too weak. Now, Suyu has recovered his strength, and even his narrative book has reached the maximum level. Theoretically, his current strength is far greater than when he was in the lower narrative layer. However, when Suyu tried to sense the higher dimensional destiny, he still couldn't find its specific location. It seemed to exist, yet not exist, as if it were somewhere higher up. Even with Suyu's current strength, he didn't know where to find the source of that higher dimensional destiny. Suyu silently sensed it for a moment, but didn't waste time searching. Because he knew that what he couldn't find wasn't in this narrative layer, and even if he crossed over to a higher layer, he still wouldn't find it. Because higher dimensional destiny was the destructive power of the Dark Emperor, it was likely that, along with the Dark Emperor, it was in a state infinitely close to transcendence. That state was even higher than any other narrative layer. Unless Suyu also reached that state, it would be impossible to find the source of higher dimensional destiny. So, the Primordial Emperor's path to transcendence was a hidden narrative, writing a new, hidden story outside of his original story, gaining a new life and destiny, no longer controlled by other narrative layers. What about the Dark Emperor? Is his path indiscriminate destruction? If the Dark Emperor is truly as close to transcendence as he is, then his path must be completely different from that of the Primordial Emperor. It should be a path that aligns with his own power, absolute destruction. By completely destroying all logic, stories, cause and effect, time and space, life, consciousness, everything, the Dark Emperor will naturally transcend. After all, if everything is destroyed, what can control him? This path is also feasible. Of course, whether he can still exist, whether he can still survive after destroying everything is a question. But the Dark Emperor clearly doesn't care about such matters at all. He only wants to destroy everything. And it seems he's almost succeeding. In the lower narrative layer, only ruins remain. In the upper narrative layer, it seems there's only this one universe, nothing more. If he destroys everything, the Dark Emperor will transcend. Perhaps, he doesn't need to destroy everything. He only needs to destroy all of humanity. That's why he leaves behind a higher dimensional destiny. At the same time, this higher dimensional destiny spreads the story of the Primordial Emperor, thereby hindering his transcendence, killing two birds with one stone. Of course, the Primordial Emperor would certainly not sit idly by, as evidenced by the fact that humanity has not yet been extinct. The Primordial Emperor and the Dark Emperor battled each other, hindering each other, ultimately preventing either from transcending and becoming stuck here. Until the winner is determined, neither emperor can transcend. After all, they are two sides of the same coin, making it exceedingly difficult to determine the winner. Until Suyu arrived. Suyu now understood why the glorious emperor had suddenly come looking for him. It wasn't just because of their old friendship, but also because Suyu was the key to the Primordial Emperor and the Dark Emperor's transcendence. Suyu was now the bearer of a higher dimensional destiny, and because he had assumed the profession of origin of destruction, he possessed an extraordinary degree of control over it. Suyu was not truly controlled by a higher dimensional destiny, and it seemed that higher dimensional destiny could not leave him and find another host. In other words, this higher dimensional destiny was now locked onto Suyu, and there was no escape. As long as Suyu actively integrated into the Primordial Emperor's secret narrative, the hidden danger of higher dimensional destiny would be completely resolved, and no higher dimensional destiny would exist in the outside world. The Primordial Emperor's story would cease to be circulated, and the narrative would become completely secret. In this way, the Primordial Emperor could complete his transcendence. Suyu would transcend along with the Primordial Emperor and countless other humans. Similarly, if Suyu chooses to continue strengthening his power of destruction, reaching the maximum level in this class and unlocking the core specialization, he will follow the path of the Dark Emperor, completely destroying everything and ultimately transcending with him. Two paths to transcendence lay before Suyu, and if he so desired, he could achieve true transcendence almost instantly. It can be said that for billions of years, countless lives have never had such an opportunity. Ordinary beings don't even know what the narrative layer is. Stronger beings, recognizing the existence of the narrative layer and realizing they are being manipulated, are powerless and can only go with the flow. Those who are more powerful possess the power of narrative, able to write and rewrite stories, but they cannot transcend, and ultimately cannot achieve true freedom, truly controlling their own destiny and thoughts. Only a few of the strongest, such as the Spirit Beast clan, can find the path to transcendence and begin the process. However, this requires countless hardships and ultimately the abandonment of logic and self. Even then, success is not guaranteed. This shows how difficult transcendence is. Suyu believed that the Primordial Emperor and the Dark Emperor must have paid a price unimaginable to reach their current state. And now, these two emperors have reached the end of their path, only one step away from entering the realm of transcendence. Suyu only needs to choose one of them, step forward and give them a simple push, and they will transcend with them. Suyu even has the power to choose. Who transcends and who perishes is entirely up to him. Who can have such an opportunity? As for which of the two paths to choose, the first choice is, of course, the Primordial Emperor. After all, judging by the stories recorded in the higher dimensional fate, this emperor at least cared about humanity, and his path was to lead all of humanity to transcendence. The Dark Emperor's path was far too extreme. Clearly, the Primordial Emperor's path was superior. But in fact, that wasn't necessarily the case. Suyu fell into deep thought. And his newly born secret story also paused, as if awaiting Suyu's choice. After a long moment of contemplation, Suyu rose from the throne and, with a thought, descended into the void beyond the planet. What is your choice? The glorious emperor hurriedly asked upon seeing Suyu emerge. Suyu's choice affected the transcendence of both emperors, as well as the survival of humanity, so the glorious emperor had to ask. Suyu glanced at him, remained silent for a moment, and then slowly spoke. I'm not choosing anyone right now. I want to transcend on my own. After I do, I make my choice. Chapter 741. Hearing Suyu's answer, the glorious emperor seemed a little surprised, yet also somewhat taken for granted. He seemed to want to persuade him. After all, the primordial emperor's path was humanity's shared path to transcendence, and he clearly wanted Suyu to choose the primordial emperor. But he hesitated for a moment, then restrained himself. He knew that at Suyu's level, his will was unwavering. Once he'd made up his mind, no words could sway him. Still he spoke. Why? He wanted to know the reason. Suyu said, the reason is simple. Following the primordial emperor's path would subject me to his control, and I don't want to. Following the dark emperor's path is too extreme, and I don't want to either. So, I have no choice but to forge my own path. After previous reflection, Suyu concluded that the primordial emperor's path wasn't truly so promising. Through the cryptic narrative, the primordial emperor himself was truly transcendent, but the others who followed him were likely only achieving pseudo-transcendence. Essentially, the primordial emperor himself created a hidden narrative layer to house all of humanity. No life within this hidden narrative layer is controlled by the narrative layers above it, thus achieving true freedom. However, they are still controlled by the primordial emperor, its creator. While the primordial emperor may not actually control the humans within it, he ultimately possesses the power to do so, and the choice is his. Thus, it is pseudo-transcendence. If Suyu chooses this path, he too will achieve pseudo-transcendence, being controlled by the primordial emperor. Of course, within the hidden narrative layer, Suyu can continue to transcend, forge his own path, and thus achieve true transcendence. But that assumes the primordial emperor won't stop him. If a true transcendent were to stop Suyu, no matter how powerful Suyu might be, he probably wouldn't be able to complete his path to transcendence. So Suyu wouldn't choose that path. After all, he wasn't familiar with the primordial emperor. They'd never met. Who knows if the primordial emperor would stop Suyu from continuing his transcendence after his transcendence. Although the primordial emperor's story portrays him as a kind man, with a heart for humanity, he also has a cruel and ruthless side. Most importantly, the primordial emperor's heart is for the human race, not any specific human. Killing one person could save thousands, and the primordial emperor wouldn't hesitate. And if Suyu achieved true transcendence, it could threaten humanity. Perhaps the primordial emperor, with that in mind, would simply abandon his efforts, denying Suyu even the chance to achieve pseudo-transcendence. So Suyu wouldn't choose that path. He wouldn't entrust his life and safety to a stranger, the primordial emperor. As for the dark emperor, the situation was much simpler. Destroying everything was transcendence, so that was definitely true transcendence. As for whether Suyu and the dark emperor would clash after transcendence, or whether there was still a possibility of fighting after transcendence, that was another matter. So, from the perspective of transcendence, the Dark Emperor's path was actually superior. But since Suyu didn't follow the Spirit Beast clan's path, he naturally wouldn't follow the Dark Emperor's either. After all, he wasn't that extreme. So, he had to rely on himself. In any case, Suyu had originally only considered transcendence on his own, not hitchhiking. Even though there were two hitchhiking options before him, and Suyu ruthlessly abandoned them, he didn't feel the slightest bit of regret. As for the Primordial Emperor and those humans, what would become of him? Suyu could at most transcend, then descend upon his power, to help the Primordial Emperor and humanity transcend. By then, Suyu would have already transcended, so naturally, he wouldn't have to worry about the Primordial Emperor abandoning him. This is called striking first, striking later, and then being defeated. After hearing Suyu's words, the glorious Emperor pondered for a moment, and understood his meaning. He sighed slightly. After all, Suyu's relinquishing his choice effectively cut short his path to transcendence. Suyu chuckled at this and said, "As the glorious Emperor, have you ever considered transcending on your own?" Suyu remained friendly towards this fellow countryman from the primordial universe. After crossing countless dimensions and narrative layers, it was truly a joy to meet an old acquaintance. The glorious Emperor himself was immensely powerful, having once inherited a higher dimensional destiny, and entangled with both the Primordial Emperor and the Dark Emperor. He too had the opportunity to forge his own path to transcendence. But the glorious Emperor shook his head upon hearing this. "Me? Forget it. I've been deeply influenced by the fate of a higher dimension. After billions of years, as an emperor in endless reincarnation, I've almost forgotten who I originally was. Now I just want to be an ordinary human. The primordial emperor's path suits me well. Suyu nodded upon hearing this. You're fine with that. Suyu had read the story of the glorious emperor. Initially, he was just an ordinary human teenager on the planet Jindan in the primordial universe. At that time, the Jindan star system was in turmoil. High-tech warlords and psychic cults fought each other, and the people lived in unbearable misery. After the glorious emperor awakened his psychic powers, he vowed to end the chaos and restore peace to his homeland. Thus, he grew stronger step by step, conquering the vast lands, and finally unifying the Aurora system. By then, he had inherited a higher dimensional destiny, becoming a projection of the primordial emperor and the dark emperor, no longer entirely his own. Then came the Great Crusade, the establishment of a vast human empire, and ultimately the rebellion and severe injury. Until now. Now, that higher dimensional destiny has shifted to Suyu. The glorious emperor no longer feels that innate mission and responsibility, seeking only to be an ordinary person and live a peaceful life. As such, the primordial emperor's path naturally suited him. Though, with his power, he was hardly an ordinary person. Since that's the case, let's say goodbye. Suyu was about to take his leave, continuing his search for his own path to transcendence. Having now witnessed 2 more paths, he had new ideas about his own. The glorious emperor didn't try to stop him, simply saying, in that case, be careful. Suyu glanced at him, nodded, and instantly vanished. Suyu understood the glorious emperor's words, be careful. Since he chose neither path, it meant that, in theory, he was now the common enemy of both the primordial emperor and the dark emperor. Those who strike first will win, those who strike later will lose. The 2 emperors naturally understood this principle. If Suyu were allowed to transcend first, and if Suyu attempted to stop him after his transcendence, the 2 emperors would never be able to transcend. Not only that, the other 2 supreme races, the Ancient Machine Clan and the Star God Clan, would likely also consider Suyu an enemy. Theoretically, any being who attempted to transcend first was the common enemy of all transcendence. At this point, Suyu was surrounded by enemies. Chapter 742. Ancient Machine Tribe, Star God Tribe. Suyu silently chanted these 2 names in his mind. With a thought, he arrived within the Ancient Machine Tribe's territory. Suyu had already witnessed the paths to transcendence of the Spirit Beast Tribe and the Human Empire. Now, only the Ancient Machine Tribe and the Star God Tribe remained. He wanted to create his own path to transcendence, and the more reference paths the better. Although theoretically, the Ancient Machine Tribe and the Star God Tribe were Suyu's enemies, Suyu had never encountered either of these races, and was unsure of their true intentions. So, he decided to wait and see. Even if they truly were hostile, Suyu, now that his strength had recovered, would not be afraid. The territory of the Ancient Machine Tribe's headquarters was vast, comparable to the territories of the Spirit Beast Tribe and the Human Empire, also a vast expanse of starry sky. In this starry sky, all he could see was an iron-gray metallic sheen. Even the stars emitted an eerie iron-gray glow, completely lacking the fiery intensity of normal stars. The stars were like this, and so were the planets, like giant metal spheres, quietly suspended in the vacuum of space. The surfaces of these planets seemed devoid of any life activity, a deathly silence. But according to the intelligence Suyu had previously gathered from his time hanging out with the Human Emperor, this was all superficial. The Ancient Machine Clan possessed powerful mechanical technology, having long since transformed their life form into a strange metallic mechanical life form, possessing immense strength and a long lifespan. Now it seemed they had transformed not only themselves, but also the starry sky. The Ancient Machine Clan was waiting within these planets. As powerful mechanical life forms, they possess no ordinary life activities. They don't need anything like eating, socializing, entertainment, or reproduction. They don't need anything. When not fighting, they simply slumber within these metal planets. At first glance, the entire starry sky seemed utterly silent, less like a race's headquarters than a cemetery, and the Ancient Machine Clan were corpses sleeping in that cemetery, ready to resurrect at any moment. The moment Suyu saw this scene, his narrative book began to whirl, rapidly analyzing everything before him, transforming it into a story recorded in the narrative book. Suyu was using his narrative book to analyze the Ancient Machine Clan. Originally, once Suyu's narrative book reached maximum level, theoretically, he could analyze all the stories in this universe, even within this narrative plane, with a single thought, recording them in the narrative book. These stories could be read and modified. Just as Suyu had done previously in the lower narrative plane, freely writing stories, and controlling everything. But this was only theoretical. Su Yu's narrative book currently contained most of the universe's stories, but the true stories of the three supreme alien races and the human empire proved difficult to analyze and record. The reason for this was that these four factions, to varying degrees, were all exploring the path to transcendence and had achieved some success. The illogical nature of the spirit beast tribe, the cryptic narratives of the human empire, and the unknown path of the ancient machine tribe before him would all interfere with and hinder Su Yu's abilities. That was why Su Yu had to come here in person to analyze the ancient machine tribe up close using the narrative book. Spatial distance should not affect the power of the narrative book's level. Its effects remain the same whether near or far. It couldn't be analyzed from a distance, and it wouldn't work up close either. Originally, Su Yu arrived here intending to engage in direct combat, dismantling the ancient machine tribe's planet and equipment to forcibly extract intelligence and information. But as Su Yu approached, it actually took effect, and the narrative book naturally began to analyze. This saved Su Yu from having to intervene. But the distance in time and space actually affected the narrative book's effectiveness. Who knows why? Perhaps it has something to do with some of the ancient machine tribe's characteristics, or their path to transcendence? Su Yu's expression grew increasingly serious as he watched the stories of the ancient machine tribe constantly emerging from the narrative book. He had seen the origin of this universe, or rather, the origin of this narrative layer. To be honest, even now, Su Yu still didn't know how this universe, this narrative layer, came to be. The human empire, and these three alien races should all be beings from the lower narrative plane, utterly annihilated by the Dark Emperor's destructive power. Why do they collectively appear in this narrative plane? Previously, while Su Yu was on the throne of the human imperial palace, he hadn't seen any records of this. The stories he read then were classified as secret narratives, a completely separate storyline, completely different from Su Yu's actual experiences and therefore irrelevant. Now, however, Su Yu finally saw the truth of the past. Just as Su Yu had imagined, the ancient mechanical gods, the spirit beasts, and the star gods, these three races, were the alien races of the original universe. When the primordial emperor led humanity into the Great Crusade, it ultimately ended with a battle against these alien races for territory. These alien races also possessed vast civilizations, though they didn't have the names they do today. These alien races were incredibly powerful, and the original human empire was no match for them. The two sides could only remain in a stalemate, with both sides suffering casualties. Until the Dark Emperor awakened, rose from his throne, and destroyed the entire universe, even the infinite dimensions of the infinite universe. At that moment, these alien races were about to be destroyed. However, at the last moment, all alien races united. Not just the alien races, but also all the evil gods and demons in the warp. They used their immense power to freeze the entire universe at the moment of imminent destruction, delaying their own demise. This may also be a kind of savior power. As the entire primordial universe was about to be destroyed, a savior power emerged, attempting to save itself. The primordial universe, at the highest level of all cosmic dimensions, was inherently powerful, and the power of self-preservation it unleashed was also extremely powerful. Thus, even the Dark Emperor's destructive power was temporarily frozen. But it was only frozen, not destroyed. Once the freezing ended, the universe would still be destroyed. Thus, these alien races, including the evil gods, used this moment of frozen solidity to study the Dark Emperor's destructive power. In the end, they determined one thing. The nature of this destructive power was extremely profound, involving the narrative dimension. This was a force they simply could not contend with. This intelligence caused powerful beings throughout the universe to tremble, filled with shock, fear, and joy. On the one hand, they despaired of the destructive power of the narrative dimension. Even the powerful supreme evil gods were mere ants before the power of the narrative dimension. On the other hand, they were delighted by the power of this dimension. If they could thoroughly study it, they too would gain the might of the narrative dimension. Finally, they succeeded. Chapter 743. In short, they reversed the destructive force and discovered that this destructive force was destroying at the narrative level. After this destruction, many of the true essences hidden beneath the surface of normal matter, energy, and existence were exposed, allowing them to be studied. Su Yu did not witness the specifics of how this was accomplished, or how these alien races and the warp evil gods acquired narrative-level power. The technical details are unknown, perhaps because they involve their own paths to transcendence, making it difficult to glimpse. In the end, the result was that before the solidification ended and the universe was completely destroyed, they transcended the current narrative level and traveled to the upper narrative level. However, transcending narrative levels is extremely difficult. Su Yu, with his panel power, found it so difficult to do so. The alien races and the evil gods of the time were simply unable to do so. So, they did not transcend narrative levels at the time, but rather created a new, unstable narrative level above the current one and escaped into it. The destruction of the lower narrative level naturally posed no threat to them, allowing them to survive. Even a portion of the original universe was salvaged, forming a new universe. Creating a new narrative layer out of thin air is something Su can now do. Through writing, he can create another layer above the current narrative layer. If narrative layers are considered floors, then crossing them is like going upstairs, from the first floor to the second. What those alien races and evil gods did back then was like building a new attic between the first floor and the second floor, without actually going upstairs. So, it wasn't really a true leap across narrative layers, just a trick. Even if it was a trick, it must have been the combined wisdom and power of the entire universe. Not only that, they used the power of destruction to open up, successfully creating a new, unstable upper narrative layer. In this process, they also arrived at the upper narrative layer to continue their destruction. So, the alien races and evil gods were forced to continue fleeing, continuing upward. After repeatedly creating new narrative layers, they finally succeeded once, completely leaping from the original first floor to the second floor. That is, the upper narrative layer. Through this leap, the alien civilizations and the evil gods of the subspace significantly improved their control over the power of narrative. And the power of destruction also followed suit, also experiencing a similar increase. There were civilizations and life within this narrative layer, but they were quickly wiped out by the ensuing power of destruction. The evil gods and demons were chilled to the bone when they saw this scene. The power of destruction was even more brutal and ruthless than they were. Seeing the destructive force about to annihilate the entire upper narrative layer, they had no choice but to continue upward. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. And so, the alien race and the destructive force continued to rise, destroying countless narrative layers. Finally, they understood. Their destruction was written by some higher being, inescapable and unstoppable. This escape would be endless, with no end in sight. One day, they would be caught up and utterly destroyed. The only way to end it was to transcend. No longer be influenced or manipulated by the power of any narrative layer. Thus, they stopped at a certain narrative level and began researching the path to transcendence. And their destructive power surprisingly subsided, ceased its destruction. It wasn't because the Dark Emperor had transformed. Rather, during these repeated journeys across narrative levels, the Primordial Emperor had awakened, mastered a certain narrative power, and pioneered his own path to transcendence. He even used his path to resurrect the once completely destroyed human empire. The stalemate between the Primordial Emperor and the Dark Emperor gave other alien races and demonic gods an opportunity. Inspired by the Primordial Emperor, these alien races rebuilt their civilizations and continued their war against the human empire. The need to rebuild civilization was partly to harness collective wisdom and research the path to transcendence, and partly to perform? Suyu was puzzled when he saw this, but soon understood. According to the research of the alien races and demonic gods, their stories and civilizations held meaning. According to their research, the narrative layers are endless, with no end. But above these infinite narrative layers, there must also be a top. Or perhaps a truly top. This truly top narrative layer is infinitely separated from the current narrative layer, unreachable, untouchable, and irresistible. It is precisely certain entities within this truly top narrative layer that control and write everything. Their experiences are all written stories. Therefore, there is no escape, no resistance. The only way is to transcend. And from the perspective of the truly top narrative, their stories must also be meaningful, whether for entertainment or research. At the very least, they must be meaningful, otherwise, they would not exist. Therefore, a performance is necessary. They need to rebuild civilization and continue to fight each other. This is how their existence becomes meaningful, giving them a breathing space and the opportunity to explore the path to transcendence. Otherwise, the beings of the true higher narrative, unable to see the performance, would likely simply erase them. And they haven't transcended yet. If they're gone, they're truly gone. The Primordial Emperor understood this long ago, so he was the first to resurrect the empire. The other evil gods and demons understood this as well and followed suit. During this process, perhaps due to some changes in the true higher narrative, or simply because they acted too late, their existence lost its meaning. At a certain moment, all the evil gods and demons were wiped out. So, in this universe, there is no warp, no evil gods and demons. What remains is the human empire, the spirit beast tribe, the ancient machine tribe, the star god tribe, and a plethora of weaker aliens. So that's how it is, the true higher narrative. Suyu looked up at this. There's no up or down in the vacuum of space. But Suyu wasn't looking at spatial up or down, but at narrative up or down. Suyu also learned for the first time that within the infinite narrative layers, there's a top, a true top, above all narrative layers. It's the top of all narrative layers. If one could enter the true top narrative layer, wouldn't that also be considered a path to transcendence? Thinking of this, Suyu hurriedly continued reading. Then he saw. The ancient machine clan discovered through research that the evil gods and demons might not have been wiped out because they performed too late, but rather that the path to transcendence they were researching was to find a way to enter the true top narrative. They may have actually achieved some results. This was clearly a suicidal act, so they disappeared. Chapter 744. Evil gods and demons are not good people. If they were allowed to invade the true upper narrative and gain immense power within the true upper narrative layer, they would undoubtedly cause a great disaster. They might even have already caused a certain amount of disaster. Thus, the beings within the true upper narrative layer would never allow the evil gods and demons to truly reach their level. The result was the complete disappearance of the evil gods and demons. The ancient machine clan gained inspiration from the disappearance of the evil gods and demons. It wasn't that they wanted to emulate the evil gods and demons and seek death by entering the true upper narrative layer, but rather, they were thinking in reverse. The evil gods and demons proved that if the true upper narrative could be approached, then it should also be possible to distance itself from it. As long as they were sufficiently far away from the true upper narrative, so far that it could no longer detect or manipulate them, wouldn't that be considered transcendence? Their path to transcendence was to create a lower, more distant narrative layer than all other narrative layers. A lowest narrative layer that could not be reached, interfered with, or influenced, thereby freeing themselves from all manipulation and achieving true transcendence and freedom. However, how do we measure the distance from the true narrative? Or in other words, is there really such a thing as distance? All of this remains unknown. So the ancient machines began researching and experimenting. Their method was to create a new narrative layer beneath their current one. They had done this before. The first time they crossed narrative layers, they created a new narrative layer to avoid the destructive force. However, that act was merely creating a loft between the first and second layers. It didn't truly cross narrative layers. So, after the ancient machines achieved a true crossing, they never did it again. But now, they are attempting to find their own path to transcendence through this technology. The ancient machines are powerful mechanical life forms, merging the minds of all their individuals into a single, powerful narrative host. The entire ancient machine headquarters is the hardware of this host. This host's function is to continuously write. It continuously creates new narrative layers, one after another, endlessly and infinitely. And with each layer, they transfer their consciousness into it, then continue to create the next layer. Of course, their path to transcendence is certainly not that simple. They soon discovered that this effort was futile. No matter how many narrative layers they created, they could not stray even a fraction from the true higher narrative layer. It seemed like all this was futile. But they did not give up. The ancient machines are creatures that never give up. After eons of effort, their attempts have yielded results. In the process of constantly creating new narrative layers, some inexplicable changes have occurred. Even if they stopped creating, these narrative layers would continue to spontaneously generate and evolve at an ever-increasing rate. It seemed as if all they needed was a single, crucial opportunity to form what they called the true lower narrative, achieving transcendence. Seeing this, Suyu also vaguely grasped the truth behind the ancient mechanical god's path to transcendence. It wasn't simply a pointless addition of narrative layers. The narrative layers they created were all unique. What made them unique was their absolute control over each and every one they created. This control was extremely extreme. Under normal circumstances, the various details within a narrative layer are left to the natural evolution of the rules. For example, when Suyu writes a story, he always focuses on the protagonist and supporting characters. As for the details of the cosmic laws, material composition, planetary motion, weather patterns, and even the activity of microscopic particles within this story, Suyu certainly doesn't dwell on them. He simply sets them up roughly, and lets them evolve naturally. But the ancient machine clan is different. They have absolute control over every detail of the narrative layer they create. Every microscopic particle must be carefully mapped, and its trajectory controlled. This consumes an enormous amount of computing power, but this is what the ancient machine clan possesses most. Their life form dictates that they possess computing power that surpasses almost everything else. Under this extreme control, theoretically, There are no variables. Everything within the narrative layer is under their control and watchful eye. But strangely, no matter how they write, there will always be loopholes, small variables. For example, the trajectory of a particle may appear beyond their control. The ancient machinery clan didn't eliminate these variables. Instead, they transferred their consciousness into them based on them. Based on these variables, they then created a new lower narrative layer, maintaining absolute control over it, and searching for new variables. This variable is the key to truly distancing from the true upper narrative. Even the true upper narrative can't fully control every detail of the lower narrative layer. Perhaps they can't, or perhaps they simply don't bother. In any case, these variables exist, but they are extremely hidden and elusive. And it is through this method that the ancient machinery gods have discovered these subtle variables. As long as they master enough variables, they will be far enough away from the true upper narrative to eventually transform themselves completely into variables, completely transcending the control of the true upper narrative and achieving absolute freedom. Now, the ancient machine clan has largely completed this process. The vast majority of them have essentially been transformed into variables. They only need one final opportunity to fully transform and reach what they theoretically call the true lower narrative. The so-called true lower narrative is a narrative layer infinitely distant and infinitely lower from the true upper narrative, equally inaccessible and untouchable. Reaching there means transcendence. However, this final opportunity is naturally extremely difficult, and the ancient machine clan has been stuck there for a long time. And they know what the opportunity is. The answer is still Suyu. Yes, Suyu sees himself in the stories of the ancient machine clan. Suyu is mentioned in the stories of the ancient machine god. According to their theory, Suyu's origins are extraordinary, and he is the greatest variable among all the lower narrative layers. As long as they master Suyu, they can reach the true lower narrative and achieve transcendence. So Suyu, what is your choice? Suyu saw this sentence in his narrative book. It was the ancient machine clan speaking to him, asking for his choice. The ancient machine clan controlled variables, so they could naturally create variables in Suyu's narrative book, creating non-existent words out of thin air, thus communicating with him. They wanted Suyu to join them, to reach the true narrative together, and transcend together. It was actually a coercion. Suyu had originally thought it would involve a battle, but now it seemed that was not the case. Since that was the case, Suyu did not hesitate and answered directly, "I did not choose humans, and naturally I will not choose you either." He refused. Chapter 745. Since Suyu, the human emperor, didn't believe in the ancient machine clan, he naturally wouldn't either. His rejection was understandable. After the rejection, Suyu remained alert, ready for battle. Suyu was human after all. He had previously rejected the path of the human emperor and gotten away with it. Now that he had rejected the ancient machine clan, he feared his escape wouldn't be so easy. He would likely face a major battle. The ancient machine clan possessed a powerful and mysterious power of change. Suyu wasn't sure how it would manifest in battle, but he wasn't afraid at all. He took this opportunity to see what this so-called change was. However, the ancient machine clan's reaction was beyond Suyu's expectations. Suyu quickly saw a sentence in his narrative book. "In that case, you may leave." Suyu sensed something was amiss. From what Suyu knew, the ancient machine clan weren't good-tempered. They were both extremely rational and extremely ruthless. Now that Suyu presented them with such an opportunity to transcend, they simply gave up. "Is there some conspiracy?" Suyu was silent for a moment, then asked, "Why?" They clearly told him to leave, but he refused, insisting on getting to the bottom of things. The ancient instrument clan said, "We've already transcended, and we don't want to create more enemies. We still have the chance to transcend without you, so why not let you go?" Suyu's heart trembled slightly, and he asked, "What if I transcend first, then descend upon my power to stop you? What will you do?" The ancient instrument clan said, "It doesn't matter. Our path is to seek variables that can escape all control. If you can interfere with us after your transcendence, it means we still lack these variables." Suyu nodded. This made sense. The ancient machinery clan continued, "Unless you and I share the same path to transcendence and compete for variables, there will be no conflict between us. Similarly, we have no conflict with the Spirit Beast clan, the Star God clan, or the Human Empire. That's how it was when we each sought our own path to transcendence. Our battles with each other are no longer based on hatred, they're just for show. After all, as long as we transcend, all previous deaths and losses will be atoned for." Suyu understood. This ancient machinery god was surprisingly friendly, and held no hostility towards Suyu. Similarly, they held no hostility toward their other major races. When they fought each other, they weren't actually enemies. They were colleagues on the same stage. And since they each took different paths, they were afraid of a collision, lest they end up on the same path and engage in real conflict. After all, no one knew if they shared the same path, it would lead to a life-or-death struggle, so it was better to avoid them. It still made sense. Suyu had previously thought he was surrounded by enemies, but that seemed overthinking. Everyone was focused on their own transcendence, harboring no hostility at all. They weren't afraid that their enemies, after transcending, would descend upon them to prevent others from transcending. It sounded reasonable. But transcendence is inherently irrational. They were using normal reason and logic to judge transcendence. Wasn't that overconfident? Suyu pondered for a moment, then asked, "Do you truly believe this?" As soon as Suyu asked this, the entire ancient machine clan headquarters seemed to vibrate. Those planets, like metal tombs, trembled and rumbled. Suyu's question seemed to have deeply shocked them. After a moment, the ancient machine clan replied, "We don't know." No! Our previous thoughts weren't genuine, but were manipulated by some entity. Suyu, you are truly special, protected by the true narrative. The ancient machine clan's meaning was clear. Their previous reluctance to become Suyu's enemy wasn't due to genuine indifference. It was due to manipulation. Controlled by the true narrative. The true narrative was protecting Suyu. After saying this, Suyu sensed a terrifying hostility. The ancient machine clan was awakened by Suyu's words. But they were ruthless to the extreme, showing no signs of gratitude. Instead, they wanted to fight immediately, seizing Suyu, the final variable. Suyu seemed to be looking for trouble, having created a powerful enemy out of thin air. But Suyu remained unmoved. He continued, "How can you be sure that it's the true supreme narrative that's influencing you?" The ancient mechanical god was silent for a moment. "You mean?" Suyu continued, "Is it possible that some being before you already transcended, and it's that being that's influencing you?" This time, the ancient mechanical clan was even more shocked. They seemed to have never considered such a possibility. Has someone transcended before them? Who is the one influencing them now? Impossible. No, it's entirely possible. If they transcend, they can completely erase all traces, making it impossible for us to discover. Then what is the purpose of this transcendent being? Is it to prevent us from transcending? Suyu saw a large amount of text appearing on his narrative book. The ancient mechanical clan seemed overwhelmed with excitement, no longer calm. Originally, they were brimming with confidence, believing they could transcend even without Suyu, and that they wouldn't be afraid even if Suyu transcended before them. But now it seems these thoughts were manipulated by the transcendent. If Suyu, the biggest variable, hadn't warned them, they would still be in the dark. How could they not be excited and terrified? Seeing this, Suyu shook his head, and with a flick of his wrist, he vanished. The ancient machine tribe didn't stop him. Right now, Suyu wasn't their primary enemy. Their true enemy was the unknown transcendent. Unless they resolved the transcendent's interference, even defeating Suyu would be meaningless. After Suyu left, his next stop was the Star God tribe's headquarters. That was the center of the universe, its most primitive and ancient part. The planets there had all extinguished, transformed into all-consuming black holes, some even evaporating. There, Suyu saw no trace of the Star God tribe. The Star Gods are a technologically advanced race. It said they are the embodiment of the laws of the universe, and every one of their bodies, minds, and creations is a highly advanced technological artifact. The Star Gods are quite similar to the material gods of the primordial universe, but far more powerful. When they battle the human empire, they deploy highly advanced unmanned technological weapons, each time inflicting heavy casualties on humanity. Yet they themselves remain unscathed. No one has ever seen a living Star God, only their technological weapons. But now, Suyu has arrived at the Star Gods' headquarters, only to discover that the Star Gods seem to have ceased to exist. Previously, the human empire was only battling the creations they left behind. Could that unknown transcendent being be a Star God? Suyu suddenly had a thought. Chapter 746. However, Suyu quickly dismissed this idea. His narrative book had already begun analyzing this dead starry sky, locating the Star God clan, and revealing their story and path. The Star God clan's path, however, stems from their very essence. The Star God clan is the embodiment of cosmic rules, but they are also living beings, possessing a physical form. After gaining the power of narrative, they expanded their own essential limits, attempting to transform into simple rules. These rules are not cosmic rules, but rules at the narrative level. Any narrative layer, like any story, has rules. And they aim to become the rules themselves, thus eternally existing within any narrative layer. As long as any narrative layer, any story, exists, they will endure. As rules, they serve only as background to the story, not as a participant, and naturally, not as a controller. Of course, in some cases, rules can be manipulated within the story, but they rarely become the central theme. This form of transcendence is completely different from that of the ancient machine clan, and from that of any other race. Every other race seeks true transcendence, freedom from manipulation. But the star gods, instead of progressing, are regressing, actively becoming part of the story, becoming a backdrop. They are actively seeking to be manipulated. This approach may seem somewhat passive, but the star gods, after all, are fundamentally different from humans, and their thinking is naturally different. They may not even seek freedom from manipulation, simply eternal existence. And once they succeed, as long as the narrative layer remains, they will exist. For them, this is transcendence. Therefore, so you didn't see any star gods in their base camp, only a dead, ancient void. This was because they had transformed, becoming rules, no longer possessing a normal form. Of course, they hadn't truly succeeded, being stuck at the final step. So, they still needed to create weapons, battle other factions, and participate in performances. However, those unmanned weapons weren't actually created by the star gods themselves, but by their enemies. The stories of the Spirit Beast tribe, the ancient mechanical tribe, and the human empire all featured the star gods as an enemy, and their own narratives also included details of their battles with the star gods. Thus, the rules created by the star gods were influenced by the stories of other factions, naturally giving rise to various unmanned weapons that participated in battles and performances. These unmanned weapons were more likely to have been created by other races than by the star gods. After understanding this, Suyu tried writing in the book of narrative. Sure enough, the cosmic void before him unceasingly writhed, and moments later, unmanned warships emerged from thin air. Suyu's handwriting, combined with the star gods' cooperation, created these warships. If Suyu wanted these warships to be enemies, they would be enemies. If he wanted them to be friends, they would be friends. This path is completely worthless. Suyu was speechless. The star god's path was too passive, completely passive. Other races sought to escape control, but they actively cooperated with control. They even cooperated with any being that attempted to control them. Now, Suyu was writing about them in the book of narratives, controlling them, and they were perfectly cooperative. This is their path. Simply put, as long as they are sufficiently useful, they will not be destroyed. The star god's path, on the other hand, is to ensure their eternal usefulness. As long as they have a story, they have value and will not disappear. For them, this is transcendence. This should be a normal path for them, but for Suyu, it is meaningless. Suyu looked at other paths to transcendence not out of idleness, but for reference. As for the star god's path, Suyu couldn't even use it as a reference. He would never follow such a passive path. Suyu shook his head slightly, and was about to leave to ponder his own path. At this moment, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. Something was amiss. According to the intelligence Suyu had obtained, the star gods were once an extremely powerful and domineering race, each individual extremely formidable. The human empire, the ancient machinery clan, and the spirit beast clan were nothing more than a bunch of ants' playthings in their eyes. Why did such a dominant race ultimately choose such a negative path to transcendence? Could it be that, after research, the star gods discovered that all paths to transcendence are ultimately impassable? Impossible to achieve? So, they no longer pursue true transcendence, but choose this negative path to save eternal existence? Suyu's heart sank at the thought. If this were true, then it would be truly hopeless. The efforts of the spirit beast tribe, the ancient machine tribe, and the human empire were all in vain. Perhaps, this was the true performance. The efforts of various races and forces, their pursuit of transcendence, eons of research, ultimately led to the despairing discovery that everything was in vain. This might be the performance the beings in the true narrative wanted to see. The star gods discovered this, which is why they are so passive. Another possibility is what Suyu and the ancient machines had previously discussed. A transcendent being existed before. This transcended first, then blocked all paths, leaving no one else able to transcend. Whichever it is, the situation is dire, but being aware of this is a good thing. Otherwise, if you begin transcending without realizing it, you will surely die. The star god's path, while not offering any reference to Suyu, did serve as a reminder, just as Suyu had previously warned the ancient machines. Since that's the case, my path to transcendence should also be determined. Suyu pondered for a long time in this deadly void. Finally, he raised his head, his gaze determined. With a movement of his mind, his voice echoed throughout the universe. Humans, the ancient machines, the star gods, and various weaker alien races all heard his voice and understood Su Yu's path to transcendence. Su Yu actually intended to pursue the paths of all races simultaneously. He would annihilate all beings attempting transcendence, seize their achievements, and ultimately achieve transcendence. A single path is impossible. I will use you as a sacrifice to complete my path to transcendence. With these words, the universe shook, and an infinite army surged from Su Yu's body, attacking the major races. At the same time, a book appeared before Su Yu, flipping through the pages. It contained stories of extinction. Even humanity was not spared. Su Yu seemed mad, determined to make enemies of all forces and powerful individuals, and to exterminate all life. Chapter 747. Su Yu? Su Yu heard the roar. The ancient machine tribe, the star god tribe, and even the two human emperors roared in anger. They seemed to have not expected Su Yu to be so resolute and ruthless. Unclearly, they had all been friendly to Su Yu before. The only unfriendly spirit beast tribe was already dead. But now, Su Yu ruthlessly attacked them all simultaneously. Has Su Yu gone mad? No matter how strong Su Yu was, he was only on their level at most. Why would he attack them all at once? But Su Yu remained unmoved and continued his attacks. The other side could no longer bear it, and each used their own methods to attack Su Yu frantically. The Primordial Emperor's hidden narrative, the Dark Emperor's destructive power, the Ancient Machine Tribe's power of change, and the Star God Tribe, who had been lying low and passive, also joined the attack. Because Su Yu even wanted to annihilate the prostrate Star Gods, the Star Gods naturally couldn't tolerate this. They broke away from their original rules, revealing their true forms, and constantly rewrote Su Yu's own rules, aiming to plunge him into annihilation. And now, Su Yu, facing four alone, was surprisingly not at a disadvantage. His narrative book was constantly writing various stories. He wasn't just attacking, but also learning the transcendental methods of other races. He was studying the Primordial Emperor's hidden narratives, using the origin of destruction to absorb the Dark Emperor's destructive power, creating new narrative layers to collect variables from the ancient machine clan. He even learned the Star God's incarnation's rule of lying down. Only in such a battle could these paths be so clearly revealed, allowing Su Yu to learn. The class panel even unlocked related classes: Secret Narrator, Ultimate Variable, and Primordial Rule. Combined with the origin of destruction, Su Yu now possessed all the paths of transcendence. The beings besieging him grew even more furious. They wanted to seize their path, but they had to survive. After an untold amount of time, Su Yu fought 1 against 4, a battle that stretched the entire universe to the point where even the entire narrative layer collapsed. All life had been annihilated. The narrative book he kept flipping before him was tattered and shattered. The 4 near-transcendent beings were too powerful. Even Su Yu, possessing all 4 professions and possessing their full power, was severely wounded. The 4 powerful beings were no better off. They were on the verge of death, only a fleeting consciousness remaining, their forms gone. All their powers had been stripped away, and they were on the verge of complete death. In the end, Su Yu prevailed. His class panel was still extremely useful in combat at this level. Constantly unlocking new classes and absorbing the enemy's power, how could his opponents fight him? Su Yu, is this what you want? Is this the true path to transcendence? I misjudged you. Su Yu heard a gentle voice, tinged with fatigue and hatred. The moment he heard that voice, Su Yu knew who it was: the glorious Emperor. He wasn't dead yet, or rather, because the Primordial Emperor wasn't dead yet, he wasn't dead either, but he wasn't far off. Su Yu ignored him, instead suddenly looking up. At this moment, he possessed 4, or more precisely 5, paths to transcendence. Even the Spirit Beast clan's path to transcendence had just unlocked a new class, called True Non-Wisdom. Abandoning logic and ego, one attains true non-wisdom and achieves transcendence. Su Yu possessed all 5 paths to transcendence, feeling that with just one leap upward, he could achieve true transcendence and freedom. He had sensed an inexplicable call, a call to transcendence. Su Yu's figure shifted slightly, as if about to leap upward, vanish completely, and enter transcendence. However, he suddenly stopped and smiled faintly. Do you really think I do as you wish? It was unclear to whom he was addressing this. With these words, an invisible roar seemed to emanate from the unknown above. Su Yu ignored it. Amid the astonished gazes of the other powerful warriors, he moved his mind and healed some of their injuries, though not completely. Su Yu said, to achieve transcendence, the performance must naturally end first. How was that final battle just now? The powerful warriors, performance? Some were surprised, some were lost in thought. Su Yu nodded, and without further explanation, he continued to mobilize his power. And so, everything before him began to reverse, as if time had flown backwards. This was how the other powerful warrior's injuries had been healed. But time travel couldn't affect a semi-transcendent powerhouse at all, so this wasn't time travel, but a flashback. This is my path to transcendence. As Suyu spoke, the entire story before him reversed. The previously collapsed narrative layer was restored, and the dead life was resurrected. The reversal continued, and everything progressed in reverse. Suyu returned to the lower narrative layer, to the primordial universe, to the azure planet. Nothing had happened, and it continued to reverse, until the moment Suyu crossed over. This was Suyu's true path to transcendence. Through his previous research and observation, he had long since determined that he might have come from a truly higher narrative layer, or a transcendental realm, hence his characteristics as a viewer or reader. The class panel, also obtained from there, possesses transcendental power. Thus, Suyu's path to transcendence can be achieved simply by reversing the story and returning everything to its original state. This path is only accessible to Suyu. Even the evil gods and demons cannot stop him. No matter how much other powerful beings reverse their past, they will only reverse themselves to non-existence and kill themselves, rather than transcending. Only Suyu can reverse back to the time before the time travel and achieve transcendence. This reversal must be complete. Reversing all narrative layers and stories simultaneously, any omission will lead to failure. Because everything influences each other before transcendence, if not all are reversed, there is no reversal at all. So, before embarking on this journey, Suyu must powerfully defeat all powerful enemies. This path may seem the easiest, but it is actually the most difficult, because he must defeat all powerful beings. If he is defeated, everything will be over. But Suyu succeeded. Incidentally, this also brings this story to a conclusion. Otherwise, if Suyu escaped midway through his performance, the existence of the true upper narrative might have stopped him. A fierce battle, a final victory, would be a conclusion, an explanation. And at the final moment, Suyu possessed the 5 paths to transcendence, feeling that a single leap would allow him to transcend. That feeling was real. But he chose not to leap, because he could sense that certain beings were waiting above. He was now incredibly close to transcendence, and the book of narrative could already analyze stories approaching transcendence, close to the true upper narrative. Suyu saw that what awaited him above was a gathering of demons and evil gods. Those beings hadn't truly vanished. Rather, they were leveraging certain entities within the true upper narrative to bring them ever closer to transcendence. But they were stuck, neither rising nor falling, barely interfering with the narrative layer, so Suyu didn't need to defeat them. They blocked the end of the path to transcendence, devouring everything. So transcendence is a dead end. The star gods sensed this, and so they lay low. If Suyu had truly leaped upon them, he would have been devoured by them, providing them with a final boost to help them transcend. So Suyu decisively chose to reverse course, abandoning the 5 paths and forging his own path. At this point, Suyu had reversed to the moment of his transmigration. Possible employment, transcendent. The career panel unlocked a new career. To be more precise, it was Suyu himself who unlocked the new career. Because Suyu had reversed to the story of the moment of his transmigration, he absorbed and integrated the initial panel. Originally, when Suyu transmigrated, he was just an ordinary person. The panel was invisible and intangible to him, and he could only use it to a limited extent. Now, Suyu reversed this moment, reliving the transmigration. This time, Suyu's initial strength was far greater than the first time. So, Suyu directly devoured and completely integrated the panel, which also came from the true upper narrative layer. At this moment, he was the panel, and the panel was him. Only after merging with the panel did Suyu understand what the panel really was. It was the manifestation of the true upper narrative layer's control over all the lower narrative layers, enabling it to accomplish incredible things. Suyu originated from there, and therefore naturally possessed this power. After fully mastering the power of the panel, the ultimate class was unlocked, the Transcendent. Suyu smiled faintly and continued to reverse backward, assuming this class. The roars of the evil gods and demons echoed through countless narrative layers, but they could not stop Suyu in the slightest. And so, Suyu's story ended, or rather, it had never begun, for he had reversed everything. The primordial universe, the entire infinite universe, the countless narrative layers, all the tragedies that had ever occurred, were rewritten in this instant. The evil gods and demons ceased to exist, and no upper narrative layer controlled their fate. It was Suyu's transcendence that rewrote everything. He left them with a normal world. And Suyu, leading those familiar people, entered an unknown realm. From then on, his story would be his own.